Description: novel summary: accidentally gain access to another world. Master the resources of a planet. Originally only wanted to make Loc money. But Xiao Feng couldn't think of making money so easy, and his strength expanded so fast. Description from unknown details. Chapter 1. Butcher looking at the behemoths that were grazing in the distance, and then at the crossbow bought for more than 300 yuan from a treasure in his hand. Xiao Feng sighed. Please don't lie to me at the store. If this crossbow is if it doesn't work well, wait for your own estimate to be a cool song. Oh, if it doesn't work, I have to write hundreds of bad reviews for you when I go back. By the way, I can also report to a treasure. Let your business fail. Xiao Feng quickly abandoned the distracting thoughts in his mind. From now on, eating meat or drinking soup, it all depends on today's fight. He took up the powerful crossbow in his hand and aimed at the giant beast about tens of meters away. Although it was with the cow looks similar, but the size is at least twice that of an adult bull on the earth. But I don't know if the meat tastes the same as beef. Xiao Feng breathed smoothly, and the cross in the scope was covered by the giant beast on his neck, and then pulled the trigger abruptly. Bodhisattva blessed him with one hit. The shopkeeper did not lie to himself. The sharp cluster of arrows penetrated the thick leather. The giant cow ate pain and screamed. At this time, Xiao Feng opened the crossbow, and then the second arrow was fired again. Going out, the arrow lost the calmness it had before, but in a hurry, it still hit the giant bull's chest. The giant cow screamed in pain, but he also found Xiao Feng, who was hurting him in the distance. Then he roared and rushed towards Xiao Feng. It seemed that he was going to step on the unknown creature that had hurt him. It's only the meat mud that relieves the hatred of the heart. At this time, Xiao Feng dropped the crossbow in his hand, and picked up the long red sickle around him like he had rehearsed countless times in his mind before. This sickle was made by the master he found in the hardware market near his home. At Baijiuyang, the blade is a half-moon-shaped iron cutter, and the back is a handle made of ordinary pine wood. It is more than 2 meters long. It is a tool he used to deal with this bison from books and school. The Goqiao people on the Pampas grassland used such tools and methods to deal with the bison on the grassland. The effect is not ordinary. A team of 18 people can put 700 to 800 heads in an hour. No. Their efficiency can be imagined. The fertility of the Pampas grassland can also be imagined. In 1555, the Spanish brought cattle to the Pampas grassland for the first time. In just a few decades, tens of millions of bison herds were bred here. The Spanish colonists of Spain have been hunting and killing these buffalo herds for more than 200 years. However, until the beginning of the 18th century, the Spanish estimated that there were still more than 84 million bison herds living there. Later, the Argentines inherited such a herd. Wealth has gained the reputation of the world's meat storehouse. What is even more exaggerated is that when the economic crisis broke out, the Argentines left a few entertainments, and they actually made roast beef dinner at home. The people of other countries in the world are experiencing crises and cannot fill their stomachs. They are so poor that they can only use their own roast beef for entertainment. It's really speechless. However, the grassland in front of him, and the bison on the grassland, made him feel as if he was back on the Pampas prairie back then. If he hadn't found a colonist similar to the Spaniards, he still had a size here. Basically twice the same kind of bison on the earth. He really has to wonder if he has traveled to Argentina in the 17th century, like the Spanish colonists at the time. Although this giant bison is all money in his eyes, it is not that simple to kill it, especially for Xiao Feng, a white-collar worker who used to sit in the office for a long time. He knew how to use his brain and knew that it would be unrealistic to kill such a huge bison with only 2 crossbow arrows. So he made preparations for second hand. The giant bison got 2 arrows. Although the crossbow bow is very powerful, it is not a serious damage to its thick skin. Its charging speed is not fast, because the terrain chosen by the cunning human is actually in a bush. On the overgrown half-slope, the bison rushed halfway, and suddenly snapped. A huge trap, severely clamped the bison's front hooves. The damage caused by this one was much more severe than the previous 2 crossbow arrows. The buffalo screamed, but its eyes were red. It actually ignored the trap that clamped the front hooves, and dragged towards Xiao Feng rushed over, the sharp horns shining with cold light, and it seemed that Xiao Feng had to be cold-hearted to relieve his hatred. At this time, Xiao Feng also calmed down his emotions as much as possible, holding the long red sickle in his hand, observing the distance between the bison and himself, and the speed of the bison. Although the bison has thick skin and thick flesh, the huge trap is still after hurting its bones. He rushed forward for 2 steps. Because of the pain, he instinctively slowed down. But Xiao Feng slammed up at this moment, hitting him with a sickle with a long pole in his hand. The tibia of the other front leg of a bison. It was originally rushed to the knee. But for the first time, it is inevitable that the hand slipped. But at this time Xiao Feng also ignored it. He waved the sickle in his hand and hit the bison's shin twice in a row. He suffered on one leg injury. This time the other front leg suffered a few more times. Although the leg bones were not broken, the broken muscles and the blood spewing out made this injured leg no longer able to support the cow's huge weight. The bison wailed and fell to the ground. At this time, the buffalo group that had been onlookers moved forward slowly, trying to rescue the bison. Xiao Feng was relieved when he saw the bison that fell on the ground. It was the first time to hunt in the wild. It is still such a primitive weapon. Facing such a behemoth, it is impossible to say not to be afraid. Although it was just a few simple exercises, he still felt that all his energy was consumed. After the adrenaline was secreted at a high speed, all that is left is exhaustion. Looking at the other bison who came to rescue him, Xiao Feng sneered and took out a few firecrackers from his bag, took out a cigarette and lit one for himself, lit the firecrackers and threw them to the cattle in the distance. Amidst the crackling firecrackers, the herd of bison dispersed, and animals are animals, even if they are huge in size. Xiao Feng is not in a hurry to hunt the bison. The bison's legs have been scrapped. In such a wild world, the only consequence is to become food in the mouth of other animals. After eating 2 energy bars and drinking slobber, Xiao Feng came to the bison and waved his butcher knife. Still inexperienced. Looking at the bloodstains on his body, Xiao Feng wailed in his heart. The field equipment that cost a few thousand yuan seemed to be reimbursed, but it didn't matter. He looked at the 800 or 900 catties of beef that was cut from the ground. He was still upset. An Angus beef cow that produces a lot of meat on the earth only weighs 800 or 900 catties when it grows up. The skin, bones, and internal organs can produce 300 or 400 catties of meat. As for the cow in front of him, Xiao Feng estimated that there was 1.5 tons worth of it, with the skin, bones and internal organs removed. Plus his technique was not skilled enough, and the wasted meat, just cut it off. 100 catties. If you are a skilled butcher, it is estimated that you can cut thousands of catties of meat. Also ignored the cowhide and internal organs. Xiao Feng put all the beef into the bag, then touched the simple bracelet on his wrist. His eyes went dark, and when the temperature was bright, he had already returned to his original world. Looked at the dim lights in the room, and the dilapidated wooden windows that leaked everywhere, and looked at the blood-stained woven bags around him. Xiao Feng didn't feel bitter anymore. Good days were coming. I found some firewood and lighted the earthen stove in the kitchen. Xiao Feng took out a piece of beef, processed it briefly, and threw it into the pot, simmered for more than 4 hours, added some seasonings, and started eating. After a bite, the taste is soft and waxy, the muscles are crispy and the meat is rotten, and it is very tasty. It is very delicious. It does not have the dry texture of those Australian fodder cattle that cannot be chewed. The first-class good beef. Xiao Feng is very happy, which means that the way to make a fortune is here. Coming out of the house, standing in the small yard, looking at the tall buildings in the distance, and the brilliant lights in the city, and then at the dilapidated great Ostrey building behind him, Xiao Feng smiled again. Good days will not be far away. Xiao Feng's family was in Benching. His parents died unexpectedly when he was a child. You reading www.uukanzu.com grew up in this yard with his grandparents. At that time, it was still on the outskirts of Benching. The front was a signal house for the fishermen who were fishing in the sea. At that time, the lighthouse could not be built. After the liberation, the government renovated the area and built a small concrete building to continue to retain the function of the signal house. At that time, there was another function, which was to monitor coastal defense. However, with the popularity of radar, this function became more effective. Slowly abolished, Grandpa is here to light up the fishermen who are far away for a lifetime. But now, with the expansion of the city, it has become a bustling area in the city center. If it weren't for the steep mountains and many hills, it would have been flattened by developers and built into high-rise buildings. It is precisely because of this that this old house is particularly chic. The mid-mountain mansion next to the bustling coastal city of Benching is a good place to stay quiet. There was once a developer discussed with his grandfather and wanted to buy it at a high price. The land was laid down and converted into a luxurious villa, but considering that Xiao Feng, who was floating in the capital at the time, could have a place to stay, grandparents still did not agree. Some time ago, his grandparents fell ill and were hospitalized one after another. Xiao Feng also quit his job in the capital, said goodbye to his dream of being north drifting, and returned to his grandparents. Later, while cleaning up the tatters of the old house, I found such a strange bracelet in a mezzanine of the chest of drawers where my grandmother was married back then. I didn't expect to be able to travel through other worlds with this bracelet, which made Xiao Feng happy. Isn't this a proper treatment for a leading actor? With this bracelet, it is estimated that it will not be long before you can reach the pinnacle of life. But what he didn't expect was that his first job after falling into another world was actually a butcher. Chapter 2 Sales Channels. At first, Xiao Feng was still full of joy, but after traveling back and forth several times in other worlds, Xiao Feng found that his portable world seemed different from others. What kind of spring water that can cure all kinds of illnesses in the Aura Recovery package? That doesn't exist. The taste is bursting and the quality is far superior to the ingredients of this world. It is even more impossible. The fields are full of fields, and you don't even see a few vegetables that are similar to the earth. Besides, letting him be a farmer is even more impossible for a lifetime. As for the ruins of the apocalypse in other people's portable spaces, there's Nth star technology that can be picked up by picking up pieces, let alone. All he can see is the wild field full of eyes, endless buffalo herds, a piece of the most primitive undeveloped scene. This world seems to be completely in the primitive age. Since you can't get rich at once, you can only accumulate it slowly, so Xiao Feng's first job after taking the otherworldly is a hunter and a butcher. Although he is a butcher, but at any rate he should be a butcher with dreams. Xiao Feng turned around and looked at the grey concrete building that had begun to fall behind him. Lao Tzu's first dream was to knock down this small building and rebuild it after he made enough money. A designer-like home, redesign and build a new one for himself. But the most important task now is to sell the beef. Xiao Feng is hard to come by. Their family is halfway up a mountain. At the foot of the mountain, it used to be the marine engineering factory in Benching, who made parts for the Benching shipyard, but it went bankrupt. The land was sold to a real estate developer and a luxurious community was built. In order to solve the problem of re-employment of laid-off workers, the excess district government built a job center on Xiu Street next to it. In fact, it is a vegetable market. Unexpectedly, more and more workers need to be re-employed later. The scale of this re-employment market, it has grown bigger and bigger, so that now, it has become a large-scale comprehensive market covering 7 or 8 blocks around it. The cousin of Xiao Feng, a primary school classmate, is said to be selling meat here now. Are you Xiaobin's classmate? Do you have some beef to sell? The black-faced man with a full face on the opposite side, with a cigarette in his mouth and a playful smile, looked at Xiao Feng and said, "Yes, there is some beef to be processed. Xiaobin told me that Brother Jiang, You have been selling beef here, don't you want to miss you? Xiao Feng doesn't care about this guy's contempt. He knows that in the opponent's heart, he might be a bull thief, but it doesn't matter as long as he can find a channel of shipment for himself. Now he lacks the most. All is money. Okay, let's take a look at the meat first. Brother Zhang is also happy. He has been in this vegetable market for more than 10 years. He has been selling meat, selling all kinds of meat, such as pork, beef and mutton, chicken and duck, etc. There are only 5 or 6 stalls. There are many well-known merchants in this market, and there are many restaurants that he has been cooperating with for a long time, so they are not worried about sales. The guy in front of me, who is white and pure, is actually a thief. After all, this year, the supervision is very strict. The meat vendors like them are basically the source of the meat sold by the butchers in this city. Slaughterhouse and meat factory. Like in the past, you can kill your own cattle and sell them in the market, unless you are a market in the country, and you think of the regular market in the city. That is definitely not enough. The quality of the beef in front of this guy is definitely not bad. Lao Jiang has been selling beef for more than 10 years. He has never seen anything, sick or dead beef, and he can tell with a glance. The beef in front of me is still fresh, just a few days after being killed. It is not the kind of zombie meat that has been frozen for a few years. The meat color is very good. The texture is also very clear. The fat content is not high, but the distribution is even, indicating that the meat has a good taste. There will be no special firewood. If the sauce is regular, it can definitely be included in the premium beef of the grade classification. But if he came from a proper way, this guy would not find him a Lao Jiang. And this beef is obviously not the imported beef from the frozen warehouse in the port area. To be honest, Lao Jiang has also seen a lot of beef like that. I don't know how many years it has been moving. Some meat is black in color, and some meat is air-dried, except of course the finest beef. So since it is not imported beef from the port area, what else can it come from besides stealing cattle and slaughtering it? After watching the beef, Lao Jiang had a calculation in his mind. Brother, the quality of your beef is really good, but you do not have a certificate from the slaughterhouse. This is very troublesome. I will sell it. It is very risky. If it is marketed, if the people here catch it, a fine is indispensable. Hey, look at what you said. All the cows raised by relatives in the countryside. The family can't eat so much by themselves. So I asked me to find a way out. I also know that I don't have a certificate for the slaughterhouse and it's not easy to sell. But as you can see, the quality of this meat is definitely not inferior to those of Australian feed cattle. Of course Xiao Feng knew that the other party wanted to keep prices down. It was the same in business. He knew the quality of his beef. When he was in Beijing before, he had been doing foreign trade for a period of time. At that time, the company had done beef import and export. The most popular is Australian beef, although Australian beef is good for publicity, but Australian Wagyu is indeed good. As for the ordinary beef facing mass consumers, it is not so good. They are all feed cows raised in large pastures and fed with corn fodder. The taste is incomparable with free-range beef. Each time you eat it must be pressured in a pressure cooker. It takes an hour to eat. If it is simmered slowly over a normal low heat, if it is not simmered for a long time, it will not chew at all, and the taste will be quite bad. Oh, I also know that the quality of your cattle is indeed not bad, but my brother, now consumers are paying attention to food, but you don't have an inspection certificate. Besides, I have to bear the risk of selling this meat. Old Jiang continued to emphasize risks to lower the price. Xiao Feng was gone. How much do you plan to pay, Brother Jiang? Well, how about I give you 13 catties? Lao Jiang looked at Xiao Feng with his eyes closed and said. Xiao Feng almost couldn't help but yell when he heard the offer. He also did a market survey before looking for Lao Jiang. In this market, the price of freshly slaughtered beef is basically around 30, and if you can get branded beef, you can buy 50 or 60 directly. Even the kind of imported frozen beef can be bought for 25.61 jin. The guy in front of him actually needs 13 jin to buy his own beef, which is really not ordinary black. At this time, Lao Jiang felt that he had eaten Xiao Feng, who made this guy's beef wrong. In his opinion, Xiao Feng has no other choice. The quality of this meat is indeed good, but he believes that unless Xiao Feng himself go to the market in the country to set up a stall, or in this city with increasingly strict management, there are really few butchers who dare to collect his beef. Xiao Feng looked at the self-confident brother Jiang, and thought about his own meat as if he had no capital at all. 13 kilograms were earned for nothing. Now he must first accumulate wealth quickly, and then find another way. Then let this guy take advantage of it first, and when you make enough money in the future, get rid of him and find another way out. Okay, that's it. Xiao Feng promised happily. Lao Jiang, who was still dark-faced, immediately rejoiced. The two of them were behind the vegetable market, and Lao Jiang completed the transaction in his own warehouse. 1,000 catties of beef were directly replaced by 3,000 yuan came to Xiao Feng's hands. In the future, relatives in the family, if there is more beef that can't be finished, please come to your brother Jiang. Before leaving, Lao Jiang patted Xiao Feng on the shoulder meaningfully and said, "Don't worry, brother Jiang, there will be more in the future, I will definitely bring it to you." Xiao Feng returned, and the two of them had made an appointment. When he returned home, Xiao Feng felt a little bit dreaming when he saw the 13,000 in his hand. He used to work hard for a month in the capital, and he earned this amount. He can only maintain a life of Buddhism in the capital, not to mention having a girlfriend. Even the meat is reluctant to eat a few times. Now that I have such a space, I don't have to squeeze the subway every day. I don't have to face the pressure of my superiors' expressions and performance, and I don't have to wear a hypocritical mask every day to deal with those colleagues. As long as you go in and kill a cow and bring it back, you can earn more than 10,000 yuan. If you think about the countless cows on the grassland, you are reading www.uukanzu.com is simply a group of running RMB, and life is like a little bit. There will be a rush, meat can be eaten casually, a lot of money is also earned, life seems to have entered an easy mode at once. Can live such a life, who is willing to Buddhism, who is a grandson, unless there is a physical problem. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng got excited and immediately opened a certain treasure and started shopping. Anyway, he had more than 10,000 in his hand. This time he went to another world and slaughtered a few more cows, but he wanted to do his job well. We must first sharpen our tools. Besides the unknown wild world, I still don't know what dangers are hidden. Xiao Feng is very concerned about his own safety. Buy 2 sets of Qianbiao, 2 pairs of waterproof and stab-proof hiking shoes, 2 sets of windproof and waterproof assault pants, plus some dry food, and medicine, more than 10,000 yuan. Not long after the hand, it will be all spent out. When things arrived, Xiao Feng equipped himself with a new outfit and entered another world again. It was the prairie that had been seen countless times before, and there were still countless buffalo herds on the prairie. Xiao Feng took a deep breath and walked over with a crossbow arrow. Although the Goqiao people's methods of hunting cattle are primitive, they are very effective. Xiao Feng is also getting more and more skilled. In just 2 days, he hunted 3 cows, but this method of killing cows and meat still needs to be improved. It is estimated that it would not be possible to slaughter a few hundred cows without slaughtering a few hundred cows. However, those internal organs and cowhide are a pity. First of all, Xiao Feng will not deal with the internal organs, and they are not easy to sell. Taking it back would probably cause a sensation, so Xiao Feng didn't dare to take it back. In addition, he was not very good at tanning, so he could only throw it away. It would be cheaper for the predators of this world. Chapter 3 Azoth. After killing this end, it's time to go back. Xiao Feng processed the beef in his hands with a sharp knife, and quickly freed a large piece of tendon from the beef bone without destroying the texture of the beef. This is the 20th cow he has dealt with in the past 10 days. This time it was a bit jerky at the beginning, and he quickly entered the role in the next few days. And now there are all kinds of teaching on the internet everywhere. It is not a problem to want to learn to slaughter cattle. However, The beef produced by these 20 cows is bad for Xiao Feng. The refrigerator at home has long been unable to fit. Fortunately, there is a cellar under his house that Grandpa dug in his early years. Because it happened to be winter, he picked it from outside. After a lot of snow in the middle of the mountain, it melted into ice cubes and put it in the cellar to become a small ice cellar. This solved the problem of beef storage. These 20 cows produced a total of more than 20,000 catties of beef, which meant an income of more than 200,000 yuan to Xiao Feng. If this was in the capital before, it would have been a year without food or drink. But now it is only 10 days. Although he does business every day, Xiao Feng is quite satisfied with the speed of the money. Quickly bagged the beef, Xiao Feng bought the hand truck from the nearby construction site for 60 yuan and pushed it to the river. He didn't worry about going back. He planned to have a full meal here and talk about it. This is a big river. The narrowest part of the river is almost 50 meters, and the wide part must be more than 100 meters. It flows from the mouth of the mountain valley in the distance, and the Mang Mountains in the distance. Xiao Feng also used the compass brought by the earth to measure it. It should be the true north direction in his concept. Because he has been busy killing cattle and making money during this period, Xiao Feng has not had time to explore this land. After all, his starting point is a bit low compared to other bigwigs with portable planets. I should be able to sell more than 200,000 beef when I go back this time. When that time comes, I can get a second-hand pickup truck to explore the world. One thing that Xiao Feng's alien shuttle is the same as that of other bigwigs is to bring dead things are fine, but things with life cannot. Xiao Feng soon began to live and cook. The beef here is almost unlimited. For Xiao Feng, a carnivore, it is simply a great thing. After eating for more than 10 days, he has not been tired of eating. I believe that in the future, continue to eat without getting tired of it. Think about when you were in Beijing, you went to a restaurant, even the most common restaurant, but if it has a dish with the word beef, it must not start at 50 or 60, and those restaurants will put 1 or 2 in a dish for you. Beef is considered conscientious. After a few chopsticks, you will basically not see beef. The only thing that can make Xiao Feng, a meat lover, is the only one who can eat it. I am afraid that there is only self-service. But a good self-service is just one person, and it will cost you 100. A piece of money, with his income, is not always willing to eat. And the place where the bison is everywhere, for Xiao Feng, it is simply heaven. These days, beef is eaten with open arms. Grilled beef tenderloin, fried steak, braised beef brisket, and now charcoal grilled beef tongue. Xiao Feng feels himself. I am really happy every day. When I go back and study the ways of eating beef from all over the world, I have to make a whole beef meal on the tip of my tongue. The beef tongue on the iron braising smelled, and the sizzling oil dripped on the charcoal fire below, and sparks splashed. Xiao Feng comfortably turned the beef tongue and sprinkled it with cumin and chili powder. Thinking in my heart, when I have capital in the future, I will open a barbecue restaurant when I go back, and use the resources of the outside world that I have grasped, and the unlimited supply of beef will definitely make a profit. Since this period of time, because he has a large amount of high-quality protein supplements every day, Xiao Feng feels that his physical fitness is much stronger than before, and his arms are also thicker. With good nutrition, he has also become angular, and even his archery skills are much stronger than before. Xiao Feng is very satisfied with his changes. After all, a good body can save him from going to the gym. Money, and better archery skills, will also give him more bragging capital on the earth in the future. Just when he felt the most beautiful changes in his own, there was a sharp whistling sound from the reeds across the river, and there was also the rubbing sound of people running in the grass. Xiao Feng stood up abruptly. It's been almost a month since he came to this other world, but he has never seen a human in this world. Is it possible that he will meet this time? What does the other party look like? Will it look the same as the humans on Earth? Or be dressed in the medieval period? Or primitive people? Or is it the same as other humans on the planet, knows Kung Fu, has true energy, and can fly away from the wall? Do they have a civilized society? Although his mind was messed up at this time, Xiao Feng's first choice was to quickly hide in the reeds behind him, and at the same time he took out the powerful crossbow in his hand. No one can guarantee that the humans who appeared in front of him at this time will have hostility. The sight that appeared in front of him soon made him dumbfounded. From the reeds on the other side of the river, 3 people quickly emerged. One of them was not tall, but he was very strong, with black hair and yellow skin, and his body dirty. The hair on his head was tangled in locks. I don't know how long it has not been repaired. The face is also full of beard. There is only a piece of animal skin around the waist, holding it in his hand, with a simple spear made of a wooden stick. The other 2 are much stronger than that person. They are tall and thin, and they are wearing clothes anyway. They have long blonde hair combed back, and they simply put their hair in a bun. But they also look very embarrassed. There was still a puddle of blood on one of the chests, which appeared to be injured. How pointed the ears of these 2 men were. Upon seeing the temperament of the 2 men, Xiao Feng immediately remembered the elves that often appeared in the Western fantasy movies on Earth. Looking at the bows and daggers in their hands, they were indeed Western. Xiao Feng couldn't help being overjoyed with the character setting of the fairy in the fantasy. It seemed that this world was indeed very different from his own. A human and 2 elves looked at the big river in front with a desperate look on their faces, and then quickly formed a small formation back to back facing the reed sway. At this time, there was a rustle in the reeds, and then 4 tall, ugly-faced guys came out from inside one after another. When they saw the faces of these guys, Xiao Feng's chin was about to fall to the ground. These 4 guys are tall and look over 1.8 meters tall. They are about the same height as Xiao Feng. They are taller than the other 3 and have a head, but they are stout and strong, and the thick arms that leak out are still muscled. Kunot's chest and waist were surrounded by a piece of animal skin, and his legs were also muscular, all barefoot. Looking up again, it makes people frightened. The neck and head are thick on one side, but the head is not in the shape of a human, but the head of a wild boar with a few fangs sticking out of the mouth. This vivid image is the game Xiao Feng played. The orcs inside. What kind of world is this? Is it possible that I have crossed to Azeroth? Xiao Feng felt his head buzzed and couldn't turn around. The 3 people in the formation looked at the 4 chasing soldiers from behind, despair on their faces. They were not the opponents of these half-orcs, not to mention that they are almost everyone's color now, and the 3 people can't help themselves. Leaning over to the river, Xiao Feng hadn't tried how deep the water was. Because he was afraid of unidentified creatures in the water, he always fetched water and set up camp by the river, but he never dared to go swimming. The 3 people on the opposite side were obviously already there. Is no choice. At this time, the 4 pigheads spoke their language loudly with grinning faces, then waved the mace and the axe in their hands, and slowly approached the 3 people, as if they were a cat teasing a mouse. It seems that I want to play them to death. Finally, the black-haired human could not stand it anymore and let out a strange roar. And then the spear in his hand pierced forward with all his might. As a result, the pig-headed man who had prepared for a long time split the wooden spear into 2 pieces with an axe. Then this guy unconscionably, ignoring the 2 companions behind him, you reading www.uukanzu.com, turned around and jumped into the water, swimming towards Xiao Feng. Just after swimming twice, he found the traces left by Xiao Feng on the other side, and then he waved his hand in Xiao Feng's direction and started asking for help regardless. And the pighead behind him, obviously also found the traces here, more sharp-eyed, and soon discovered that Xiao Feng's hidden deeds were not very good, and even if nothing else, he threw his hand with an axe. When Xiao Feng saw the savage asking for help in his direction, he whispered a bad cry. Before he had time to think about it, he saw the axe thrown by the pighead roaring towards him. It was a half-orc. He was 50 meters wide. The surface of the river is nothing to them at all. If the axe whizzing is not a bad head, it can cut Xiao Feng in half in one fell swoop. Xiao Feng was also furious, and he didn't care too much. He stood up and shot the guy who threw the axe at him with one arrow. During this time, he hunted the bison, and his archery skills were much better than before. Shang modern crossbow arrows have so many auxiliary equipment. There was no wind today. He shot the arrow with a straight trajectory, and it hit the pig-headed man directly in the chest. A finger of wild cowhide can be pierced within 80 meters with an arrow. What's more, a pighead without armor, even if he is a half-orc, is ultimately nothing more than carbohydrates, copper skin and iron bones. It didn't exist. The orc with the arrow in his chest fell to the ground on the spot. The other 3 half-orcs were frightened and angry. The short axe in their hands and the mace whizzed towards Xiao Feng's side. Xiao Feng squirmed around with his head, but these pig-headed men don't know how many times they have practiced. The accuracy of the throw was quite good, and the back of one of the axe hit Xiao Feng's chest. Chapter 4 The saddest traversing crowd. The crazy secretion of adrenaline caused Xiao Feng to endure for a while. Instead of feeling severe pain, he picked up another spare crossbow. These days, in order to prevent accidents from happening at any time, he is always around him. There are 3 winded crossbows to ensure continuous firepower output in the event of an accident. As for the long-term tight bowstring, the problem of rapid aging of the bowstring due to too long time is not considered at all. For modern technology, a bowstring made of mixed materials is not worth much, especially when it is kept small. Life comparison. Maybe it's because of the hundreds of arrows firing practice these days. Maybe it's the crazy secretion of adrenaline at this time, which leads to a high level of concentration. Xiao Feng casually shot this arrow with a very good effect and directly hit a pighead on the other side. The pig-headed screamed frantically, and then stubbornly held his neck and fell unwillingly to the ground. The other 2 pigheads, seeing the humans on the other side of the river, raised their hands and feet. They hit the 2 partners, and immediately fell into a frenzy state. The mace and axe in their hands have already flown out, and there is no weapon to take advantage of. The 2 guys jumped into the river madly, wanting to swim over and kill Xiao Feng. Obviously, in their subconsciousness, Xiao Feng is their biggest threat right now. At this moment, 2 wounded elves, suddenly violent, one of them rushed out and hugged the legs of one of the orcs, while the other swung the dagger in his hand, and a sword plunged into the pig's head. Neck. These pigheads are obviously the kind of Icurias. They only look at Xiao Feng in front of them, but forget the other 2 elves next to them. At this time, they paid the tuition for their Icurias, but the cost of the tuition is a bit high. Another pig-headed man swam into the middle of the river and suddenly sank down. Then Xiao Feng saw that the native who jumped into the river before suddenly appeared on the pig-headed man's back, strangling the opponent's neck desperately. Press vigorously under the water. This pig-headed man relied on brute force on the land, and may still be a good hand, but in the water, he was not as flexible as the native. After several struggles, he still failed to beat the proficient in water. After several ups and downs, finally, the belly was facing upwards to show the surface of the water, and then he didn't move. Seeing that the 4 pigheads were solved in this way, and all the dangers in front of him were resolved, Xiao Feng felt the pain in his chest. He lowered his head and looked at his chest, and he was hit by the axe that had just flown. The smash fell into a hollow, and immediately the boundless fear surged into my heart, and after that, my chest was sweet, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Damn it, it's over. It seems that I'm going to explain this to you today. I didn't expect that my protagonist hasn't enjoyed the protagonist's welfare yet, and this novice village will hang up without going out. If you let other traversing seniors know, I'm afraid they will laugh out big teeth. The last thought in Xiao Feng's mind is that he may be the saddest traversing group in history. There is no one. His eyes were dark, and he slowly fell to the ground. The native who just killed the pighead in the water quickly swam ashore and came to Xiao Feng's side. He looked at Xiao Feng, who was unconscious and out of breath, and then turned to face the 2 people on the other side. Fairy, squeaky wow, I don't know what I shouted. Then the 2 elves quickly swam to the other side and came to Xiao Feng's side, Looking at Xiao Feng, whose face was like gold paper and exhaling like silk, the two elves argued for a while, and then one of them looked handsome. With a somewhat weak female elf, she took out a green bag made of unknown material from her arms, took out a yellow transparent stone from it, and pressed it on Xiao Feng's forehead. That stone is somewhat similar to the amber on the earth. It is yellow and transparent and has very good transparency, but in the middle of this amber is wrapped a chilling creature, with yellow and black patterns and shapes. It is somewhat similar to bees on the earth, except that they are much larger in size than bees. The originally pale female elf was chanting a spell in her mouth. Suddenly the expression on her face became holy, and her body seemed to start to glow, and then the yellow stone actually began to gradually melt, and then penetrated into Xiao Feng's skin. And with the deepening of the yellow amber liquid, Xiao Feng, who was originally angry with hair, gradually turned ruddy, and the originally collapsed chest gradually recovered, and his aura was much stronger than before. When the piece of yellow amber melted and penetrated into Xiao Feng's forehead, the female elf also ended the spell, her face pale and weakened, and she fell to Xiao Feng's side. When Xiao Feng opened his eyes, he saw a big, furry face. Xiao Feng's first reaction was to raise his fist and punched the opponent. Fortunately, the guy reacted fast enough and he tilted his head back. He escaped Xiao Feng's punch, but he was not angry. Instead, he showed an ugly smile and shouted, "He is awake. He is awake." Okay. I could actually understand what this guy said. This was Xiao Feng's first thought, and then his second thought was that Lao Tzu was not dead. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng sat up. Thinking about my chest that was smashed by the axe that the pig head flew over, I quickly lowered my head and pulled off the jacket of my upper body. I didn't even see the collapsed breastbone. I was actually healed. Could it be that I had hallucinations before? That's impossible. The intense pain before the coma, the blood vomited, and the contaminated jacket, all reminded Xiao Feng that the previous thing was not a dream. I don't really understand what happened before. Xiao Feng raised his head and looked into the distance, only to see two elves sitting in front of the distant fire. By this time the sky was already dark, and the bearded native, in front of the two elves, they were dancing and talking, pointing at him from time to time as they spoke. Xiao Feng got up and walked over there, then sat down in front of the fire. "How are you?" The question was the male elf, who was very handsome, with white blonde hair combed in a neat bun. This appearance reminded Xiao Feng of the wizard Archer in The Lord of the Rings. This picture looks very attractive to him. That world is definitely the little brother who can cause a sensation among girls. The other female elf made him even more shocked. She was really too beautiful, with a somewhat sickly pale skin, exquisite facial features, and the same golden wide long hair, and her whole body was full of foreign land. Amorous feelings. If it weren't for the current situation, Xiao Feng couldn't help but want to tease this young lady who can make a man unable to control himself. "Yes, I'm fine, thank you. I don't know how good I am. It is estimated that these three people saved me. I don't know what methods were used, but as long as they are still alive." In this primitive and uncivilized world, he suffered such a serious internal injury. Although Xiao Feng is not a doctor, he was also influenced by countless medical dramas in his world. His chest collapsed and he vomited blood. Even in his world, he couldn't get it. If treated in time, it is also the result of the dog. But such a serious injury was so miraculously healed, and it was so fast. Presumably these people used some methods that he can't understand now. But since they don't explain, he is not in a hurry to ask. As for being able to understand the other person's language, it's not surprising that even such a serious injury can be cured. And being able to understand the other person's words is not so difficult. It must also be the other party's magical method. Anyway, even this kind of thing happened, then even in strange things, Xiao Feng will not be too surprised. Now what he cares most is exactly where he is. What kind of world is it? And what is going on with these people in front of you? Who are these people? Why are they hunting you down? Next to the fire were the corpses of 4 pig heads. After the female elves looked at Xiao Feng for a few moments, she began to search for these corpses. Her behavior made Xiao Feng feel uncomfortable. Greatly comfortable. We are from the secret forest. These half-orcs found our tribe about a month ago. The male elves didn't hide anything. They told Xiao Feng about the situation. It turned out that they were an elven tribe living in a deep forest called the Secret Realm behind the mountains in the northern plain. More than a month ago, these half-orcs found their tribe and began the expedition. The unsuspecting tribe of elves was quickly beaten up by organized half-orcs. His name was Bloom, and the female elves were called Biolides. They escaped from the tribe, and they were caught by them. Pighead soldiers hunted down all the way. As for this native, it was a hapless one they met on the way. According to this guy, he lived in a native tribe south of the secret deep forest. About half a year ago, his tribe was also attacked by half-orcs. He also escaped from the tribe, wandering in the forest for more than half a year, until later met Bloom and the others who were also fleeing, and then the 3 of them went together to avoid being chased by the orcs. But he did not expect to meet him on the mountain pass today. The Pighead patrol team then ran all the way, and finally the battle that took place by the river. What about you? Who are you? Where are you from? Bloom introduced their situation, and then began to ask Xiao Feng. My name is Xiao Feng. I am a hunter. Xiao Feng really didn't know how to explain his origin, so he could only answer briefly. Just when Xiao Feng felt embarrassed, the female elf next to him suddenly exclaimed, and then Xiao Feng glanced over, and saw the female elf standing beside a pig-headed corpse with tears in her hands, holding a beautiful ring. Chapter 5 Road to Wealth. Is it the space ring of Elder Kaiyan? Bloom came to the female elf Biolides, looked at the green ring made of unknown material in her hand and asked. The female elf nodded silently with tears on her face. The ring was found from a leather bag on the pig-headed man in front of him. It was obviously a trophy obtained by the pig-headed warrior in the elven tribe. Bloom's mood also became heavier. For a while, he didn't know how to comfort the female elves. He looked at Xiao Feng and the natives who were standing next to them in confusion, and explained to them. Elder Kaiyan is the chief elder of the tribe and the father of Biolides. This ring is a token of their family. Xiao Feng and the natives probably understood why the female elf was so sad. At this moment, the female elf wiped away the tears on her face. Her expression became firm, and then raised their hands and handed the ring to Xiao Feng. Give it to you, stranger. Thank you for helping us before. Xiao Feng is stunned. What do you mean? Give me this ring. Bloom next to him nodded and motioned to Xiao Feng to accept the ring. Xiao Feng didn't say anything. He accepted the ring directly from the female elf. There is no hypocritical manner. Why did Lao Tzu come to this world? Isn't it just to make a fortune? Before, in order to save these 3 people, I almost took all my lives. At this time, I should charge a fee. This ring looks green, and I don't know what material it is made of. Xiao Feng rubbed it. It should be. It is a kind of unknown gemstone. It is a relief sculpture of Shanghai carved trees and flowers. The craftsmanship is very good, it looks very simple, and it feels worthwhile. Thinking of this, he took the ring to his right hand happily. And suddenly there was a space in his mind. The space was huge. That kind of consciousness felt very strange. It seemed that he was suddenly in an empty space, even for him. There is also a feeling of blood connection with this space. His mind was muttering silently, and then his mind returned to the world in front of him. Looking at the elves and natives in front of him, Bloom spoiled him and smiled. You have a very good understanding. You have sensed the space so quickly. It seems that it born to belong to you. Anyway, he has accepted the journey to a primitive world full of half-orcs, elves and natives. Xiao Feng is not shocked by the appearance of a spatial ring. Anyway, this routine was used in the autobiography of the predecessors. I've seen it all before, and if it didn't, it would be a ghost. Of course, when he thinks of the advantages of this spatial ring, he still can't help being excited. What's so special, even if he never comes to this world again in the future, as long as the function of the ring is still the, Lao Tzu will be able to become famous by himself, participate in various magic contests, you will be able to win countless awards, and then we will have a live broadcast on the internet, hee hee. Will the young ladies still rush for themselves? Think about it. I also tried live broadcasting for the sake of a mixed life, but after more than a year, there are only a few fans, and Xiao Feng's heart is full of resentment. This is all right. Life seems to have a head start. Looking at the hastily wrapped wounds on the natives and elves, Xiao Feng felt a little ashamed. He saved his life and gave him such a gift. It seemed that he should give something back. When he came to this world, in order to deal with various accidents, he prepared a lot of first aid kits. At this time, he quickly took it out and treated the wounds for the natives and elves. First dealt with the wounds of the natives. This guy has a big life, but there are some bruises on his arms and thighs, and the alcohol washes them off. What hurts the natives is screaming, but under the coaxing of Xiao Feng's snickers, this guy still persisted. Compared with the pain, obviously Snickers' anesthesia effect was quite good. Then began to treat the wounds to the elf. The female elf understood what he meant, but she still seemed a little bit twisted. Of course, Xiao Feng would not let her know that she clearly wanted to take advantage. Although the world's civilization seems to be underdeveloped, does the source of nutrition for the people here still seem to be very sufficient? GT, look at the figure of this female elf, it really is. Well, it seems that the bodies of these elves are not much different from those of human beings. It seems that only the ears can see the difference in appearance. As for other female characteristics, they seem to be more prominent than humans. Xiao Feng treated the wounds to the female elves, while sighing, in order to verify the differences between humans and elves, and become the first person to be the first person to explore what kind of dedication is needed. Well, Lao Tzu is really great. Although the female elf feels a little uncomfortable about Xiao Feng's touch of her sensitive parts several times, she can't help but feel ashamed when she sees Xiao Feng, who is full of respectful faces. What are you thinking about? I'm treating your wound. Don't think about it. Xiao Feng reluctantly withdrew his hand from the female elf, and then began to deal with Bloom's injuries. Bloom's injuries were the most serious among the others. There was a long wound on his leg, although he didn't hurt him. Important blood vessels and nerves, but the wound is very long and deep. Just a simple dressing, and the wound has been soaked in river water. It has begun to curl and white. It seems that inflammation is inevitable. The human beings in this world obviously have no common sense of modern health care. However, Xiao Feng could not help sighing that Bloom's nerves were thick. When this guy talked to himself and comforted by Euides, although there were some obstacles in his movement, he couldn't see the pain at all. This guy is really can bear it. Although I haven't learned how to sew wounds professionally, before coming to this world, Xiao Feng learned how to deal with such open wounds simply from online videos in order to deal with such risks. Although his stitching is not very good looking, he finally closed the wound, and Bloom, who was biting the stick, was already pale with pain and was in cold sweat. I took out a few tablets of ibuprofen and didn't care about the dosage. He even took a lot of anti-inflammatory drugs and gave it to this guy. Finally, I disinfected with iodine, and then used the US military special dressing large OK bandage from the internet to bandage the wound. Although I also know that this OK bandage is a copycat, it is better than exposing the wound to the air. That night, Bloom really started to have a fever and sweat. Xiao Feng increased the amount of antibiotics he took while cooling him physically. I don't know if the bacteria in this world are not resistant to antibiotics, or because these guys are physically present. Intrepid. By the next morning, the elf's burning actually subsided, and people began to regain their spirits. Xiao Feng took out the bison that he hunted yesterday and started cooking beef soup. The injured man recovered from a serious illness, just when he was in urgent need of nourishment. and the native yelled for joy when he saw the beef he took out. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared into the reeds by the river. The behavior of this guy made Xiao Feng very inexplicable. But after waiting for 10 minutes, this guy came back, holding a large handful of unknown mushroom-like fungi in his hand. Xiao Feng has seen such mushrooms many times in this world before, but he doesn't know if it is poisonous. So I didn't dare to try. But looking at the appearance of this native, there should be no poison. The native took the mushrooms and threw them into the soup pot. Xiao Feng quickly stopped him and asked him to take the mushrooms to the river and wash them before throwing them in the pot. As a result, this mushroom quickly made Xiao Feng crazy. You must know that he came from the modern world, but he brought a lot of condiments. He didn't get tired of the beef here, and he changed the method of cooking every time. Beef. But today was such a simple mushroom beef soup, but he was stupid. Because of the previous battle with the orcs, the small bag of condiments he brought with him, he didn't know where he left it, so today it can only be dealt with the clear soup of beef stew with mushrooms. I thought that without the condiments, the soup and meat would be very boring, but I didn't expect that the delicious fragrance from you reading www.uyukatsu.com almost didn't make Xiao Feng bit his tongue. He was not in modern times a glutton, but also a food lover. Although I haven't eaten too high-end meals, I have been to a lot of high-end restaurants. Some are made under the name of well-known chefs, although they are delicious, but in his memory, those flavors are far less than the simple mushroom beef soup in front of him. The elves also ate a lot, and they seemed to be very satisfied with the taste of the soup and meat. For the next few meals, Xiao Feng used the local people to change the way to cook. He tried to use mushroom slices to fry beef, or roast the mushrooms dry, grind them into powder, and sprinkle them on the roast beef above, or use mushroom powder to marinate the beef, and then fry the steak. No matter what the method is, the finished product will always ensure the fresh and smooth taste and texture, which has never disappointed Xiao Feng. Now he feels like he has found a golden avenue to make a fortune. With this mushroom and the countless bison on the grassland, what would happen if he opened a restaurant in the modern world? Then those who still don't make money fly. He also considered before hunting cattle from this world, and then going back to open a restaurant by himself, but considering the restaurant business, the chef's skill is the key. He gave up after considering his deflated wallet. You have to wait until you have enough primitive accumulation before you can consider this matter, but now with this magical mushroom powder, it seems that opening a restaurant has become simple. With such a magical condiment, even if you find a mediocre chef with average skills, you can make delicious meals. When the time comes, coupled with economical gimmicks, are you afraid that the restaurant will not be popular and you will not make money? The more Xiao Feng thinks about it, the more he feels that this plan is feasible. But before implementing it, he still needs to make other preparations. Chapter 6 Find a home business. For example, to open a restaurant now, all costs must be considered. Although he does not spend money on beef, the biggest cost of opening a restaurant now is rent. The madness of the domestic real estate market in the past few years has led to the fact that the rental prices of shops are often outrageously high. Coupled with the impact of the rapid development of e-commerce, you want to open a restaurant in a first and second tier city. If you don't have any capital, you really just can't do it. Moreover, while having capital, the characteristics and taste of the hotel are also the key. If you want to make the hotel business hot, these three are indispensable. Now, Xiao Feng has no shortage of characteristics and tastes, but the capital is Xiao Feng, the most scarce. When he was floating in the capital before, he had several high school and university classmates who had started their own business. They chose food and beverages. But after busying for a while, he finally found that all the hard work was I was working for the landlord, and then I stopped working. So Xiao Feng knows where the biggest pain point in running a restaurant is. Although e-commerce is now developed and the food delivery industry is booming, opening a food delivery store does not require a large storefront or even a dedicated storefront. The profit is too thin, unless you can cook the food yourself. otherwise there is no profit at all. And for Xiao Feng to work from start to night, it will not be able to consume that time. So even if he now has expertise in both characteristics and taste, he still needs a certain amount of capital accumulation to dare to open a restaurant by himself. After all, he does not want to work hard, but in the end all the money goes into the landlord's pocket. So if he wants to open a restaurant, he must buy his own house to open it. Although Binxing is a second-line crane-end city, it is expensive to own a store without a facade in a suitable location. If the area is large enough, 7 or 8 million is the most basic, or even better. Lots. Shops with more than 10 million are also everywhere. It seems that we still need to work hard. Looking at the buffaloes on the grassland in the distance, Xiao Feng does not feel desperate. He can get 20 to 30 heads in a few days, and it will be 200,000 or 300,000 when he goes back. In less than a year, you will be able to realize your dream of opening your own restaurant. By that time, you will be able to make money faster. It's better than doing it now, offering meat to Lao Jiang and letting him make a big head in vain. Left enough rations for the elves and the natives, and then left the tents and some daily necessities he used for them. Xiao Feng found a chance and returned to modern times. There are more than 20,000 catties of beef waiting to be processed at home. I will not go back again. The winter is over and the ice in the cellar has melted. If the beef has deteriorated, then I have no place to cry. Hey, brother, recently your relatives have killed a lot of cows. It's okay, my brother told you, even if you let them kill, no matter how much meat, my brother can help you digest it. You can check the information. The money for the second time has been transferred to you, huh? But be careful. It's the Chinese New Year right away. Don't make too much money. Pay attention to the long flow. Only by doing business in the long run. Old Jiang laughed and looked at Xiao Feng and said, this guy has given him beef several times recently, and the price is still the same as before. His backhand is twice as much profit. How can he be unhappy? Xiao Feng is about to become his cash machine, so take care of him by the way. After all, more than 20,000 catties of beef can take hundreds of cows to come out. How big is the gang behind this guy? What? Can steal so many cows? Chinese New Year is about to come, so don't have any trouble. It will involve Lao Tzu. The New Year is approaching, there are many people buying beef, and the demand in major restaurants is also very large. The supply here is sufficient, and the quality is good. Although there is no quality inspection certificate, for many restaurants, as long as the quality of your meat is guaranteed and the supply is sufficient, and they don't care where you get the meat from. But Lao Jiang didn't want to be called by the police. He also wanted to have a good year, so he just mentioned it to Xiao Feng. How could Xiao Feng couldn't hear what this guy meant? Don't worry, brother Jiang, we will pay attention. He was too lazy to explain to this old Jiang. After checking his mobile phone, more than 270,000 yuan had already arrived in his account, and he left his freezer with Jiang farewell and was about to go to the second-hand car market to get a pickup truck. Only with the car can he improve his hunting efficiency, and the efficiency improvement can make more money, and he also plans to expand more channels. It seems that Lao Zhang's side is basically saturated, and this grandson is too dark. The price is too low, and Xiao Feng feels a little unwilling to count. As a result, he came out of the freezer behind the market and turned a corner. Before he could stop the car on the side of the street, a Highlander slowly drove along the street and stopped beside him. It lowered to reveal a fat smiling face that looked very festive. Hey, dude, waiting for the bus? Where are you going? It's cold, or I'll take you for a ride. Xiao Feng looked at the front, back, left, and right. There is no strange person. Is this guy talking to himself? But I don't seem to know him. The buddy quickly smiled and said, that's it. I am Lao Zhang's customer and we are a long-term partner. I have seen you at his shop several times before. Didn't this happen by chance today? It's early morning, and it's not easy to take a taxi. I just came out of him. Let's go. I'll take you for a while. It's no trouble anyway. In order not to attract people's attention, Xiao Feng and Lao Jiang's trading hours are usually at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, in the frozen storage area behind the job market, where it was originally an air defense fortification built in a small mountain bag. In order to generate income, the local armed forces converted these air defense fortifications into freezers, which were leased to fruit vendors and butchers in the large market in front of them so that they could store fruits and meat. Lao Jiang rented a few freezers there, because the inventory and shipment volume were large. There was even a large meat wholesale market. Generally, restaurant owners would not go to the stalls in the previous market, but go directly to the freezer to trade with the butchers. After all, the price is much cheaper than the meat stalls in front. When this guy said that, Xiao Feng suddenly remembered that when he delivered meat to Lao Jiang a few times, he really met this fat man when he came out, but only a few times when he was about to leave. This guy just left. Come in. So there is no positive intersection. But this guy took the initiative to find himself today. It doesn't seem to be that simple, right? Come on up, brother, don't stand there. It's very cold today. Don't worry, brother is not a bad person. Can you still eat you? The fat man said with a smile. Xiao Feng's heart moved, and he guessed the fat man was close to himself, and he simply opened the door and got into the car. You haven't had breakfast yet, right? Let's go. I will take you to have breakfast. The fat man is very familiar, and Xiao Feng is not polite. Both of them briefly introduced themselves. After a while, the fat man took him to a restaurant in front of a high-end community in Shanshong district. This Shanshong district is the old downtown area of Benqing. It can be said to be one of the most elite districts of Benqing. It has always been said that the Dragon Vein of Benqing is located. In the early colonial era, those foreign colonists also liked to set up their homes in this area, so there are many old-fashioned small Western-style buildings in this area, and now there are several streets listed as cultural protection units. After the liberation, because of the beautiful environment here, many national sanatoriums were also located in this area. At that time, many of the most beautiful units in Benqing also built the family area here. Although most of the area in the whole area is hills and hills, but because of the good location, close to the city center, and the mountains here are not high, it is very suitable for the location of the mountain and the sea in Chinese Feng Shui. So many developments businesses, all choose to develop luxury residential communities here. Apart from the families of some old factories that lived here, they are the consumers of high-end real estate developed by developers in recent years. It can be said that people here have the strongest spending power in Benqing. Group of people. The place where the fat man brought Xiao Feng. You are reading www.youcansu.com is the most famous community in this area, Qingshan Yunhai. This community is built on the mountain and facing the sea. The front is a circle of commercial shops as a fence, and the back is full of high-rise buildings with 20 or 30 floors. It was just launched that year and the price was high. It was outrageous, but it was quickly sold out. The place where Fatty brought Xiao Feng was a shop located on the outskirts of the community. The name is very interesting, Sweet and Hot Shabu Roast Buffet. Yo, brother, eat this early in the morning, it won't be too greasy. Xiao Feng has basically judged that this guy has found his meaning. And this guy smiled. Hey, how can it be? Besides these, there are other things here. Let's go up and eat. The upper and lower floors of the shop are well decorated. The main feature is the popular shabu shabu and barbecue buffet style in recent years. On the second floor, the fat man hosted Xiao Feng for breakfast. The breakfast was very rich and he specially asked the chef to prepare it. Brother, you must understand. My name is Wang Guangxi. I am the owner of this hot steam big buffet. As for me, the business is okay. There are several chain stores in our city. My store, the business is still ongoing. They are all good, but the consumption of Wagyu beef is a bit large. I have been buying beef from Lao Jiang before. The guy sold me some imported beef that has been frozen for a long time. To be honest, although it is beef, but the quality is average. But the few batches he gave me recently, although the same water is not less, but the quality is still improved a lot. I am surprised that he gave me the same price for such quality meat. This black-hearted old man, could it be my conscience? Wang Guangxi said while paying attention to Xiao Feng's expression, while Xiao Feng's face remained unchanged. But he was happy in his heart. This is considered to be a door-to-door business by himself. It seems that the speed of getting rid of Lao Jiang is faster than he thought. It's coming soon. Chapter 7 When someone brought pillows when I really wanted to fall asleep. Xiao Feng really wanted to say at this moment that such a boss would give me a dozen, but he didn't dare to show a half-hearted smile on his face. Wang Guangxi saw that Xiao Feng didn't say anything. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He had been staying in front of Lao Jiang's shop for a while, just to find Xiao Feng. If Xiao Feng didn't let go today, wouldn't his previous sufferings be in vain endured? He has been cooperating with Lao Jiang for some years, and his dissatisfaction with Lao Jiang hasn't been a day or two. The guy Lao Jiang relied on his own long time to open meat stalls and monopolized market pricing for a long time. The price of beef was once set very outrageous. Obviously it is imported zombie meat from overseas. The imported price is extremely low, but it still buys it at the price of fresh beef in the market, which makes the restaurant owners complain. These restaurant owners, it's not that they haven't thought about getting goods from other channels, but the energy of this old Jiang is quite unusual, because he has a long time to make meat stalls, and almost all the regular slaughterhouses in the city, or almost all the people in charge of the meat joint factory know each other, and they have a good relationship. If the owner of a restaurant wants to bypass him and buy fresh beef from formal channels, it is not easy. Unless you have a strong relationship with the person in charge of the slaughterhouse or meat factory, or you are one of those who open high-end restaurants, the kind that comes with its own background, otherwise it would be really difficult for you to get the right beef at the right price. As for imported beef, the quality is good, and restaurants of their level are reluctant to enter it, and those zombie meat are really not available to everyone. And this old Jiang is not only bad enough, but his brain is not stupid. For example, Wang Guangxi, a restaurant owner who often cooperates with him, made a record himself. For example, if these regular customers who often take goods from him suddenly don't take goods from him for a certain period of time, or the quantity of goods taken is small, he will find someone to investigate. If he finds that the restaurant owner is taking goods from other channels, then often trick you. For example, find some gangsters to eat in your restaurant, and then say that the quality of your food is problematic, which makes your business difficult, or you secretly call the Health and Safety Supervision Department and say that you have illegal ingredients at home, etc. Anyway, what all bad things can be done. Many restaurant owners have also tried before, bypassing Lao Jiang to find new channels to buy beef, but after several setbacks, coupled with the bad things behind this old Jiang, finally found that the cost of all aspects of the purchase is not as good as Lao Jiang's purchase. So in the end, although everyone is not satisfied with this old Jiang's bullying behavior, they can only pinch their noses to recognize it. After all, everyone opened the door to do business, so they couldn't make a difference in the purchase price of a few dollars a catty, and compete with such a butcher. And this Wang Guangxi is obviously one of Lao Jiang's sufferers. He has not been dissatisfied with Lao Jiang for a year or two, but he has been struggling to find a suitable purchase channel. This Wang Guangxi used to be a chef in a 5-star hotel. He originally had only one set of skills to identify the quality of the ingredients. He also had some connections in his family. He was not afraid of messing up, and he was not afraid of the inspection by the health and safety supervisors. But it just suffers from the lack of suitable purchase channels. When the chef of a 5-star hotel used to control the ingredients strictly, he often went to the slaughterhouse and meat factory in the city, and went to the beef in person. But because of the strict control, it was regarded as the meat factory and the slaughterhouse. The person in charge has offended many times. Now he opened his own shop to do business, and then wanted to find those people to cooperate. They still refused to buy his face, so he can only hold his nose and buy from Lao Jiang. Because he has some food processing skills, his self-service grilling shop is very good. He has opened 5 or 6 branches in Benthan, and consumes a lot of meat every day, especially beef. The catering industry in Binching has always been famous for its main seafood. However, in recent years, with the influx of a large number of foreign populations and the depletion of offshore fishery resources, the cost of seafood ingredients has increased. Now the appetite of mass catering has become more and more diverse. In recent years, buffets with the main barbecue and shabu-shabu style buffets, such as deep water and hot water, have become popular. There are hundreds of large and small buffet restaurants in Benthan. The competition is very fierce. Because of the increasingly fierce competition and the thinning of profits, Wang Guangxi had to work the cost of purchases. Especially recently, he heard that the owner of the 5-star hotel where he was originally located had established a catering group. Entering the mass consumer catering industry, and the first field he entered is the self-service shabu bake industry where he is now, which makes him feel a lot of pressure. He knows the original boss very well. He has been working in a 5-star hotel for decades. He has accumulated a lot of funds and contacts, and he is also very decisive. Once he plans to enter this industry, it must be a thunderous trend, relying on the cost of capital. The advantages of purchasing channels and other aspects will definitely squeeze out a large number of self-service shabu bake shops. In order to survive, he has to figure out some characteristics. Not recently, he is planning to take advantage of his store's rising business, planning to engage in some special promotional activities to attract popularity, and the most important thing for such a promotion is to control costs. But if he has been taking the goods from Lao Jiang at the price of Lao Jiang, the result will obviously be a tragedy. So recently, Wang Guangxi has turned his hair down because of this purchase, and has been thinking about bypassing Lao Jiang. The way to purchase goods. Huang Xian did not bear the painstaking efforts. He squatted in Lao Zhang's wholesale store for half a month. It really made him discover that Xiao Feng was such a wild way. Therefore, today's deal must be one for him. Brother, don't worry, as long as you nod your head. The price is easy to negotiate. I can guarantee that the price I offer is definitely something you can't get in Lao Zhang's bastard. Wang Guangxi tentatively stated his position. As expected, when Xiao Feng on the opposite side heard him scolding Lao Jiang as a bastard, his eyebrows raised and his face was smiling. Wang Guangxi was secretly overjoyed. This step seemed to be the right move. This young man seemed to be the same. Lao Jiang didn't deal with it. Think about Lao Jiang's virtue of having to take a few breaths even when the northwest wind passes through the door of his house. This guy must have suffered a lot from trading with him, so it arouses Xiao Feng's dislike of Lao Jiang. The easier it will be to get along with him. Xiao Feng drew closer. Boss Wang, you are really good at saying this. Lao Jiang is really not very authentic in doing business. I am mainly engaged in beef business. How is your business like? How much beef can you consume every day? Seeing that the old Wang was really sincere, Xiao Feng was no longer stretched. When the old Wang let go, he was immediately ecstatic. He was not squatting in front of Lao Jiang's shop for nothing. He spent 1,000 oceans buying one of the workers who moved the goods in Lao Jiang's shop, so he still knows a rough idea about the deal between Lao Jiang and Xiao Feng. I know that Xiao Feng may be a person who has a channel to get beef, but the price given by Lao Jiang is very unusual. Brother, don't look at me. My shop is small in scale, but the business is still good. It's not a problem to consume 1,000 catties of beef every day in several shops. Recently I plan to launch some promotional activities in these shops. I estimate that in my 6 stores, there will still be a total of 500 to 1,000 kilograms of additional consumption. So if you guys cooperate, you can rest assured that you will not worry about selling. Lao Wang patted his chest and promised Xiao Feng that Xiao Feng couldn't help being taken aback. I didn't expect that Lao Wang's shop looked unremarkable, but the business was okay. The reason why Lao Wang and Xiao Feng praised such haiku is that, on the one hand, With the improvement of healthy eating awareness in recent years, the consumption of beef by Chinese people has also soared, and on the other hand, it is also related to his upcoming promotional activities. He glanced at Xiao Feng. Brother, I don't care what price Lao Jiang offers you, as long as you sell me beef. I will give you a price of 20 kilograms. Xiao Feng's heart jumped when he heard that Lao Zhang's price was only 13 yuan per catty. This Wang Quan was pleased to pay 20 per catty. Although it was still far below the market price, it was much higher than Lao Jiang. Besides, if people open restaurants, they must leave some profit margins. And the daily shipment of 15,002,000 catties, for Xiao Feng, is nothing more than the meat output of 2 alien bison. The cooperation with Lao Wang has been stable for a long time and the profit is high. Why not do it? Okay, alright. Hearing Xiao Feng's promise, Pharaoh was full of joy and continued to pursue the victory. Brother, there is also, I know you can make all fresh beef. How do you deal with the newly killed cattle and the cattle in the water? Hey there. In Xiao Feng's heart, let's not mention it. Not only did the alien cattle produce a large amount of meat, they also produced a lot of water, but he had not been able to deal with these things before. He also knew that the cattle could actually be sold for money. I've been suffering from lack of shipping channels, so Lao Jiang only makes beef, and he doesn't want the cow into the water. And this Wang Quangxi seems to be willing to come, and this time working with him is really looking for the right person. This time is really a win-win cooperation. The relatives usually take it back to eat, but if Boss Wang accepts it, of course we can also include it in the scope of the transaction. Well, you can get it. I will give you the price of 8 yuan a catty for the whole package. What do you think? Lao Wang slapped his thigh happily. The main profit point of his promotion this time is on these cows. In recent years, with the popularity of Sichuan Chongqing hot pot, cattle that no one had eaten before have begun to walk on the people's table. The most common tripe, yellow throat, and beef tongue have become high-end products on the table. A plate of only a few pairs of tripe, you can buy dozens of yuan at a hot pot restaurant, and beef tongue is even more expensive. The most important thing is the inconspicuous beef X and beef eggs. For those who have a good demand, money is not a big deal. This is also the main reason why Wang Quangxi is willing to buy Xiao Feng beef at a price of 20 per jin. Chapter 8 Hunting Team. Lao Wang is a good businessman. He bought Xiao Feng's beef for 20 per jin, which is actually not a few dollars lower than that from Lao Jiang, but what he really calculated was the beef. For him, this humble beef dumpling is the real good thing that can bring him profits. For example, many self-service shabu-shabu shops offer customers the meat for grilling shabu-shabu. The more conscientious uses synthetic meat made of beef and mutton leftovers, unscrupulously used duck meat with flavor to pretend to be beef and mutton. As for the ingredients like hairy belly, yellow throat, and Venetian leaves, they will not appear in the freezer for self-shabu bake. After all, these things can cost dozens of yuan for a plate at a professional hot pot restaurant, and cost a few dollars. A catty of things can sell a huge profit of tens of yuan a plate, which store is willing to be taken advantage of by an unlimited supply. But Lao Wang didn't think so. If he could get enough water from Xiao Feng, even if he set up a limited time or limited supply in his self-serve grilling shop, it would be a sufficient gimmick. As long as there is a gimmick, you can attract enough customers. With customers, are you afraid of not spending it? After all, there are hidden traps in many cafeterias. For example, although food is free, drinks are not free. You have to eat barbecue hot pot. You can't help but drink beer, right? Drink beer. Then how much barbecue shabu can you eat? Besides eating meat and not vegetables? What about all kinds of worthless desserts and snacks? How can I buy the best in the end? It is the business that makes money, and Lao Wang is an extremely shrewd business. Others have it, and I have it, and the quality is not bad. The most important thing is that other people don't have it. I still have it. It depends on how you fight with me. The most important thing is that if the cattle are purchased from the regular channels, they can get 12 or 3 yuan a catty, and the price he gave Xiao Feng is only 8 yuan a catty, and the cow X and cow eggs, such a baby, but they won't be sold together with ordinary dumplings. With his experience, they can be sold for a few hundred yuan per set, and they are still in short supply. Xiao Feng of course knew that the price this guy gave to cattle was very low, but he didn't object to it. Anyway, he had no channels to sell the cattle. After he took the beef, he just threw it away. Now he can sell it for money. Even if it was cheaper, it would be a waste of money for him. Of course, he would not just let old Wang take advantage of it in vain. No problem, Boss Wang, just do it at the price you said. Happy brother, you know that you are a happy person, let's cooperate happily. The heart that the old Wang has been hanging on all the time, after hearing Xiao Feng's affirmative answer, finally fell to the ground. The main profit point of his cooperation with Xiao Feng this time lies in these cattle. Even if this promotion is not effective, he will not lose money. The big deal is to transfer the beef and beef off to other businesses. Don't you see that there are many new grocery stores on the market now? A bowl of beef offal powder costs more than 10 yuan for just a few yuan. This shows the huge profits in this business. No matter what the calculation is, the old man will not lose money. Boss Wang, I not only have cattle in the water, but also a lot of cattle bones. Or you can also charge the same price as the water. Xiao Feng looked at Pharaoh with a smile and said, Pharaoh will calculate, and he is not stupid either. Anyway, he is a cow with no cost, so it is better to maximize profits. This cow is really a treasure, not just beef. Offal, cowhide can sell money, and even cow bones can also sell money. Many noodle shops and hot pot restaurants need beef bones as the base for the soup base. The market can also sell for 710 yuan per catty depending on how much meat is on the bones. He directly asks Lao Jiang for it. 8 yuan, presumably Lao Jiang would not disagree. Lao Jiang, who really took advantage of Nu Xiaoshui, did not hesitate this time. Okay. Just deal with it at this price. Anyway, he also has hot pot in his self-grilled soup. It just needs to make the soup, and the ingredients need beef bones. Instead of buying it at the market, it is better to sell Xiao Feng as a favor. With a sound of shoo, a bison fell to the ground with a cluster of arrows, and there was a strange rumbling noise in the distance, and then an iron box drove slowly from a distance. Watching the companions, Bison heard next to him, and saw the iron monster immediately disappeared. Hello! A black-haired native screamed joyfully, then jumped from the iron box behind the iron monster, and quickly came to the bison that fell to the ground with several arrows in his body, and began to open his mouth and bleed his blood. Meat. In a short while, the huge bison was already half disintegrated, and the native man was still speeding up. He quickly shaved the meat from the cow, then put it in a woven bag next to it, and then filled it with meat. Dragging his bag, threw it into the iron box behind the iron monster. The elf archer holding a pulley bow was sitting on the roof of the iron monster, wearing sunglasses and looking into the distance, and was pretending to be B, while Xiao Feng was sitting in this second-hand pickup at this time, drinking coke, was blowing air conditioning, and by the way, he had a few words with Biluides, who was carefully studying the car audio. Since reaching an agreement with Lao Wang, Xiao Feng went back and bought a second-hand pickup truck and brought it to another world. Then he fully mobilized the initiative of 2 elves and a native, and began to take the 3 of them in this empty space. A game of hunting was played in the wilderness. Before Xiao Feng was alone, he had to use the same methods that the Gokiao people used to hunt bison on the pampas. But when he formed a hunting team with 2 elves and a native, his job became a lot easier. The elves themselves are sharpshooters, especially the male elves Bloom. Xiao Feng once doubted whether the sharpshooter in The Lord of the Rings was based on this guy. Although this guy's archery skills are hard to say where to play, but basically it can also be inseparable. Even the female elf Biridis' archery skills are much more reliable than Xiao Feng's ineffective crossbow. There is also the unremarkable native. Based on the impression that he has seen Robinson Crusoe, Xiao Feng also named this native a Friday. This guy is quite happy. But it was this humble Friday that was more reliable than Xiao Feng in terms of hunting skills. After contacting them for a period of time, Xiao Feng discovered that this Friday was a very good way of tracking and designing traps in the field. Hardened the spearhead and the wooden spear can hunt a bison alone. It can be seen that he was a very good hunter in his own tribe, and this guy also has very good experience in wild survival, and he can completely live with him in modern times. I've seen that Master of Survival in the Wild compares favorably with Master B. The most important thing is that this guy is a perfect butcher. Xiao Feng used to do the job of slaughtering cattle and meat. That was not easy. This guy did a tricky job. It would take Xiao Feng half a day to deal with a cow, and this guy has to in less than an hour. A bison can be cleaned up, and it won't waste a single bit. And even the internal organs can be cleaned up for you. So after forming a hunting team with them, Xiao Feng's work efficiency has improved in a straight line. The content of his daily work is that Xiao Feng drove his car far and close to the buffalo herd, and then the two elves took turns to release arrows and shoot the buffalo. Finally, Friday rush up, kill the cattle to get the meat, deboning and processing the internal organs. In one day, with the cooperation of these three local people, Xiao Feng can easily hunt 4 cows. This is a far cry from hunting efficiency when he was alone. In the past, he wanted to get closer to the bison alone, and to prevent the bison from attacking, he chose a suitable ambush spot. After hunting a cow, he would also quickly peel and get the meat. Often he would be able to go to a cow in a day, and now his efficiency is 4 times higher than before. Of course, Xiao Feng also paid a certain price for wanting these 3 local people to work with him. For example, the 2 pulley bows for these 2 elves cost him more than 6,000 oceans. Although in modern times, you are reading www. The 2 bows of uukanzu.com are not high-quality goods at all. But when they get this world, the 2 elves are very happy with such gifts. These 2 bows are really amazing for them. It does not require much strength, which means they can shoot more arrows without increasing their strength. Even better is the sighting device on the bow and arrow. To Xiao Feng, these sighting devices are the simplest primary sighting devices, but to the 2 elves, they can be said to be even more powerful. And it's even simpler to buy things for Friday. 2 sets of camouflage uniforms from labor insurance stores, plus 2 pairs of cheapest Jiafang shoes, made this guy's beautiful nose bubbling. From a young age, he can only rely on tree bark to hide his shame, and in winter, he can only rely on fishy animal skins to keep warm. When do you wear such comfortable clothing? And that modern people simply look down on them and hate to wear Jiafang shoes that can smell bad. For this native Friday, it is simply luxurious equipment that is not extravagant. When he received these 2 pairs of shoes, he was on the spot. He knelt down to Xiao Feng. He held Xiao Feng's thigh as if he had found his father, and his nose wiped Xiao Feng's trouser legs. Later, Xiao Feng was dumbfounded to know that this guy's tribe, even the most distinguished elders, did not have a pair of decent shoes. 99% of the people walked barefoot. It's packed, let's go. On Friday, he quickly threw the last bag of beef into the back of the pickup truck, and then jumped into the car. Xiao Feng threw him a bottle of Coke. On Friday, he happily took the Coke and opened the ring to take a sip. Then he raised his head contentedly, and installed a cool wizard on the roof of the car, and couldn't help but glance at him contemptuously. Xiao Feng jerked the steering wheel and continued to the next hunting spot. Chapter 9 Alien Continent apostrophe. The fragrant butter dripped on the charcoal fire below, splashing bursts of sparks. On Fridays, the grate was constantly and skillfully turned, so that the beef in the middle could be evenly heated, and at the same time, some mushrooms were constantly pinched out of the small pot next to it. The powder was evenly sprinkled on the thick steak, and the air was filled with the aroma of roast beef. The hot charcoal grilled his face flushed. This guy picked up the Coke next to him from time to time to take a bite, and then continued to barbecue with his face full of satisfaction. It looks like the local barbecue hawker that Xiao Feng saw in the modern world. In the distance, Xiao Feng drank cold beer comfortably, while waiting for Friday's barbecue while chatting with two elves. He had been in contact with these three natives for a while, and he might have saved them when they first met. For this reason, the relationship between them quickly got closer. Especially Xiao Feng disappeared from time to time for a day or two. After returning, he always brought them some unimaginable good things, such as the tents they slept in the wild, and the outdoor clothing and shoes that Xiao Feng bought for them to keep warm. What satisfied the two elves the most was the pulley bow that Xiao Feng brought them. The bowstring supported by the two wheels can save them half of the working effort compared to the original. Moreover, the bowstring and bow body are made of no known material. The bowstring is strong and light, the bowstring is durable, and it is not afraid of rain. There is no need to worry about rapid aging caused by changes in cold and heat, which makes the two elves very satisfied. The super strength bowstring also has unimaginable elasticity, which is at least a third longer than the range of the bow and arrow they used before. Coupled with the ingenious sight design, their combat effectiveness is geometrically doubled. Whether the range or accuracy is better than before, I don't know how many times. As they are accustomed to using bows and arrows as their main weapons, these two bows and arrows are worth a lot of gold. Coupled with the alloy knives brought by Xiao Feng, the two feel a lot more confident in their protection capabilities than before. Although the elves lived in the forest in the past, they are not completely in contact with humans. As far as they know, they are such bows and arrows. If you get the human society in this world, they are definitely worth $1,000. I even mentioned to Xiao Feng that if all their elven tribes were equipped with such bows and arrows, they would be absolutely confident that they would be able to withstand the invasion of half-orcs. During this period of time, the exchanges with these three natives also gave Xiao Feng a general understanding of the world he is in. The continent where they are located is called the Methodox continent according to the elves, and their location is in the middle of the continent, a corner in the north. But the elves live in the forest most of the time, and they don't know much about the outside world, and what the natives knew on Friday made Xiao Feng even more disappointed. The tribe where this guy originally belonged is in the southern corner of the secret forest. Their tribe is not big. There are about 1,000 people. According to Friday's description, Xiao Feng understands his tribe, it should be an uncivilized primitive tribe, has just entered the primary stage of slave society. There are thousands of these tribes, large and small, living around their territory, and to the south of the tribe group is a human kingdom with a primary civilization, called the Talon Empire. According to Friday's description, the relationship between them and the Talon Empire is very delicate. Sometimes the two sides will open markets and trade with each other, and sometimes they will conquer each other. For example, the Talon Empire often sends troops to the Turks' territories to collect taxes, capture slaves. Once such a war occurs, the native tribes, large and small, will unite and fight with the Talon Empire's army. The two sides will win each other. Anyway, for hundreds of years, the two sides have maintained a kind of ingenuity, balanced state. But this balance was broken until more than a year ago, when half-orcs crossed the deep forest and began to invade the territories of the native tribes and the Talon Empire. According to the description of Friday and the elves, the half-orcs have always lived in the northern part of the secret forest, near the boundary of the cold region. Their lifestyle is more similar to that of the native tribes, and because of the different races, they also have conquests inside each other. There have been constant wars, but it has never posed a big threat to mankind. This situation changed until a few years ago. The half-orcs did not know how to form a tribal alliance, and then began a large-scale invasion of the south. The elven tribe living in the secret forest and the native tribe in the southern part of the secret forest were the first to suffer. Facing the brave and organized army of half-orcs, their tribe was defeated and quickly fell into a situation of group annihilation. I heard that the half-orcs army has basically unified the secret forest and began to invade the southern human empire. and their current location is the location of a peninsula extending to the south from the Midland Bridge connecting the mainland of Methodos and the mainland of Sansokso to the east. The shape of this peninsula is a bit similar to that of India on Earth, but the area is much smaller. Xiao Feng has not yet been able to measure how big it is. According to Xiao Feng's judgment, the peninsula is a bit close to the upper part of the northern hemisphere of the planet and belongs to China. At high latitudes, the climate is very good, with 4 distinct seasons. According to the elves and natives, this is a land of no owner, because entering the peninsula has to pass through the secret forest on the land bridge to the north, and also to cross the chain of the secret forest to the south. The whole peninsula is not connected to the land bridge. The mountains and the roads are difficult and dangerous. In terms of the road conditions of this era and the personal survival ability in the wild, it is too difficult to walk, so here is such a state of inaccessibility. Hearing this, Xiao Feng felt a lot of peace in his heart. He was not very interested in things like the orcs invading and launching wars. He was only interested in the buffalo herd on this large plain. These buffaloes meant wealth. It means that his way of turning over in the modern world. As for the war between half-orcs, humans and elves, he doesn't care, and he doesn't bother to care about it. It's baked, eat it quickly. At this time on Friday, he ran towards Xiao Feng with a grilled meat steak. Although this guy came from the native tribe, he had a lot of foresight. He knew who he should please. Xiao Feng was his new thigh, not only because Xiao Feng can bring out a lot of new and delicious things, but more importantly, the new things Xiao Feng brought out, such as those strong bows and crossbows, as well as those chilling swords, are better than those he used in the tribe. Those broken copper and iron are much stronger. There is also that strange iron box. He can walk without a cow or horse. He has been pestering Xiao Feng to play with that iron box these days. Looking at the fawning Friday in front of him, Xiao Feng felt a little bit ridiculous and took a bite of the steak. Well, it tasted really good. First of all, the quality of this beef is good, tender and juicy, and soft in the mouth. Xiao Feng has eaten Australian Wagyu several times before. The taste of this beef is comparable to that of good Australian Wagyu. Coupled with the mushroom powder seasoning, the taste is really indescribable. This makes the black pepper, chili powder and other seasonings he brought from the modern world is useless at all. Just add a little mushroom powder and salt, a piece of grilled steak that tastes so delicious that it is indescribable. The craftsmanship of barbecue this Friday is very good, and the heat control is quite good. The meat is not dry and burnt, fresh and juicy. Compared with the masters of steak grilling in Western restaurants in the modern world, it is no different. Xiao Feng ate a large steak with 3 bites of beer. The 2 elves next to him were unhappy. They were not very interested in beer, but the juice Xiao Feng brought was more appetizing for them. I finished my own steak early on Friday, and then looked at Xiao Feng eagerly. Xiao Feng smiled and took out the car key and threw it on Friday. Don't drive into the ditch. I took the key on Friday, and happily went to play with that funny big toy. After a while, the old pickup truck was spraying black smoke. You reading www.uukanzu.com went crazy in the wilderness. This Friday is very talented for driving. Although I don't understand the speedometer, the sense of direction and distance is still very good. The car drives fast and can effectively avoid the obstacles in front. If in the modern world, with his talent can be considered as a racer to dry. At night, several people all entered the tent assigned to them by Xiao Feng to rest, while Xiao Feng sat in front of the fire and thought about his future development direction. During this period of time, with the cooperation of the local trio, his hunting speed was very fast, and he was able to kill 2 or 3 cows basically every day. This was because he deliberately controlled the speed. As for Lao Wang, who got on the line with him in Hyundai, his business has been booming recently. With the cheap beef and beef offal provided by him, this guy's several self-service shabu-shabu shops are booming, and he puts a lot of money on the high end. The ingredients have always attracted enough of his shop, and their dinners full of surprises also made him stand out among the competitors. In just over a dozen days of work, Xiao Feng has provided him with beef 5 or 6 times, each with a transaction volume of 3 to 4,000 catties. Xiao Feng judges that this guy's several chain stores can consume about 2,000 catties of beef per day, which brought huge profits to this old king. Even he has earned hundreds of thousands of dollars. But this is not a long-term solution after all. Providing such low-priced meat for a long time will hardly not attract the attention of others. The most important thing is that the bulk of the profits have all fallen into this. Lao Wang's pocket is not in line with Xiao Feng's wishes. His idea of opening a restaurant on his own is getting stronger and stronger, especially recently, in the modern world. He uses various techniques such as frying, cooking and frying to concoct the dishes of the world. With the magical seasoning of mushroom powder, his confidence has soared after his great success. Chapter 10 Planning Xiao Feng's own level of cooking. He certainly knows. He has been in the capital for many years. He often cooks and eats by himself, but his level has always been the same. At best, he is a level that can be eaten. But after using mushroom powder as a seasoning for cooking, he can actually make delicious meals. He can even feel it. The taste of his meals is not much worse than that of chefs in ordinary restaurants. If a professional person uses this seasoning, he can hardly imagine how delicious a meal he can make. This is also the main reason why he is more determined to open his own restaurant. In the past, he worked in the foreign trade industry in Beijing for a period of time. And what he did was import and export ingredients at home and abroad, specifically for those restaurants. At that time, he was responsible for meeting a few customers who opened restaurants in Beijing. Those people did not invite him to dinner. From the banquet, he could understand how profitable the restaurant industry was. Generally, it was half-opening profits. It's because your restaurant has a good reputation and is operating normally. Now he himself has access to other worlds, can obtain abundant raw materials, and magical nirvanas such as mushroom powder. He thinks that if he opens a restaurant, the taste will definitely be no problem, and he will definitely win the public's reputation. Once he has a reputation, I'm not afraid of no customers. But if you want to run a restaurant, if you want to get high profits, you can not just taste good, but also have more guests. After all, the first thing to consider when doing a variety of businesses is the issue of cost. And now many restaurant practitioners are facing the biggest problem. Cost is the expense of rent. The location of a restaurant is very particular. It must be opened in a place with a large flow of people and strong consumption capacity. The rent in such a place is generally not cheap. So many restaurants seem to be busy and run well, but they are often dry. 1 year, after the end of the settlement, most of them are working for the landlord. Another problem is labor. In fact, it is mainly the salary of the chef. If a restaurant wants to run well, it must be distinctive. To put it bluntly, the taste must be outstanding. This is reflected in the chef's ability. And a good chef's salary a month is not rare, starting at more than 10,000 yuan. If you are unwilling to pay such a salary, then you can only open a popular restaurant. And with this magical mushroom powder to help out, Xiao Feng is not worried about the taste of his restaurant. He just needs to find a similar chef. But what he worries about is that this mushroom powder is his unique secret recipe after all. How to control the secret of mushroom powder not to leak out. After all, he is not a professional chef, nor can he stare at the back kitchen every day, so any secret of keeping this mushroom powder becomes a problem. In addition, these chefs have to steal the ingredients. Basically, every big restaurant will encounter this problem more or less, that is, the chef's hands and feet in the ingredients. The average restaurant chooses to turn a blind eye. But Xiao Feng, this one is not sloppy. And if his restaurant is really famous in the future, it is inevitable that competitors will come to find out the reasons. Those competitors will definitely be able to do things like paying for the chef. So how to keep it secret is also the key. It is necessary to consider what kind of restaurant is suitable. If it is an ordinary public restaurant, it is crowded and difficult to control. In addition, The source of the beef is not easy to explain, and it is not conducive to future expansion. But if you open a fast food chain, this can solve a lot of problems. First of all, the chef does not need to be a good master, as long as it is ordinary, even a junior chef. The second thing is that the supply of beef can be standardized and standard supply at that time. As long as you are a leather bag supplier outside, you will not easily expose the flaws, and this mushroom powder can also be made into a fixed seasoning package. It is also more convenient and confidential to supply in the form of special supply. The most important thing is to expand and expand in the future. Once the reputation of fast food is established, then he can join in the nationwide investment promotion. Then he only needs to be a supplier in the back. For him, he will keep the mushroom powder and beef supply. The secret: this choice is simply appropriate. When it becomes bigger and stronger in the future, you can also consider opening a special condiment company with a big killer like mushroom powder. Maybe his future condiment company can be made into the scale of a listed company. No matter how bad it is, you can become a well-known brand like a big godmother. When someone asks you to come to the market, they will directly say to those venture capitalists that I don't want money, so I won't go to the market to cheat money. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng felt very happy in his heart, but when he thought of the problem of the hotel venue that had to be solved first, he felt a little big head. In the past 10 days, he has traded with Lao Wang 5 or 6 times, even selling beef and offal to Lao Wang, making a total of more than 300,000 yuan. Previously, he made more than 200,000 yuan from a Lao Jiang, a total of 50 million. But later I spent more than 100,000 to buy a second-hand pickup truck, plus some bow and arrow weapons, clothing, daily necessities and other equipment for the 3 local indigenous people, and I spent tens of thousands of them now. There are about 400,000 left. This is going to be put aside more than 2 months ago. With such an average monthly profit rate of 200,000. He can definitely make him crazy, and the rhythm of an annual salary of 2 million. But now considering that he wants to open a restaurant by himself, and does not plan to work for the landlord, he plans to buy a facade house by himself, so he feels a headache. The economic environment of Bincheng has not been very good in recent years. In the second-tier cities, the housing prices are not comparable to those of the top-tier second-tier cities, but they are not cheap, especially for a facade house with a large enough area and a good enough location. The basic starting point must be 5 million upwards. With his current rate of making money, I am afraid that he will have to work for at least 1 year before he can afford a suitable facade down payment for the room. When he thinks of this, Xiao Feng feels a little worried. It seems that he will have to develop more customer sources when he goes back. It is probably not enough for a customer like Pharaoh, but to develop customer sources, you still have to be more cautious. After all, he buys beef that hasn't gone through the procedures. Although the quality is absolutely no problem, it is still illegal black meat from the point of view of the procedure. If someone grabs a pigtail, he will be fined, or he will have to go into the classroom to gnaw at him, and if he runs into a dead brain and holds on to the source of your beef, Xiao Feng can't explain it at all. Xiao Feng shuddered when he thought that he might be caught in a small black room for slices. Therefore, the problem of expanding customer channels is still to be cautious. Here, brother. Looking at Xiao Feng who entered the box, Wang Guangxi quickly got up and greeted enthusiastically. During this period, the business of several of his chain stores was as hot as previously expected, making Lao Wang happy every day. And the biggest credit for his promotion campaign was so successful, of course, it was Xiao Feng. If he hadn't provided Wang Guangxi with plenty of high quality and cheap beef and offal, his campaign would have been impossible. Promote it. A large number of good quality beef offal is placed on the shelves, coupled with the same price as before, so that most price-sensitive consumers have a good impression of Lao Wang's chain store. And when the event goes on for a long time, this good impression it turned into spending power and loyalty, and Lao Wang's Severe Water became the most popular store name among the old restaurants in Bincheng for a while. Therefore, Lao Wang has to tie Xiao Feng firmly to his chariot. Such a god of wealth can never let him run away easily. Otherwise, he will call Xiao Feng to make an appointment for dinner. It's about discussing business and deciding on the purchase quantity, and sometimes it's about having dinner and feelings. The same is true for the purpose of inviting Xiao Feng this time. One is to finalize the supply of tomorrow, and the other is to bring the relationship closer. Brother Wang, have you been waiting for a long time? Sorry, there is a traffic jam on the road. It's okay. I'm always in the store anyway. It doesn't matter if I wait a while. This time, the place where Lao Wang invited to eat is his own flagship store, where his business started. The first store he bought by himself back then. The location is good, and the decoration is also very high-end. Today, Lao Wang deliberately chose a box upstairs. You reading www.uukanzu.com is not open to the public at ordinary times, but only for some customers who usually ask him to order meals. After all, Lao Wang used to be a chef in a 5-star hotel before. His cooking skills are very good. Many old gluttons in Benching are good at his meal. Those with financial strength often order private dishes here. Today, Lao Wang intends to give Xiao Feng a hand, specializing in cooking barbecue, but the barbecue he cooks is different from the big ticket goods at the self-service downstairs. The barbecue he cooks is carefully marinated with his secret seasoning. Coupled with his old roasting technique, Xiao Feng was very addicted to eating. However, Xiao Feng, who was recently spoiled by mushroom powder, stopped his chopsticks after eating 2 pieces of meat roasted by Lao Wang. What's the matter, brother? Not to my appetite. Lao Wang also stopped the roasted beef in his hand. He was quite confident in his craft. Today, this beef is a specially selected shoulder meat from the beef cubes offered by Xiao Feng. It has been repeatedly beaten before being marinated. The muscle fibers are interrupted, so the taste is quite soft and smooth after roasting. Coupled with the carefully prepared seasoning and marinating, he is sure that there is no such thing as his special barbecue in Benthan. But Xiao Feng's attitude made him a little confused. What's the situation? Well, no, I have eaten a lot of barbecue recently, and it can be considered as a snack. Then, Brother Wang, you can find some beef. I will grill a few pieces for you. How about the taste? Yeah? Didn't you expect you to have this craft? Lao Wang raised his eyebrows. Although he didn't know why Xiao Feng made such a request, he did not refuse. He asked the chef to find 2 pieces of unmarinated beef and put them on the grill. Xiao Feng learned Friday. He kept turning the roast beef, and at the same time he took out a small porcelain bottle and sprinkled the mushroom powder on the meat. Chapter 11 One serious nonsense 8. To be honest, Xiao Feng's method of barbecue is not very good. In Wang Quangxi's eyes, it even feels a little bit of an overwhelming sense of heaven. Such a large piece of beef is spread flat on the charcoal fire and clamped in a grate, and then constantly. Fortunately, this guy also knows to lock the edges to prevent excessive loss of juice in the meat. This technique is simply inferior to a street vendor who has just learned to grill. Just when Wang Quangxi felt that he couldn't bear to look straight, when Xiao Feng poured out the unknown powder from a small bottle and sprinkled it on the beef, Lao Wang's attitude began to gradually change. As a former chef of a 5-star hotel and also a glutton in the food industry, Wang Quangxi has a keen sense of smell and taste. In order to ensure that his sense of smell and taste does not degenerate, he has even carefully maintained himself. So when mushroom powder replaced cumin and chili powder and sprinkled on the steak to give off a fragrance he had never smelled before, Wang Quangxi could no longer remain calm. As a chef, Wang Quangxi has handled hundreds of spices, not only domestic ones, but also other precious spices from all over the world. But today he feels that he has never touched this kind of spices. Xiao Feng grilled the meat very seriously. After sprinkling the mushroom powder, he simply sprinkled some salt on the meat steak. The finely divided salt particles quickly melted under the charcoal grill, penetrated into the meat, and melted together with the mushroom powder. The taste brings a strange aroma to this barbecue. Looking at Wang Quangxi, who was opposite, staring straight at the barbecue in his hand, His throat was still surging. Trying to control his drooling expression, Xiao Feng smiled secretly. "Okay, Brother Wang, please come and taste it." Xiao Feng took the meat steak from the grate, then inserted it with a large knife and fork, and at the same time picked up the big scissors, hacked the meat into small pieces, and dropped it onto Wang Quangxi's plate. Wang Quangxi didn't care about replying at all, so he picked up a piece of chopsticks and put it in his mouth. "Okay." Wang Quan closed his eyes comfortably, slowly chewing the steak in his mouth, and at the same time experiencing the sensation of the taste buds exploding. The moment this piece of beef entered, he had a feeling that he had never experienced before hitting the sky. Wang Quangxi has been a chef of a 5-star hotel for so many years. What kind of delicacies have not been eaten? But it was the first time he experienced the taste like this today. It can be said that the various delicacies he had eaten before had never brought him such an impact. The steak is thick and chewy, but the taste is soft and glutinous. The fragrance of oil, and the strange fragrance brought by the combination of unknown spices and beef protein. The different levels of touch and taste collide and sublimate, making him feel himself. His tongue is out of control, and every taste bud on the tip of the tongue seems to be cheering and dancing for the strange taste collision that has never been experienced before, and the combination is just one fragrance. Xiao Feng, who is opposite, has been paying close attention to Wang Quangxi's expression. Today, he deliberately took out this mushroom powder to grill beef, in fact, to verify whether this mushroom powder can shock other people like it shocked him before. He himself has verified the magic of this mushroom powder countless times, whether it is fried, boiled, fried, or prepared. As long as a little bit of this mushroom powder is added for seasoning, the dishes made are very delicious. But that's just his own feelings, and he needs to verify it on other people to see how other people react to this magical condiment. If others are like him, that means that this mushroom powder will have a very wide audience, and it will be accepted by the majority of audiences, just like message was able to enter thousands of households. In the future, when he opens a restaurant, it will no longer be a problem that everyone is difficult to adjust. Considering the applicability of mushroom powder, the only person he knows who is qualified to verify it is Wang Quangxi. Although Xiao Feng and Wang Quangxi have only been in contact for about a month, they also know the roots of this guy. They have eaten together several times. This guy brags to him. He used to be the chef of a 5-star hotel, so verify this mushroom powder. With amazing special effects, this guy is the best candidate. Seeing Wang Quangxi's expression now, Xiao Feng knew it was definitely going to be this mushroom powder seasoned steak. This old Wang couldn't refuse, a delicacy that can conquer the tongue of the chef of a 5-star hotel, let alone the general public. For a moment, his confidence in the success of his own restaurant greatly increased. Lao Wang slowly chewed the steak in his mouth. It took a few minutes before he finished eating one piece. After eating one piece, he didn't say much to Xiao Feng, and immediately picked up another piece and threw it into his mouth. Well, although this piece of beef has been put for a long time and is slightly cold, it does not affect the taste of the meat when it is put in the mouth. The taste buds impact brought by the magical seasoning is still there, but it has been slightly cooled. The texture and taste of the beef is different from the hot one before. Well, this unknown spice is really amazing. Wang Quangxi can be sure that the ever-changing taste of this beef must come from that unknown spice. I really didn't expect this kid to have such a good thing. Lao Wang opened his eyes and watched Xiao Feng's eyes dazzled. At this moment, he had made up his mind that this unknown spice must be obtained. This was his instinctive reaction as a top chef. My brother, after eating your barbecue today, I feel that the barbecue I have eaten decades ago is all for nothing. Wang Quangxi said it very sincerely. As a cook, the taste impact brought by these few roasts today is really too great. Brother Wang, you are a bit exaggerated. When you worked at the hotel before, you had never seen the delicacies of the mountains and the sea. I am also a rustic style and I can't get on the table. Brother, you are too modest. Okay, let me just say it. The magic of your barbecue today is probably in this seasoning, right? Wang Guangxi pointed to the small bottle of mushroom powder Xiao Feng put on the table. Xiao Feng nodded. Wang Guangxi took the small bottle naturally, and Xiao Feng did not object. He first looked into the bottle by the light. There was only a little yellow powder inside, emitting a strange scent, which he had never smelled before. He slapped the mouth of the bottle with his hand, and the taste became stronger. This strange scent entered his nostrils, and it felt straight to his forehead, leaving all the originally agitated and turbulent thoughts calmed down. There are also special effects that calm the nerves, and it really is a magical baby. Wang Guangxi played with the small bottle of mushroom powder for a long time, but could not tell what kind of spice it was. In the end, he could only sigh and push the small bottle of mushroom powder back in front of Xiao Feng. "Can you tell, brother, what kind of seasoning are you?" "Well, is this seasoning? It's the secret recipe left by my grandfather back then. Our ancestors used to have several culinary masters. According to my grandfather, there are also those who have worked as an imperial chef. This seasoning is also made from the experience accumulated over the years. This inventory is also left by my grandfather. It's running out." Of course, Xiao Feng would not be so stupid to tell Wang Guangxi the true origin of this mushroom powder. He can only be serious nonsense. It is not difficult for him to make up stories anyway. Wang Guangxi is half believing. It is true that the domestic folks can be said to be hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are endless people with unique skills. But this is not the key. He does not care whether the seasoning is inherited from Xiao Feng's family. He only cares whether this secret recipe is sold. "Sell." "Brother, can you sell this secret recipe?" "I will never bargain, despite the price." Wang Quan happily stared at Xiao Feng and asked. But Xiao Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Sorry, brother Wang. What do you say about this? It's very troublesome to make, and it also needs a lot of valuable ingredients. It's not easy to find now. Even if you find it, the price is not low. In addition, this secret recipe has been passed down from generation to generation in our house and has not been recorded. In my grandfather's generation, my grandfather is no longer a cook, so there is nothing wrong with it. I pay attention to it. I only showed it when it came to the New Year's dinner." You were reading www.uukanzu.com later. "I didn't work as a cook. I kept working outside. Some time ago, my grandfather was ill and I came back. My grandfather went in a hurry and got the secret recipe. I didn't tell me very well that the remaining bits of seasoning are all left over from previous years." Xiao Feng ran the train with his mouth full, and his face was not red. Wang Guangxi on the other side could only shake his head and sigh when he heard it. A fool could hear it. This is an excuse for others. They just don't want to sell. Can he force it to buy? Besides, Xiao Feng is still his important supplier now, and he cannot afford to offend him. Forget it, forget it. Anyway, people are unwilling to sell, and can't force it. After all, he is not the chef of a 5-star hotel anymore. As long as he manages his own Aniaka 3-point land, he will still be able to compare the advantages and disadvantages. More than a few days. Next, Lao Wang didn't mention anything about the seasoning. Of course, Xiao Feng wouldn't mention it. The two turned over the article in a tacit understanding. But Wang Guangxi and Xiao Feng finally proposed to increase the supply of beef and offal. Of course, Xiao Feng will not refuse this matter. Pharaoh's business is good and his purchases are large, so his profits will increase. After all, his beef and offal are not cost-effective. And returned home with Lao Wang, Xiao Feng placed an order online again, bought a DJI drone, and some supplies for survival in the wild. With the help of the hunting team, his beef and beef miscellaneous stocks are sufficient, and there is no need to worry about deterioration in the ring space. It is time to devote some energy to explore the world he is in. Hearing what the elves and Friday said, this peninsula is not peaceful outside. His idea is to build a base area for him on the peninsula. After all, the bison herd and the magic mushrooms here, but he is in the modern world. The capital to settle down, he would never allow any half-orcs to cut off his money. Chapter 12 Discovery. A large meandering river flows across the plain. On both sides of the river bank are reeds as high as one person, and further to the distance on both sides of the river, there is also a grassland densely covered with unknown giant weeds as high as one person. It is these giant weeds that provide a rich source of food for the bison. Perhaps it is this sufficient source of food that makes this bison population so prosperous and grows so tall. Xiao Feng has also made a comparison. If it is a cattle on the earth, even an adult Angus beef cattle, it is here. If it is, I am afraid that none of these weeds will grow taller. The big river also stretches out countless tributaries, scouring this endless huge plain. If you use a drone to look down from a high-altitude perspective, you can only see the endless huge grassland, and thousands of heads will appear between these grasslands from time to time. A herd of bison. Of course, this endless plain is not without danger. Many places hide swamps that swallow people. The land with fertile water plants has always been like this. Xiao Feng has added a lot of knowledge about geography during this time. When the grasslands on the earth first appeared, they weren't the endless flat green grasslands as seen on TV now. They were once overgrown with weeds, and wetlands and swamps were hidden everywhere. I think the grasslands that are often seen on TV nowadays have been repaired by humans who have pumped water for countless years and filled in pits. And here is a completely undeveloped wilderness. Xiao Feng retracted the drone in the air and had a rough judgment about the direction it was about to travel, and then let him drive. On Friday, he came to show the way, and began to march north along the river. According to Friday and the elves, when they were chased by orcs before, they walked out of the secret forest along this big river, and came to this grassland after crossing the rugged mountains. Along the way, they used this river many times to escape the hunting of half-orcs. Xiao Feng became interested in the source of the river, but they said on Friday that they didn't know where the source of the river was. I only know that this is a very long river. Xiao Feng also knows that relying on the geographical knowledge of these indigenous people in this world, it may be difficult for them to understand the formation and direction of mountains and rivers, so this process of exploration mainly depends on himself. They followed the river all the way to the north. The road was not very smooth. From time to time, they would encounter the tributaries of the river. They could only choose a detour or find a place where the river was relatively shallow to cross the river. Fortunately, the second-hand pickup truck that Xiao Feng bought is still resistant to build, and it has brought them a lot of help. According to their statement on Friday, if they hadn't had this car, they would walk on two legs. It also takes a month to reach the mountains near the north. Although it's quite annoying to walk this way, Xiao Feng can be considered to have fully experienced the strange scenery of this wilderness. The scent of unknown wildflowers in the wilderness. The biological populations of antelopes on the earth that drill from the grass from time to time. The various unknown birds. The complexity of the species is dazzling, but fortunately he is not a biologist. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to move my legs, because the species in this wilderness are so rich, and almost every kind is different from the earth, but there are similarities. Xiao Feng carefully observed the records all the way, and the more he looked at the records, the more excited he became. Although his portable alien is not like other people, there are plants and animals that revive spiritual energy everywhere, or you can pick up the remains of Zenith Star technology. The abundant species on this grassland alone can bring him huge wealth. These seemingly inconspicuous new species, if they are taken to the earth and analyzed and studied by modern chemical methods, some new materials may be found, which will bring new breakthroughs to modern science. But this is definitely not something he dared to do at the moment. Taking a new species back to the earth can easily cause a sensation. Although he is greedy for money, he has not yet reached the point where he is motivated by profit. The refined division of labor in modern society has penetrated into every corner, and he has created a new species without a reasonable source of explanation. but it is easy to be besieged by the crowd. Driving skills on Friday became more and more proficient. Xiao Feng sat in the co-pilot and showed him the way. This guy can always avoid those dangerous roads and ensure that the car is not damaged. After walking all the way for 10 days, they finally got out of the tall reeds by the river on the 11th day. Everyone who had been suppressed for a few days cheered. Xiao Feng took out his binoculars and looked into the distance, only to see that a large flat land finally appeared in front of him. The weeds on this flat land were not too high, and were only half a foot high in conditions similar to those on the Earth. This grassland stretches to the north. About tens of kilometers away, there is a large mountain range, and this big river rushes out from a pass in the mountains, and the mountains are full of lush tall trees. And those trees stunned Xiao Feng, because these trees are too tall. They are just 100 meters away, and their sturdiness is amazing. Looking at it through the binoculars, Xiao Feng estimated it. It is estimated that these big trees will require more than a dozen adults to hold hands to encircle such a tall and sturdy tree. Xiao Feng pondered that the Earth probably only appeared in the dinosaur era, and now it seems that there are still some in some national parks in North America, and the rest seems to have been almost completely cleared. The more I look at it, the more excited he gets, because these big trees mean wealth to him. Such a tall and straight tree, if you take one back, you will get rich. Although I don't know what kind of tree it is certainly possible to make high-end furniture. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng can no longer hold it back. He kept urging him to drive quickly on Friday. They camped at the foot of this mountain that night. On Friday they were building a camp with 2 elves, while Xiao Feng was observing the terrain. The big river rushed out of the pass. After the river surface widened, the flow rate of the river began to slow down. The pass was only 50 meters wide, and there was only a flat ground of 4 to 5 meters wide on the right-hand side of the river bank. This piece of land is still a combination of soil and rock, which can barely be regarded as a walkable road. The big river extends to the mountain further north, but the river surface in this section is relatively narrow, and because of the ground drop, the current is very turbulent. Xiao Feng plans to tomorrow take a look inside the mountain. He released the drone early the next day to investigate the situation in the mountain, which really allowed him to find a very nice place. Drove along the dirt road by the river to the mountains. The terrain began to rise slowly, but after turning 2 mountain passes, the form in front of him suddenly became clear, and a flat land interspersed with mountains and rivers appeared. According to the topography, it should be regarded as a basin, but its water level should be higher than the plain outside the mountain. The area of this flat land is not small. Xiao Feng probably estimated it. It has a radius of about hundreds of square kilometers. The big river turns into this plain from the mountain bend in front. The water flow slows down quickly, and then follows the left side. The hills of, which stretched to the south, turned down a bend, and because of the terrain drop, the water flow accelerated down there again. In Xiao Feng's opinion, this piece of land is definitely a treasured land of Geomanticumen. The terrain here is flat with abundant water flow. The most important thing is that the land looks very fertile, and there are no rocks mixed in between. It is very suitable for farming. It is surrounded by dense mountain forests. It should not be affected by any extreme weather. If there is no geological disaster, then this place is definitely suitable for building a city. In the ancient times of his world, this place is the treasure of the king and hegemony. He let Friday drive forward, all the way through the entire flat land, and came directly to the mountain pass to the north. The terrain here is also very flat, but it is very dangerous. On the left is a nearly upright mountain, and the flow is below. The swift river is about 50 meters wide, and on the right is the rolling mountains. It is not until about 100 meters on the right bank of the river that it begins to turn into flat ground. In this way, the mountains and rivers on both sides, plus the flat land at the back, it meets here to form the shape of a gourd mouth, which is definitely a good place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. That's it. Xiao Feng shook his fist vigorously. If a city wall is built on this gourd mouth, then there is no fear that the orcs from the north can break in. Lock this place. Then the entire grassland south of the mountain should be its own. According to the description of the elves, there are endless mountains around this area. There is only one entrance and exit that can enter and exit the southern peninsula. Because of the dangerous road conditions and inconvenient traffic, no one wants to go to the peninsula to the south. If you build a castle here, then the entire peninsula behind will be your own back garden. The rich natural resources there are completely a treasure for you. However, it seems that it is not easy to build a castle, especially in this uncivilized world, where there are not enough modern construction machinery. Most of the work can only rely on manpower, which requires a large number of people. Come to work, but where can I find so many people? Even if he can get enough modern machinery, it seems that few people here can drive. Although he can drive on Fridays, Xiao Feng is not sure about driving construction machinery, and there are a few other natives who can have Fridays. Such wisdom. Forget it. I don't want that much. I'll wait until I have money. After all, the price of a construction machine is not cheap. Even if it is rented, it costs a lot of money. Xiao Feng didn't think much about it. Let Friday and the two elves quickly set up camp. Chapter 13. Doghead Gold. I was speechless all night, and when I woke up early the next morning, Xiao Feng and the three native indigenous people had a simple breakfast, and then they began to patrol the flat land. The land is very flat, and there are several small streams where springs from the mountains converge. Finally, several small rivers irrigate the entire flat land, and then they merge into the big river on the left. This will be my territory from now on. Xiao Feng is very satisfied with this land. The land is fertile and there are plenty of water sources. Even if the door is closed to engage in agriculture, it is enough to go back to be a food dealer. As for the king and hegemony in this world, Xiao Feng expressed no interest. The natives expressed their attitude to the thighs on Friday. Of course, they raised their hands in approval. Xiao Feng slapped his dog as soon as he fell. He followed Ababa's slogan called the native country. The gesture of clapping, of course, was Xiao Feng. Feng taught it earlier. As for the other two elves, they just rolled their eyes twice and didn't object to Xiao Feng's declaration of sovereignty. Anyway, this place was originally no owner. Of course, in order to express the joy of getting such a territory, Xiao Feng planned to celebrate at noon. The beef of this world has been eaten for many days. Xiao Feng wanted to change the taste, so he took out a lot of cans from the space. Of course, the elves and Friday is still quite interested in such junk food. After all, this thing is in Xiao Feng's eyes, but in the eyes of natives like them, it is a good thing. It adds a variety of spices to ensure the taste of the food. Rich oil, high temperature and high pressure kills bacteria, and makes soft waxy. The overcooked canned meat is very suitable for the tastes of the indigenous people who had been malnourished for a long time before following Xiao Feng. Lunch was returned to the bank of the river. Xiao Feng asked Friday to set up an earthen stove, set up a pot, and then poured all the canned luncheon meat, braised pork ribs and the like he brought in. After adding some wild vegetables that I found on Friday, I started to cook it. And soon a smell of aroma filled the air. Squatted beside the earthen stove with his iron lunchbox on Friday, swallowing drool while watching the fire and filling wood. Although the two elves were more reserved than him, they also glanced at the pot from time to time. Obviously, they did not have much resistance to the food made by modern technology. Xiao Feng smiled secretly. Don't look at this canned food in his world. It is hated by many people, and it is regarded as junk food, but after all, this is also the crystallization of wisdom developed by human beings after thousands of years of continuous research on food. The various processing techniques and the addition of seasonings are very particular. The results obtained after thousands of experiments are not comparable to the pure natural ingredients in this world. But when it comes to cooking methods, they are better than them. 10,000 times more than that. After all, in his opinion, the natives of this world have just left the stage of drinking blood and drinking. If it weren't for the great gift of nature like mushroom powder, They know how to cook. Just as he was sitting on the shore thinking about it, suddenly a black figure popped out of the water, splashing his face with splashes. "My dear, there are fish in this big river, and it's still not a small fish." Xiao Feng got excited. Why didn't he think of this before? How can there be no fish in such a big river? With fish, it means that there is another product in his territory. If there are as many fish as the bison on the wasteland, doesn't it mean that if you open a restaurant in the future, there will be one more item? Help! Come on Friday. Xiao Feng called out loudly on Friday. On Friday, he reluctantly left the earthen stove and came to the river, but he still held the iron lunchbox tightly in his hand. This lunchbox was heirloom treasure to him. Before in his tribe, where is there such a baby? Ordinary people all eat with their hands. As for the tableware, don't be kidding, just pulling a leaf can hold food. And the most noble elders in their tribe use only wooden bowls. And this iron lunchbox was given to him by Xiao Feng. Not only is it strong and light, it can also be heated on a fire. To Xiao Feng, it is completely worthless trash, but to him, it is almost impossible to think of for a few lifetimes. "Baby, master, what do you tell me to come over?" Friday has been brainwashed by Xiao Feng's education recently. Of course, a black-hearted capitalist like Xiao Feng did not intend to give Friday any decent status, so the owner is the only name that Xiao Feng allowed to use Friday for himself. "There are fish in this water. Can you catch fish?" Xiao Feng pointed today and asked about Friday. When he heard this on Friday, his eyes flashed. "Yes, of course I will." Then he immediately pinned the lunchbox to his waist and returned to the car to take down the 2 wooden spears he had been reluctant to throw. These 2 wooden spears were relatively light and durable, so he never wanted to throw them. When he came to the river, he found a place where the water was relatively shallow and the current was relatively slow. This guy stood on a big rock in the shallow water, staring at the water with a wooden spear, and after a while he shouted, and plunged the spear in his hand. In the water, a huge fatty fish was picked up in one pick. This fish can be 30 centimeters long and has a thick body. The spear was not directly pierced to death. It was just pierced through the gills. After being picked up, the fish's body was still twisting in the air desperately. Wanted to break free, but after being smashed to the rocks on the shore by Friday, he struggled a few times and stopped moving. Xiao Feng immediately came to the side of the fish and studied it carefully. It looked similar to the fish on the earth, but it was not the common freshwater fish on the earth. It is obviously different from carp, silver carp, crucian carp, and grass carp. First, the body is a circle larger than those freshwater fish, and then there is a piece of golden fish skin near the belly, which looks like Xiao Feng's physical characteristics. The yellow croaker is similar, but I don't know how it tastes. And just for a while, this Friday has been humming and throwing several times in a row, and 5 or 6 big fishes have been pierced, all of which are similar in variety. Xiao Feng hurriedly greeted him to stop. So much is enough for them, and more is wasted. But that Friday didn't seem to be very enjoyable. Although I stopped throwing spears and fish, it seemed to show off that he actually lifted a rock from the river and slammed it against a big rock standing under my feet. Xiao Feng still didn't quite understand what this guy was doing, but saw that this guy turned over the big rock he had just smashed, and turned up several smaller fishes from below. They turned out to be fishes hiding under the rock. Was stunned by him. On Friday, holding these fishes, he came to Xiao Feng to offer treasures. Xiao Feng slapped a few small fishes in his hand with a disgusting slap. With a big fish, who would eat the small fish? Huh? What? Xiao Feng felt a golden light flashed in front of his eyes under the dazzling sunlight, even a little dazzling. He quickly squinted his eyes and looked at the shining place. This was incredible. Happy, he hurriedly threw a few big fish in his hand. Went straight to the shiny thing. The luminous thing was the small rock used to hit the big rock on Friday. It was about 10 centimeters long and irregular in shape. It looked reddish-brown in appearance, but it dropped a small corner from the place where it was hit on the rock on Friday. And it was the side that had just dropped the corner, which reflected a dazzling yellow light under the sunlight. At this time, Xiao Feng picked up this stone and bumped it in his hand. Ilgo. Xiao Feng's heart throbbed, and when he looked at the cross-section of the falling corner, his eyes were full of golden color. He picked up the small corner that had just fallen and stroked it with the back of the knife, and a scratch appeared on it. Developed. Xiao Feng raised the stone in his hand and jumped madly. Friday and the two elves looked at this guy inexplicably. What's going on? Why is it okay just now, and suddenly he went mad? How did they know that Xiao Feng no longer knows what language to use to describe his feelings? Because this piece in his hand is not a stone, but a nugget at www.uukanzu.com. After all, Xiao Feng came to the modern world. He has been baptized by the internet boom since his high school days. In his information explosion world, what kind of lace news hasn't been seen? Finding the news of Go Tujin getting rich overnight. Of course, it is easy to catch the eyes of poor people like Xiao Feng. After all, as the bottom of society, who does not want to get rich overnight? Seeing other people find a Kowloon blonde home to get rich, of course they need to study their way of getting rich. Maybe someday they will also run into a dog luck and run into combat gold. Therefore, Xiao Feng has really read a lot of news and information about Kota Gold. Even when he was in Beijing, he even saw Kota Gold in a newly opened gold store. Although this thing is gold, it is naturally formed gold, so its position in the gold industry is quite unusual. Although it is gold in nature, and it is still gold of not high purity, it is seen in the eyes of those who open gold shops. But it absolutely cannot be measured by the price of ordinary gold. A piece of high-quality nugget gold, for businessmen like them, it means luck. Nature's supernatural work is worth collecting. Therefore, the price of this gold is definitely different from ordinary gold. This is a collection of collectible value. In the eyes of many people, it is the same treasure as those natural gemstones. Many banks even publicly buy the gold for the price. It's also exceptionally amazing. For banks, collecting nuggets is a symbol of strength. For those who open gold shops, this nugget gold is their lifeblood. Many gold shop owners like to collect this stuff as a treasure of their town shop. They put it in the shop and show it to outsiders. A symbol of strength. Secondly, it also means fortune and treasure, which can bring good luck. Chapter 14 Ambush. This is really a windfall. After calming down, Xiao Feng looked at the Kotujin in his hand, and quickly calculated in his heart that he could find Kotujin next to the river. What does this mean? Xiao Feng is a loyal fan of National Geographic and Discovery Channel. As a poor man, he is often very interested in the stories of getting rich overnight. In the stories he has seen, except for those in the middle of the night, lottery tickets mostly rely on the discovery of gold or gems to get rich overnight. That's why he didn't miss such stories. Back then, when the western United States was being developed, there were several gold rushes, and every time a lot of gold was discovered, it was almost impossible to do without the big rivers. It is often that the river washes the underground gold ashore, and then is accidentally discovered that the gold rush is caused by the gold rush. For example, the gold rush in San Francisco in the United States and Alaska in the 18th century almost all originated in this way. There is also a large gold vein along the Yukon River in Canada, which was also discovered in this way. It has not been fully mined yet. And now that a large piece of doghead gold has been found by the river, will there be huge gold veins hidden by the river? Thinking of this, Xiao Feng felt that he couldn't sit still. If you can really find a gold mine, then you are really developed, and you still sell fart beef. How can it be nice to be a mine owner directly? Is it a gold mine? Well, if you really find a gold mine, can you go to somebody and answer, what's it like to have a mine at home? Such a problem? Or answer, how does it feel to earn 1 million a month? It's okay to put a bee in a loquay for such a problem. The two elves next to on Friday looked at this fool who was holding a stone and sitting there with a smirk and drooling. They both expressed their concern. How can a good person suddenly become ill? However, Xiao Feng soon came to his senses, took a look at this piece of gold, and quickly put it into the space, and then he didn't care about eating. He took Friday and ordered 2 elves again, and followed him to search for it by the river. Stand up. I have found such a large piece of nugget gold. What if I find one? Who knows whether this river will be the same as the Yukon River in Canada when gold mines were first discovered. The sands along the river are full of golden sand, and there are countless Kowloon gold hidden in the piles of stones on the bank. However, after bending over and sulking for a long time, he didn't find the second piece of gold. Xiao Feng was still a little unwilling, but his groaning belly, and Friday that was full of complaints against him, there were 2 other elves, let him know that he couldn't hold on again stubbornly. The river won't run anyway, so is it the same to look for it after eating? I didn't care to deal with those fishes. Xiao Feng and the 3 indigenous people surrounded the pot. Xili snorted and ate and chewed. The 3 indigenous people were starving, but Xiao Feng just wanted to fill up his stomach as soon as possible, then continue to work. But just as he put down the lunchbox, Bloom, who was still eating the lunchbox over there, suddenly parked the lunchbox in his hand, and Biluades next to him also stopped eating. Sharp. The ears kept shaking, and the faces of the 2 people became serious. Even on Friday, he lowered his head and ate, and didn't notice the strangeness of these 2 elves. But Xiao Feng noticed something was wrong. What's happening? He asked the 2 elves. The 2 elves looked at each other, and then said to him, someone is coming here, and there are still a lot of people. Xiao Feng was taken aback. Someone came again, and there are a lot of people. He didn't care about finding gold by the river, so he pulled up Friday to let him start the car, and drove him and the 2 elves straight to the pass at the turn of the river. When they arrived at the pass, a few people chose a relatively high place. Xiao Feng took out his binoculars and looked into the distance. About a few hundred meters to the north, a group of unkempt savages were running along the river and fleeing in their direction. And behind them, there were more than a dozen fierce orcs chasing after them. The natives are not running fast, because their team is a little big. There are about hundreds of people. It is almost the same as the first Friday. It is unkempt, dirty, and there is no clothes on them. There are men and women in the team, and probably more than 12 old children, decent mature men with a piece of animal skin around their waists, all running barefoot in front, and some frail indigenous females in the back, some of them simply naked. A half-a-year-old child was caught in the middle of the line. All of them were full of horror, exhaustion and chronic malnutrition, and the dozen orcs that followed were the same as the last time they saw them. 7 or 8 were pigheads, and 5 or 6. They are Tauren, and they all look fat and sturdy, tall and big. The weapons in his hand are also rough axes or maces. They are all laughing and joking while chasing them, and their speed is not fast. Rather than chasing and killing them, it is better to say they are on an outing. Looking at them, it is obvious that they have eaten the natives in front of them. They don't take these natives seriously. The reason why they are not in a hurry to chase them is just like driving a flock of sheep. I want to consume the physical strength of these natives. When they lose their energy, they will chase them up, and then these natives will be slaughtered by them. Unexpectedly, these half-orcs still have some wisdom. At least they knew some basic principles of hunting. Xiao Feng put down his binoculars, and the Friday next to him was excited, holding Xiao Feng's arm constantly shaking. Leopard, leopard, he is the best hunter in our tribe. On Friday, pointing to the front men in the natives' escape team, Xiao Feng said to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng picked up the binoculars and took a closer look. He was a man who took the lead. He was a bit taller than the other natives. Obviously, he usually got it. Nourishment is more abundant than other natives. The exposed upper limbs are very sturdy, and you can see the knotted muscles. Obviously, they usually exercise a lot. There is a piece of leopard skin around the waist and a handful of wood. The spear, which was burnt in front of blackened charcoal, didn't lose the wooden spear in his hand at this time. It seemed to be a warrior. The fleeing crowd was getting closer and closer to them. The 2 elves stared at the orcs who were chasing after them, their eyes rounded, and their teeth were clenched. Obviously, they had an insoluble hatred with these guys. How to do? Bile looked at Xiao Feng and asked. Xiao Feng sneered, what else? When these people rush over, we are saving people. With Xiao Feng's approval, the hunting team's morale was greatly boosted. After getting along for a while, Xiao Feng has become the backbone of their team. After all, he can come up with strange but useful things from time to time and give everyone explained some truths that they didn't understand before. And the most important thing is that since following him, everyone never hungry anymore, and put on clothes and shoes. This is how authority is slowly established. Run. After passing the pass in front, all the mature men stayed. There were only a dozen of them. We played against them. There are women and children in our team, but they can't run through them. The leopard rushing in the front saw the danger of this pass and turned back and shouted at the team. Xiao Feng couldn't help but nod. He was indeed a man, knowing that it would be useless to run. It would be better to fight to the death. Hearing the leopard's call, the team behind suddenly quickened their pace, while the orcs team behind them remained calm and still followed each other laughing and joking. Obviously, the battle against humans went smoothly for a long time, so that they have habitually despised human beings. Sheep is a sheep, even if there are 10,000 heads. There are no 10 lions. Soon the natives team rushed through the pass and stopped on the flat ground behind the pass. The leopard began to gather the team. These horrified birds were also chased by the orcs behind, knowing that running again would only after exhausting the last stamina. reads www.uukansu.com did not run away anymore. Instead, more than a dozen young men stood up, with more or less weapons in their hands. At this moment, the half-orcs who had been following them slowly walked out of the pass. The pig-headed man in front with a contemptuous smile on his face walked towards them, just about to speak. Suddenly from the side of the forest, a cold light from inside shot directly into this guy's mouth. Captain Pighead was killed on the spot before he could even say a word, and the orc squad blew up all at once. But before they could figure out where the sneak attack came from, they saw 5 or 6 cold rays in succession, continuously shot out from the forest on their right. In a blink of an eye, 5 or 6 half-orcs fell directly to the ground with arrows. And the remaining half-orcs also had red eyes, and they screamed again and again, rushing in the direction of the woods. But after only a few steps, they continued, hit by arrows flying out of the woods. One after another fell on the charging road. Xiao Feng has fired 3 crossbow arrows in succession. In the past, he had to step on neuter with his feet, pull the bowstring with both hands, and use the strength of the waist and abdomen to open the crossbow. Generally, shooting 2 or 3 arrows would not have the energy to open the crossbow. But today I don't know why. I feel like I'm in a burst of state. I stepped on the crossbow holder, and then pulled the bowstring with one hand. He easily pulled the bowstring to the trigger. He didn't know how to explain his strange and powerful state today. When raising the crossbow and firing, it seems that you don't need to aim at all. You can shoot almost with the feeling of raising your hand. Even so, the hit rate of each arrow can be guaranteed. This feeling is very mysterious. Xiao Feng doesn't know the end. What's wrong? I just feel that my hand-eye coordination ability has been greatly improved today, and my physical fitness seems to be much better than before. Chapter 15 Stepping Stones. The last arrow was shot, and the pig-head man who was only 20 meters away from them was directly hit in the forehead. The arrow actually pierced the hard skull, and the pig-head man slowly fell to the ground with an unwilling face. He couldn't think about it. Understand that the humans who met them in the past and would only run away watching the wind are so ferocious this time. Xiao Feng shot this arrow, and then he felt a little sore in his arms. The crazy secretion of adrenaline before did not make him feel too tired, and this time it didn't seem to be too tired. He could feel his body has changed. For example, when he was just playing against him, his spirit entered a highly concentrated and mysterious state. In the past, he would be in a rush to face the bison that rushed over, but this time he didn't know what was going on. He didn't feel too much panicked, Even looking at the half-orcs who rushed towards him, he still felt an inexplicable contempt. He didn't know where his self-confidence came from. It seems that in the dark, I believe that I will deal with these half-orcs before they rush over, and they can't pose any threat to myself at all. In the past 2 or 3 times with crossbows, he would feel backache and back pain, and half of his strength was used. This time he felt that he had shot at least a dozen arrows, but now he only felt a little soreness in his 2 arms. His physical fitness, it seems, to be stronger than before. Is it true that the beef is eaten during this period of time, which has greatly helped the improvement of physical fitness? At this time, Xiao Feng's mind not only had the inexplicable excitement after the battle, but also countless question marks flooded into his mind. But now is obviously not the best time to find the answer. When he turned his head and saw that the 2 elves and Friday both looked at him with a strange look, of course he knew why. At least half of the half-orcs in front of him were already on the street. It was he who shot it. How can such shooting efficiency not surprise the 2 elves and Friday? After all, they were a hunting squad before. They knew exactly how many catties Xiao Feng was, but they couldn't figure out why he had such a big change in just a few days. Xiao Feng didn't give them too much time to think. Go over and take a look. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the group of fled natives. These people still surrounded a circular battle formation. The outermost was the leopard-led King Zhuang, holding a wooden spear, a bone knife, and the stone-polished axe and other inferior primitive weapons. Looked at the hunting team approaching them, with a look of fear and suspicion on their faces. The battle just now can be said to be a torrential rain. They didn't have time to see what everyone in the hunting team looked like. They just saw that they were shooting arrows continuously, and then the dozens of them that had caused them to split their nerves. The orcs rushed to the street one after another. These terrifying demons didn't even have time to throw a throwing axe, and fell on the way to charge, which is unimaginable for the natives. They had fought against half-orcs many times in their respective tribes, but each time it was a big defeat and loss. The half-orcs could beat them with a single charge, so they couldn't know the fighting power of the half-orcs. And at this time, the squad that had slaughtered the dozen half-orcs in just a few minutes, when they approached them, they inevitably clenched their weapons nervously. After all, this is a world where the weak eats the strong. There are no rules or reasons at all. Here the weak has nothing, and the strong takes everything is the most basic rule. They don't know what these strong men will do to them, so it is almost instinctive to make a defensive posture. But when the leopard took the lead among these refugees, looking at the guy who was wearing colorful clothes on the opposite side and looking at him smiling, he felt a little familiar, rubbing his eyes. Limestone. Is that you? So the name in the tribe this Friday is Limestone. The leopard feels that his heart is beating a bit, and I don't know why, although he is sure that the one standing opposite him is the Limestone that used to be in the same tribe with him. But how could this guy be here? And how could he become so powerful? Who are the few people standing next to him? Especially the tallest and best-looking guy. Who is he and what is he wearing? It wasn't leaves or animal skins. It seemed to look pretty. The weapon in his hand was very powerful. Just now he used this thing to shoot and kill several half-orcs in a row. Leopard, are you okay? Who are these people? I was a little excited when I saw the leopard recognizing himself on Friday. After all, they had fought together, but at that time, the leopard was the bravest warrior in the tribe. Every time after hunting or fighting against the opposing tribe, he always can eat the best food, sleep the most beautiful woman in the tribe, and she is nothing but cannon fodder. But now that the tribe has been destroyed, Friday is still a little excited to be able to run into a person I knew before, but he still restrained his emotions very well, because he knows that he can live as comfortable as he is now. It's not a tribe, but the thigh standing beside him, Xiao Feng. Limestone, is really you? The leopard saw that it was really Limestone, and couldn't help being excited. He couldn't help but walked out of the battlefield to the hunting squad. At the same time, the 2 elves raised their bows and arrows. Put down the weapon in your hand. Leopard was taken aback. The fleeing crowd behind him saw the shimmering arrows in the hands of the 2 elves, which was also a commotion. Some were scared to step back, and some raised their weapons. "Listen to me, leopard, tell those behind you to put down their weapons. We won't hurt you." Xiao Feng glanced at Friday, and received Xiao Feng's message on Friday. He turned to say to the leopard. The leopard looked blank. This guy was just a humble cannon fodder in the tribe before. Now he is talking to himself. He took a commanding tone, which made him very uncomfortable. But he is not just a muscular fool. Their team is gathered by the nomads of various tribes who were defeated by half-orcs in the secret forest. They have no fighting power at all. Although there are only 4 people on the opposite side, they are brave and brave. He is his own eyes. As you can see, he doesn't think that the over 100 people on his side will be the opponents of these 4 people. While Leopard turned his head and yelled a few words at the fleeing crowd, he could see that he still had some prestige among the team. Soon some people lowered their weapons, and some people also lowered their weapons, but still held the wooden spear tightly, obviously not trusting Xiao Feng and the others too much. Seeing that the person on the other side finally relieved his hostility, Xiao Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and ordered a few words with the elf on Friday, and then exchanged a few words with Leopard on Friday. Leopard looked at Xiao Feng suspiciously while listening. Finally I went back and talked to those people, but this team was obviously not the one who had the final say. Several other guys had a few arguments with him, and Xiao Feng remembered all these people one by one. Those few people were finally persuaded by the leopard. And then the group followed Xiao Feng and they walked to the river. Xiao Feng ordered Friday to take the leopard to find a few who could catch fish and start catching fish by the river. These guys were chased and killed before. They looked like refugees who didn't have enough food and didn't wear warm clothes. If you want to comfort them, you must first make them full. The big fish were caught by the local people, and those fleeing people who had been hungry for an unknown period of time gave out bursts of cheers. There were also a few young and strong, who even grabbed the big fish before they were cooked. The big fish that was thrown on the ground began to eat raw, looking really hungry. Unknowingly, it was night, and the natives stationed beside Xiao Feng and his camps lit a bonfire, and the big fish caught today were grilled on the fire. Although they had a full meal at noon, they could serve these guys supplement nutrition. You were eating www.youcansu. Xiao Feng decided to have an extra meal at night. Without the hunting and killing of the orcs, and the stomach was half full, these natives' nerves that had been tight and relaxed, sitting in groups in front of the fire, using the native language of their tribes, began to chat. Several half-old children continued to chase and fight around the fire. The other 24 women were dealing with the corpses of the half-orcs. In the afternoon, the leopard asked the corpses of the half-orcs to be gathered up. At this time, it was relying on a few women to start picking up the leather armor, leather boots, and weapons in the hands of these half-orcs. These tatters, which Xiao Feng can't even look at, are rare trophies for these natives, especially iron axes and maces, as well as a few rough and ugly short knives, for natives who are seriously lacking in iron products. Is definitely a rare good thing. Xiao Feng looked at this native team, and he kept thinking in his heart. In his opinion, these people were the stepping stones to his fortune. The great German thinker Karl Marx has already pointed out the way for everyone to get rich. How can they get rich? That is to squeeze the value of other people's surplus labor. Those who can do this have a notorious title in the modern world. That is, capitalist. Xiao Feng didn't mind the infamous title, he even couldn't wait. But if he wanted these natives to be a stepping stone on the road to his fortune, it was not that the tiger's body was shocked, and the king's arrogance could be let them. Kneeling and bowing, kneeling to surrender. In this primitive world, no rules have been formed, which means that these natives are often wild and untamable. Don't talk about propriety, justice, and shame. They don't understand humanity, justice and morality. So if you want to subdue them, it will cost you more. A little thought is good. Chapter 16. The weak one has nothing, the strong one eats everything. Great masters, leopards are here. On Friday, he lowered his eyebrows and came to Xiao Feng's side. This time he spoke with Xiao Feng in a more submissive tone than before. The battle this afternoon left a deep impression on Friday. Before, Xiao Feng's impression of him was only a magical person, and he could often bring out some magical items, such as food and clothes. But in other respects, Xiao Feng didn't impress him too much. Although Xiao Feng asked him to call him the master, he didn't take it seriously from the bottom of his heart. But Xiao Feng's performance today made him believe that this is a real thigh, which not only makes him full, but also warmly dressed. The combat power is also at the max level. After all, Xiao Feng killed 5 or 6 half-orcs by himself, but he saw it with his own eyes, and he and the 2 elves were the only ones who shot and killed them. This is the performance that a master or leader should have. It not only allows subordinates to eat and dress warmly, but also to stand up at critical moments and bring safety to subordinates. This moment Friday is true for Xiao Feng. Surrendered. Xiao Feng of course heard the change in Friday's tone, and didn't say much. He just looked up behind him and saw the leopard and a few other young men standing there. Everyone looked at them with curious eyes. He, and the leopard also held a bunch of arrowheads in his hands, which were collected when the natives cleaned the corpses of the orcs. These arrows are good things to them. They don't know what material they are made of. They are light and strong. They can easily penetrate the hard skulls of half-orcs without being deformed. For these natives, it was a fatal temptation. Several people wanted to hide some of them secretly, but they were caught fat-and by Friday, and then they obediently handed them over. My lord, thank you for your rescue this afternoon. These are the weapons you used. We will return them to you. The leopard saw Xiao Feng's eyes turn to him, and hurriedly said what he had practiced several times in the way he had been taught on Friday, and then lowered his head and held up a bunch of arrows in his hands, in front of Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng saw this guy's attitude and felt very satisfied. It seems that Friday and this guy's communication all afternoon, this guy also understood some reason, otherwise he wouldn't be so obedient. Let it go. Hua Leopard obediently lowered his head and placed the arrow in his hand under Xiao Feng's feet, and retreated back into his small group with his head down, but still stood at the forefront. Standing next to Xiao Feng on Friday, Xiao Feng sat there with his eyes constantly scanning the 7 or 8 natives on the opposite side. He had an impression of these people. When Leopard asked them to lay down their weapons in the afternoon, several of them were still fighting. The leopard had a dispute, and these natives saw Xiao Feng's gaze. Some of them bowed their heads and did not dare to look at him like a leopard. Some looked back curiously, and the other 2 had suspicious eyes in their eyes, and the distrustful stared at him. Xiao Feng had a spectrum in his heart. What do you plan to do in the future? This. Hua Leopard finally dared to look up at Xiao Feng, then another look at Friday, and then he didn't say anything. It seems that the work on Friday afternoon was not done in vain. This Hua Leopard should have the idea of following Xiao Feng. But the other natives behind him were different. Some of them didn't make a statement, but the 2 natives who had been skeptical of Xiao Feng before spoke directly. We intend to continue to the south and avoid the orcs tracking. The great elder of our tribe came to this Penivera Peninsula 20 years ago. He said that there are bison everywhere here, enough for us to thrive here. One of the young natives who were about the size of the leopard said that these natives have not experienced the influence of civilization, do not know anything about twists and turns, and speak straightforwardly, but his few words made Xiao Feng very unhappy. When these people were rescued, these natives belonged to Xiao Feng's heart as his private property. Now that these 2 eyeless guys not only don't know how to be grateful, but they even thought of coming to his turf to grab food. I really don't know. Life and death. Not only these natives are regarded by Xiao Feng as his own private property, but also the entire peninsula to the south, which has long been listed as his own private property. Therefore, Xiao Feng's face changed abruptly when he heard this reckless fellow. Penwala Peninsula? It was originally called this name. Okay, I now declare that the entire Penwala Peninsula is my territory. Without my permission, you are not allowed to hunt a bison on this peninsula. You can't even pick up a piece of cattle hair. There is no need to bend round with these straightforward natives. Even if you say it slightly, they can't understand it. Xiao Feng simply went straight with them. When the two natives heard Xiao Feng's domineering answer, their expressions suddenly changed. Why do you say that? That's right. Why are you so domineering? The young native and a red-bearded native behind him shouted anxiously. At the same time, the red-beard actually touched the axe pinned to his waist. At this moment, the cold light flashed suddenly, then the red-beard screamed and fell to the ground. The natives were horrified, and saw that the red-beard's hand touching the axe was nailed to his thigh by an arrow from an unknown source, and the guy was rolling on the ground with pain. Two elves appeared silently beside Xiao Feng, with the strong bows in their hands all drawn to the bowstrings, and the shimmering arrows made several natives sweat. Xiao Feng stood up with a cold face. The height of more than 1.8 meters was one head taller than these natives with an average of about 1.7 meters. The tall and burly figure and the cold light on his face brought a strong sense of oppression to the natives. At this moment, he was domineering and very domineering. He glanced at the other natives. The natives who were originally unruly. At this time, no one dared to look up and look at him, including the young native who was clearly in the same group with the red beard who fell on the ground. I repeat, now this Banivera Peninsula is mine, including you, as well as my property. It is me, who saved your lives when you were in the most trouble. It was I who fed you up, Fan. Without me, you are the slaves of those half-orcs and the Chinese food. So now, I am your master. If anyone is unwilling, this is your fate. After Xiao Feng finished speaking, he glanced at Friday next to him. On Friday, he walked up to the rolling native with a cold face, drew a dagger, and slashed the guy's throat directly, screaming in all directions. The spray of blood immediately silenced all the natives. They remembered in the afternoon again. Xiao Feng calmly fired in the face of a dozen orcs charging, and brought down 5 or 6 half-orcs along the way. I think not long ago, the bravest warrior of their tribe, when faced with those fierce half-orcs, did not make a move under their hands. The team of warriors in the tribe, when faced with their half-orcs charging, it was a blow. It was collapsed, and the killing in front of him could solve 5 or 6 half-orcs by one person. In addition, since Xiao Feng had been in this world, he didn't know how many oxen were killed. The half-orcs also killed 5 or 6. Now facing these natives, because of the gap in civilization, he hasn't even noticed it. Standing in front of them, he always had a sense of civilized superiority that was more than 10 centuries ahead, and this sense of civilized superiority eventually evolved into his natural domineering power. In this primitive world, a big fist is the last word. Strong force means everything, the weak has nothing, and the strong takes everything. This is the most applicable forest law here. Those natives today, if anyone dares to disobey his will, Xiao Feng does not intend to let them live to see the sun tomorrow. And these natives also felt the murderous aura on Xiao Feng. Although they didn't understand any great principles, their primitive living conditions kept them instinct-like beasts, and when they were in danger, they can always keenly feel that the red beard on the ground next to it is kicking and twitching, struggling to take the last breath. There is such a muddle in front. The other natives also no longer have mixed thoughts. First, the leopard knelt down in front of Xiao Feng, shouting, "I will follow your instructions, my master. From now on, I will be Yong Kai. The leopards of the tribe have only you as their master. You are my heaven and my god." There was a lot of babbling, which should be a set of rhetoric in the native tribe's pledge of allegiance, and then several other natives also learned everything, kneeling down in front of Xiao Feng, repeating like a leopard the same word of allegiance. Before the raging fire, everyone knelt down on the ground and swearing allegiance loudly, saying it over and over again. Like a repeater, an inexplicable breath of blood began to spread quietly, and in the end, even on Friday, they knelt down. Xiao Feng swore allegiance to the victory in front of him. At this time, Xiao Feng is touching his chin, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Well, is this base pose very handsome? This should be the scene where the protagonist is full of arrogance. Until his neck became sore, Xiao Feng stopped pretending to be and scanned the kneeling natives. They were still bowing their heads and swearing allegiance. Xiao Feng did not say that they dare not stop, and Xiao Feng did not intend to stop them. How is authority established? Isn't it built up just by repeating and believing something over and over again? In this barbaric and uncivilized world, if you want to establish your own authority, you must make these people fearful and remember the origin of this fear, in order to deter them and make them surrender. Chapter 17 Task Assignment. How did the slave owners of the slave society, the nobles of the feudal society, and the capitalists of the modern society stand out? In the beginning, it was not always relying on bravery and fierceness to frighten others of the same kind, and then combining wisdom to stand out from one's own ethnic group, thereby occupying more social resources, and then turning these resources into wealth and continuing to give the descendants continue for several generations to form classes. And he is just repeating the path of his predecessors. As for turning all these natives into his personal slaves, Xiao Feng owes the least bit of guilt. Without him, these people would have become the captives of those half-orcs. Their fate can be imagined, and even if they weren't captured by the half-orcs, would they be able to eat and dress warmly? Can the lifespan be more than 30 years old? That's impossible. Only Xiao Feng is their savior. I don't know when Xiao Feng's heart began to become hardened. For these indigenous people, Xiao Feng didn't need them to understand the principles of benevolence, justice and morality, but only needed them to obey. With these leading surrenders, the next thing will be much easier. The next day Xiao Feng disrupted all these refugees and regrouped them. There is a team for every 10 people, and the 3 teams make up a big team, a total of 102. 10 people, divided into 4 brigades. One of them is a hunting brigade composed of young people with hunting experience. It is responsible for hunting bison on the grassland. Of course, he has not prepared too many tools at present, so he can only rely on the weapons of the orcs captured by them, and some homemade weapons. Simple weapons. These people are led by Bloom to the grassland, but Xiao Feng feels that with so many people, the hunting efficiency may not be too high, but it does not matter. After all, there is a process of becoming proficient, and storage is also a big trouble. If he follows this, the team is easy to handle. The hunted cattle can be directly loaded into the space after processing, and it will not deteriorate due to the weather. But if he's not there, it's troublesome. If you kill too much, there is no place to store too much beef in this wild world. If you don't refrigerate, the beef will quickly deteriorate. And Xiao Feng fully embodies the essence of a black-hearted capitalist. He gave Bloom and Friday instructions that when he is away, no one but them can eat beef. After all, this beef is what he wants to take back to exchange money. If he gets used to eating beef from the mud lakes, if one day he takes the beef away for money, this group of guys won't have to eat it, so they can't rebel. Therefore, the standard of living of these indigenous people cannot be set too high at the beginning. As for the food problem, a brigade composed of more than 20 women and more than a dozen children is responsible for solving the problem. Their main studio collects the food in the nearby forest. Wild vegetables, wild fruits, tubers of nearby edible plants are collected, and small beasts are captured. Anyway, there are so many resources in this neighborhood. The food sources of these hundreds of people can still be satisfied, especially in the big river. There are countless big fishes, and these big fish are very easy to catch. Just these fishes can solve most of the food problems here. And next time he comes back, he plans to bring a batch of modern food. After all, in his world, food is still very cheap. The young men of the other 2 brigades are responsible for leveling the land, cutting down trees, and preparing to build castles here at the mountain pass where the river turns in the north. Because they don't have the right tools, they can't be fast. Of course, Xiao Feng didn't expect them to build a castle. They mainly asked them to build a camp and build some wooden houses. Bloom said that in a while, winter here is coming. Once it's winter, the temperature will be very low. If there is no suitable wintering place, the number of people who freeze to death will certainly not be a small number. Therefore, the main task Xiao Feng gave them was to level the land as soon as possible, and then build some wooden houses. These natives would not build houses at all, which made Xiao Feng have to delay another few days here. Although he has never built a house before, he still understands the pattern of modern tiled houses. He commanded these natives to build a steep-roofed tiled house according to the pattern of the northern tiled house with the felled trees. These natives will build houses according to this standard in the future, and the natives nodded without understanding. Leave it to them. The method and layout have been handed over to them. As for whether it can be successfully built in the future, it is up to them to find out on their own. It's been almost 2 weeks since Xiao Feng was here, and Xiao Feng planned to go back, but before leaving, he explained 2 very important tasks on Friday. One is to let him arrange for someone to gather more special mushrooms and dry them. Then it was ground into powder and stored until he came back. Another one is to stare at the children catching fish by the big river on Friday. When they are catching fish, once they find the same stone as the last time, they will immediately collect them and wait for him to return. I found a large piece of Kota gold by the river. Xiao Feng firmly believes that there must be Kota gold beside the river, but unfortunately he has no time to dig it carefully, so he can only ask these natives to do it for them, and come back next time. At that time, he also plans to bring some sand washing baskets over and let these natives wash the sand for him by the river. His instinct told him where the sand would definitely be washed out. Friday has now been appointed by him as his own steward. When he was away, Friday was the supreme command of these natives, and Friday was naturally obedient to him. After making arrangements for these things, Xiao Feng returned to the modern world. This time he turned on the phone and found that his phone was almost broken, all of which were missed calls from Wang Quangxi. Before going to another world last time, he left more than 20,000 catties of beef and offal for Wang Quangxi, which is estimated to be enough for this guy's shop for more than 10 days. Originally, he went to another world this time, but he thought it would take less than a week. I will be back. I don't think that because of the natives, the stay will last for 2 weeks. It is estimated that Lao Wang's stock is out of stock, so I rushed to call him. After taking a simple shower, Xiao Feng called Wang Quangxi back, and he was connected as soon as he dialed. Hello, brother, you can count back the call. Where are you now? Are you okay? Is it convenient to speak? Wang Quangxi asked questions like a gun. Xiao Feng smiled and replied, excuse me, brother Wang, I went out to do some work recently. I was not in benching and it was inconvenient to answer the phone. I just came back. Don't worry, it's okay. Xiao Feng certainly knew what Wang Quangxi was worried about. This guy had always thought of himself as a bull thief, and he hadn't contacted him for so long. This guy must have thought he was planted and caught by the police. And he is not kindly concerned about his own safety, he just cares about whether he can continue to supply him, so that his business will continue to flourish. It's fine if it's alright, it's fine if it's alright. When will my brother be free? Let's meet for a meal. Wang Quangxi suppressed his excitement, and asked Xiao Feng to come out to meet him. Xiao Feng's reappearance, and it was safe and sound, but it made him happy. During this time, Xiao Feng had no news, but he was anxious enough. Several of his chain stores have been booming recently. Only because they have been able to provide high-quality beef and high-quality offal can they attract enough customers. If these two are out of stock, then his business will go thousands of miles away. Myself. Some time ago, the inventory of more than 20,000 catties left by Xiao Feng for him was consumed in only 11 or 2 days. He had been contacting Xiao Feng before and wanted to continue to purchase goods, but he could not be contacted, but he was worried about damage. Now, he wondered if Xiao Feng hadn't heard from him for so long, he should have been arrested. Now that there is no such stable purchase channel, What else would he do in this business? 5 or 6 days later, he used the beef and offal from the market first. These things were purchased from the market. Not only the price was high, but the quality was also poor. According to the original way of selling, he is almost losing money. You are reading www. Although youcanzu.com made a lot of money a few days ago, he lost money in the past few days, but he still suffered from liver pain. Fortunately, Xiao Feng, the kid, finally came back. Brother Wang, is it out of stock again? You prepare a cold storage. This time I brought more goods, about 50 tons. Can you eat it? If you can, I will handle it all for you this time. Xiao Feng stayed in another world for 2 weeks, but it was not in vain. Although the hunter team was not efficient in hunting bison at the beginning, after all, there were many people, and in terms of the physique and meat yield of the bison, it was 50%. A ton of beef is just a matter of about 60 cows. It is not a difficult task at all. This time it will be dealt with to Lao Wang. From now on, he will not plan to supply Lao Wang. This should be their last deal. 50 tons? No problem. The old price, but my brother, wait for me to contact you first and find a cold storage. Wang Quangxi heard this supply quantity, and his excitement sounded a little trembling. This is all money, 50 tons of beef. What about the offal? Isn't it more? His 6 branches now consume about 2,000 catties of beef every day. What do you think the business is so hot? It's almost full every day, even if it's not a public holiday. There is a constant stream of guests at noon and night, and the rate of turnover is definitely leveraged. There are people queuing at the store door every day. The other types of restaurants in the vicinity of his stores were all knocked down by him, so let alone 50 tons, he would have to eat all of them this time. Who knows Xiao Feng, next time will it be the same as this time, suddenly disappearing for 10 days and a half. Wang Quangxi's energy was still okay, and he quickly contacted a freezer. After waiting in the freezer at night, he saw Xiao Feng driving a medium-sized van. He had to toss 7 or 8 times back and forth. More than tons of beef and more than 30 tons of offal were unloaded clean. Chapter 18. Millionaire. The van was rented, and Xiao Feng was the only one who transported the goods back and forth. Wang Quangxi was even more sure that this guy must be a bull thief. At this time, he suddenly thought, should it be time to terminate the cooperation with Xiao Feng? This guy disappeared this time for half a month, and he brought in so much beef in one time. Based on the amount of meat and offal, I'm afraid it would have killed about 90 to 100 cows. This guy is really courageous enough to steal so many cows at one time, and this guy has been shutting down and disappearing during this period. Maybe he should have gone out to fix these things. Stealing so many cows? This must be a big case. Maybe the police are pursuing it now. If you really catch this guy, you will be implicated if one is not good. Thinking of this, Wang Quangxi felt that it was time to terminate the cooperation with Xiao Feng. Although working with him makes money fast, but he is not ready to go to prison. Besides, there is always time to earn money. I can't count on my whole life to get rich by fishing a side door. Anyway, now that the reputation of my restaurant has gone out, after insisting on a week, it is time to terminate the activity. If the beef stocks are in a long run, you can still buy it for a while. When the porters stored the beef and offal in the cold storage, Wang Quangxi took Xiao Feng to eat supper. It was almost 4 o'clock in the morning after this night of tossing. Xiao Feng did not refuse. He was hungry all night after tossing. He simply ate supper and breakfast. At this point, except for a few foreign fast food, there are no restaurants open for business in the city. Wang Quangxi took Xiao Feng back to his restaurant, opened the stove and made a few meals for Xiao Feng. When the meal came up, Xiao Feng gobbled it up, while Wang Quangxi took a plate of fried peanuts, slowly sip a glass of white wine. Xiao Feng finished his meal soon. Wang Quangxi didn't say much, took out his calculator and began to crackle and calculate the bill. There are 53 tons of beef, 2,000 catties per ton, and a total of 20 yuan per catty, a total of 2.12 million. and a total of 36 tons of beef offal, 2,000 catties per ton, and a total of 8 yuan per catty, a total of 576,000. The total is 2.96 million yuan. Brother, wait a moment for me to transfer the money to you. Wang Guangxi took out his mobile phone and computer, used mobile banking and online banking, and transferred funds to Xiao Feng through 5 or 6 banks. In order not to attract the attention of the bank, Xiao Feng also prepared 5 or 6 different banks. The bank card quickly received a total of 2.7 million transfers. Hey, Brother Wang, are there too many? It was 4,000 yuan more, and Xiao Feng was a little surprised. Hey, in order to express my gratitude, my brother will round up for you. Wang Guangxi said with a smile. Xiao Feng is also very satisfied, and the cooperation with Wang Guangxi is indeed much better than the old meat seller Jiang in that market, just happy. Well, brother, I need to tell you something about this. My store has been very successful recently. The popularity has already been brought up, but if we continue to do this, I am afraid that something will happen. First of all, the other restaurants in this neighborhood were run out by me. If I had such a low price promotion, I am afraid they would come to trouble me. Secondly, I can't keep operating like this. If this continues, some people will definitely doubt it. The origin of my beef is here, so I wondered if my promotion will be suspended for a while. During this period, the demand for my beef may not be as large as this period of time. You sent more than $50 this time. A ton of beef and more than 30 tons of offal are enough for me to consume for a few months. When Wang Guangxi said that, Xiao Feng was taken aback first. Isn't this just right? Originally, after supplying Lao Wang this time, he also planned to talk to Wang Guangxi about this, because this time he went to another world and accidentally got a piece of nugget gold. His plan to open a restaurant will be accelerated. Recently, there are many other things to be busy, so I don't plan to supply it to Lao Wang. I was wondering just now how to tell Wang Guangxi about this matter. I didn't expect this guy to take the initiative to bring it up, so I didn't want to explain nonsense to him. It's okay. It just happened that I was busy and tired during this time, so I plan to take a rest for a while. Xiao Feng said with a smile. Wang Guangxi was afraid that he would say something wrong. This young man has been in contact for a while, although he smiles every time, but he always feels that he can't understand this kid. He is like an old fox at a young age. This time, don't anger him because you see through the dangers of his career in the industry and choose not to cooperate with him. If you do bad tricks to yourself at that time, you will be in trouble. Besides, who knows that the two of them will be in the future will not continue to cooperate, but the friendship cannot be broken because of this time. So he quickly continued. My brother, if you have a demand for shipments in the future, my old Wang is still a bit thin in the catering industry and benching. Don't worry if you wait for me for 2 days, I will find some downstream customers for you. Hey, Brother Wang, I'm serious. I'm really tired recently, and I really plan to take a rest for a while. You don't help me, really. We are working together if there is a chance. Wang Guangxi carefully looked at the expression on Xiao Feng's face, and it seemed that he really didn't tell lies, so he was relieved. Good boy, know how to advance and retreat. This time I stole more than 100 cows. It must be a big case. I know that it is not the kind of character who will die if you see money. That's good. So you can do a long-term business. Well, that's good. I have a need later, brother. I'm calling you. Well, that's it. I've been busy all night, and I'm tired. I'm going back to rest. Brother Wang, please take a rest early. Let's keep in touch. Xiao Feng left Wang Guangxi's restaurant. Wang Guangxi did not keep him. Xiao Feng drove the truck to return the car, and immediately took a taxi back home after returning the car. It's been 3 poles to wake up in the morning. It was still cold and windy winter outside at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiao Feng was lying in bed and didn't want to get up. The winter sun was shining into the house, and it was quite warm inside. His old house, because of its age, is located in the middle of the mountain. It used to be blocked from running water and heating pipes. Until the land at the foot of the mountain was developed a few years ago, the developer talked to his grandfather and wanted to buy his own house. But Grandpa didn't agree. Although the business was not negotiated, the developer was still quite authentic. He invited his grandpa to pay for them at the construction site. Looking at the materials, his grandpa didn't ask him for any wages. He just asked him to help connect the tap water and heating pipes. This old man, after the house was remodeled, it was possible to live comfortably. It was cold and windy outside. Xiao Feng was lying on the bed. Although he still felt a little tired physically, he was very refreshed. The first thing he did when he picked it up was to pull out the phone card and throw it away. I don't plan to supply Lao Wang in the future, so naturally there is no need to keep in touch anymore. He used this temporary number to contact Lao Jiang and Wang Guangxi before, just to stop having any ties with them after the cooperation was terminated one day. Plug in the original phone card, open the mobile banking, and count the numbers several times. Xiao Feng couldn't help but feel happy. Yesterday he made 2.7 million from Wang Guangxi. In addition to the previous transactions with Wang Guangxi, he also made a total of 800,000. Around, now his total assets have exceeded 1 million, reaching 3.5 million, and he is finally a millionaire. Who would have thought that I had been floating in the capital for 3 or 4 years before, and when I returned to my hometown, my bank deposits amounted to only tens of thousands of yuan. Became a millionaire in just 3 months. The speed of making money is really good. No wonder the authors at a certain point like crossing so much. This crossing is really a profiteering business. Thinking about the dog-head gold from another world, Xiao Feng quickly jumped up from the bed, took out the dog meat gold, and brought it to the electronic scale. After weighing it, Xiao Feng was almost unhappy when he saw the number displayed on the electronic scale. Up 1836 grams. This guy is really not light. Look at the shape of this dog-head gold. Although it is not regular, if you look at it from a postmodern divergent perspective, it looks a bit like a freehand mountain. Well, the collection value should not be low. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng hurried over to the computer and started searching on the internet. Soon I found out the relevant information about Kota Gold. You read the book www.uukanzu.com to find out that even Kota Gold can be divided into several types. It turns out that the formation of this dog's head gold is generally a meteor that is rich in gold elements in the sky. When it falls through the atmosphere, it rubs against the air and burns. When it finally hits the ground, the formed gold solution merges with the ground sand, or stones, or water. A kind of natural gold formed. At present, there are 3 main types of Kota gold. One is gold-coated stone, one is stone-coated gold, and the other is gold-coated water. The first is formed by gold solution wrapped in sand and stone, and the second is formed by the sand and stone melted by the financial liquid are formed by wrapping the gold solution with the silicon skin formed. The third type is the solid matter formed by cooling the liquid impurities of liquid water or other minerals in the gold. And this piece in my hand should be stone covered with gold. It looks like a layer of stone skin on the outside, while the inside is pure gold. Judging from the brightness, it should be of a relatively high purity. The price, not to mention, the price of Ku's head gold found at auction in recent years must have been rising all the way. For example, several pieces of dog head gold auctioned in China in recent years were found in the Northeast region and Qing province. For example, the dog head gold named as the dog was discovered in the Northeast region. 312 grams sold for 4.7 million. The other piece was also found in the Northeast region, called Falcon 185 grams, and bought 2.25 million, and another piece found in Qing province called Sawu Shepherd 848 grams, bought 8.5 million, are basically auctioned on the basis of quality and purity. And even the lowest purity and poor quality Suwu Muiyang sold for a price of close to 100,000 yuan per gram. What about this piece in my own hand? But what about 1,800 grams? Moreover, he can tell with his naked eyes that the purity is very high, and the quality is very good. Isn't it something wrong to rush for 20 million? Chapter 19 Tyrant, 24K pure gold. But wanting to become a multimillionaire, it seems that he can't be anxious. At least Xiao Feng doesn't know what channel he should use to get this naughty gold. According to the normal procedure, of course, it is the most reasonable way to find an auction company, but if someone asks about the origin of this nugget, how should I answer it? When Xiao Feng was in Beijing, he also heard some news from auction companies. Beijing is the cultural center of China. In the past few years, the antique market was booming, and Beijing became a place where auction companies gathered. During that time, he often saw advertisements from various auction companies in various places, even on telephone poles, as well as small leaflets distributed on the street. However, those auction companies are not very formal. Many of them are scam companies. In the end, the news media exposed the chaos in the industry. For example, if you just ask them to appraise the antique porcelain, they say that the appraisal does not cost money, and the porcelain is authentic. They can auction it for you, but you have to pay a certain auction fee. As a result, I received your money. Of course, I won't do anything for you. When you finally find them and ask about the results, they will give you a push of 2, 6 and 5. Anyway, your porcelain is fake. They can use all kinds of reasons. Shirk. After more things have been exposed, the state has also introduced relevant rectification policies, such as before auctions, auction companies have to review the source of the auction items. Those formal auction companies, in order to avoid trouble, will of course act according to the rules. This way, Xiao Feng's dog-head money will be troublesome. If you find a formal auction company to bid, if this is the source of the audit, he will not be able to tell, because the state has very strict control over this piece of gold mines. Private mining is not allowed, and the state also has a wonderful decree: any underground ancillary minerals belong to the state. So you even say that you pick up this dog-head gold yourself. None of them. If you fool around and say that it is ancestral, it seems very simple, but if someone is more true, it will be more troublesome. Directly check the 3 generations of your ancestors. They are very poor peasants. In your generation, they are still poor. You dare to tell me about you? Family ancestral? If your ancestors knew the value of this nugget gold, then you would have been a rich generation. Some people in the country had so many shameless methods. Xiao Feng didn't want to get in that kind of trouble. Therefore, the channels through which Kotujin can get the money really have to be pondered. Fortunately, Xiao Feng still has a lot of classmates in the local area who have been hanging around in Binching. There are a few wandering in the gray area of society. These things are better than asking them. It is much more effective for him to think about it himself. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng sent WeChat to those classmates and inquired about the channels. A few classmates didn't ask him much, but smiled and said that they were fine with inquiries. But after the matter was done, they had no idea what Xiao Feng wanted to sell anyway. Xiao Feng smiled and agreed one by one. Those few people helped to inquire about the news, and the results will not come soon. Xiao Feng is not in a hurry. During this period of time, the 2 worlds have been busy making money, and many times have encountered dangers, even doing murders in other worlds. Even though he was in a wild world with no rules, even though he was killed as a half-orc, Xiao Feng still felt a little tired. Anyway, now that he has a certain amount of savings in his hand, Xiao Feng plans to relax and enjoy life. After all, there is no way to make money. I have been poor for more than 20 years, and now I suddenly become a millionaire, and I will become a multimillionaire in the future, a billionaire. If I only know how to make money but don't know how to enjoy it, then it's really a loss. He has more than 3 million in his hand. If he takes it out to renovate his own house, I am afraid that the money is not enough. Grandpa left him not only the tossy old house of nearly 400 square meters, but also 200 to 300 square meters. It's a yard. Earlier, this location of their house was definitely a place where birds don't shit. The suburbs of Benching are not counted, so the land is not worth money. Besides, at that time, Grandpa helped to light the fishing boats and guide the course. In addition, he was also responsible for coastal defense, the work of monitoring the sea surface, so the village leaders specially granted such a large piece of land at that time. After all, living on the mountain according to the age is very inconvenient, and drinking water has to go down the mountain. Within a few years after the liberation, the village was annexed by the expanded Benching, and their foothills became a factory area. Back then, both grandfather and father worked in the factory under the mountain. Later, the factory declined after the glory of the factory, and some of them became wealthy. The gathering of mid-level luxury housing estates. Their land is becoming more and more valuable, but the key is that no one comes to demolish it. There is also a very important reason. On the right-hand side of their house, about 1,000 meters away, there is a martyrs' cemetery left by the former Soviet Union, buried in the Benching area after participating in the liberation of the Northeast. Soviet soldiers involves the cemetery of former Soviet soldiers, which is troublesome for developers. Relocation of the grave is a troublesome task, not to mention the graves of former Soviet soldiers, which might lead to international disputes. So even if a lot of high-end properties have been opened in the neighborhood in recent years, this area has become an inch of gold. But the city government has never put it out for auction, and no developer has come to plan to demolish it. When the land was repossessed, only a few developer owners came over to ask if they would sell this old house for them to rebuild the villa for themselves. In the end, they were all rejected by the grandfather. So if you just renovate the house in such a good location, it would be a pity. You have to demolish and rebuild it. If you do that, it won't be done by Xiao Feng's 300 omnipotents. Xiao Feng estimated that if he finds a professional designer to design and rebuild according to the standards in his mind, it will cost tens of thousands of dollars even to complete the decoration. The money in his hands may not even be enough for the materials. Anyway, it's not anxious to rebuild the old house. It's better to go and enjoy it. The young people are already strong, but recently they eat a lot of beef. It's a bit of enthusiasm. Opened a live video software, looked at the local live broadcast, and finally selected a gourmet anchor named Yaoyao. This anchor seemed to have a combined score of about 85, and the fans were not too many, just over 2,000. At first glance, it is the new pink and tender anchor who has just entered the anchor world. The content of her anchor is quite ordinary, not the kind of big appetizer who is eye-catching, but takes everyone through the streets and alleys to find food from all over Benching. The location of her current anchor is an old Shanxing hot pot restaurant that just opened in Benthan. The mouth is full of oily chirping, and a group of hanging silk viewers below make a bubble from time to time. Goddess, try a duck intestine. Remember to get the whole one. Go away. What kind of duck sausage the goddess eats? If you want to eat it, you will have ham sausage. Why are you so bad? What kind of ham? Eat bananas if you want to eat it. Asshole, there is no banana in the hot pot restaurant. Goddess, it's okay in the hot pot restaurant. I have it here. I know where you are now. Don't go away. I'll send it to you later. A bunch of poor hanging silks. Even a car is reluctant to give a reward. They will only play with the female anchor here. Why do you hate it so much? This hot pot restaurant is Shanxing Hot Pot. Where are the ham sausages? There are luncheon meats. How about a big brother? Give me a luncheon meat. Hee hee. I don't like bananas. If you are interested, please send me some durians. I like to eat durians. And this female anchor who looks very much like the Korean actress Kim Tae-oh is not angry, eating and laughing and interacting with the poor fans. After watching the live broadcast for a while, Xiao Feng felt that the appearance of the female anchor was very appetizing, so he opened an account and charged 100,000 yuan. First, 5 aircraft carriers gave a reward. 5 aircraft carriers floated across the screen, causing waves of exclaims. Damn, the local tyrant has appeared. Brother Feng, you are my idol. How about eating together tonight? The hanging silks laughed and joked and flattered each other. 5 aircraft carriers cost 5,000 yuan, but they didn't take it too seriously. After all, there are too many rich people in this world. However, the eyes of the female anchor are colorful. You reading www.yuyukaxu.com has been doing this work for half a year, and it is the first time that she has met such a rich man. She has been tossed about life by the poor. Eat and drink every day, don't it cost to go back and forth? And these petty guys, even a car can't bear to give a reward. Mardan, thanks to a few Iron fans, can give a reward to a few Lamborghini from time to time, otherwise she will almost drink Northwest wine every month. But even so, at the time of monthly settlement, the platform fees are deducted, and she will get 4 or 5,000. Fortunately, the home is a local without rent, but the money for 2 sets of clothes is gone. Those she wants, no need to think about cosmetics. And those guys who rewarded Lamborghini from time to time, she also added close friends to chat privately. Most of them were little white-collar workers, and they didn't talk a few words, so she asked her if she would come out to make an appointment at night, which made her very annoying. If not thinking that they still have some financial strength, she had long wanted to blacken these toads. Suddenly today, such a rich man came out with a shot of 5,000 yuan. Such a person has to catch everything. Little girl, thank you, Feng, for your support. But before the following routines were finished, the Feng brother spoke. Try the Louvre and yellow throat for me. How does it taste? Okay. Well, the Venetian blinds of Brother Feng's shop are so smoothed out. The taste is okay, very crispy. Yellow throat, it's very average, and it doesn't chew too badly. Okay, it's quite true. Watch the appreciation. Xiao Feng is actually just looking for a reason. The 5 Starship motherships were rewarded during the conversation. This time, he was able to calm the anchor Yaoya and the other fans in the room. Fuck, this is a real tyrant, the kind of 24K pure gold, the kind that rewards you if you don't agree. Chapter 20 Wave 1 Wave Starship Mothership is the most expensive gift of this live broadcast platform. One ship is worth 10,000 yuan, and this local tyrant is 5 without blinking, and 50,000 yuan is just thrown out. This Yaoyao is a new anchor. It hasn't been a long time since she joined the industry, and she doesn't have much Iron fan. Most of the fans in her live broadcast studio are just lip service and no actual action. These guys don't say they're rewarding. They just watch other people's rewards. It's not a few times to see others rewarding a Lamborghini. What's more, there is a real local tyrant with 24K pure gold now appearing. As soon as Xiao Feng shot it, it was as if a depth bomb was dropped on the sea. Many zombie fans who were diving and not talking were blown out at once. Thou tyrant, is there still a pendant on the thigh? Brother, I think we can be friends. Handsome guy, he has a variety of humanoid figures, but he can be both male and female. He is a horse, and he can touch his heels from the lower back. Any posture has been unlocked. Make a friend. Brother, you can be cute, you can warm up the bed. Please understand. Yaoyao didn't say anything. Those hanging silk noodles had already exploded, and Yaoyao couldn't hold back her joy anymore. She smiled and expressed her gratitude to Brother Feng. What is more than heart, love you, Yo, is even more talkative. Yaoyao, who has always been lukewarm with the fans, has become so enthusiastic. Of course, there is a reason. The local tyrant makes 50,000 shots. Even if she scores half and half with the platform, she can get a score of 25,000, which is deducted the taxes worth the income of her live broadcast in the previous few months. What's more, if such a local fan rewards, she will also attract the attention of the platform. In the future, she will be supported by better recommenders. She firmly believes that with your beauty will definitely win more fans. And those hanging silk fans, when they look at the goddess they usually hold with them, at this time they are more cute than their hearts. and they blow kisses and love you. They make big moves one by one, and they are immediately restless. Yaoyao, you are holy, you can't be smashed by dirty money. That is, Goddess Yaoyao, I love you too, I love you. It's over. I have a bad feeling that the goddess is leaving with the local tyrants. Close your stinky mouth, the goddess is ours. I believe that the goddess Yaoyao will not leave. Typical tyrant, I hate you. Are you trying to take our goddess away? Can you take me to fly together? I can use it as a mattress, and I can do it. Go away, the goddess is yours, and the local tyrant is mine. Seeing a group of poor hanging silks, there are all kinds of words to please the anchor Yaoyao, but they can't take any practical action, and at the same time they are flattering themselves. Xiao Feng's heart is happy. Once, he was one of them. Is it right now? Yes, the big dogs are here. A beautiful and beautiful woman is of course a scarce resource. Even if she is empty and meaningless, it is enough as long as she is pleasing to the eyes and can bring people a pleasant mood. Of course, this kind of pleasant mood can only be done by a few rich people. Enjoy. At this time, he saw Yaoyao's application to add her own friends, passed it directly, and started a private chat. Handsome guy, I think you are also located in Benching. Yaoyao is very direct, and the hint is obvious. Yeah. Come out to eat together at night. Xiao Feng is more direct. He definitely doesn't want to waste too much time on problems that can be solved with money. In fact, it is very simple to find women. There are so many small cards in the bathing center and big hotels. But Xiao Feng is now a rich man. The rich naturally disdain to look for those big-ticket goods, and spend some money to find someone who is admired by many hanging silks. Goddess. Then be a man who rides a goddess until he wants to vomit. Is this fun? This is Xiao Feng's evil taste. Okay, where? What time? Xiao Feng looked at the wall clock on the wall. It was 12:30 noon, so he said to Yaoyao, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Station Square 521 station. Okay. He'll wear a beige trench coat at that time. As soon as Yaoyao's voice fell, I saw several interstellar motherships floating by on the screen. I didn't say anything when I got it. Today, this local tyrant must catch it. The silk fans in the live broadcast room wailed, and the local tyrant made another move. With this strong local tyrant, the young lady must go with the local tyrant. As expected, the anchor Yaoyao put down her chopsticks at this time. Dear fans, this is the end of today's live broadcast. The Diosi fans have not had time to mourn. Yaoyao has turned off the live broadcast, and the local tyrant Feng Feng made a few smiles in the live broadcast room and left a sentence. Sao Nian, don't waste time here. Hurry up and make money. Grass, even if you have money, you still have to take away our goddess. I will fight you. That's right. Is the local tyrant great? Take away our goddess and give us chicken soup. What's more, yours is chicken soup. It's chicken shit. That's right. Do you think we don't want to make money? Wipe. Then you have to find a job. Xiao Feng didn't have time to entangle with these hanging silk fans, so he directly exited the live broadcast room, washed and left the house, and wanted to go to the goddess. He must have a decent outfit. He is a Sudawit color worker in the capital. Although he has a monthly salary of over 10,000, after deducting miscellaneous expenses, there is not much left. There are only a few large-scale outfits, all of which are Uniqlo or Jack Jones. He used to think that these outfits could be worn out, but now that he has money, it will inevitably swell. These clothes can no longer satisfy his former tirade aura. Of course, he has to go to luxury stores that he didn't dare to enter before. Waves. However, when he was standing at the gate of the yard of his home and taking a taxi, Xiao Feng suddenly felt that he had to get a car first. What a joke. As a millionaire and future multimillionaire, how can I get in and out by taxi? Does not meet the identity. The most important thing is that his home is located halfway up the mountain, and it's just such a family. Usually there is no taxi coming up. He used to have to go down the mountain to take a taxi. Even if he uses the car software, people are not willing to go up the mountain specifically, just call him. Go down and wait for him below. Thinking of this pain point in life, Xiao Feng felt that solving this problem first was the key. He called for a car with taxi software, and Xiao Feng went straight to the bonded area. This summer, his grandparents still had no physical problems. When he was still hanging out in the capital, he happened to be a car sales friend again. He wanted to participate in the auto show because of lack of manpower, so he called him to help. He worked and played in the exhibition hall. It happened to be a night of fun. Many luxury cars exhibited before they could meet the audience. He sat all over. Among them, he was most impressed by the new Mercedes-Benz GLS 400. Of course, for the real rich, this is also a grocery shopping cart. Lamborghini, Ferrari, and Porsche are good toys. But for Xiao Feng, he doesn't know the famous names of these fungus harvesters. His current net worth really can't afford these few models, so I can only buy a Mercedes-Benz to make do. And when I have money in the future, he must get those fungus harvesters and try the legendary harvesting ability against the sky. Binching is a large port in the north. There is a free trade zone. Many high-end cars have parallel sales outlets here. Xiao Feng used to just pass by and have a look. This time it is different. Although dressed in an unremarkable Jack Jones dress, the young ladies from the sales outlets still greeted him in splendor, and the attitude of receiving him was very sincere. Xiao Feng did not meet the face-slapped plots in the novel, so he could not show his heart. I have designed several anti-slaps methods, and I can't help but feel very regretful. There are not many customers in the shop. A few sales ladies circled around Xiao Feng, serving coffee and refreshments, and a few kept asking Xiao Feng if he knew about the Mercedes-Benz brand. What kind of car do you like? Made Xiao Feng a little annoyed. Okay, don't introduce it. Take me to see the Mercedes-Benz GLS 400. Is there an existing car? Although this young man is dressed in ordinary clothes, he is very handsome. The most important thing is the indifferent manner of speaking, which immediately made the hearts of several female salesmen jump. The sales are generally very eye-catching. You are reading www. What kind of customer youcanzu.com puts on what kind of spectrum, dressed and talked like Xiao Feng. In their opinion, it must be the small driver who just bought a car for the appropriation at home, and he must have done the corresponding to the car before. Knowing that, such guests are the most happy. Several female salesmen immediately began to compete with each other, chattering and talking, and finally the sales director came forward to calm the scene, and directly assigned Xiao Feng to a female salesperson who looked a bit fox and charming. Attracted other female salesmen secretly scolding the vixen and the supervisor for having a kick. But by this time Xiao Feng had already gone to see the car with the vixen. Since the GLS 400 is a new car, it was arranged at the back of the exhibition hall. Xiao Feng tried it out in the car and adjusted the seat. He didn't even listen to what the saleswoman next to him said. The parameters of this car are as early as the first. After seeing it once, he almost knew it online. How much does this car cost? Seeing Xiao Feng's so simple, the sales eyes of this woman are almost dripping with water. Mr. Xiao, the current price of this car is 1,075,800, because we have tax advantages in the bonded area. We can give you a discount of 30,000. If you make a reservation today, I can give you a discount of 5,000. Are there any existing cars? Hearing this sentence, the female salesman felt that her legs were a little soft. This is really a small opening to spend money without blinking. Well, swipe your card, check the car later, and drive away without any problem. Okay, Mr. Xiao, please follow me. When the female salesperson got out of the car, she seemed to accidentally fall into Xiao Feng's arms. Two headlights hit Xiao Feng's chest and looked at this sales whose eyes were dripping water. If not at night. With an appointment, Xiao Feng can't wait to eat a picnic right now. Chapter 21 Primary Financial Freedom. Yao Yao is standing at 521 station in the front square of the station. The wind is very strong today. She chose to wear a beige woolen coat, which is actually not very warm, but to highlight the beauty, she can only bear it. She put on light makeup, and she didn't know what style the local tyrants like today, so she didn't dare to paint too much. There were still 10 minutes to 4 o'clock, but she still arrived early. For the spare tire, the goddess can choose to let him wait willfully. Anyway, those spare tires will only pay silently, and in the end they will only touch themselves in the memory, and for the goddess, they have always been prepared for nothing but requests. Fetal. But in the face of the local tyrants, Yaoyao dare not take out the goddess fan. After all, the so-called goddesses that the local tyrants contact are too many. The goddess in the eyes of ordinary Diosi is not a problem in the eyes of others, let alone today is her first real contact with local tyrants. When she was in school, some boys with good families chased her. But which of those boys could give her a reward of 100,000 in just a few minutes? So the speed at which Xiao Feng spent money this afternoon still shocked Yaoyao. What does the local tyrant who will come later look like? A greasy middle-aged fat uncle is more likely, but if he is a handsome young man, it is even more perfect. Just as Yaoyao was stomping her feet from the cold to keep warm, while she was thinking about it, a black Mercedes-Benz SUV slowly slipped in front of her. Yaoyao didn't understand the car very well, but she also knew that this car was not cheap. The window of the car was lowered, revealing a handsome young man's face, unsmiling and cool. Yaoyao, right? Get in the car. Yaoyao looked at that handsome face and felt a sudden jump in her heart. She really did what she wanted. She was not a greasy middle-aged man, so she just got in the car without talking nonsense. After getting in the car, the handsome guy didn't talk a lot. Yaoyao has been secretly looking at this handsome guy. He looks 8,085 points. Because he is sitting and driving, he can't see his figure, but he should be quite tall. He has long legs. The dressing up is relatively ordinary, the whole body is about 2,000 yuan of clothes. It seems not suitable for the status of the local tyrant. How can Xiao Feng not know what Yaoyao is thinking about? When Yaoyao secretly looked at him, he has been observing this anchor, but unlike Yaoyao, he is much more straightforward. When the red light comes, look openly. Well, I didn't choose the wrong one. His face value was about 85 points. He was tall and well dressed. The most important thing was that he didn't use a knife on his face. Although Xiao Feng was a poor person before, it does not prevent him from appreciating beauty. In recent years, with the outbreak of the online live broadcast industry, internet celebrities have begun to flood the entire network, and even the plastic surgery industry has become popular. And it is now full. The young ladies on the street look like sisters who have been separated for many years. The large European-style eyelids, the roots of the avatar's nose, can kill people's chins, so that the faces produced by the assembly line are beautiful and beautiful, but once they watch too much, they will cause aesthetic fatigue. Even Xiao Feng now sees those who scratch their heads and pose on the internet. The net red face will be physiologically nauseous. Today, this girl hasn't moved a knife on her face. It suits his appetite better. Handsome guy, where are we going? Also saw it almost, Yaoyao tentatively asked. I went to Plaza 66. I just came back from a field. I don't have too many clothes for the season. I went to buy a few clothes. The beauties see you wearing very fashionable clothes, so they should be good at matching clothes. Then, I will help you with your opinions as a reward. It's pretty cold today. I think you don't wear much today. If you see a suitable down jacket, choose one too. Yaoyao's temptation. How could Xiao Feng fail to understand that Xiao Feng still has some tips for pondering other people's minds after years of drifting in the workplace in Beijing? When this Yaoyao just watched her dressing up, she was obviously a little bit jealous. Maybe she would treat herself as a driver who stole the boss car, and he is now a millionaire anyway, and she really needs some support. Just take the beautiful women to buy a few sets of clothes, and have a meal by the way. Xiao Feng's answer was very decent, which made Yaoyao very satisfied. He did not show the domineering posture of a local tyrant. Instead, He said the gift-giving thing so tactfully, which made Yao very heartwarming. The look in Xiao Feng's eyes gradually relaxed his vigilance a little. Although she was a real fisherman, she was not the type who would jump up when she saw a rich man without her brain. If that were the case, she might as well just go out and sell it. This car is obviously a new one, and it still has a temporary license, and the handsome guy also said that he has just returned from the field, and the clothes he wears are still autumn models, not serious winter clothes. This should be a small car who has just graduated and returned from the field. Yao is still guessing about Xiao Feng's background. Xiao Feng has already drove to the underground parking lot of Plaza 66 and took the elevator directly to the third floor. Several international brands are on this floor. Xiao Feng doesn't know much about the high-end luxury brand. He probably visited a few stores and looked at them. The designs of these big-name clothes are all okay. What makes Xiao Feng dissatisfied is that although the clothes are stylish, the practicality is not very good, such as Versace, Armani and so on. Although the clothes have a good shape, they are designed to be thin and open-necked in order to highlight the figure. Such clothes look handsome, but the materials used to highlight the shape make people particularly uncomfortable and panicky. And the winter in the north is cold, especially the sea breeze, and Binching is particularly strong. Although he has a car now, he also walks. If he wears this kind of clothes and goes out, he can be frozen into a silly bee in minutes. But if he puts on it outside-down jacket, how do you pretend to be bee? Finally, I saw a woolen suit in the Gucci store, which made Xiao Feng very satisfied. The shopping guide enthusiastically introduced the cashmere content of more than 97%, and the most important thing is the use of the latest Italian textile technology. It has elasticity on all sides and is beautiful to wear on the body. It is not a good person. In addition, it also brings a piece of cashmere made of the same material. The coat jacket is stylish, comfortable and warm to wear. Even Yao looked at him in this outfit, and there was a lot of splendor in her eyes. Even the Buddha wears gold outfits, let alone human beings. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes, horses rely on saddles. Xiao Feng's previous dress, if he is a young white-collar worker, there is nothing wrong with him, but he is now a local tyrant. This set of Gucci wears, this is in line with the local tyrant's personality, and Xiao Feng is not bad at all, with long legs of 185 meters, white skin, and a typical face of a handsome Libra man. With this outfit, 85 points instantly upgraded to 90 points handsome guy, let alone Yao. Even the two beautiful shopping guides changed the law to ask for WeChat with him. Thanks to Yao's bright eyes, she finally dismissed the two fox spirits from the left and the right. With a pair of woolen socks and handmade Italian leather shoes in the shop, Xiao Feng looked at himself in the mirror. Why do I look so good? If he had to use one word to describe himself, he felt that he couldn't find any other words except perfection. Stop talking nonsense. Swipe your card. Local tyrants are local tyrants. They never look at the price tag when buying clothes. This is also the most basic understanding of Xiao Feng's financial freedom. He had a high school classmate who went to the chrysanthemum factory after graduating from college. The buddy was able to endure hardships. After joining the company, he was sent directly to Africa. Later, he moved to South America with high emotional intelligence and strong ability. He spent 4 years abroad. Last year transferred back to the Beijing branch as an executive. After coming back, he invited some of their high school classmates to dinner with him from time to time. Every time he paid the bill, they made them feel uncomfortable, but the buddy said, "It's okay." Now he is financially free. By the way, I also explained to them the realm of financial freedom. For example, financial freedom can be divided into several categories. The beginners are going to restaurants and shopping to buy clothes. They never look at the price part of the menu and the price tag of clothes. Intermediate financial freedom, that is, buying a car is only based on preferences, and never cares about the price. Of course, the upper limit is limited to the ordinary BBA level, while the high-level financial freedom is that the price is never asked for changing houses, only the preference. At that time, Xiao Feng heard it as an envy. When will he reach the realm of financial freedom, even if he is a beginner? MTLnovel.com I didn't expect this day to come so fast. Shirts, vests, suits, windbreakers, socks, leather shoes, but the underwear was not bought here. Xiao Feng changed it from head to toe, swiping more than 80,000 credit cards. Xiao Feng didn't even look at the specific numbers behind. Even if the girls in the Gucci store often receive high-end customers, there are not too many. If it weren't for the Yaoyao next to them, the two female shop assistants would have crossed the sea a long time ago, each showing their magical powers. And Xiao Feng is enjoying the fun of spending money while enjoying the feeling of being sought after. I finally understand why so many people desperately want to be rich. This feeling of being sought after is really cool. Lao Tzu risked his life to kill cows in another world. Why did he form a team? Isn't it just to make money? And if you don't enjoy making money, can it be a cheap bank, waiting for the bank to take your money to lend to others to enjoy? Forget it, let me do it myself. When I went out, I took Yaoya and went to the women's clothing store. I chose to choose. Finally, I chose Menklai, the Canadian Goose. Even more than 10,000 down jackets. Xiao Feng swiped his card without blinking his eyes. Yaoyao directly brushed her dizziness and her legs were soft, and the look in Xiao Feng's eyes automatically turned into a careful shape. I checked my eyes, this is the right person. After buying the clothes, Xiao Feng took Yaoyao straight to the 5th floor. It was dark. Of course, he was going to have dinner. He chose an Australian feeder bone steak, mainly because he wanted to try this so-called what's the taste of the beef on the bone. I chose 2 sets of more than 300 sets, and the steak was served. Well, the taste is not bad. It is tenderer than the steaks in ordinary steak houses, but it is still slightly more expensive, compared with Xiao Feng's alien beef. The taste is slightly inferior. But Yaoya was eating very slowly at this time, and was always figuring out what to do after eating. Chapter 22 You can do whatever you want if you have money, Brother Feng. Let's go to a movie after dinner. Okay, I haven't watched it for a long time. Of course, Xiao Feng would not refuse Yaoyao's active invitation. He has been working hard in another world during this period, and his nerves are really tight when he is busy making money. He also just wants to relax his nerves, although the girl is paid to make an appointment. However, Yaoyao made him feel very comfortable with the sister. He can obviously feel that Yaoyao is deliberately pleasing him, but what about it? Shouldn't the rich enjoy such deliberate pleasing? I think he hadn't been in a serious relationship back then, but that experience was an unforgettable pain for him. In college, relying on himself to look handsome, he used to take the initiative to launch an offensive against the goddess in the class, but the goddess was just like to leave him. Instead, he often posted some love chicken soup in the circle of friends. At that time, he was still the same. When king is small and pure, and feels that the chicken soup is right, men should be good to women, and they should pay for women. It turned out to be a spare tire for 3 years without any complaints. It wasn't until college graduation that the goddess got directly into a rich second-generation BMW car, and then she realized that she had been a licking dog for 3 years. After he got out of social work, he clearly understood his position. Although his appearance was decent, he did not have outstanding talents. His family background could only be considered middle and lower. He should honestly find a 70-year-old girl to marry and have children, and be safe and secure. Forget it for a lifetime. But the reality still gave him a cruel blow, let alone 70 points. Even the 60-point girls were brainwashed by chicken soup, thinking that she was a goddess, and then let him take the initiative to lick the dog. That is impossible. So he naturally became a Buddhist youth. Don't have money? Then it's good to live a life of low desire. One person is full of food and the whole family is not hungry, wants entertainment, and has the company of steam with the lowest resource consumption. Live. The inventory in the D-disk is transferred out, and if the bonus is paid, then the bath center will start to take care of it, and the life will be enjoyable. Anyway, We don't expect to get married and have children, so let's wait until one day I really have enough of the passing line of financial freedom. As for love, what a joke is that it is only a luxury that rich people can enjoy. But now that he is rich, Xiao Feng's mentality has changed again. It is impossible for a young Buddhist family to manage a relationship with his heart, but he feels powerless. It's better to spend some money and get it done quickly if you have that time. Entering the final stage, anyway, it is the fast food era, and everything is about speed. So if you spend a little money now, you can enjoy the kindness and obedience of the girl. Isn't that good? And she's a girl with 85 points. If this were before, he would even have to rank for his sister as a licking dog. To tell the truth, although it is done with money, Xiao Feng is still very satisfied with this kind of service attitude. What he spends is the service. Ye Ouyao chose a recent popular Hollywood blockbuster. At the beginning of the movie, as soon as the popcorn was eaten, Xiao Feng's hand directly touched Ye Ouyau's leg. Although she was wearing a bare-legged artifact, she could still feel the pants. The slippery inside. The popcorn bucket in Ye Ouyau's hand almost fell to the ground, but she adjusted her mood quickly, eating popcorn while staring at the screen, as if nothing happened. Maid. The ancients don't deceive me. It turns out that if you have money, you can do whatever you want. The local tyrant's halo is boundless. If you want to be the same stinky hanging silk from the past, and dare to do such an action to a goddess like Ye Ouyao, I am afraid that the other party will slap his face a long time ago. Xiao Feng's mind is no longer on the movie. The focus of attention is all on the feedback feel. Well, the legs are very thin and straight. They are suitable for driving in joystick mode, and the vibration mode can be adjusted to the maximum. In the tour movie, Xiao Feng has a taste of the mountains and rivers. The blockbuster of Aquaman is really good. If Aquaman himself can't be the one, there is hope for the Aquaman. The movie is over and the audience is almost gone, but Ye Ouyao can't stand up. Leaning softly on Xiao Feng's body, Xiao Feng stretched out her hand and gently stroked her hair, and after a while Ye Ouyao looked up with her eyes blurred. Looking at Xiao Feng, "Brother Feng, why is there a fishy smell on your hands?" "Well, isn't the movie I just watched Aquaman? I went to the sea and washed my hands." "Well, you are so bad." Ye Ouyao hammered Xiao Feng's chest with a small fist. Xiao Feng laughed. "Go, eat supper." The first half is over. There is still the second half. The Castle Hotel indicated in benching. The Sea View Big At room is the most expensive but only 1,001 nights. There are 5 or 6,000 noble suites. Xiao Feng did not choose this Sea View Big At already. He was very satisfied. The high-end hotel has first-class facilities. Xiao Feng's impression this night is that the bed is very soft, and the feedback is very good. How to sleep, what action to sleep, is comfortable. The next day Xiao Feng got up refreshed. Ye Ouyao was still lying on the bed and couldn't wake up. Yesterday, she was exhausted. I didn't know. After this trial, Xiao Feng knew that she was so physically strong. It seems that surviving in the wild during this period of time has indeed greatly improved his physical fitness. He used to be a thin bamboo pole, a subhealthy little white-collar worker, but now he has become a muscular man without knowing it. The naughty guy, he didn't notice when these muscles were developed. Eating high-protein and high-nutrient foods like beef for many days seems to be a great supplement to his body. Thanks to Ye Ouyau's soft cushioning, otherwise the hotel's Big At would have it maybe broken by him. Took a bath, then called the hotel to deliver breakfast to the room, woke Ye Ouyao to have breakfast together, and then broke up. Sent Ye Ouyao to a nearby subway station. Ye Ouyao didn't want him to send him home. Of course, Xiao Feng understood what it meant. The current relationship between the two is still limited to the primary applause stage. Such a girl is really worrying. Brother Feng, don't forget to call when you are free. Before Ye Ouyao got off the car, she stamped Xiao Feng's face. Xiao Feng smiled and replied, "Don't worry, when I finish this section, I will have an appointment with you. Saying goodbye to Yao Yao, Xiao Feng turned to Harbor Plaza. When he got up in the morning, he received a WeChat from an old high school classmate. The other day he entrusted these classmates to help find a few local energy buyers. In the recent period, his classmates recommended him a lot, and he chose to choose this one. He thinks this morning is more reliable. According to the recommendation of an old classmate, this person is called Huang Zhu. He is now the owner of Zhu Auction Company, and his strength is very good. The reason why Xiao Feng thinks Huang Zhu is good is because he has really heard of this man's reputation. Huang Zhu was also an employee of the turbine factory at the foot of their mountain. The leaders in the 1980s looked like a shaky gangster. As a result, this guy went into the sea within a few years of doing it. At that time, it was said that he did everything, mainly involving a little bit of black smuggling and stolen goods. The movement was not small. Later, something happened and he ran away to South Korea for a while. In the mid-1990s, I didn't know how to go back to the country after the whitewashing. Afterwards, he worked in demolition and real estate. In the past few years, he also worked in pawns and small loan companies. Anyway, he is a black and white master. Because this guy started off near their home, Xiao Feng has also heard people say that he has a good reputation. Although his business is not clean, he is more credible. His Zhu auction house is on the 3rd floor of Harbor Plaza, which is an older commercial center in Benthan. In recent years, due to the impact of the emerging commercial center, it has declined a bit, and there is not much traffic. Xiao Feng arrived. As for the auction house, the size of the company is not large and there are not many people inside, but the atmosphere is fairly formal. After the front desk asked him, he took him directly into Huang Zhu's office. This Huang Zhu happened to be on the phone. After watching him come in and listening to the little girl at the front desk whispering a few words in his ear, "You are reading www.youcanzu.com," waved Xiao Feng to sit first. After sitting down, Xiao Feng also looked at Huang Zhu. He looked like more than 40, with a public face, and he was well maintained, except that he had no hair on his head and had a bald head. Soon Huang Zhu put down the phone in his hand, then smiled and got up to shake hands with Xiao Feng, and introduced himself. "Oh, Xiao Feng brother, right? Zhang Zun told me about you 2 days ago. I heard that you have something to sell." "What did you bring?" Zhang Zhu saw this Xiao Feng in a Gucci suit. He had a cool temperament. He didn't even smile when he entered the house. Instead, he looked at himself up and down. He knew that this young man is not easy. If he is an ordinary person, even if he has something in his hand, which one can see, do you dare to be so presumptuous? People dare to do this, it shows that they have confidence. And such a confident person usually really has good things. Zhang Zhu is very wild. Money is not a problem, and the most feared thing is that there is no good things. In recent years, the domestic economy has been sluggish, real estate and the stock market have been sluggish. The country has been relatively strict on foreign exchange. Many wealthy people think of foreign investment, and it is not so easy for funds to go out. The market for antiques is not good. For many wealthy people, this is an era of asset shortage. Everyone is holding money in their hands, but they can't find anything suitable for investment. So Huang Zhu has become the sweet pastry in the eyes of these people. This guy Lu Zai can get some good things from time to time, although the foundation is not clean. But who cares about that now? Didn't the old people say everything? Black cats and white cats, a good cat can catch mice, and the hero doesn't ask where it comes from. So Huang Zhu has had a good life in recent years, but he also has some worries, that is, the good things now are getting harder and harder to find. Chapter 23. Zero Millionaire is not a dream. Huang Zhu had been on the road in his early years, and his social relations were very wide. The young man in front of him was recommended by a little brother who had been with him several times before. He said that he had something good to deal with, so he recommended it to him. To be honest, if it wasn't for that little brother who had a good relationship with him, he really didn't want to seek Xiao Feng. After all, There are too many swindlers who can tell stories these days. Fake goods, even if they are really good things, often open their mouths because they don't understand the market, so they are generally not recommended by acquaintances, and they don't want to see customers who take the initiative to come to the door. But when he saw Xiao Feng's dress and temperament today, he felt that today's business should be well established. With his old and spicy experience, the guy in front of him should not be a liar. Coupled with Xiao Feng's always holding posture, he was straight to the point. Well, there is indeed something, and it's not bad, but I don't know if Boss Huang can eat it. Xiao Feng said faintly. The reason why he had always been in a posture as soon as he came in was because he didn't want to show his timidity. Huang's wet all black and white and had a lot of experience. He was afraid that he would talk too much, and he would easily get a sense of it. Once this guy finds out the details, Xiao Feng is afraid that he will lower the price when he sees his coat of gold, then it will be troublesome, so he keeps holding it. This is also the routine he figured out on the way. At this time, he used such a little aggressive method in a small one, which he had designed a long time ago. Sure enough, when Huangzi heard this, his face was taken aback, and then he laughed, but this should be an angry laugh. Status. If it were for someone else to talk to himself like this, Huangzi would have stood up long ago. But Xiao Feng said it coldly, and Huangzi really became more and more interested in him. I'm afraid that this young man will cost $100,000. Ordinary liars are not willing to use such expensive clothes to disguise themselves. Coupled with his age and attitude, he should not be a liar. If he were not a liar, the more dare he would be. Saying that means the higher the value of the things in his hands. Brother, didn't Jiang Zun introduce me to you? To tell you the truth, brother, I may not be bad in other things, but it's not bad money. Huangzi said, while looking at Xiao Feng seriously. He really wanted to see what kind of baby this young man could bring out. Xiao Feng, on the other hand, stared at him without retreat. Huangzi was an old river and lake. He had never seen any storms. It was not once or twice that he was held to his head with a gun. His eyes were so piercing that most people really dare not talk to him, look at each other. As for Xiao Feng, it's not bad either. After experiencing things like the shuttle between the two worlds, it seems to be a game plot for ordinary people. He has also killed a few half-orcs, and his mentality has long been different from the only little white-collar worker in the office before. His eyes were cold and firm, just staring at each other for a few seconds. Huangzi felt that his face was a little bit scratched by the blade, and he felt palpitations for no reason. This feeling is that when he committed an offense and smuggled into South Korea, he was on the same boat. I have felt it in a smuggling elder brother. But which eldest brother is a raptor who crosses the river, holding a few lives in his hand? That young man. Thinking of this, Huangzi couldn't help but shudder, and immediately put on a smiling face, took the teapot in his hand and filled it with water, and began to play with the TC in front of him. Haha, I haven't drank any saliva since my brother came here. My brother apologizes for you. I will enjoy a cup of new Aishan black tea that my brother bought recently. Although it can't be compared with Duong Pao, it's not bad. Okay, but let's look at things first. I can trust Jiang Zun. If he recommends you Boss Huang to me, I can trust you too. Huang's momentum was suppressed by himself. Xiao Feng didn't intend to waste any more time. The initial plan went well, then let's move on to the topic. When Huangzi heard this, he couldn't help rubbing his hands. The show came, and he just watched Xiao Feng pick up a cowhide bag from under his feet, opened it, and took out a newspaper-wrapped package from it and placed it in front of him. Huangzi picked up the package and turned it upside down. It was quite heavy. He opened the newspaper and immediately held his breath. In front of me is an irregular stone, but a corner is missing, but from this missing corner a smooth section is exposed. From this section, you can see that the stone is covered with a thin layer of grey stone skin, and inside is dazzling golden yellow. Could it be that stone is covered with gold? I have been in the antique business for many years, and I have seen many rare and exotic treasures, but after seeing this piece of gold in front of him clearly, Huangzi was still stunned. Of course he has seen Kotujin, and there are many of them, and even have handled a few pieces, but it is the first time he has seen such a big piece, and it can be seen from this cross-section alone. The gold braided in the stone crust is of very high quality. Goosehead gold is the most precious kind of stone-coated gold, because the other two types of gold-coated stone and gold-coated water are the gold solution that wraps the stone inside, or is a liquid solidified product of other impurities. Only the outer layer is gold. The quality of gold is limited, and the weight of the package inside is high, so it is difficult to sell at a price. But the stone-coated gold is different. The hot natural gold solution falls on the ground and rolls, and the silt that melts the ground is wrapped in the outer layer, which forms a good protection for the gold solution inside and avoids contact with other impurities. After the liquid is cooled, a solid stone-coated gold is formed. Generally, the purity of the gold wrapped in it is very high, and the quality is very good, and it is often the most expensive kind of gold in the dog's head. The original steady breathing suddenly became hurried. Huangzi stood up abruptly at a speed that did not match his age, went to the floor-hustling glass of the office, closed the shutters, and then closed the door again, and ordered the secretary outside, "Don't bother to come in." Then he turned around and took out a set of tools from the cabinet under his boss desk, a bright flashlight, an electronic scale, a magnifying glass, and many other instruments that Xiao Feng didn't understand. Ignoring Xiao Feng, Huangzi was holding a whole set of tools, wearing white gloves, and holding this piece of dog-head gold and looked at it for a long time. He even took out a measuring cup, and with Xiao Feng's permission, he scratched it lightly. Some powder came down, took out the test paper for a simple test, took out the calculator, crackled for a long time, finally let out a long breath and put down the tool in his hand. When he looked up at Xiao Feng, he was already smiling, and Xiao Feng of course could see the flattery in his smile. "Brother, your baby is really extraordinary. Presumably, you must also know the approximate price of this thing. Now that you have found me, you can really value my old Huang. Let's not talk nonsense. I am a happy man. How much do you want this baby?" Lao Huang made the move first, but Xiao Feng didn't make an offer first. He just smiled faintly and said to Lao Huang, "How much can you make?" "Okay." Old Huang rubbed his big bald head constantly. This thing must not be missed, and he didn't intend to. "What do you think of 18,080? 10,000 units are directly saved." After all, although the guy on the opposite side is young, he is also an expert. "You can see the quality of this baby, Boss Huang. It weighs 1836 grams. In recent years, the world has not found such a big one, and the quality is still so good. The price of this 1008 is not suitable for me. 2004. What do you think? Do you want to pay back the price?" Lao Huang's quotation just now set a bottom limit for this baby, and Xiao Feng's quotation set a limit on the price of this baby. This old Huang just paid a price of 1,880, which shows that this person is still reliable, and he really wants to buy this thing. If this is an unreliable guy, I am afraid that you can shout out that you wanted to leave at the time. Price. When Lao Huang heard Xiao Feng's offer of 2004, his brows tightened. Xiao Feng's quotation shows that people have a very good understanding of the market. The 2004 quotations are for this piece of gold. You are reading www.yuukanzu.com is really not high, but for him, the profit margin is relatively small. He pondered for a while. "How about 19,009? Xiao Feng smiled and shook his head. Old Huang's eyebrows became tighter and tighter. 2,000 head office, right? Xiao Feng still shook his head. Old Huang felt that he was going to start acting and selling badly. "Brother, the price of 2,000 is really not low. I am a small business. You are also considerate and considerate of my brother. Your baby is of high quality, and quality high is true, but if you go through a formal channel, people will also charge you a handling fee and pay taxes. After the conversion, the 2,000 I gave is really not low." Lao Huang was right, But there is still a certain gap between Xiao Feng's psychological price and he is not in circles anymore. 2002, if you think it's okay, just make a deal. Old Huang squeezed a handful of his neck. This kid's knife was really cruel, but 2002 were not unacceptable. He could still have a profit of at least 3 million yuan once he changed hands. He knows a lot of rich people who like to collect in the whole country, such a treasure. For those people, 20 million is not a problem at all. After all, this dog's head gold is a hard currency in the collector's market. It is different from traditional antiques. Traditional antiques are expensive in the country and easy to circulate in the domestic circle. It is not easy to sell a high price to foreigners in the international market, unless very individual treasures. But Kota gold is different. This thing is recognized all over the world. The liquidity is very good, and the value preservation rate is not generally high. Even if no buyer is willing to take over, the world's major banks are still rushing to buy it. It is absolutely in the collection market. Belongs to hard currency. Okay, only 2002. But my brother, can you give me 10 days? After all, this amount of money is not a small sum. Let me take a few days. How about raising money? Chapter 24. The hearts of capitalists are all black. 22 million is not a small amount of money to anyone. Don't look at the many multimillionaires and billionaires in the society nowadays, but if you let them spend so much money at once, I'm afraid it would be really difficult. After all, rich people are very alive. They don't put all their money in the bank when they have money. They will use diversified investments to preserve their assets. So even though Huang Zu is now a billionaire worth hundreds of millions, he can get it right away. It's really not that easy to come up with more than 20 million. Huang Zu's request was not excessive. Xiao Feng nodded and agreed, no problem, I'll give you 10 days. But if it's more than 10 days and you haven't believed it, I won't wait until it expires. Because the two of them are doing a semi-underground business, there is no need to sign a contract or anything. But Huang Zu is still a little anxious after hearing what Xiao Feng said. He is very optimistic about this stone-clad gold. If 22 million is won, he will introduce it to a few rich people and ask them to bid. It is estimated that at least 3 million will be earned. Xiao Feng just left. He was a little worried. After all, the capital city was far away, not to mention Puhai, but Benqing and the provincial capital. He did the same business with him, and his strength was about the same, and there were several people who were even better than him. If Xiao Feng went to other people during this period, some people would pay a higher price if the security was not complete. So in order to prevent Xiao Feng from leaving like this, he decided to increase the deal. Don't worry, brother, although I don't have that much at a time, I can pay a deposit first to show my sincerity. Because the two people's transaction did not involve the formal process of signing a contract, Xiao Feng had never thought of asking for a deposit with Huang Zu. He didn't expect that Huang Zu actually offered to ask for a deposit, and Xiao Feng was really taken aback. Huh? Boss Huang, this is unnecessary, right? We don't have to sign a contract. Hey, it is necessary. Necessary. We are doing a deal for the first time. I am very optimistic about my brother's things, and I also know that you are not worried about selling this thing. But please believe me, my brother, the price I gave is definitely regarded as an industry the best of them. You wait for me for a week. Of course, I can't let you wait in vain. In order to show my sincerity and strength, this deposit must be given. How about 1 million? Old Huang was very enthusiastic. Xiao Feng couldn't laugh or cry when he heard it. He understood that the feelings were that old Huang was afraid that he would find other channels and wanted to tie him up with a deposit. But wouldn't he be afraid to take the money and run away? And Lao Huang dared to give 1 million, and he was really not afraid that Xiao Feng would run away. The reason why he gave Xiao Feng this million was to prevent Xiao Feng from looking for someone else to make a deal. If Xiao Feng really changed halfway with an idea, he went to find someone else to sell this stone-covered gold, and he could really ask for an explanation. His old Huang has been in the industry for so many years, But he is not a fool. There are few people who do the same business across the country who dare not give him face. As for Xiao Feng to run away with money, he was even more unafraid. He dared to give Xiao Feng a 1 million deposit and was not afraid that he would run away. Although his old Huang had washed his feet and went ashore in recent years, he had quite a few friends in black and white. If Xiao Feng dared to hack him by 1 million, he would have the means to make Xiao Feng spit it out. Moreover, although he and Xiao Feng had not been in contact for a long time, he could still feel that Xiao Feng was not such a person. The rivers and lakes for more than 20 years are not for nothing, and other skills may not be very good, but this ability to recognize people and cut things is definitely not for nothing. Who is going and which way? He only needs a glance to make a rough idea. Since this old Huang had to insist on giving the deposit, Xiao Feng certainly had no reason to dismiss it. Old Huang happily transferred him 1 million directly to the mobile bank. Xiao Feng didn't wait for Huang's prompt, so he wrote to old Huang on the spot. Receipts. Old Huang saw Xiao Feng's initiative to write a receipt, and he strengthened his own judgment. This guy is not a liar and will not run away with money. Because after he transferred money to Xiao Feng, he deliberately did not mention that Xiao Feng should receive receipts. If someone had a ghost in his heart, he would definitely not take the initiative to mention receipts for him. But this young man actually said nothing. If I said more, I wrote the receipt directly. What does this mean? There is no ghost in my heart. The transaction went smoothly, and Xiao Feng was also very satisfied. On the way back, when he drove back, his mood was even more beautiful. In 10 days' time, he will be a real multimillionaire. Should the old house be rebuilt first, or find a place to open a shop first? Let's open a store first. After all, open the restaurant as soon as possible and transfer the capital as soon as possible, so that you will become richer and richer. It will not be easy to make money to repair your old house at that time. When he got home, Xiao Feng turned on his computer and started to place orders online. Old Huang needed 10 days to raise funds. He didn't need to wait here every day. He could go to another world. After all, there was another one there. Baidu how people are waiting for him. It can be said that the purchases are varied, mainly some of the cheapest clothes and shoes. Although the natives also know the shame, and after all, their social development is just like that. There is no decent clothes at all, and most of them are wearing beasts' skin. Some people just bachelor. Every time Xiao Feng looks at those guys, he dangles so brightly in front of his eyes. He always feels that he can't stand it. So it's better to give them some shameful clothes. Of course, as a black-hearted capitalist, all these clothes are chosen, the cheapest. The same goes for shoes. Then there are the seeds of some crops, such as rice and vegetables. Although there are abundant protein resources in that world, Xiao Feng, as a black-hearted capitalist, regards all the bison as his own private property. How could it be possible to let the natives eat whatever you want? Even the natives eat meat all at once. So why not let them enter the well-off society ahead of time? If you don't work hard to get a full stomach, and you can eat very well, then how can these natives still have the motivation to work for him? Therefore, the standard of living must be lower. Meat cannot be eaten casually. Of course, in order to ensure the health and physical strength of the natives, this food crop can still be eaten by them. Sweet potato, corn or something. Let them eat some rice first. After all, the land that Xiao Feng selected is rich in water and fertile. It is very suitable for growing rice. Let these natives grow and watch. As for farm tools, Xiao Feng can no longer buy them online. Fortunately, there is an agronomic market in the suburbs of Benching where everything is sold. The next day Xiao Feng went to buy a lot of tools such as shovels, axes, and saws. Then I bought a lot of food at a small commodity wholesale market next to it. These foods are all low-standard foods from a certain province. They are not certified by the National Inspection and Quarantine Agency. The prices are low. They are mainly targeted at rural markets below the urban area. To put it bluntly, it is a copycat product, such as Kang Shui Fu, Lee, such junk food. These foods are either made with waste oil, or have excessive additives, or are made with expired flour or ingredients. The price is very low, but it is generally undesirable to eat. Xiao Feng bought it for a few thousand yuan. There are 5 big boxes. These things are of course rewards for the natives. During his absence, the natives were all working under the supervision of Friday. There must be some people who performed well and some who did not well. If the performance is not good, it will naturally be dealt with on Friday. If the performance is good, of course there must be rewards. After this reward and punishment mechanism is established, these natives will work with peace of mind. And for the natives, what reward is the best? Except for wearing it, it's eating. For these natives at the primitive stage of society, their main purpose in life is nothing more than these 2 most important, and the other is to reproduce offspring. And Xiao Feng feels that as long as he controls the first 2 items, he can completely subdue the hearts of these natives. To become a real lord, a blindly high-pressure policy is not enough. The natives are untamed, and they will rebel if they are too bullied. Of course, Xiao Feng is not afraid of them rebelling. He is sure to save them. MTLnovel.com just as sure to kill them, but kill them all. So what? Who will work for him then? So sometimes the means of being soft is still necessary. Anyway, it's all junk food, and it doesn't cost a lot of money. Of course, it is appropriate to buy the hearts of the natives. After shopping for food, Xiao Feng went to a prop store near the film and television city in the southern suburbs. While selling all kinds of props, this prop shop also does some business that is not only seen, such as the creation of illegal knives and cold weapons, mainly for some private customers. Xiao Feng has also heard it before, but this is the first time. He came here to prepare some decent weapons for the hunting team. You don't need to buy 2 high-end weapons like bows and crossbows. The same is true for knives and guns. It's not safe to buy online, so I came here. Fortunately, there are a wide variety of things here. Xiao Feng is also rich and easy to do. He doesn't bargain for the things he buys. He soon comes with all the things. When he gets home, the things he buys online are also delivered. They are all packed into the ring space. Went to another world. When he arrived in another world, he had probably built a prototype of the camp he originally designated. A low earth wall was built on the periphery of the camp, which is considered to be a delineated area. In addition to the wooden house he built before he left, it has been set up separately. I have 2 wooden houses, which are similar in form to the houses he left before, but with a little more detail. It seems to Xiao Feng secretly that there are a few skilled craftsmen who like to ponder among the natives who build houses. When I walked into the camp, I saw Friday standing on a low earth platform, talking to the natives below. Leopard and a few other doglegs were standing beside him, and there were some on the pillars next to him. The natives in the audience lowered their eyebrows, and did not dare to raise their heads at all. Chapter 25 NY and Shi. When Xiao Feng saw this Friday's posture, he couldn't help but smile secretly. This guy has only a few days of work, and he doesn't know where he has learned an official look. Look at the shape of his stomach and akimbo muscles, except for his hands. With a bad gold watch and a LV belt missing from the waist, this modern leader has learned a lot. I don't know what I'm talking about. On Friday, and then he waved his hand quickly, and then the leopard walked over, picked up the whip in his hand, and began to crackle the fuse tied to the pole. The natives, the guys who smoked, wailed for a while. Xiao Feng walked over. When he saw him on Friday, his eyes flashed and he walked up with a smirk. "Master, you are back." "Well, what's going on over there?" None of the natives in the audience dared to raise their heads, listening to the crackling whiplashes. The timid were trembling with the screams. So few people found that Xiao Feng was back. Only Friday and he followed him. The few native captains. These guys, after eating for a few days, they don't know what their surnames are. They didn't know what their surnames were after they were lazy. Yesterday they gathered a crowd to escape and were caught by me. If it weren't for the master, you said you can't kill people casually. Killed them. As I said on Friday, Xiao Feng's original compassion has disappeared. I saved your lives and gave you food and drink. If you don't work well, you still want to escape. That's really a lesson. You are doing a good job. You can't promote this kind of atmosphere. Forget it. Give them a good time. Xiao Feng patted Friday on the shoulder with satisfaction. He gave Friday instructions not to allow him to kill people, mainly because he didn't want to lose too much property. After all, if you kill one, there will be one less person to work for him. But these natives have a low degree of socialization after all. They have not undergone many rounds of natural elimination, and there are no rules at all. Such people, in ancient China, were no different from the barbarians described by their ancestors. And how did the ancestors describe these characteristics of Yidi? Or inspiring but not ethical, said that there is no reason to talk to these savages. If you want them to be obedient, then take out your 45mm long knife and kill them to be honest and obedient, and then teach them to be reasonable. Eat mine, live mine, don't work well, and want to dig into the corner of Lozi. Then just go to death. Xiao Feng's instructions were quickly conveyed. The leopard who had originally smoked Zhengwen listened to the orders and quickly hung the natives on the gallows. The natives below are even more chilling, and at this time Xiao Feng walked to the soil platform with a chilly face. Have you seen these guys? In the future, if anyone is lazy at work or wants to escape, they will be a role model. The words are short, but quite powerful. After hearing Xiao Feng's words, the natives shrank their necks in fright, just like a quail. After this time, I believe that no one will have a double heart. In the evening, the elves who took the hunting team out to hunt the bison also came back. Xiao Feng directly held a bonfire party, slapped him, and of course gave him a sweet date. Let people set up a big pot to boil water, and put all the garbage instant noodles brought in by modern times. People in this world, even the salt of a few tribes, have only eaten it. How can they withstand the temptation of these modern flavors? Although they can eat a lot of fish soup seasoned with mushroom powder every day, the fishy smell is still difficult to hide without special treatment, and there is no salt at all. So the taste is just average. The power of this Shanzhai Kang Shui Aifu instant noodles is still okay. The noodles fried in the trench, the sauce package made with the addition of trench oil, the flavor package prepared with chemical flavors, are poured into the water, and then it will be in the oily soup pot. It floated out bursts of fragrance that was unbearable for the natives. The natives stretched their necks one by one, swallowing their saliva, staring straight at the large pots, and soon the noodles were cooked. Each of them brought the wooden rice bowl that Xiao Feng had issued to him. Noodles. Although no one had issued chopsticks, no one knew how to use it. After being scalded with their hands a few times, the anxious natives all raised their necks and poured the noodles and soup directly into the bowl. Out of the mouth, although it was scalded and screamed, but for them, this noodle is a food that only gods can enjoy. The taste enjoyment brought by chemical flavors and cheap oils is absolutely irresistible to these natives. Seeing these natives enjoying their food so crudely, Xiao Feng couldn't help crying or laughing. Looking at the Friday and the few captains next to him, it was not much better. Fortunately, the two elves were not very interested in this kind of noodles. They ate a few bites and then put down the food, while the others were all in a state of slurping. After the dinner, the local people's spirits improved a lot, and then Xiao Feng first gave out some clothes and shoes to the captains. To be honest, these guys have been greedy for a long time looking at Friday's outfit. Today I can get my own clothes and shoes, and all of them are dancing happily. Friday was very dissatisfied with these clothes and shoes. In his opinion, how can the master give this high-quality clothes and shoes to anyone other than him, a loyal servant? Once others have clothes and shoes, will they still envy themselves? But when I saw that other people were wearing earthy blue clothes and shoes, they were not the same as my colorful camouflage uniforms. This was a lot better in my heart on Friday. It seems that the master still values me and gives them. My clothes are not as good as the ones given to me. Originally, Xiao Feng prepared a lot of such clothes, and wanted to send one to each of these natives, But after seeing the state of the few team captains after they got the clothes and shoes, he immediately realized that if they were all distributed, it seemed not very good. After all, when you are away, you have to rely on these native captains to help you manage the team, and you must also highlight their special status. Well, okay, then save 100 or 10 sets of clothes. In the future, when these natives have outstanding performance, they will be sent to them. The black-hearted capitalists will build their hearts and alleviate their inner guilt. Then he asked Friday to call out a few natives who have performed well recently. These natives are basically the kind of hardworking or ingenious type. Xiao Feng distributed them some labor tools according to their specialties. For example, those who are hardworking and willing to do it issued an axe, and those who were clever and ingenious issued some woodworking tools such as saws. The representatives of the native employees could be boiled. This is an iron tool they have never seen before. Even in the human empire that has been in conflict with them, not many people have such a good iron tool. If it is in their original tribe, it is only by having such an iron tool they can become nobles in the tribe. And such iron tools can be passed down from generation to generation as heirlooms. Now the master actually rewards them, these slaves, with these iron tools. What else can they say? They can only express their gratitude to Xiao Feng in the simplest way. And after the reward, they kneel down in front of Xiao Feng and kiss his shoes. Xiao Feng didn't expect them to do this. Oh, anyhow, Lao Tzu is also a qualified young man who has undergone modern higher education. How does this make me feel so cool? And the local people watching below are also boiling. Originally, they could only eat food if they had eaten the gods tonight, which made them think it was worth it. But how could they think that the owner was so generous? Not only did they distribute prizes to the captains, but they even had them as low-level slaves. I was looking at the guys who had kissed the owner's shoes and returned to the crowd with the prizes. Everyone swarmed around the guy and kept inquiring about the prizes in his hands. The courageous ones even went up and touched a few. They have used both axe and saw, but the stone axe and bone saw are generally used. They are all processed with the most primitive materials. The quality is not good, and it is very bad. If you can have one in the tribe, you can read the book. www.uukanzu.com is amazing. And now these lucky guys actually got iron axes and saws, which immediately made these natives boil. You must know that in the past, in their tribe, they could have such a tool, and that night they took the initiative to drill their tents. Women have to line up, and their status in the tribe will skyrocket. Tools of this kind of material may even cause wars among the tribes, and now the master sends them to them, as if throwing a few bones to the dog. They don't care. What's so special? If you knew this, everyone wouldn't be lazy at the beginning. The enthusiasm of the masses was aroused. A large group of natives formed small groups in small groups, each chatting about their own topics, and the more they talked, the more they got excited. In the end, they sang and danced around the fire. Well, Xiao Feng didn't expect that this appropriate reward would actually bring such consequences, but some simple rewards can actually play such role in cohesiveness. Looking at the few captains who looked at him eagerly, Xiao Feng laughed and took out a few knives and distributed them to them. Such knives, in this world, are a symbol of power. A few natives. After I got the knives, I couldn't put it down immediately. But Hua Leopard is a sensible person. After playing with the sword for a while, he immediately came to Xiao Feng and knelt down in front of him and kissed his shoes. This master is really good. It is better to follow him than when he was in the tribe. Too much. In the tribe, there are a bunch of old guys talking. These young and strong can only survive the seniority. If they don't survive, they will die in the clash of the tribes. The benefits are not much. The spoils are often the old guys. Pick the best first, and follow the current owner. Eat well, dress warmly, and have good things. Don't you hurry up and show your loyalty. Chapter 26. Surprise. Xiao Feng doesn't object to the leopard's loyalty actions. Well, the child is teachable. Don't look at the big and three rough, but the heart is fine enough. and he knows acting, but at least he knows gratitude. Is this a good comrade? It seems that there will be more brainwashing tasks like this in the future, so that people's hearts can gradually gather. At this time, when the other captains saw that the leopard was the first to become a licking dog, they couldn't help but beat their chests one by one. They couldn't get ahead. If they did it first, wouldn't they be able to leave a good impression on the owner? Forget it. It's not too late. So several native captains all ran to Xiao Feng's body and knelt down and acted as licking dogs. You leopard won't have two mouths, right? Master can pay back. There is another shoe too. If I can't kiss the shoes, I will kiss the ankle of the master, and I will rest on my knees. Maid, I wanted to enjoy the aboriginal surrender. How could I think that these guys are frivolous? You kissed me and made Xiao Feng a chill. If it were a bunch of beauties, it would be just a bunch of them. The big guy with dense hair, Xiao Feng tried to hold back the meal overnight and didn't spit it out, and hurriedly drove these guys away. But these native captains were not upset because Xiao Feng drove them away. Instead, they were happy to see their master being so kind. It's good to follow the master. They were all warriors of their respective tribes before, so what is there to eat? Most of the meat is half-baked. Don't mention the taste. How can the amazing food that the owner brought out today is delicious? The soup almost lost their tongues when they drank it. Besides the clothes the owner made, they didn't know what the material was, but they felt soft. They hadn't heard of such materials before, and they had never heard of it in the past. In the tribe, they were regarded as people with status, but at most they could get some animal skins and linen sheets to wear. Such broken things cover your shame, and you don't need to think about anything that is decent, beautiful, comfortable and warm. And now the master actually sent them clothes that they didn't even dare to think of before. Even the human nobles in the Talon Empire don't even have such clothes. There are also a few steel knives sent to them by the master. Someone just wielded them secretly a few times. They are light but very sharp. The thick branches of the bowl can be cut with a single knife, and the knife edge has not been damaged. This is simply the magic weapon they have heard of in the legend before. Only gods are equipped with such weapons. The cavalry of the Talon Empire is considered the most elite human soldier they have ever seen, but those guys do not have such sharp swords! So don't think too much about it. You can't go wrong with such a master. Xiao Feng did not know the thoughts of these native captains, but he could clearly feel that through such a large-scale reward event tonight, the hearts and minds of his team were finally gathered, and at least those natives looked at him. The look in his eyes is not only a look of fear, but also a little more respectful. Well, this thing that buys people's hearts doesn't seem to be difficult. Xiao Feng pondered to himself that he has been working hard these days. As long as he gathers people's hearts, his position will be unbreakable. In the next few days, Xiao Feng would often appear in the work areas of the various teams to conduct inspections, but this time the local people worked more seriously. Obviously, the reward meeting that night played a very positive and stimulating effect. When he visited the construction site, he tried his best to learn the people-friendly routines of modern leadership. Although it is very old-fashioned, it is very effective. A few simple rewards and a simple pat on the shoulder can make those minds compare. The simple natives were inexplicably excited. In this age of ignorance, Xiao Feng's behavior to buy people's hearts is so good that it can't be better. The means are better than those of the elders and priests in the tribe. They rely on pretending to be gods and ghosts to maintain their superior position, or how many times they are wise. Especially on one of those days, after Xiao Feng rescued 2 children with diarrhea with norfloxacin, these natives were truly convinced by him, and even many people would take the initiative to bow down when they saw him. You must know that diseases such as diarrhea are basically mortal diseases in this era. In their tribe, even if the high priest tries his best to sacrifice to the heavens, he may not be saved. But now the owner is only a few small ones. Pills can cure people. This time the master is not only the master. In the hearts of the natives, Xiao Feng's status immediately rose to a half-immortal. The idea of the natives is very simple. In their limited experience, only the legendary can rescue the sick so easily. However, Xiao Feng did not expect that he would unknowingly become the backbone of the natives' hearts. These natives were willing to become his slaves. After having the subjective initiative, the natives' work efficiency was immediately. There has been a great improvement, and the speed of camp construction has accelerated a lot. The hunting team's speed of catching cattle also suddenly increased. When he was away before, because after the bison were killed, there was no way to store them, Xiao Feng didn't let them kill the cattle too much. He just went around the camp and hunted some of them. Wild things, honed some skills, and the level of proficiency and cooperation. Now that he is back, the hunting of the bison is of course also on the agenda. After the hunting squad is equipped with the new equipment he distributed, its efficiency has suddenly improved a lot. Xiao Feng equips them with traditional Mongolian bows and arrows bought from the prop store. Of course, they are all made by machines. The bowstrings are made of new materials. Compared with traditional Mongolian bows, the life and range have been improved a lot. The compound bow in here and his strong crossbow are still incomparable. Is also equipped with a spear, a short knife, and a long-handled knife, which is the most useful for killing cattle. Armed with such modern weapons, the hunting squad can bring back 5 to 10 cows to Xiao Feng almost every day. Because there is no decent means of transportation, Xiao Feng did not let them leave the camp too far. If you go to the field where he was before, there will be more buffalo herds, and their efficiency will be higher. But the problem is that they cannot guarantee that they will be able to transport the harvested beef back to Xiao Feng after the hunt that day. Otherwise, the beef will become spoiled. After all, Xiao Feng and the others drove, and it took more than 10 days to get to the foot of this mountain. So the natives can only hunt bison on the grassland near the camp, and there are still a lot of bison here. The two main factors that restrict day hunting are transportation and storage. Xiao Feng still has many things to deal with, so he can't go out with the hunting team to kill cattle every day. Fortunately, his restaurant has not been opened yet. If the restaurant is really opened in the future, the meat consumption will also increase. The transportation and storage of this alien world is really a problem that needs to be solved urgently. Xiao Feng was thinking about how to teach these natives to cultivate in the camp this day. After all, he brought a lot of seeds this time, which can make him a headache. These natives seem to only be able to fish, hunt, and gather wild fruits. At the stage of developing into a farming society, if you teach them farming directly, you are not very good at it, and you don't know how much they can learn. Just when he had a headache, how should he teach these natives to farm? Suddenly he rushed into his tent on Friday. Master, there are discoveries, there are discoveries. Oh, go over and take a look. 2 elves in the past 2 days were sent out by him to take a hunting team, hunting bison and wild animals on the mountain. But on Friday he was sent to the big river. The main task assigned to him was to stare at a dozen aboriginal teenagers and wash the sands, though with the sandbox assigned to each person. This is currently Xiao Feng's most important job. Don't tell me, I really made Xiao Feng guess right. In just a few days, these native youths really sifted out dozens of golden peas from the beach by the river. This kind of efficiency really made Xiao Feng. He almost dropped his chin without a smile. There really is a gold-rich vein near this river. Unfortunately, his current mining methods are not comprehensive enough, and manpower is not enough, so he can only use this simple and primitive method to pan for gold. Mentalnovel.com. Xiao Feng followed Friday to the river and pointed to a few teenagers on Friday. The stone he was holding said to Xiao Feng, "Look, master, it is the same stone as the last stone." What? Xiao Feng couldn't help it anymore, and quickly pulled away the 2 native teenagers who were responsible for guarding, squatting in front of the few stones, and reaching out to pick up one. Well, the weight is full, it looks absolutely not an ordinary stone. Took out the file, and gently wiped off the skin of a stone, and it really showed a dazzling golden color inside. Look at the other stones, some of them are fakes, but there is another one that is similar to this one. except that the weight and shape are slightly different, all of which are stone covered with gold, which is now developed. Xiao Feng's heartbeat started to accelerate immediately. This is really going to subvert his cognition. During the discovery of his world's famous gold mine, it seems that there are not many records of Kota gold found, and it is here now. Near Heliu, he has found 3 pieces of doghead gold. What does this mean? There is a high possibility that there is a vein buried underground here that contains more gold than any rich gold mine on the earth. What kind of cows are you killing? And what restaurants are you opening? How can you open a gold mine if you worry about opening a restaurant? Why don't you change your mind right away and look for a few more bucks to sell it back? Why isn't I a billionaire? Xiao Feng's thoughts have begun to flutter. Happiness comes too fast, like a tornado. Just when he was a little overwhelmed with joy, suddenly Biluides ran to him in a panic in the distance, shouting these things while running. Seeing the female elves showing a slightly embarrassed and panicked expression, Xiao Feng couldn't help but twitched in his heart. No, it's no good. Is it possible that the half-orc came again? Chapter 27. Giant Bear. Xiao Feng cursed secretly in his heart. It was really unlucky. This was the only way to gather people's hearts here. If you plan to take root, you will have trouble again. If it is really a half-orc coming, it would be really difficult to handle. With a team of more than a dozen people, he is not afraid of it. He is afraid that there will be more people. If there are hundreds of people coming at once, he can't fight against other people with the smelly fish and shrimps in his hands. During this period of time, he has been thinking about this security defense. The entire team is more than 100 people, including him and the 2 elves. And there is some fighting power on Friday. The leopards and their captains can barely count as half of the fighting power. As for the other natives, they are just a group of native chickens. If a half-orc really sends people over, let alone more than 100 people, it is 50 people, they can only run away. He just laid down the foundation. He is reluctant to bear, let alone throw away what he likes. Territory. Just when Xiao Feng's heart was uncertain, Biluides also rushed in front of him. Master, we have a situation over there. We need help. The female elves also changed their names after these natives, and they all called Xiao Feng their master, but it was hard to say how genuinely they regarded him as the real master. What's the situation? Is the orc coming? Xiao Feng asked quickly, and Biluides shook his head. No, I met a beast. As soon as he heard this, Xiao Feng's hanging heart suddenly fell back into his stomach. It is nothing terrible if it is not a half-orc. Go over and see, tell me what is going on. Rushed all the way to the place where the accident happened, listening to Biluides' explanation all the way. It turned out that she and Bloom split the hunting team into 2, each with a dozen people. Because of the storage problem, Xiao Feng did not let them hunt too many bison, so the hunting team of more than 30 people would be a waste of cattle hunting. It was enough for Bloom to take a dozen people to hunt cattle, and Biluides took a dozen other people to hunt in the mountains, hunting some wild animals to improve everyone's lives. It was not dangerous at first, but today they found a strange cave when they were hunting on the mountain. I thought of looking in the hole, but I didn't think of suddenly rushing out of a behemoth, knocking them out. A group of people felt unsure of dealing with this behemoth, so they had to ask Biluides to come to Xiao Feng for help. After all, in their impression, Xiao Feng was always the one who could do the most. The place where the accident happened was on the mountain on the right side of Xiao Feng's plan to build the castle. The mountain on the right side stretched down to the riverside. The steep mountain gradually slowed down, and the northern of the mountain was very steep. Local angles are greater than 60 degrees, which is very unfavorable for climbing. On the sunny side of the southern foothill, the mountain is not so steep. There are more gentle slopes, and the is not great. Because of the sun, this gentle is densely covered with forests, weeds, and a lot of wild animals. Xiao Feng's tribe brought plenty of meat supplements. The place where the incident occurred was on a gentle not far from the pass, with a level of about 500 meters. This is a mountain platform, At the end of the platform is a cliff standing at an almost 90-degree angle. The place below and connected to the platform is a big hole 5 or 6 meters high. The cave is so dark that you can't see anything. More than a dozen members of the hunting team were holding weapons and surrounding the entrance of the cave. Xiao Feng went over and found out that they had already forced the giant beast back into the cave again. While looking at the ground, there were 2 players lying down. Their bodies were bloody, they were already hung up, and the other 2 were also spurting blood from the corners of their mouths. They were obviously seriously injured, and they couldn't live when they watched them. Xiao Feng couldn't help being furious. These natives were regarded as private property by him, and they were tools of labor that could bring him wealth. If he didn't make big mistakes, he wouldn't be willing to punish them. He just gathered people's hearts and cultivated them with great concentration. When, especially this hunting squad, after training for a period of time, he even plans to train them into qualified fighters. Everyone is very precious. Now he has folded 4 at once, so how can he not be angry? What is this amazing? Although he is very angry, Xiao Feng is not reckless. This world is in a primitive and wild stage, and there will inevitably be fierce beasts in the wild. He does not have a powerful firearm in his hand now, so he has to deal with it carefully, otherwise he will be injured. It would be a tragedy. He didn't want to be the laughingstock of the people who passed through. A good life is still waiting for him. He doesn't want to put his life here. When several natives saw him coming, it seemed as if they had found the backbone of the main body. They immediately gathered around chattering and talking each other, and Xiao Feng had a big head, and after listening for a long time, he didn't understand the clues. Okay, shut up. Xiao Feng roared with anger, and then asked Pylades to get to know them one by one and then summarize them. Finally, he understood that it turned out to be a big brown guy. The various tribes of their natives have different titles for this beast, but Xiao Feng, the more I listened, the more I felt that it should be a behemoth similar to the brown bear on losing the ball. Xiao Feng shivered when he thought of the brown bear. The thing is in North America and Asia, but it is a famous killer beast, weighing more than 800 kilograms, and can grow more than 1 ton. The slap has amazing lethality and bite force. It can bite the steel bars. As an old viewer of Discovery Channel, how could he not know such a famous killer? Mad. It's not easy to deal with this time. This thing is already thick, and the lethality is amazing, and regardless of the fat body. But the speed is not slow at all. If they fight at close range, the dozen of them are not enough. It stuffed the brown bear's teeth. I want to play long-range attacks. It's okay if he has a gun in his hand, but now he only has a few strong crossbows, plus a few bows and arrows in the hands of the elves and the natives. He really doesn't have much confidence in his heart. Just when he hadn't thought of how to deal with the big guy, a native screamed suddenly. He turned his head and saw that 2 huge wild wolves appeared quietly outside of them. Xiao Feng estimated the physiques of these 2 wild wolves were at least a circle larger than what he had seen on the earth. The wild wolves had gray and white fur, and they kept grinning as they kept groaning. Xiao Feng didn't dare to act rashly. He waved his hand to tell everyone not to move. Everyone held their breath. The wild wolf was too close to them. If they rushed over, they would not have time to release their arrows. With short blades, the outcome is unpredictable. Even if the wolf can be killed in the end, they will have to pay a certain amount of casualties. Just when Xiao Feng was undecided, 2 wild wolves suddenly rushed over. Before he could react, the 2 wild wolves crossed the crowd and plunged into the cave. Everyone looked at each other, but the sound of beast fighting, the roar of wild wolves, and the roar of giant bears reached everyone's ears soon in the cave. Xiao Feng probably understood that this cave was supposed to be the nest of wild wolves, but when they went out to hunt, they were taken over by a giant bear that suddenly broke in, and the tiger had to make a detour when he saw it. The wild wolf, they don't dare to provoke them at all, and the old nest is occupied if they are occupied. But at this time they rushed in and desperately, surely there are their cubs in the cave. Wanting to understand this, Xiao Feng hurriedly called Bailuo Dizzy over. whispered a few words, and then handed her a little gadget. At the same time, he instructed several other natives to gather firewood nearby and knead that kind of grease. Too much and humid. Soon the natives collected enough firewood and piled it up at the entrance of the cave. Just after it was piled up, two dark shadows sprang out from the cave. It was the two wild wolves that had rushed in before, but the previous ones were gone. Leng Lishan Jun, with color hung on his body, obviously didn't get any benefit from that giant bear. The two wild wolves rushed out of the cave and didn't attack them. They just hid behind them and watched from a distance without going far. Obviously, they still couldn't put down the cubs in the cave. Yu reading www.yuukanzu.com. Xiao Feng and the others had no intention of attacking the wolf. He took out a bottle of lighter oil and poured it on the wet firewood. Soon black smoke came out from the firewood. It was originally grease eric branches. After igniting it, because due to the high humidity, a large amount of black smoke was produced, which suddenly poured into the cave along the wind. Xiao Feng asked people to fill the firewood constantly, and then let the other people far away. All opened their bows, waiting for the movement in the cave, and soon came the roar of brown bears in the cave, which was obviously black. The smoke smoked it out of the hole. After a while, there was a sound of footsteps from the entrance of the cave, and soon a huge black shadow suddenly smashed through the firewood piled at the entrance of the cave and rushed out. Xiao Feng stood in the farthest place and looked at it, and he couldn't help taking a breath. He was really a brown bear, but how did this guy grow up? He was nearly 3 meters tall, and he was twice as big as the brown bear on Earth. At this time, he was staring fiercely at the humans surrounding the cave entrance. Xiao Feng didn't talk nonsense. He pulled the trigger in his hand and had already wound up the strong crossbow. Shot suddenly, a white light flashed, and the arrow hit the brown bear's chest. The brown bear was angered by the sudden blow and rushed towards him with a roar. Other natives also released arrows, but the old Mongolian bows they used were of limited power. Although they used heavy arrows, they could only damage the fur of the giant bear, but could not cause fatal damage to it. Xiao Feng's mentality is still very calm at this time. He has entered the mysterious state that he had when he encountered a half-orc last time. He did not hurriedly fired his crossbow and released his arrow. This arrow hit the giant bear's nose. This is one of the few vital parts of the giant bear. The arrow actually shot through the brown bear's nose and directly submerged into its front head. The giant bear screamed in pain. Chapter 28 Dongshan Fudi. But when he opened his mouth and screamed, a black shadow flashed by, and Bylades in the distance launched an attack, but this time she did not use a bow and arrow, but the slingshot that Xiao Feng had just handed her. The ammunition fired was not steel balls, but the small paper bag Xiao Feng gave her. Inside it was the chili powder that Xiao Feng had originally planned to use to adjust the taste of the food. The paper bag slammed into the upper teeth of the giant bear, and the red pepper powder and the saliva in the mouth of the giant bear mixed with blood. How can the giant bear bear the chili powder that people can't stand if they eat too much? The intense taste bud stimulation immediately made the giant bear stunned. At this time, he didn't even care about the charge, but stretched out his two huge forepalms to pick his mouth. This is the most direct instinctive reaction of any animal after encountering such an encounter, and Xiao Feng also put down the strong crossbow in his hand, and also took out the slingshot, prepared the chili powder and greeted the giant bear on the face. The small paper bag hit the giant bear's eyelid, and the chili powder was flying all over the bear's entire face in an instant. The throat was still irritated by the chili powder, but the reaction couldn't be better. The eye touched the eye and the giant bear immediately. He became blind. Such a violent stimulation immediately weakened the fighting power of the giant bear by 50%, let alone launching a charge. It was originally aggressive, but at this time it was lying on the ground and coughing and dripping nose. Don't say it's a bear. Even if it's a person who often eats chili powder, if you suddenly irritate your throat with chili powder, try it. Sudden violent stimulation can make your body instantly burst into an allergic reaction. and your throat will instantly swell, making you choking. If you don't get timely help, the final result will be cold. This is the state of this giant bear. His throat was suddenly stimulated, and his rapid stress response caused him to swell his throat, block his respiratory tract, and couldn't catch his breath. At the same time, his eyes were basically blinded by the violent stimulation. At this time, let alone launching an attack on humans, it is good to be able to breathe. The giant bear that was ferocious just now turned into a helpless Hello Kitty lying on the ground in an instant. What are you waiting for? Taking advantage of your illness, it will kill you. Xiao Feng waved his hand. The natives who had been eager to see such changes immediately swarmed up, and the wooden spear in his hand kept greeting the giant bear. The giant bear yelled a few times at first, trying to stand up to resist, but the intense suffocation and lack of oxygen made him unable to stand up for defense at all. Waiting for its end can only be slaughtered. Soon the giant bear was killed by the natives, and after killing the giant bear, the natives burst into cheers, then turned round and knelt down in front of Xiao Feng, not knowing what they were shouting. But looking at their flushed faces with excitement, Xiao Feng knew that it must be something to himself. These natives were in the tribe before, and it was not that they had never hunted down such brown bears. But that time, dozens or hundreds of people were dispatched. In the end, they had to pay a dozen or even dozens of lives. Brown bear. There are small tribes with only 100 or so people. If brown bears are found near the tribe's resident, let alone hunting, they will have to move to the camp to hide in order to continue the tribe. Today, under the leadership of the leader, they easily managed to get such a big brown bear without dying. In the hearts of the natives, Xiao Feng's status has risen by half a level, and he has surpassed the status of a half-immortal. The status is not far away. Of course, Xiao Feng didn't know the thoughts of these natives, but after solving the brown bear in such a simple way, he was still very happy. It seemed that he could get a bear paw to taste at night. Forget it. There are no decent cooks in this world. Letting them get bear paws is a total waste. Taking the bear paws back into their own world does not seem to be easy to deal with. Now I have a strict grasp and sell this thing. If you are caught, it is not worth it. There is also bear skin on this bear, but this bear was stabbed to death by the local people with random spears. There are wounds all over the body. There is no need to think about a perfect bear skin. Although it is a pity, Xiao Feng is still very sorry. It's almost relieved, and he has gotten 2 more gold coins, which he doesn't like too much. At this moment, the 2 wild wolves that had been hiding far away bypassed the crowd and got into the cave. Xiao Feng did not let anyone stop him. After a while, the wild wolf came out of the cave. The 2 little wolf cubs then turned around and went into the hole again, picking out 2 more cubs in a round trip. The natives looked at the wild wolves and wanted to surround them and destroy them, but Xiao Feng did not give an order, and they did not dare to move. After the wild wolves took the cub out of the cave, they did not rush away. Instead, they stood looking at the humans from a distance, and after they were sure that there was no hostility in the humans, the 2 wild wolves didn't know what to think. They got up and picked up 2 cubs and gradually disappeared into the mountain forest. There were still 2 cubs left on the ground. Xiao Feng was a little puzzled. He didn't know if they left on purpose, or felt that they would not be able to feed them if they took them away. 2 cubs were abandoned. One of the natives was full of joy, and ran towards the 2 wolf pups, picked it up and checked it, and then hugged him again in front of Xiao Feng as if offering the treasure, and said a lot of words in his mouth. Because this guy speaks with a strong accent, Xiao Feng understands the general idea. It means that he wants to tame 2 wild wolves. Xiao Feng is a little surprised. How can these natives tame wild wolves? But thinking about it, it seems that the ancestors of humans have also domesticated wild wolves since ancient times, and finally successfully domesticated dogs. This guy seems to have some knowledge of domestication, so let him handle it. If it is true, it is great to be able to be domesticated successfully. After all, dogs are a great help to the development and evolution of human society. especially in primitive times. Dogs are good helpers for hunting. In the future, the bison will also be domesticated, and some qualified shepherd dogs will be cultivated, which is also what Xiao Feng needs. After all, although he can travel through other worlds, except for him, it seems that other living creatures can't travel at all. He wants to start from the modern world. It's impossible to get a few good dogs in the world. If these natives can domesticate dogs, it would be really appropriate. Looking at the cave behind, Xiao Feng developed a keen interest, said hello to Bailuodes, and entered the cave with the hunting team. There was no threat in the cave. He wanted to explore inside and see if he could what's found. As a result of this exploration, he really felt that he had picked up the treasure. The entrance of the cave was not wide. It could only accommodate 6 or 7 people walking side by side. But after walking more than 10 meters, it suddenly became clear. What suddenly appeared was a hall with a flat floor. It was very empty and the area was still very large. Xiao Feng probably estimated that this hall can hold at least 500 people for a big party here, and the roof of the cave is also very large. High. Passing through this hall, there are countless fork roads behind, and some of the fork road openings can feel the roaring wind, indicating that the cave is well ventilated. Xiao Feng led the team to walk through these fork roads. These fork road holes were very long and wide enough. There were a few large caves in the back that were similar to those in the front hall. Xiao Feng walked all afternoon but failed. After walking, this cave should belong to the karst cave of the Kusta landform, because in the depths of many caves, you can still find stalactites, small streams that seep out from the mountains, and sinks washed out. Seeing these, Xiao Feng was very happy. This is very suitable for their camp. Although he allows people to build camps at the foot of the mountain, the progress is very slow due to the shortage of manpower and the limited construction knowledge and ability of the natives. According to Friday and the elves, winter is about to arrive in 2 months. If the camp cannot be set up by that time, it is very likely that people will freeze to death. With this cave, it's different. Such a large cave can accommodate more than 100 of them, whether it is for life or security defense. Living in this cave is more expensive than living in a camp at the foot of the mountain. Much safer. And here, the distance is very close to the pass. In the future, the population will increase. If the pass is built on the wall, this cave can be divided into the range of the city wall. Xiao Feng estimates that this cave alone can solve it. The problem of housing for 10,000 people. I picked up a big deal, and at this moment, Bailuodes led some people to catch up from behind, and said that there was a new discovery. Let Xiao Feng go over and take a look. Xiao Feng followed them into another fork road. This fork road, unlike what he explored before, this one winds down. After walking for about 10 minutes, Xiao Feng felt that the temperature was getting lower and lower. After walking for another 10 minutes, the front suddenly became bright. Xiao Feng walked into the hall below and almost didn't jump up with joy. This hall turned out to be an ice cave, because of the terrain drop and the temperature. The water flowing from the mountain into the rocks formed an underground river here. Because there is no sunshine all year round, and the temperature here has been very low. Above, the water vapor encounters the cold stone wall and forms a layer of ice that hangs on the wall. Even the ground is ice. This is a natural ice storehouse. I was still worried about the storage problem of the bison hunted by the hunting team when he was away. Now with this natural ice storehouse, all problems can be solved. When he is away, he can finally let the hunting team hunt a large number of bison. When the time comes, the slaughtered beef can be stored here. The temperature here should be below 0. Put the beef here without worrying about corruption. The problem is, wait until winter, and then let the natives make some ice cubes and transport them here. At the temperature here, the ice cubes will not melt all year round. The temperature will become lower and lower, and the beef can be put for longer and longer. This is really a blessed place. Xiao Feng excitedly brought Bailuodes and others back to the ground, and directly announced the news of the relocation in the evening. Chapter 29 Gold trading moved to live in the cave. Of course the natives would not object, and even cheered. After all, many of them used to live in the cave. In this era, construction technology was not developed, and a civilized human empire has been developed. That's okay. But for the uncivilized natives, most of them live in caves. First, the cave is sturdy and has a good defense effect. Second, when it comes to winter, the cave can provide good insulation and heating effect, which is much more comfortable than living in the wild. Although Xiao Feng taught them to build a house before, not many of them have lived in a house. They have lived in the most high-class residence, which is a tent built with animal skins. But in winter, they find a suitable cave to survive the winter. It's all right now. I found a cave near the camp. The cave is very large and there is water in the cave. This solves most of their life problems. Everyone has moved into the cave, and the construction of the camp at the foot of the mountain has basically stopped. Xiao Feng intends to wait until there are enough manpower to start building a new camp under the mountain. But this cave also needs to be well built, knocking out all the edges and corners that pose a safety hazard, and leveling the ground, breaking the ground with gravel, and then digging out some flat stones to pave the ground. Also, the natives have to be assigned residences, allowing them to dig their own nests in one of the wide caves. The enthusiasm of the natives immediately rises. After all, this means that they will have their own homes. However, Xiao Feng is carefully calculating and intends to make good use of this cave. After all, there are other civilizations in this world waiting to be contacted, and the Orcs invasion war. They will definitely accept more refugees in the future, so the people in this cave, the space must not be wasted, and it must be used rationally to make room for those who will come later, lest there is not enough space in the future. In addition, in order to ensure ventilation, he also specially found someone to explore the vents of the cave, strengthened and expanded, so that the vents were not blocked and everyone was suffocated inside. There is another very important thing, and that is the issue of hygiene. The local people's hygiene habits are not very good, or they have no idea of hygiene at all. It's common to defecate everywhere. Now they live in a cave. They can't let them continue to mess around. No matter how well ventilated the cave is, it's still a confined space. It's so angry that no one can live anymore. Therefore, Xiao Feng specially arranged for people to dig out the toilet, and introduced the flowing water in the cave to wash the urinal. He even dug a sewage ditch to flush all the domestic sewage into a small river outside the cave, in order to avoid permeating into the underground ice storage and polluting their storage space. Soon all the tasks were arranged in order. Xiao Feng also specifically asked these natives, which really allowed him to find 3 or 5 people who had farming experience in the original tribe before. Most of these natives came to the tribes at the junction of the human empire to the south of the secret forest. Because they often dealt with the Talon Empire, the civilization of these tribes is also constantly advancing and evolving. Some tribes that have been influenced by the Talon Empire for a long time, it has even begun to transform from a hunting tribe to a farming tribe. The few people he found were once the people of those tribes, and they had some farming experience in the original tribe, which made Xiao Feng overjoyed. I quickly took them to find a flat piece of land at the foot of the mountain, burned the grass to open up wasteland, cultivated an acre of rice, some vegetables, and taught them some knowledge of managing crops. As for how much they can master, it depends on these people. Savvy. In just a few days, Xiao Feng's territory construction has been on the right track. People are performing their duties. With a miraculous master like Xiao Feng and a new home, the cohesion of this tribe has been unprecedented. Improvement. Everyone eats well and wears warm clothes. Although Xiao Feng will send clothes to people who do well from time to time, and let everyone see the hope of warm clothes, so everyone is full of energy, and every day is full of energy. At this time, Xiao Feng also focused his main attention on the people who panned for gold by the river, because the main laborers currently have their own work arrangements. The work of washing sand and panning for gold by the river has all fallen there on the bodies of a few and a half-old children. These children have eaten well recently and have recovered their health. In addition, Xiao Feng has saved the lives of two of them, and the children are even more naive to regard Xiao Feng as God. I work very hard every day, and in a few days I have washed out another 20 or 30 golden peas. This kind of work efficiency can be said to make Xiao Feng overjoyed, not only because of the children's hard work, but also what makes him happy. Sure enough, there are gold-rich veins near the river. After weighing the golden peas that have been sifted and washed in the past few days, they have weighed more than 2 catties. If this persists for a long time, the speed of making money for him is definitely not weaker than that of the money printing machine. The only thing that made Xiao Feng feel a little regretful was that after the last time, even though he personally led the team to turn over the rocks near this section of the riverbank, he couldn't find quota gold. Think about it, it's great to be able to find one piece, and 2 more pieces are found, so that he has been dizzy and wants to continue to ask for more. How easy it is, even if there is such a gold-rich vein here, but it is also unrealistic to want to pick up dog-head gold on the ground every day. I felt that the time was almost up, and it was time to trade with Huangzu. Xiao Feng again ordered Friday and the 2 elves not to slack off, hunt the buffalo more, speed up the repair of the cave, and then left the alien world and returned home. This trip took several days, and the next day I was going to have a deal with Huangzu. Xiao Feng had a good rest, and then went to Huangzu. When he arrived at Huangzu's company, Huangzu had already been waiting for him in the office. When he saw him, he immediately got up and greeted him with a smile. The 2 of them took their seats, and after a few simple greetings, Xiao Feng took out the dog's head. Jin, hand it over to Huangzu. Although I have seen it last time, Huangzu took it carefully this time and checked it carefully. After all, he didn't have much contact with Xiao Feng. Although he can trust his character, he still has to follow the procedures. In case the other party used the transfer technique, he would be miserable, and Huangzu would never allow such a thing to happen. After going through all the processes, Huangzu put down the piece of dog-head gold with satisfaction, without changing the package. It was the piece he saw last time. Brother, how are you going to trade? Huangzu knew that Xiao Feng didn't like wordy, so he went straight to the subject. Xiao Feng answered, mobile bank transfer is fine. I have several accounts here. You can transfer some of them to them separately. Okay, no problem. Huangzu took out his mobile phone and started the operation. The upper limit of mobile bank transfer is 1 million per day, so this time there are many bank cards used, all of which are handled by different banks. Huangzu often does this kind of business, so he is well prepared. But he used to use overseas bank transfers more, because overseas banks have less monitoring and are not limited by the amount, so this time there is a part of the funds, it is him, directly transferred to Xiao Feng from an overseas bank. However, the time for the receipt of the account may be a bit lagging. After the transfer, this guy said to Xiao Feng, brother, if you go overseas in the future, it is best to apply for a few overseas bank cards. We are also convenient for transactions. After all, overseas banks transfers are not as deadly as domestic ones, which are restricted by regulations. Xiao Feng agrees very much on this point. In recent years, the state will monitor the transfer transactions very strictly, and the restrictions are very severe, resulting in a very large impact on private large-scale transactions, especially the transactions between him and Huangzu, which are very troublesome. In his opinion, such transactions may be conducted several times in the future, and he really needs to open some bank accounts overseas. However, this gold transaction is only limited to these few times. Mentalnovel.com. When the other 2 gold coins are sold, he intends to suspend such transactions first. Although he can get enough sands in another world, this kind of transaction is too risky and too easy to attract people's attention. If he does it a few times, he may be blacklisted. If it attracts public security attention, then that's not good. After much deliberation, it is safer to open a restaurant to make money. Brother, come and have a cup of tea. Huang Zi finished the transfer. Some transfers from overseas have a certain degree of lag. Xiao Feng has not received the bank's SMS notification, so he didn't rush to leave. Of course, Huang Zi can't miss such a close opportunity. During this period, he was not only raising money, but also always looking for someone to find out about Xiao Feng's backing. It is certainly not easy to get such a big piece of gold. But I asked many people in the industry. Many people have never heard of Xiao Feng's name. There is no way to find the Zhang Zun who introduced Xiao Feng to him. They turned out to be high school classmates, but after graduating from high school, they broke off contact. What did Xiao Feng do later? And Zhang Zun didn't know. Therefore, Huang Zi was very curious about Xiao Feng. After drinking a few cups of tea, he was talking nonsense for a long time. Huang Zi felt that the set was almost the same, so he tentatively asked Xiao Feng, "Brother, I, Huang Zi, have been in Binching for so many years. I have been doing this valuables transaction in recent years. You and my brother have to tell you the truth. Do you still have nuggets like this? If you have one, feel free to find me, brother. Even if I can't afford it, I can find you someone who can afford it." Xiao Feng raised his eyebrows, and Huang Zi's words said he was in trouble. He came back this time with 2 other nuggets, and he was also thinking about making a shot. The reason why I didn't mention it with this guy today was because I was afraid he couldn't eat it. Chapter 30 Mine at Home. In fact, when he was in another world, he had been wondering about the issue of Kota Gold. After the deal with Huang Zi, the first piece of Kota Gold could sell for 22 million. After the last deal with Wang Guangxi, he had a total of 3.5 million in his hand. But he spent more than 1 million on a car and then spent money on clothes. He spent 200,000 yuan on a little girl, leaving 210,000 or so. Together with Huang Zi's 22 million yuan, he has a total of 24.3 million yuan in his hands, making him a veritable multi-millionaire. The money seems to be a lot, but if he wants to realize his dream of opening a restaurant, it seems that it is not enough, because he plans to open a fast food chain franchise. He plans to open this first store in accordance with the standards of the flagship store. The location is very important. Not only should it be opened in a place with a large flow of people and strong consumption power, but the area should not be small. And in order to alleviate the operational pressure in the future, he does not plan to take a loan with the bank, so that if he can obtain a large-scale shop with a suitable geographical location at one time, he may not be able to use more than 20 million in his hand. Therefore, the other 2 pieces of dog-head gold in his hand must also be shot. He weighed the 2 pieces of dog-head gold. One piece was more than 1,500 grams, and the other piece was similar to the one sold to Huang Zi, which was also more than 1,800 grams. It is estimated to bring him 30 to 40 million in income. With the previous 20 million, Xiao Feng will be sure of buying a suitable store. Even the later renovation and recruitment will also have startup capital, so there is no need to go to the bank. But this is Huang Zi's ability. A sum of more than 20 million yuan has to be raised for 10 days. If he is allowed to eat 2 nuggets in a row, he may not have this ability. Originally, Xiao Feng planned to try with other people, but he didn't expect Huang Zi to take the initiative to attack and talk to himself about this. Listening to his meaning, even if he can't afford the money, he can be a broker to help find people who can afford the money. This condition is very good. And Huang Zi has been paying close attention to Xiao Feng's reaction after his probing. At this time, the expression on his face changed, and at the same time, he seemed to be trying to suppress his inner joy. The old fox smiled secretly. After all, he was still young. You can't help it, right? However, if this kid really still has a knack for gold, then his ability is not small. After all, this thing is Xishikizun. It is good for the average person to get a piece of it if he is lucky. If he still has it, then this is the source. Brother Huang, you mean, Can you help find customers who are capable of buying nuptial gold? I have also traded with him once anyway. It is better to be familiar with life than to be familiar with everything. Although Huangzi has more thoughts, his integrity is not bad. Dealing with him is better than looking for someone you don't know. Xiao Feng made a decision here, and when Huangzi heard this, he couldn't suppress the joy on his face. He was just a test before, but he didn't expect that this kid would actually have such a baby. Now he is about to develop. Even if he can't eat it himself, he can really find someone who can eat it. Once such a deal is facilitated, will the benefits be less for him in the future? Huangzi has been in the rivers and lakes for so many years, and most of his business has been elusive. He has a very clear position on himself, although in recent years he has met many rich and famous people by selling rare and precious treasures. Regardless of those people who saw him, they all called him brothers and sisters and acted very close. But he also knew that in the eyes of those people, he was actually just a chamber pot. When it was needed, he would use it. When you don't need it, you must kick it away. So if he wants to become true friends with the rich, then he must ensure that he must always be useful to the rich. And to help those people collect good assets, Zai Shikaizen, that is the embodiment of their own value. For those rich people, they are useful to them. If they are in trouble that day, maybe they can reach out. So when I heard that Xiao Feng really had a baby, how could Huangzi be upset? Brother, do you really have such a baby? Where is it? Did you bring it? Is it convenient for you to see it? Huangzi couldn't help it anymore, and a series of problems seemed to be released. Of course, Xiao Feng couldn't show him directly. He decided to hang his appetite first. Brother Huang, don't worry. I said there must be one, but I didn't bring it here today. I told you so. I still have two pieces of similar quality to today's piece. Is the weight one big and one small? The one is about the same as this one, and the small one is about 300 grams lighter. Xiao Feng's voice just fell. Huangzi stood up. One big and one small. The quality is about the same as what he received today, and both are more than 1 kilogram in weight. Fuck. Are you guys doing nugget gold wholesale? This is Zai Shikaizen. Ordinary people can get a piece of the ancestral tomb that has smoked. How can it be left to you? It is like a Chinese cabbage. Especially this guy's gentle and not light tone. This is what makes Huangzi's nose crooked. It's so amazing. I have been working hard for 30 years before earning such a small amount of money. This guy doesn't know where to do it. With a few bucks, you can become richer with yourself. Is there any reason for this special? Does this guy really have a gold mine at home? Thinking of this, Huangzi rolled his eyes, and then tentatively asked Xiao Feng. Ha ha ha, brother, you really shocked me. There are two more, the quality is not bad, and the weight is not light. Are you kidding me? Xiao Feng's face became cold. Brother Huang, can't you believe me? How can it be? It's the nugget gold thing. But it's a rare thing. People have found countless things for thousands of years. Is it too easy to come? Brother, can you tell me, where did you get this thing? After all, when I introduce it to someone next time, I also have an excuse. You also know that those rich people are very fond of feathers, love feathers, and fear pollution. In order to gain my own reputation, once the source of the goods is unclear, I am also very troublesome. Huangzi said nonsense. The wealthy people don't care where the source of this thing is. For them, anyway, as long as it is a treasure, it is a good thing. He and Xiao Feng said this only for the sake of arguing. Xiao Feng really didn't doubt the truth or falsehood of his words. Anyway, he had already compiled these golden backings before he came. Since Huangzi wants to know, just tell him. Is it possible that he can still verify it? Well, big brother Huang, I don't want to tell you that. Our family has an uncle who lives far away. He went to Russia a few years ago, got married and had children there, and bought a piece of land for farming in Amur Oblast. He didn't expect him gold was found in the piece of land he bought. His land happened to be in a rich gold vein, but he was a Chinese immigrant, so he didn't dare to mine it wildly. He could only mine it secretly, and then sell it in the country through me. Xiao Feng's remarks made Huang Zi nod frequently. The credibility of these remarks is very high. The domestic gold veins are basically controlled by the state. There are only a few major veins in the country. One is located far away in Shandong province, where the reserves are relatively rich. Although some private mine owners are secretly mining, the main veins are controlled by the state. The border areas are also the main areas where gold is produced, but the quality of the veins is average, and the mining has been nearly exhausted in recent years. There is also a mine under the control of the mysterious domestic gold industry group that was originally controlled by the armed police force. The number of that force is even called the Gold Force. Their main mining area is in the Xingin Mountains area. The location of the gold mine has not been disclosed to the public, which is very mysterious. But the Xinganling area is indeed a relatively rich area of gold resources in our country, and the Amur region of Russia mentioned by Xiao Feng is in the outer Xinganling area, which is in the former Soviet Union. The period was also an important gold-producing area for the Russians. Now Xiao Feng's uncle accidentally found a rich gold vein over there. It is entirely possible for you to read www.uyukansu.com. Made. It turns out that there is a mine at home. It is impossible to keep this kid in any way. What if his uncle's gold mine is to be developed extensively in the future, and investment is needed? The thought of Huang Zi's attitude towards Xiao Feng became even more enthusiastic. After more than an hour of nonsense, Xiao Feng received notification text messages from the bank one after another, and finally received Huang Zi's remittance. And the number was also neat. He originally wanted to get up and say goodbye, but he didn't expect that Huang Zi said that he would not let go and had to arrange dinner at night. Xiao Feng refused, so he went to a restaurant for dinner. This restaurant is a local high-end seafood restaurant. A meal for 2 people consumes more than 1,000, which is not cheap. After the matter is finished, Huang Zi has to take Xiao Feng to wash the sauna, and Xiao Feng can get out of it in every possible way. However, after drinking a lot of alcohol at night, Xiao Feng could only take a taxi home. Unfortunately, the driver saw that he drank a lot and wanted to make a detour for him. Xiao Feng really couldn't bear it. After drinking a lot of alcohol, he scolded the driver halfway through. The driver was also a stubborn donkey. Xiao Feng was annoyed by a few words, so he didn't need the money for the car. He let Xiao Feng get out of the car when he was halfway there. Xiao Feng didn't think much, and got out of the car angrily. Xiao Feng was dumbfounded when the car door slammed and the taxi slid away. What's so special about this? Feelings. The driver was not at ease. He just threw Xiao Feng in the middle of a barren mountain. In fact, the driver was also a long way around the sea, and this place happened to be located between 2 hills by the sea, in the north of the city. A barren mountain area outside of an ocean park inn. Usually there are not many people in the daytime, let alone at night. Xiao Feng is also crying without tears. He would have to bear it if he knew it, but to blame it just because he drank too much and didn't see the situation outside clearly. Chapter 31 Black Shop. Xiao Feng knows where is now. It used to be a barren mountain in the northernmost part of the main city. Because it is all stone mountains, it is difficult to develop, so it hasn't moved. A few years ago, when the real estate boom was the fiercest, someone finally came up with the idea of this piece of land. But because the mountains here are relatively steep and the development costs are high, they simply split the mountain and reclaimed the sea to create a piece of land on the east side of the mountain, developed into real estate. Because the bombing of the mountain at the beginning caused the people's opinions to be relatively big, the developers simply laid a coastal wooden plank road in the coastal area of this mountain, and the mountain was circled to form a coastal park. But the progress was relatively slow. This park seems to be it only opened to the outside world last year. But there have been not many people who come to play, because it is too biased. Xiao Feng's home is just to the south of these 2 mountains, but he has to pass through a few hills before he arrives. If the taxi driver can't afford to think badly, he would not go here at all. passing the open road from the south. You can get home in less than 20 minutes. But the grandson probably saw him getting drunk, so he got crooked and wanted to make a detour, but he left him in this deserted mountainous area. Xiao Feng looked at his mobile phone, but there was no signal. Even if I want to call a car, I can't get it. I don't have a signal when I call a friend. I can only go home along this lonely mountain road by way of 11 grass. It's really a drinking accident. I won't do it again next time. Xiao Feng wrapped his clothes tightly, yelling in his heart. If it weren't for the old Huang to pull him to drink, he wouldn't have run into this mess today. Now I can only walk home. Fortunately, the law and order in Binching is pretty good, but even Xiao Feng, the robber who cuts the path, is afraid. The half-orcs have killed several more, so do you care about killing a few more thieves? Anyway, this place is not monitored. If you die, you will die. If you throw it in another world, you will not find the body. What can the police do with yourself? It may be that he drinks too much, it may be that the recent crime drama has chased him a lot, or it may be that it is meaningless to walk the night alone. On the contrary, Xiao Feng's walking all the way is all the way of thinking. Although the Gucci on his body is high-end, it is okay to install B in the city, but walking on this dark road, there is no need to install B. Not to mention, the breeze of the 5th or 6th northwest wind immediately freezes the whole body. Fortunately, there are a few sets of clothes in the ring space for alien exploration. Warmth from the cold, wind and rain-proof assault pants, hiking shoes for field exploration, and the equipment is changed to the body. And then take out a spare white wine from the space and drink a few sips to warm up the body, which has just been blown to the body. Warm up. The phone still has no signal, so I can only continue to walk forward. I don't know how long I have been walking. I drilled through a tunnel and then I saw a few places with lights on the hillside in the distance. Xiao Feng's phone was in this barren mountain. There has been no signal in the area of Ling, and it has collapsed a bit. Seeing the lights, he immediately became happy, and accelerated his feet to go there. Approached only to find out that it turned out to be 2 rows of private houses at the foot of the middle mountain of this col, but they were not for residents, but opened 2 shops. One is an auto repair shop, and the other is a bathing center. Seeing these 2 shops, Xiao Feng couldn't help but feel happy. Opening an auto repair shop in this place can still understand. After all, there is no one in the neighborhood. If a car breaks down here, it will be fine to repair it here. But what do you mean by opening a bathing center in this barren mountain? Binching is located in the north, and the bathing culture is more popular. Many people in the winter like to take a dip in the bathhouse, soak in the bathhouse and take a bath, which can be regarded as a kind of leisure culture. Generally, the location of the bathhouse is very particular. Either choose a tall area and open a high-end bathing center, or open a public bathhouse near a community with a higher occupancy rate. You said that your bathing center is opened in such a place where there is no shop in front of the village. What do you mean by that? Could it be that the boss head was squeezed by the door? Forget it. Leave him alone. Xiao Feng is interested in this bathing center, and after walking for more than half an hour, he is a little tired of walking. He really plans to try it in this bathing center. This bathing center is a row of original ordinary houses that were remodeled. The appearance is very ordinary. It should be a public bathing center. There was still debris from the fireworks set off not long ago on the ground. Xiao Feng entered inside, and his eyes lit up, because this bathing center looks dusty from the outside. It is a row of ordinary brick houses that looks very inconspicuous, but the decoration inside is very luxurious and beautiful. The floor is covered with marble tiles, and the walls are covered with ceramic tiles. A thick carpet is also spread near the counter. The 2 reception brothers greeted Xiao Feng enthusiastically to come in and take a bath, and then take a closer look that these 2 brothers are a bit older, a bit different from the young ones in other bathing centers, with gunshots, full faces, and looming chests. His tattoo is almost like a big gold chain hanging around his neck. No matter how it looks a bit like a big brother in society, not like a reception brother in a bathing center. However, the attitude of the two of them was very enthusiastic. Xiao Feng took care of him. Today, I did not drink less with Lao Huang. He was stimulated by the cold wind just after getting out of the car. He was afraid that he would go back to catch a cold, so he simply took a good bath tonight, so he didn't want to move. Just stay in the rest area of this bathing center for one night, and let the people here help to arrange a car home tomorrow. He changed his shoes and went straight to the men's bathing area. The men's bathing area was actually underground. Xiao Feng didn't expect that there would be a different kind of cave with the inconspicuous bathing center. Once he entered the bathing area, he knew that it's no wonder the two elder brothers were so enthusiastic. There is no one in the bathing area. Obviously, it's not a good business just to open. There are not many people, and the water in the bath just happened to be clean and clear, which means that not many people have soaked in. Xiao Feng soaked in for a while, and soon all the cold was gone, and he took a shower in the shower area. Originally wanted to call a bath master to rub it, but with a heart move, he changed his clothes and went into the rest area. The rest area is just behind the bathhouse. I didn't expect this humble bathing center to have such a large basement area. The rest hall is similar to other bathing centers, with carpets, rows of recliners and sofas, a large TV in front, and armrests of the sofa. There is also a computer screen. It was the elder brother who greeted him before. He came over very enthusiastically and asked him if he wanted to eat or drink. Xiao Feng asked for a bottle of drink. He was a little disappointed in his heart. It shouldn't be. Generally those people are standard equipment in the bath center. Just when he felt a little disappointed, the eldest brother leaned forward with a sly smile on his face. "Brother, don't you massage it?" "Well, that's right." Xiao Feng smiled secretly. He really moved his mind. Now that he is rich, he is not a moral gentleman. Although the service in this place may not be very good, let's take a look. If you have a close relationship, just do a big health care. There is nothing wrong with it. What's the price? There are several types of massage. 288 loose bones, 388 push oil, and 588 Thai massage. When Xiao Feng heard this offer, he almost didn't jump up and scold his mother. Although he doesn't do big healthcare often, the price is too dark, especially in such a wild place. What good products can this bad place have? If you dare to ask for such a high price, is it possible to enter a black shop? The eldest brother saw the look on Xiao Feng's face. How could he not understand what he meant? "Hey, don't worry, brother, there's a reason why my charge is high. My massage technicians are of good quality, and they are all foreign technicians." Coming. The big brother blinked ambiguously at Xiao Feng after he finished speaking. Xiao Feng couldn't help shivering when he looked at the wretched smile on his full face. But at this time he also understood a little bit why this bathing center was actually opened in this place. It turned out to have characteristic. Well, the technician from Russia should have good massage skills. Xiao Feng's heart moved. He hasn't tried it yet. It's a coincidence this time, so of course he has to try it. The Russian ties in Benthan are very close. There are many long-term Russians. You can often see them on the street. In the summer, many Russian beauties who study in local universities in Benthan wear fresh clothes. Until novel.com. The figure is very hot. Every time Xiao Feng couldn't help having a nosebleed when he saw it. Maybe it was those college students who came out for part-time jobs this time. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng couldn't help but want to try. Well, Russian technician, the technique should be good. Find a few to come and take a look. Okay, wait a minute. Brother My eldest brother is almost full of excitement and tears. Although his bath center has its own characteristics, it has just opened, and there are not many people, and he dare not advertise. In the past few days, his anxious eyebrows have gone white. Today it is finally ready to open. After a while, the eldest brother brought 7 or 8 yin yanyan over. The lights in the hall were dim, but Xiao Feng felt that his eyesight was very good, and he could basically see the people on the other side clearly. Is worthy of being a Russian technician. All of them are beautiful and neat, tall and plump, and full of exotic appearance. Compared with the common domestic technicians, the innate advantage is very obvious. Xiao Feng suppressed the blood that was about to spurt, took a few close glances, and then chose a beautiful girl standing in the middle. This girl had a different temperament from the other female technicians. The other female technologists are obviously familiar with each other. They look at each other in a smoky attitude. Standing in front of him is scratching their heads. But this one looks a lot greener. Standing in front of him is quite a bit of a scent. Because of her standard clothing that makes her feel uncomfortable, she keeps holding her and shrinking her abdomen. But the more she couldn't let go, the more Xiao Feng paid attention to her. Among other things, that beautiful face reminded him of the beautiful Ukrainian female prosecutor. Well, it's her. Xiao Feng appointed the female technician, and the elder brother next to him wretchedly instigated, "Brother, I think you are in good health. Don't pick one to try F." Chapter 32 Killer Puzzle. Xiao Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Big brother, are you too anxious? Why do you have to let me try the goods first? I have to verify the skills of your female technician before I can make a decision. Besides, if your shop is opened here, if it is really characteristic, are you afraid that I will not patronize it in the future?" "No. This is fine. Try the technique first." Xiao Feng couldn't explain to this elder brother. The elder brother smiled and said nothing, then turned around and shouted to the girl, "Natalia, come and take the boss to the Tanzi room. Remember to be careful, or else." After the eldest brother said not loudly, but Xiao Feng could feel it, it seemed that there was a little disharmony between the female technician and the boss. "Leave him alone. Anyway, I'm here to consume and enjoy." The female technician reluctantly came to Xiao Feng, nodded at Xiao Feng, and then led Xiao Feng through the rest hall, to the back private room, and opened a room to enter. There are ambiguous red lights in the room, and there is a big round bed in the middle, which is quite deliberately designed. The female technician turned around to close the door, and Xiao Feng rushed to the big bed with a somersault. Tonight, he was going to come to a top-notch meal to taste the female technician's technique. "Sir, can you call the police for me?" The first sentence when the female technician locked the door and turned her head back, Xiao Feng immediately lost all interest. What's the situation? If it weren't for her blonde and blue-eyed appearance, Xiao Feng really thought he was talking to a Chinese. "Sir, please be kind and call the police for me, okay? I'm really not that kind of person. I was trafficked by them. I don't want to do this kind of thing. I want to go home." The girl said. A layer of mist rose up in her big blue eyes, and Xiao Feng was dumbfounded. "Damn, what's the situation? I'm just here to relax and consume. How do I feel like I've fallen into the wolf's den? Was trafficked here?" Thinking about this girl again, the temperament and attitude of the female technologists who had been smoky and charming before, he couldn't help believing a little bit in his heart. In recent years, the economic development of Russia and even the entire Eastern European region has been poor. The two old men, Russia and Ukraine, are still instigated by the European Union and the Americans. They fight back and forth every day, causing the local people's living standards to drop sharply. Many Ukrainian beauties had to leave their homes to make money. Some went to Western Europe, some went to Hong Kong, Macau, and many others went to China. These people entered China as models. Some of them have brokers. Those regular brokers will help them contact some e-commerce sellers and give them some opportunities to be models and take pictures. Some people who encounter bad brokers are really pushed into the fire pit, abducted into nightclubs, or bathing centers like this. There are not a few people who are engaged in this kind of industry. And these Eastern European women don't pay much attention to this aspect. Anyway, there is money to be made and it is easy to come back. Most of them are psychologically prepared before they come, so when faced with choices, accepted frankly. Of course, there are some people who are unwilling to accept, such as the one in front of me. That is, I ran into Xiao Feng. If I ran into other customers, I would have called the store long ago and taught the girl a lesson. "Please, sir, help me." The girl did not know when she came to Xiao Feng's body and knelt in front of him. She put her hands on his knees and looked at his big blue eyes. They flickered and dripped continuously. Tears. Although Xiao Feng is not a moral gentleman, he even feels that he is not a good person, but he still can't do such an act of forcing a good into a prostitution. After all, he is a person with modern higher education, and he still has basic qualities. He can even imagine the terrible ending that this girl will face if he goes out to call the boss, and if he doesn't help her today, she will not have a good result if she meets other customers again. But go to the police. What are you doing here? Didn't you call the police to trouble yourself? The police came and asked, "What are you doing?" How should I answer? For a while, Xiao Feng was really caught in a dilemma. He couldn't do anything that the overlord had to bow. He didn't care about this girl. He didn't have the heart, but he really wanted him to help him. He was afraid of giving him a hand. Cause trouble. Tangled. Xiao Feng really didn't expect to encounter such a plot like a TV show one day. But what should I do? Just as he was thinking about what to do, there was a scream outside suddenly. The girl's face changed suddenly. She sprang up like a rabbit, and came to the door. Xiao Feng also heard that scream. He didn't know what was going on recently. His eyes and ears became extremely sharp. It seemed that something in his body was gradually awakening. He even felt that his sixth sense was becoming more and more acute. The scream just now made him feel an indescribable sense of crisis. At this moment, he saw the girl, opened the door a gap, and then took out a small mirror from the cosmetic bag and quietly peeked out. What's the action? How does it make him feel so? So professional. Yes, it seems that it can only be described as a professional. For an instant, this girl became more and more mysterious in his heart. The bathing center in the wild mountains and ridges, there is actually a Russian beauty like a hibiscus in the water, and this Russian beauty seems to have received some special training. A series of information broke into Xiao Feng's mind, and he felt that his mind was messed up at once. Although he can travel through other worlds, he is also very knowledgeable. After all, in the modern world, he has always been an ordinary person. It seems that the bridge sections of those spy war movies have always been far away from his life, but today he seems to have crashed into it. Another scream came from the girl hiding at the door, using a mirror to quietly observe the situation outside. She covered her mouth and her tears burst out. This is true, not with a little acting element like just now. Xiao Feng didn't care about the distracting thoughts in his mind. He came to the girl's side, grabbed the mirror, and looked outside, only to see a door in the corridor opened. And he just met a plump Russian. The female technician came out to check the situation outside. When his head was stretched out, he was blown out by a pistol held by a big hand that came out around the corner. Xiao Feng felt his waist loosen and almost didn't urinate. Nemas, it's really the stage of the movie. Seeing murder in another world, and seeing murder in the modern world, feels really different. Killing half-orcs, or even natives, in another world, he won't have any feelings, because there are more than 10 centuries of civilization gap. Those natives in his subconscious cannot be regarded as humans of the same level as him, and ants. Almost, but in the modern world, he received education from bottom to top, but everyone was equal, so he was still a little panicked when he saw the real killing. The gunman at the corner waited for a while before he emerged from the corner. He was a tall white man with a pistol equipped with a silencer in his hand. He looked into the corridor for a few moments and greeted him behind him. A big white man emerged from behind him, dressed in the same sports suit and the same muffler pistol. One side of the two, clinging to the wall of the corridor, alternately covering them and touching them. They came to you. Who are you? Xiao Feng was frightened and angry. Combining the current scene, Xiao Feng could guess with his butt. Out of all the two killers they came to this girl, and at this time the girl was already crying against the wall. It became a puddle of mud, and Xiao Feng's question could be answered there. Xiao Feng was also anxiously red eyes. At this time, his mind was also a mess. Don't look at his self-confidence when he was in another world. But now he is facing two professional killers with pistols, and he is in a state of pause. If the opponent is holding a cold weapon, he can still take a fight. But the opponent is holding a gun. He had never thought about encountering such a situation in China before. You are reading www.uukanzu. After all, apart from violent law enforcement agencies in China, it is difficult for ordinary people to have access to guns. At this moment, the door of his next door was suddenly pushed open, and then the elder brother who had been welcoming him with a smile before suddenly rushed out, still holding a 5-burst. Grass, it really wasn't. What a good person. As a result, this rascal villain didn't have the slightest chance to perform in front of the two professional killers. He didn't even pick up the gun, so he was blown to the head by the two killers. Seeing such a situation, Xiao Feng couldn't take care of it anymore. He pulled the girl over, stuffed a short knife in her hand, and then motioned her to hide behind the screen on the right side of the door, and then he hid to the left, behind the wardrobe on the side. Just after hiding, their door was kicked open, and then one of the killers swaggered in and shot twice at the bulging bedding on the bed. After 2 shots, I felt that it was wrong. I was about to turn around and search. As a result, there was a sound of wind behind him, a black light flashed, and the sharp arrow directly penetrated this guy's back. Row is that this guy is tall and strong, but being hit directly by this is also the ending of immediately falling to the street. Another killer who was guarding the door immediately noticed something was wrong. He saw the arrowhead stuck in the guy's back, turned and rushed into the room, and fired continuously at the wardrobe on the left. At such a close distance, with the intensive firepower of the pistol, the wooden closet made of poplar wood splashed with sawdust. What he didn't notice was that Xiao Feng had already climbed to the top of the closet at this time, and he had already taken out the other A-winded crossbow aimed at his neck and pulled the trigger. Is a veteran after all. When Xiao Feng pulled the trigger, he felt the danger the moment he pulled the trigger and slammed his head. Chapter 33 Fight for Life. It's this sixth sense that is trained through frequent life and death. It saved the killer's life at the critical moment. The arrow that made Xiao Feng shot missed his deadly vital point, but it hit the killer when he tilted his head at the critical moment. His shoulders. Fortunately, Xiao Feng's space ring also contains 3 crossbows that he bought from a treasure. He bought them twice. The first time he bought ordinary goods from the road. The second time he bought the high-end goods that the store claims to be treasured. According to the store's bragging statement, these 2 crossbows are standard crossbows equipped by the domestic special police. They are codenamed Flying Eagle in the military. They are used for secret hunting missions. The effective range can reach 150 meters. Later, Xiao Feng used these 2 powerful crossbows against half-orcs in another world. They were really easy to use. Although the range was not as exaggerated as the owner said, they could shoot more than 100 meters away, and the special arrows did indeed wear. The power is amazing. This time the assassin was shot with this Flying Eagle. Although this arrow could not directly kill the assassin, it also penetrated deeply into his shoulders, causing serious damage to the assassin. This assassin is also a ruthless character. After suffering such a blow, he just snorted, and then insisted on enduring the severe pain. With the other handheld gun, he raised his hand and shot towards Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was also clever enough. He shot an arrow. Before checking the results, he rolled around, rolled off the top of the closet, and fell to the ground fiercely. Regardless of the pain, he jumped up and headed towards the guy. Rushed over. The space in the house is more than 20 square meters. There is no other place to hide in the house except for the big bed and closet. He also has no firearms to defend himself. At this time, he has no choice but to rush to melee, although he can choose to travel directly to another world to avoid the immediate crisis. But when there are other people in the house, he does not want to reveal his secrets as a last resort. The assassin obviously didn't expect Xiao Feng to react so quickly. It was too late to change the muzzle. and he was directly hit in his arms by Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng is 1.85 meters tall. During this period of time, he has received good nutrition and his weight has risen to 160 kgs. In addition, he has been hunting in other worlds for a long time, and he has also trained a whole body of muscles. The hard hit was unconsciously used in the American NFL, a grappling action commonly used by rugby players. This time, his shoulder slammed into the assassin's waist and abdomen where the front door was wide open. His weight, coupled with a hard push to charge forward, knocked the man weighing about 200 kilograms into a roll ground gourd. This killer happened to have suffered a serious shoulder injury, so he was not very concentrated. After being knocked down, he fell into a daze. However, the first instinctive reaction after falling to the ground was to touch out the waist. The dagger rushed towards Xiao Feng, who had hit him in his arms. Xiao Feng also saw the cold light in his hand and was stunned. After all, he had not received professional combat training. The next second reaction was very slow. Seeing that the dagger in this killer's hand was already close to his abdomen, he couldn't help but use the traversing skill for a moment. The killer screamed suddenly, and then the knife in his hand deviated from the target and slid over Xiao Feng's back. After that, Xiao Feng felt a stream of heat spray on his face. Looked up. It turned out that it was the girl who had just been pushed behind the screen to hide. She didn't know when she rushed over. Just now she stabbed the assassin's neck with a vicious knife and ended the assassin. The nerves that had been tense were relaxed. Xiao Feng pushed the killer away, and wanted to sit up, but felt weak and unable to sit up, until the girl dropped the dagger in her hand, walked to him, and pulled him a hand. He barely got up. Xiao Feng's legs were trembling consciously. At this time, the only thought in his mind was that he had killed someone. Although he has killed half-orcs in another world, it is a foreign world without any rules and civilization, and he killed a half-orc. He is not considered a human in his eyes, and he is now in a civilization educated, a modern society with a sound legal system. The education he received since he was a child is that he kills but pays for his life. Although these two are killers, he still kills. What should he do now? Xiao Feng's mind was a mess. What he thought was a simple thing, but when it happened, it seemed that it was not easy to accept it. Just when he was still in a daze, the girl calmed down first, and then went out of the room and returned after a while, and said to him, "They are all dead. They are all killed by these two guys." Xiao Feng was stunned. These two assassins were really cruel enough. Once they came here, they started to kill. This bailing center didn't lose many customers. If the customers were too busy, it would be impossible for them to kill all those people. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng suddenly felt a lot better. Killers, people will kill them. These two killers don't take the lives of others seriously, so don't blame yourself and don't take their lives seriously. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng suddenly felt better. When I thought, if I didn't kill them, they would kill themselves, and the originally chaotic mood was calmed down in an instant. I have the protagonist's halo, and there are so many important things to do. How can I be delayed by these two killers? These two social scumbags are dead if they die. Don't think about it too much. The feeling of guilt that was just full of guilt disappears in an instant. But what should I do next? This bailing center is obviously not a good place. The two killers came for this girl again. Who is this girl? Forget it. Forget it. Now is not the time to think about these things. First clean your hands and then talk about it. As soon as she raised her head, the girl has calmed down at this time, looking straight at him, obviously waiting for him to get it. Idea. Didn't you want to escape here a long time ago? What are you still doing? Hurry up. Xiao Feng didn't want to have anything to do with this girl. He only hoped that the girl would leave as soon as possible, and then he would take care of the finishing work. But the girl shook her head. My passport was taken away by them. I can't go at all. Besides, look at me in this outfit. Where can I go in this weather? The girl replied calmly. Xiao Feng looked up at her. What's your name? My name is Kata. Okay, Katia, Now you are going out to take a good check to see if there are any living persons. If not, you might as well go to the house of the steward, look for it, and see if you have your passport. Then looking for a few decent clothes. Such a large bathing center, it will not even have clothes for female employees. Katya was very obedient, turned around and went out. She has been here longer than Xiao Feng and is also familiar with the environment here. She quickly found the room where the big brother resides, and then began to search through boxes and cabinets. And Xiao Feng used the space to put away all the corpses here. Anyway, the space can't contain living things, but it's not a problem to decorate the corpses. When you go to another world, find a place to bury all these guys. Up there is no body, and the police in this world will not open a case for investigation. At least he inferred like this. A total of 10 corpses, 2 killers, 2 older brothers from the bathing center, and 6 of those Russian technicians. To just throw them in this bathing center would definitely be a terrible case. What's more, there are foreigners involved. If the body is not cleaned up, and someone finds out and calls the police can find him even if he turns upside down. Normally, Xiao Feng is not only watching Discovery, but also a loyal viewer of the legal channel. He knows that these domestic policemen are afraid that they are serious. If these guys initiate a ruthless group, there are really no cases they can't solve. I cleaned up the room, put away the 2 crossbows, and the knife that Katya used to kill the killer. I originally wanted to wipe all the fingerprints in the room again, but when Com thought about it, he didn't even remember what he had touched. I confided my heart. When I left, I burned this ghost place on fire, but I thought about it again. There is an auto repair shop next to it. What if someone is involved in it? At this time, Katya walked out of the big brother's room, wearing a man's clothes. Obviously she didn't find the woman's clothes, so she put on the big brother's clothes. Is there anyone in the auto repair shop next to it? Xiao Feng asked Katya. She should have been here for a long time, and if there is anyone in the store next door, she should know. These 2 guys also drove there. Usually there are a few helpers during the day, and they all go home from get off work at night. No one. Katya's answer made Xiao Feng very satisfied. In this way, he could set fire. When he saw that all the corpses on the ground had disappeared, Katya was very curious, but he didn't dare to ask Xiao Feng where the corpse was dropped. Let's go. You go outside to see if there is anything that can easily catch fire. Katya's eyes lit up and she understood what Xiao Feng meant. You want to burn this place? Xiao Feng nodded. Katya turned and left, while Xiao Feng went to the shower room to wash away the bloodstains, opened the cabinet and put on his clothes. Just saw Katya and brought several bottles of lighter oil. Xiao Feng took it like arson, but Katya said, wait a minute. What's happening? We have to do one more thing first. Katya said that he took Xiao Feng to a room behind the rest area. Xiao Feng saw that it was a monitoring room. On several computer screens, he could just see the various areas of the bathing center, and even many rooms. I saw that these grandsons installed secret cameras in the room. Chapter 34 Nolan. The blazing fire suddenly shot up from behind, and Katya and Xiao Feng were already walking deep and shallow on the road at this time. In order to prevent being caught by cameras on the road, Xiao Feng could only take Katya up the mountain. Wild road. Although the mountains here are steep, fortunately, there are many roads that have been stepped on. Why do people step on this mountain? The reason is simple. There are many tombs from earlier years on the mountain. Every year they have their tombs. Later generations went up the mountain to worship, so there were paths on the mountain. This bathing center happened to be in a col between 2 hills. At that time, safety was probably considered, so it was opened in such a hidden place. Unexpectedly, this would become good news for Xiao Feng and the others. This neighborhood is originally a barren mountain and ridge, and it is off the beaten track. Even if there is a fire in this place, no one will find it, so there is no fear that someone will report the fire. In the end, even if someone finds out about the situation here, when the fire alarm comes, I am afraid that the bath will be burnt up and there are no casualties. The police should not continue to investigate it. Xiao Feng thinks that the best result is this, but who knows if the police will go crazy. He was worried, and the girl behind him, Katza, was also silent. They walked for more than 3 hours before turning over 2 small hills and arriving at Xiao Feng's house. It was already more than 4 o'clock in the morning. Xiao Feng was tired and exhausted, and he fell asleep on his own when he returned to the room. He had experienced too many things this day. Just experienced the joy of becoming a multi-millionaire, but he didn't think that he would run into such a bad luck next time, and also brought a big trouble home, which made him feel tired. Woke up 3 poles in the sun, just about to get up, suddenly felt that there was something beside him. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that it was Katya who was sleeping next to him in his clothes. She was still wearing that man's clothes, and she curled up and lay beside Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng only remembered that when she arrived home yesterday, her mind was almost exploding, as if she was greeting her in the guest room on the 1st floor. Stayed, and then went directly to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor to sleep. And this girl actually appeared in the master bedroom, sleeping next to her. Presumably she was terrified after the extremely frightened night last night. At this time, the room was warmed by the heating, and she slept with her clothes, wearing the down jacket of the bathhouse brother. At this time, she was already hot and sweating, with sweat stains on her forehead and nose, and her face was red. But it seems to be doing a nightmare. The eyeballs under the eyelids are constantly rolling, and the mouth is constantly mumbling about Russian that Xiao Feng can't understand. The hands are even more tightly holding the front of the clothes. Has turned white. Xiao Feng shook the girl. The girl sat up abruptly. She was relieved until she saw Xiao Feng's appearance clearly. What's wrong? Have a nightmare? The girl's exquisite face still made Xiao Feng feel soft. He originally planned to kick this guy out anyway today, but looking at her lonely and helpless eyes, Xiao Feng felt a little unbearable. Yeah, had a nightmare. Katya looked a little cautious when looking at Xiao Feng, for fear that he would make a mistake and anger Xiao Feng and be driven away by him. Well, can you tell me, who are you? Since she didn't plan to drive her away, Xiao Feng had to figure out who she was, what trouble she had encountered, and whether she could bear it. And when she left yesterday, the girl actually knew that she would go to the surveillance room to take all the hard drives, and she could even delete all the videos uploaded to the cloud disk on the internet. Thinking about the method she used to crack the password at the time, he thought, this girls, they are definitely not ordinary people. The girl lowered her head and hesitated for a long time. Then she looked up at him and said, I offended some people in Russia and couldn't stay in Russia. So I followed an agent to China. He originally promised me, he wanted to bring me here as a model, but who knew that after he came, he sold me to the person in the bathhouse. When I went, several other women were already there, and they took me away. Passport, took my money, and my clothes, so I can only wear a uniform. Those villains in the bathhouse told me that they can only work for them and pay off the money they bought me. Allow me to leave. Then they didn't embarrass you? Xiao Feng still has some doubts about the girl's ability to keep her clean and self-conscious there. A man's focus will always be those messy things. Of course, the girl understood Xiao Feng's meaning, and looked at him with a blushing face and said, that's not true, because I acted very cooperatively in front of them, and there were a few other Russian girls who didn't dare to act too much. If you use strong to me, it is likely to annoy other girls. They are different from me. They so voluntarily and cooperate with the 2 villains, which makes them unhappy, but they do. Those villains don't dare to do anything to them if they just leave. The girl's explanation made Xiao Feng understand roughly. The 2 killers. It should be sent by my opponent in Russia. I didn't expect that they would chase and kill China. I came to China because the public security situation is better here. I didn't expect them to come anyway. Who did the girl provoke to her? What trouble she caused? She kept secret. Xiao Feng did not want to ask. Anyway, as long as the other party is not sent by FSB, the successor of the legendary KGB. As long as the opponent is not a state machine, he will not worry too much, but he still needs to prepare. Xiao Feng was still worried that the police would come to the door. Although he felt that things were done perfectly, but after all, so many people died. It would be really troublesome if family members had to go to the police to make trouble. So he also thought about it. If the police really came to the door, he would hide in another world, and the police would have no choice but to do nothing about him. But the most unfortunate thing is that his nest may not be able to come back again, and a series of previous plans may be disrupted. It's useless to think too much now. We still have to be fully prepared. Xiao Feng started large-scale purchases from the internet to prepare for the future. Katya also lived in his house. The origin of this girl is very mysterious. Although she is Russian, she can speak fluent Chinese. After a few days of getting along with each other, she should have received a very good education. The family background is certainly not simple. After contacting her and saying that she offended someone and was then pursued and killed, Xiao Feng wondered that the girl's background should be not small. Russia's national power has declined in recent years. The country has many political factions, and there are constant struggles between various regions. Although I don't know who Kata provokes, Xiao Feng wondered what happened. In the next few days, the things Xiao Feng purchased also arrived, and he has been paying attention to local news. But apart from the local news the next day, there were only 10 seconds of reports on the fire in the bathing center. No more text. Things didn't seem to have caused any waves, which relieved Xiao Feng a lot. But he was still a little worried about whether the police would launch a secret investigation in secret. He happened to have a high school classmate who was in the public security system, so he simply called to test it out. This classmate had a very good relationship with him in high school, and he was a little surprised by calling him. He asked him to have a meal together. The two exchanged greetings at the wine table and probably talked about their recent situation. Xiao Feng said vaguely, saying that he had made some money in the capital and that he was planning to go home to start his own business recently. The old classmate was kind to him. Happy. After this conversation, he knew that this old classmate was admitted to the police academy and joined the city bureau after graduation. He has done a lot of work in criminal investigation and economic investigation. Now he is mainly responsible for security work. While chatting, Xiao Feng talked about the fire in the bathing center by the way, and the classmate told him without taking it too seriously. The owner of the bathing center was originally a hobbit who entered the palace. Opening the bathing center there must be no good business.novel.com. This fire may be the fire set by his enemy. Fortunately, no people were burned to death at the scene. No casualties made the top leaders very happy. As soon as the end of the year came, everyone had assessment tasks. Secondly, the top leaders came to inspect the work recently. Of course, they don't want to mention something like this that does not involve casualties. As for the police, they are also contacting the boss, but the phone cannot be reached and the family cannot be contacted. It is estimated that they ran away because there were no casualties, and the suspects themselves were not good people. The police were unwilling to waste police force here. They didn't file a case at all, and they didn't pay attention to it. The ending is mostly irrelevant. Hearing this answer, Xiao Feng let go of his hanging heart and drank a lot with his old classmates. The two drank a lot. When the old classmate left, he said that he would wait for some time to finish and organize a classmate party. Let him come by then. Got the desired result. Xiao Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and relaxed the tense mood. He had been tense for a few days. He went home and talked to Katya about the matter. Katya also breathed a sigh of relief. Things started because of her. If the Huago police tracked down Xiao Feng, she would be troubled. The most frightening thing is that when she is caught, it will be troublesome. Then what do you plan to do next? Xiao Feng asked Katya. Katya also looked confused. I don't know now. I can't go back to Russia at the moment. I can only find a living in China now. I will talk about it when things become clear in the future. Originally wanted to drive Katu away, but seeing her now alone and helpless, Xiao Feng is also a little unbearable. Of course, the most important thing is that Katya's appearance has played a role. If this is a fat and ugly woman, Xiao Feng will surely harden his heart and drive her away. Chapter 35 Mobile Asana Law. Recently, you have been here to avoid the limelight. Anyway, I am relatively quiet. Thank you very much. Then, Katja's face was a little red. Of course she knew that Xiao Feng's mind was not that simple, but she really didn't have other suitable places to go, and she didn't have any money yet. Katja stayed at Xiao Feng's house and took care of Xiao Feng's house in good order within a few days. Xiao Feng's house is an old-fashioned two-story small building. Usually he lives by himself and is a bit big, and he doesn't bother to clean it because of hygiene. Therefore, apart from the frequently moving master bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, living room and other areas, the other empty rooms and warehouses are all messy. With the emergence of Katya, the hygiene of the house is much cleaner and tidy, and when the meal comes, Katya will cook for Xiao Feng. Although it is mainly Russian-style food, it is better than Xiao Feng's daily takeaway. Much stronger. Since the elves gave him the spatial ring, the basement that grandfather dug was no longer used. Xiao Feng changed it into a small warehouse and studio, mainly to receive goods purchased online, and then transfer them to in his own space ring. This day, Xiao Feng dumped a batch of online shopping inventory into his own space, and suddenly remembered the pistols from which 2 killers had been turned over that day. So he took it out and played with it. Boys have a very strong interest in guns. Unfortunately, because of the stricter laws in China, Xiao Feng has never had the opportunity to come into contact with such weapons. He just used the broken guns eliminated by the army when he was in college military training. Bullets. Later, I never had the chance to contact again. After graduating from university, I went to work and worked for my life every day. I didn't even have a chance to think about such hobbies. I just wanted to wait until I had money in the future, and when I traveled abroad, I went there. Enjoyable. With the alien space, Xiao Feng's thoughts became even more refreshing, especially after encountering half-orcs several times. He kept thinking about it, and got a few guns in hand. Those half-orcs are all powerful and barbaric. They fight and kill if they don't agree with each other. Xiao Feng always feels that it's not safe to rely on the powerful crossbow in his hand. It's okay when there are few people on the other side. Once there were many people, he himself didn't have the confidence to be able to resist it. So he had been thinking about getting some thermal weapons a long time ago, but unfortunately the domestic control of these things is too strict, and he has no way to get these things. Originally, I had been suffering from the lack of a way out, but I happened to bump into these 2 killers that day, which resolved the matter. Looking at the 2 Stechkin APS Xiao Feng in his hand, Xiao Feng is very satisfied. These 2 pistols can be regarded as famous Russian guns. Although they were developed in the last century, they are powerful and accurate. They are now owned by Russian law enforcement agencies. Standard equipment, especially after the Russian Federal Security Service adopted this gun as a standard equipment. This gun is even more famous in the world. This pistol came out in the 1950s. At that time, it was mainly used as a self-defense weapon for airplane pilots, tank pilots, and some officers. But because the weight was relatively large, and because the submachine pistol was designed at that time, the wooden gun box must be worn as a pendant, which added to the weight of the gun and caused many people not to use it, so it was put into the warehouse. There was no large-scale assembly at the time, until the Chechen War later. Many commanders found that they lacked a powerful melee self-defense weapon, so the gun was turned over by the Russians from the arsenal. In that war, this gun shined brilliantly and was very popular among Russian soldiers. Later it was directly purchased on a large scale by the Russian FSB. From then on, it became famous and became a famous gun. The 2 Stechkins in Xiao Feng's hand can be seen as 8 new, and they are equipped with ordinary magazines. However, Xiao Feng also found several spare magazines on the bodies of the two Russian killers. Among them are several spare magazines. The two are actually long assault pistol magazines specially prepared for automatic shooting. This made Xiao Feng very satisfied. It was powerful and firepower, which was exactly his basic need for weapons. In addition, he suddenly remembered that when he left, he also took away the 5 bursts of the Bathhouse Brother. This gun is more common in the north. It was a shotgun imitating Remington produced by the Northern Weapons Company in the early years, and it was mainly exported at the time to the North American market. Later, some of them also spread to the domestic market. It was once the standard weapon for the older brothers on the road in the north. Many people like to cut the barrel of the gun short and hide it in a green army coat to carry it with them. About 10 years ago, this gun was frightened by many people in the underworld fighting in the northern region. Later, after the country began to ban guns on a large scale, this guy gradually disappeared from the road, but there are still some collected by people. The guy in the bathhouse seems to be older, and the maintenance is average. There are a lot of bumps on the gun, and the rifling is also worn out, but it doesn't matter. For Xiao Feng, this gun is just right and has a good melee firepower. Anyway, it's a shotgun, and it is enough to ensure effective damage within a range of more than 10 meters. The only pity is that the number of bullets found in the bathhouse is not too many, only 15 rounds, which seems to be saved. Xiao Feng remembered that when he was leaving, he took a backpack from the two Russian killers. At this time, he took the bag out and saw that Xiao Feng was dumbfounded. This is so special. How did the two killers plan? There are actually 2 submachine guns in the backpack. One is a classic Uzi submachine gun, and the other is a Russian military standard Bison submachine gun. There are also 7 or 8 magazines. There were 10 grenades that surprised Xiao Feng the most. What do these two guys do? This is simply a mobile arsenal. How did so many guns get to the country? Xiao Feng looked at the bunch of guys in front of him, really stunned. He used to like guns, but he didn't expect that the first batch of guns he got was actually obtained under this situation. And there are so many. But think about the long border between China and Russia. It seems that it's not difficult for these people to come here. But just for Katia alone, 2 killers with so many weapons, is it a bit too much? It is possible that these 2 guys are also doing other business at the same time, such as arms, or other tasks. Don't care about him. Anyway, these guys are cheaper now. Xiao Feng put all these weapons into his own space. With these guns, his safety in another world will be guaranteed a little bit more in the future. Thinking of the crisis he encountered, Xiao Feng simply bought a few from the internet, pieces of body armor and steel helmet, as well as tactical clothing. Anyway, such things are more widespread on the internet, and there are many military fans now. These things are not in the category of contraband, and the quality of these bulletproof vests is said to be better than those used by the US military. Taking advantage of these few days to hide quietly, Xiao Feng also secretly went to other worlds. On the one hand, he disposed of the corpses. After all, it was disgusting to keep them in the space. On the other hand, he was also looking for a chance to be familiar with. Click on the weapon in your hand. He is a semi-pseudo military fan, keyboard gunner. Although he knows the data of many weapons through the internet, after all, there is no chance to touch a gun in the real world. This time he suddenly got a few hands. Of course, he has to have fun. But when he was playing with guns, he still found a few deserted cols by himself, and did not bring his own natives to follow. The main reason was that these modern firearms would scare those natives. Even if they heard the firearms, the guys would know how to do it. Scared enough, let alone gunfire. I started practicing for several days. On the one hand, Xiao Feng has experienced the addiction to guns. On the other hand, he is also familiar with the characteristics of the operation of these guns. The only pity is that there are too few bullets to let go of the game. It seems that looking for an opportunity, he has to buy more bullets. Fortunately, he is still a bit talented in firearms. It may also be because of the use of crossbows for a period of time. It's accurate. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Of course, this is just a fixed point shooting without the influence of external forces. If it is replaced with a moving target or a moving method of shooting, his accuracy is not guaranteed. After finishing his marksmanship practice, he shifted his focus back to the development of the tribe. During this time, the natives were very enthusiastic about transforming the cave and the work efficiency was very high. Soon after Xiao Feng's request, he transformed the cave. The toilets are very good, especially the repaired toilets. Obviously, they don't want to live in a place full of bad smells. In addition, when these guys were expanding in the cave, they even took a look at the hot spring from the ground. Then they introduced cold water and remodeled a few bathrooms. Xiao Feng was very satisfied with this kind of creativity, and he also rewarded those who came up with this method. The natives, after all, they are still very interested, and they have reserved a separate bath for him. In the future, he will often be able to soak in the hot springs. Xiao Feng is still very satisfied. But this time Xiao Feng came here with a mission for them. He brought a lot of salt and various spices this time, and brought some things, mainly because he wanted the natives to make reasonable use of resources, such as hunting the little animals that were caught, and the cows in the water. When Xiao Feng and Wang Guangxi had a deal before, the cattle could be sold to him, but now the transaction is stopped. But the cattle here are still hunting, and the beef can be frozen, but the cattle is wasted. Xiao Feng usually prohibits these natives from eating beef at will, but the cattle are not forbidden to eat beef. But now with the improvement of the efficiency of the cattle catching team, the consumption rate of the cattle is obviously unable to keep up with the rate of production. Afterwards, a lot of people went into the water. These natives threw them away when they could not finish eating. Xiao Feng despised this kind of wasteful behavior, so he decided to hand over these natives to make sausages. Chapter 36 Two Black Hearts is not only to make sausages, but also to make bacon. The fish caught in the river can also be made into dried fish. Although the world is still in a barren era, the material is too rich. When the hunting team went to catch the cows, the other two teams were not idle. They built camps in the cave during the day and waited until the evening to rest. The prosperous natives ran to the mountains to catch wild animals, or went down to the river to fish for fish, and the harvest was really a lot. What kind of wild boar, pheasant, wild duck, and many unknown animals, large and small, have been caught. With their technology, they can't raise them at all, so they can only catch and kill them, and eat them. But Xiao Feng now has only 100 people in the entire camp, so he can't eat so much meat, and he can't eat meat alone. He has to consume a certain amount of vegetables to supplement vitamins. Fortunately, these natives also know a lot of wild vegetables can provide them with enough vitamin supplements. If things like water were used before, these natives would not eat it. The main reason was that they did not have an iron pot and could not handle the water. Their previous cooking method was mainly roasting, and those who are in the water can't be grilled. When Xiao Feng brought them an iron pan, the local people's cooking methods were advancing by leaps and bounds. Cooking, stewing, plus the stir-fry that Xiao Feng gave them, and the quality of life of these local people was obtained greatly improved. The most important thing is that these natives can finally eat water, and they can cook soup after they have had it. To be honest, these animal offal soups with suitable seasonings taste really good. For natives, it's a kind of food, very good nutritional supplement. But because of the lack of storage technology, waste will inevitably occur. Now they have only 100 people, and they are still wasting. But if there are more people in the future, it will be a sin to waste this way. In fact, it is mainly Xiao Feng, a black-hearted capitalist, reluctant to let these natives let go of eating beef. On the other hand, it's also because winter is coming soon. Xiao Feng hasn't learned about the winter here, but I'm quite an elf and told Friday. In winter, at least there will be heavy snow for a long time, and the snow will cover the mountains for about 2 months. After such a long period of time, The natives could not go out to work and get food supplements, and after the beginning of spring, it would take 1 or 2 months to thaw, and the land could not be cultivated. During these few months, they could not work and had no harvest. It can only rely on reserves at this time. Those beef Xiao Feng couldn't bear to let these natives eat, so he planned to let them learn how to make sausages, bacon and dried fish. Fortunately, the method of making sausage, bacon, and dried fish is relatively simple, mainly because Xiao Feng also brought a lot of salt. In the past few days, Xiao Feng asked the other 2 brigades to stop their work in expanding the cave, and asked them to follow Biluades and Bloom to hunt. A team followed Bloom to hunt bison, hunting as much as possible. Kill the bison and return it for storage, but also bring the water back. The other team followed Biluades to hunt and kill other wild animals, and brought them back all the way, and then gave them to the left-behind women and children. These women and children followed Xiao Feng to learn how to make sausages and sausages. Skills of bacon. Take off the meat of the wild animals, save enough for the last few days, and then chop up the remaining fat and lean meat, plus the cattle offal brought back by the cattle team, all chopped up. Pour the various spices brought by Xiao Feng, pour it into the casing, and cook it to dry. Cured meat chooses the good meat part of wild animals, takes it off, touches the salt, and smokes it with firewood. Anyway, the technical content is not high, and it is not difficult to dry. Dried fish is even simpler. Kill the fish, touch the salt, and dry it. Because the natives tried to grow some rice and vegetables before, but because the time is relatively short, it will be winter in more than a month, and the rice will not mature. They only pick some early maturing vegetables. I want the natives' self-sufficiency seems to have to wait until next year. So this time Xiao Feng also brought a lot of daily necessities such as rice noodle oil, which he planned to hand over to Friday so that he would take care of the distribution. That day he called Friday and asked him to take a few people to the underground ice store. Now a lot of beef has been frozen in the ice store. Xiao Feng also brought a big iron gate here this time. At the entrance of the library, a few natives were instructed to install an iron gate at the entrance, and gave the key to Friday and 2 elves each. Then he found another cave, put the rice noodles, oil and salt that he brought into it, and installed an iron door. However, this time the key was only given to Friday, which made Friday's chest taller. He thought it was the master's treatment to him. Absolutely trust. Xiao Feng smiled and patted him on the shoulder and said, "When there is nothing to eat in winter, I will take these out and give these people to eat, but each person needs to be rationed every day. Is it the standard? Come and execute it now." "What? 3 meals a day? This won't work." Hearing the standard said by the host on Friday, he jumped 3 feet high, shaking his hands, feet and head to express his opposition. Xiao Feng didn't understand. Why did this guy react so fiercely? 3 meals a day? When he was in the tribe on Friday, the most noble elder in their tribe, even in the summer, when the food was the most abundant, could not guarantee that he could eat 3 meals a day, not to mention the winter. He goes hungry almost every winter on Friday. Basically, it's good to have a meal a day. Sometimes it's common not to eat a meal for a few days. At that time, he would eat grass roots and bark in order to survive. So this bunch of mud legs, it's good to have a meal with the owner, and they still have 3 meals a day. So beautiful for them. Master, you can't be too kind to these mud legs. If you feed them enough, they will not appreciate you. If you don't feed them next time, they will hate you instead. Trust me, me and this helping the mudlegs grow up together. I know what virtue they are." The fierce opposition on Friday, and the truth he said, really left Xiao Feng speechless. Then how much do you think is appropriate for them to eat every day? 1 meal a day is too rare, as long as you don't die from starvation. When this guy said this, his eyes didn't blink, but Xiao Feng was startled. He thought he was already dark enough, but it's a deal with this Friday, as if he was completely in pediatrics. This guy actually treated him. My compatriots are so cruel. Well, But is this a good comrade? Is this really loyal? Only such a good comrade can Xiao Feng dare to entrust him with the important task. Well, a meal is too small to starve people and lose fat. However, Xiao Feng thought for a while and still felt that a meal a day was rare and inappropriate. After all, these natives are his private property. It would be bad if a few starved to death. Besides, if you are malnourished, how can you give him energy? Work. It's easy to get sick. Then have 2 meals. It's scarce in the morning, but it's done in the afternoon. Seeing that Xiao Feng disagrees with his opinion on Friday, he reluctantly changed the supply, but he still looked reluctant. The owner really can't give them too much food, and nothing to do in winter. They will make trouble. On Friday, Xiao Feng looked at him and his eyes seemed unsatisfied with his opinion. He quickly explained that Xiao Feng thought that this was really the case. These natives have just evolved from the savage to the tribal age, and their wildness has not retreated. In modern terms, it means that there are more hormones secreted, so it is easy to get on the head and fight when you don't agree. He has seen a few cases, so what Friday said is correct. I really can't let them eat too much. What can they do if they are full and have nothing to do? No women, no fights. There are only more than 20 women in this tribe. There is not enough distribution at all. They are too full to eat. Maybe something horrible will happen. The last 2 agreed that when there is no supply in winter, they can draw up the standard of 2 meals per person per day, 1 rare meal, 1 dry meal, and 1 meal of bacon and sausage every few days. This is the real black-hearted capitalist category. Of course, Friday and elves and their level managers www.mentalnovel.com are not included in this list. Well, that's what you said. During this period, try to let these people go out to gather more food, store it, and prepare more firewood. I don't know how long this winter is, and how cold it is! Xiao Feng ordered Friday, and nodded on Friday and said, Master, I know. These days I have people do what you say. Not to mention, there are quite a lot of various fruits in the autumn forest, and they have collected a lot. Well, that's good. By the way, in winter, if those people are full and energetic, let them continue to repair the cave. Anyway, the work here can't stop. The bigger the cave is, the better, and the ground should be level for me. Anyway, you can't let them sit down and make trouble. Anyway, I'm already black-hearted, so I might as well go to the end. Xiao Feng didn't plan to let these natives do nothing in the winter, and find something to do for them if they have nothing to do. Okay, Master, I know. Master, try this. This is something I specially prepared for you. It is made with Black Mountain pig meat. It is delicious. The seasoning is my mushroom powder. I brought it with you. You can try some of the spices here. The business was finished. On Friday, he also brought out some high-quality bacon and sausages made by the more skillful female natives he specially organized to honor Xiao Feng. These bacon and sausages can be compared with the previous Xiao Feng and asked the natives to prepare themselves for the winter. The reserve rations are different. These bacons are all carefully made with good wild boar, and the sausages are also filled with good wild boar and minced beef. The ingredients are superb. The seasoning is also carefully prepared by the guy on Friday. Xiao Feng took a few pieces. Put it in your mouth. Okay. Spicy and delicious. Some parts are full of chewy, some are not melted in the mouth, soft and glutinous, taste good, and taste very good. Chapter 37 Laolai Meat Stat Collection. Okay, it's really delicious. You bother. Hearing Xiao Feng's praise, he was touched by tears on Friday. He felt that the ultimate goal of his life was to make his master happy. The master's praise of him was his greatest achievement in life. No, don't bother, I should do all this for the master. The master has a lot more here. You bring it, you can eat it whenever you want to eat it. I actually shed tears watching Friday. This guy is really numb. But why does it feel so good? It seems that even a man can't resist my personality charm. Well, Xiao Feng stroked his chin with satisfaction. Xiao Feng was satisfied that he collected a few large packets of sausage and bacon. He planned to go back and eat it slowly. Don't even mention it. This Friday, he is really good at seasoning and filling. The sausage and bacon are really delicious. Considering that the orcs will not come again after the heavy snow has closed the mountain, Xiao Feng does not need to worry about the safety of the tribe. After arranging the main division of labor between Friday and the two elves, he returned to modern times. But when it comes to winter here, he will still come over and take a look. He wants to get a good understanding of how cold the winter in this world is and how long the time span is. It's been more than half a month since I shuttled back and forth like this, but for more than half a month or so, the outside has been calm, and the bathroom caught fire. It seems that it is really gone, and it can be considered as a complete relief for Xiao Feng. Jia is getting along more and more harmoniously. This girl is very good at observing words, and her social skills are much more proficient than Xiao Feng. She has secrets she doesn't want Xiao Feng to know, so she avoids talking about it, and she never inquires about secrets Xiao Feng doesn't want her to know, such as the cellar that Xiao Feng often enters and exits. Never go, which makes Xiao Feng feel very relieved. She helps with cleaning every day, and she also cooks and washes Xiao Feng, so it doesn't matter if she stays. Anyway, there is no shortage of chopsticks for eating at home. The most important thing is that this girl is very caring. During this period of time, I started to learn how to make Chinese food online. I learned it very quickly. After more than 10 days, I actually cooked it in a good shape and tasted good. People changed the way to please Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng was really good. If she couldn't drive her away, she simply acquiesced that she would stay at home. But it is impossible for him to stay at home with her every day. The winter in Benching is about to pass, and spring is about to enter. Now that he has money in his hands, it is time for him to plan to open a store next. According to his plan, his first store must be bought by himself. It is impossible to rent a house to work with the landlord, and in case your hotel opens up, the landlord will be jealous of the rent in the next year. If you don't agree, you threaten to break the contract and take back the house. Maybe it's just watching your restaurants fire. You just use your brain to drive people away, and then do it yourself. Xiao Feng has seen many things like this before, so he opened a restaurant. This house must be his own, not for anything else. Why free? So for 2 or 3 days in a row, he stayed at home to pay attention to the information of the benching store, found a few that looked good, called the agent, and set a time to visit the store. Then for a while, he drove around the city and went to see suitable shops, but he was not satisfied with the shops he visited for several days. Either the location is not good, or the area is too small, or the apartment is not well decorated, or the price is outrageous. Anyway, he hasn't found a shop that suits his liking. The middleman who ran with him for a few days also told him, "Don't be too eager, it's really not easy to find a suitable store right away." I went to Xingang this day and saw it, but I still couldn't see the shop that Xiao Feng was particularly satisfied with. Xiao Feng felt a little discouraged, so he searched for a good dumpling shop on his mobile phone to eat. This dumpling shop is also considered a time-honored store in Binching, but it is also notoriously expensive, but it is also notoriously delicious. Their sea urchin dumplings are the most delicious, but they are also the most expensive. Ordinary dumplings are sold by the catty. Sea urchin dumplings are sold individually. 10 pieces are counted as one portion, and one portion costs 88 yuan. Xiao Feng's anger was not so smooth today, so he came here to vent, intending to have a violent meal. When Xiao Feng came to eat in the past, he would only eat one portion and taste the taste, but he didn't dare to let it go. But now that he has money, he came to the store recently and got caught up. He just wanted to turn his anger into his appetite. Besides, I used to have no money and didn't dare to let go of eating. Now that I have money, I still can't bear to eat something good. That is a brain problem. First came 5 dumplings, and then ordered a few side dishes. Xiao Feng chose a deck by the window. This restaurant is very expensive in benching, but there are still a lot of people coming to eat because of him. Home food tastes good and the ingredients are really good. Moreover, the decoration of the hotel is also very good, very new and high grade. The walls are covered with tiles, and there are some imitations of famous calligraphy and paintings hanging on the tiles. The single decks are all back-to-back sofa seats with through holes. The screen style is separated by a grid, which neither affects the light transmission, but also avoids mutual interference. After a while, Xiao Feng's dishes came up one after another. Xiao Feng picked up the chopsticks, picked up a dumpling and put it in his mouth. After a bite, the juice overflowed. Well, if you have to use one word to describe it, it's fresh. It's hard to describe. It's really delicious, and the ingredients are sufficient. The sea urchin dumplings are all made in a transparent operating room. Customers can see what fillings are used, and it is impossible to falsify them. This is much better than many dumpling shops under the banner of seafood dumplings. They operate in a dark box at the back. They are seafood dumplings, but it's hard to say what stuffing is put in them. Although 88 servings are not cheap, they are really enjoyable. 2 dumplings are eaten. The grievances accumulated by Xiao Feng after running for a few days, driven by the good food, actually dissipated a lot. Just when he was eating right, several people stepped up from the stairs, all wearing short black trench coats, and came straight to the deck on his side. Xiao Feng saw these people. Cannot help but startled. Don't be special, isn't it a policeman? Do the domestic police like doing raids the most? Could it be that Lao Tzu's Dongchuang incident happened? Xiao Feng was anxious, and even made up his mind. Once these people really came to catch him, he would immediately choose to run away, and the big deal would be to escape to another world and go wandering around the world. But when he was ready to flee once he was surrounded, the few people jumped past his deck and went directly to the deck next to him. Xiao Zhuang, do you still have the face to eat? You are so shameless to have a baby. That is, if you don't pay back the money you owe, and you still have money to spend, why are you so shameless? Look at it, everyone, this is the legendary Lao Lei, a scammer. This subsequent change made Xiao Feng overwhelmed. The feelings of these people were not police, nor did they come for him, but for the fat man in the deck next to him. Since they were not here to catch him, then may wish to relax and watch the excitement. The restaurant was already hot, and many people came and went, but at this time they all focused their attention on this deck, and the fat man obviously did not expect to encounter such a raid. Originally bald forehead. It instantly becomes shiny. Don't talk nonsense, I warn you. The bald fat man stood up and looked at the black clothes, his blood vessels bursting with anger. The 2 young girls next to him looked at him with surprise at this time, and those men in black sneered at him at this time. Shall we talk nonsense? Xiao Zhuang, you touch your own conscience. How long have you owed us 400,000? How many times have we looked for you? Didn't you say that you have no money? But you really have no money? If you don't have any money, you can come to this high-end restaurant to eat. How can this table be 1,000 yuan smaller? You said you are so old and still eat like this. Lots of seafood and 2 girls. What do you want to do? Be careful, and burst your blood vessels. I go. That fat guy can't bear it anymore. You are reading www. Yu Kansu.com raised his hand to hit someone, but his pampered look, where is the opponent of those capable guys? He was grabbed by someone and twisted his arm when he raised his hand, and then he pressed it on the table, and his fat upper body smashed the table. The banging. The 2 girls with him saw something was wrong and got up and ran away, but Xiao Zhuang couldn't take care of her at this time, and kept begging for mercy, letting the other party let go. But the other party ignored him at all, and continued to ridicule him. Boss Xiao, that is also a big business person anyway. A big restaurant like Dong's Impression has been open for 10 years, and it is still 400,000 yuan away from us. The business was not good in the year, but you didn't make less money in the previous years. did you? Besides, even if your business can't go on, isn't your house still there? If you sell the house, we won't be able to repay our money. As long as you give a nice message today, we won't be difficult for you. Xiao Zhangguang seemed to be in pain, and he nodded his head vigorously. Brothers, it's not that I don't want to sell, I have been selling, but I really can't sell it. You are giving me a few days, okay? Hearing this, everyone basically understands that the relationship is that Lao Lei I met someone from the debt collection company. These people just look at the dress and the means to know that they must be from the collection company. A group of diners also watched lively and talked at this time, so it's the boss of Dongwu impression? No wonder. Didn't the restaurant be hot a few years ago? Hey, it won't work long ago. But what people said is right. His building with the impression of East Lake has several floors. It's still in the area of Xingang, and the ground is pretty good. I have eaten at their house before. If I sell it, I will definitely sell it for a lot of money. Isn't it easy to get the money back after selling the house? Hey, don't mention it, now rich people just want money for life. Chapter 38 Impression of Dongwu. Xiao Feng listened to the comments of these diners, and couldn't help but feel moved. Xingang District. Impression of Dongwu, the place is not bad. Isn't he looking for such a house? This Xiao Zhangguang seems to be very difficult. As a big boss, he can't pay for 400,000 yuan, and he is still blocked in the restaurant, which is really embarrassing. At this moment, a few uniformed police officers came to the scene. A regular policeman brought a few auxiliary police officers. They should be the management staff of the restaurant or the crowd watching the lively diners, and called the police. Hey, what are you guys doing? Let go of them quickly. The middle-aged black-faced policeman who led the team shouted at the few people here. The few people who had been collecting the donkey let go of Xiao Zhangguang. As soon as Xiao Zhangguang saw a few policemen, he immediately followed his father. It seemed to pounce on it. Comrade police, you don't care. They beat people. Who hit you? Are you injured? If you are really injured, then let's go to the hospital for an inspection. If you are not injured, then we will let you really get hurt and collect some interest. The guy who took the lead in collecting collections was a capable middle-aged man. Even if the police were there, he was a stubborn attitude. The black-faced policeman standing next to them immediately changed his face. Li Lin, what do you mean? Do you still want to go in for a few days in prison? Obviously, this policeman and the man who led the collection is an old acquaintance, and this man named Li Lin changed his face when he saw the policeman changed his face and quickly put on a hippie smile. How can I? Quisuo, I'm a good citizen. You first don't be angry, I'm also trying to make a living. Xiao Zhangguang owes us money, we are here to ask for debts. Good people? The policeman surnamed Qui sneered, and this Xiao Zhangguang stood beside him. Yes, he is not a good citizen at all. I don't know him, Officer Qui, and I don't owe him money. They are hooligans. Society, they threaten my personal safety. I want to sue them. Hey, I gave you a face, right? A young man next to Li Lin looked at Xiao Zhangguang's virtuous and pretending fox, and was a little bit nervous. He stepped forward to do it, but was pushed away by Qui. Give them all to my assistants. What are you doing? Turn the sky upside down, right? Take them all to me. Hey, don't, Quisuo. We are here to collect debts. You see, this is the court's execution judgment. Xiao Zhangguang owed Lixin Decoration Company 400,000 yuan for the project and has not settled. Lixin Company has already transferred this debt to We Are. You see, this is a transfer agreement. We have talked to Xiao Zhangguang many times, and every time we talked to him well, but he just didn't pay the money, and said he had no money. But you can see, he did not have any money. Does the money look like? We ate more than 1,000 for this meal. Our brothers, each meal is only a box of 10 yuan. So, we are also safeguarding our legitimate rights and interests, and we don't have anything to do with him. What? The hooligan is not terrible, and I am most afraid that the hooligan is educated, and this Li Lin is obviously like this. When Quisuo heard this, and then read the court's judgment and the debt assignment agreement that Li Lin came up with, it felt a little awkward. Big things are basically clear. This Xiao Zhuang must be an old man, but Li Lin is obviously not a good person. But an old man like Xiao Zhuang really has to rely on a wicked person like Li Lin. The police are also most afraid of getting involved in such a triangle debt dispute, and this Li Lin is also a monkey spirit. Every step is stepping on the edge of the law. There is really no way to do anything to him. This matter can only affect both parties. Bring it back to the police station and let them resolve it through negotiation. Okay. Don't talk about it. If you have any disputes between the two of you, just send it out with me to make it clear, and don't affect other people's business. No matter how the two people reacted, they asked a few auxiliary police to chase them out of the hotel. And here, Xiao Feng took out the phone and called the agent who had been following him for several days. Xilin, have you heard of the impression of Dongwu? Soon Xiao Feng inquired about Xiao Zhuang's impression of East Lake from Xilin. It turned out that Xiao Zhuang was still the #1 person in the Binching catering industry a few years ago. He used to start with a disco. About 10 years ago, I started to open a high-end restaurant, and finally bought a set of facades in Xingang, and built a high-end private restaurant and club called Dongwu Impression. The restaurant industry in Benching was once a smash hit. In those years, the real estate industry has just begun to be popular in China. The market is full of unspoken rules of power and money trading. Developers treat guests to dinner in order to make those in power feel worthy and valued. Of course it is to choose the expensive ones instead of the right ones. And this Xiao Zhuang just prepared such a place for these people. It is said that one night in his private restaurant would cost at least 100,000. At that time, he was not the only one. Various luxury clubs and high-end restaurants sprung up like bamboo shoots in Benching. They can open one every few days, and all of them are in good business. Xiao Zhuang at that time can be described as a glorious moment, but unfortunately, the good times were not good. The country began to rectify the market order, and strictly checked the unhealthy trends. Those high-end hotels and private clubs were greatly affected, and they began to seek transformation. Where can the transformation be so much better? Many high-end restaurants have been transformed into low-end restaurants for the general public. They can barely survive, while many others just can't open and close their doors. And this Xiao Zhuang happened to be one of the hiccups. He did not earn less money back then, but the money came easily and went quickly. He himself was a gambler, so he lost a lot of money. A real estate tycoon has invested in several real estate projects together. How can I think of it? But it happened to be in a real estate crisis. As a result, someone else's family had a big business and broke his wrist to save himself, but he lost his last underwear, and now he can only hide from XC's old man. The property in his hands has basically been sold to pay off the debt. And now it seems that this Dongwu Impression shop has not been sold yet. After Xiao Feng inquired about this, he settled the account, and then drove straight to Xingang district to see the foot of the impression of East Lake. This trip really gave him a way of stepping on iron shoes and finding nowhere to find it. The feeling of time. After searching for a long time, it turned out that the right shop is here. Xingang district is a new commercial core area advocated by Binching about 20 years ago. Located in the northeast of Binching Port on the north side of the city, it was originally a beach and a stone mountain, which has no development value. But the leadership at the time was quite visionary and made a long-term plan. The designer invited a designer to design the new port, and then began to open mountains and fill the sea and level the land. This wave of reclamation projects has just been completed, and then the domestic real estate boom has come. This new port area has begun a frantic wave of land and building construction, because it is surrounded by mountains and the sea, and the environment is superior. It was once Binching real estate, the most popular lot in the market. Along the coast, a seaside square and a wooden plank road for tourists have been built, and a lot of private yacht piers have been built on the seaside, and then a row of high-end office buildings and various exhibition centers have been built along the sea line. Since then, Many high-end residential communities have been built. The housing prices here were once the highest in Binching, and the average price was between 30,000 and 40,000 when the average price was the highest. However, in the next 10 years or so, affected by the subprime mortgage crisis in the United States, domestic housing prices plummeted, and housing prices here fell directly. Later, even if domestic housing prices rose sharply again, the housing prices here have not risen, and they have been 10,000 yuan. Many, about 2 million. The reason why cannot rise is very simple. This is a building built on reclaimed land. The locals in Binching know that houses on the reclaimed ground cannot be bought. At the beginning, most of the houses here were foreigners who came to invest in real estate. Now people who buy houses are much more sensible. Unlike the hot real estate market a few years ago, as long as the house has so few gimmicks, no matter how high the price is, someone will take over. Now your house is no longer an invincible ocean view house, but you have built it on reclaimed ground, and some houses have even begun to experience settlement problems. Who is going to pay a lot of money to be taken advantage of? So the price of Newport, you are reading www.uukahsu.com, has been lying down since 10 years. But the occupancy rate here is not low. For the time being, those outside speculators who got caught in the row of office buildings along the coast have already moved into a lot of companies. After all, they are not residences but office spaces. The bosses don't care about the problem of ground subsidence. Let's talk about the construction of these office buildings in the past. At the time, those developers were all big brands, and they also considered the factors of reclaiming the ground to build buildings, so the quality of the office buildings is not sloppy. Therefore, because the office buildings here have good views, low prices, and pleasant office environment, many big companies, such as Microsoft and Hewlett-Packard, have moved part of their business here. There are other large domestic companies that have also opened branches here. The occupancy rate of the luxury residential area in the back is not low. Although some real estates have the problem of foundation settlement, after all, they have spent several million to buy the house. Besides, the scenery here is indeed invincible. It was once ground such as the North Xn, the title of the little Xiangjiang River in the north, so even if you don't feel happy, you still have to live it. Otherwise, wouldn't it be even worse? After a round of inspection, Xiao Feng was quite satisfied with the occupancy rate and the flow of people in the Xingang district. Then he came to the location of Dongwu Impression, and he was even more satisfied just at the door. The Impression of Dongwu is the original sales office of Dongwu Garden District. After the building was sold out, it was used as an office area by the developer for a period of time. After that, it was sold to Xiaoguang and opened a high-end private club. The East Lake Garden is built on the gentle of the hill that was split by the mountain and reclaimed from the sea. It is the community with the highest housing price in this area. The reason is simple. Other communities are built by reclaiming the sea, and they are built by splitting the mountain, and the foundation is built on the hill. The houses on the pedestal are not counted as reclaimed houses. Chapter 39 Protagonist Halo. The planning of the community is also very beautiful. It is slowly built upwards along the mountain. The front row is a row of 2 or 3 story high facade houses, all of which are designed in European style, painted with beige exterior wall paint, and the top is the red tile roof. Looks very foreign. Ahead is Xingang Road, the main road of Xingang district. Below this road is the subway line. There is a subway station at the gate of this community. There is a row of office buildings across the road. The occupancy rate is very high. All of them are from Europe, America, Japan and South Korea. Among them, there are especially many Japanese and South Korean enterprises. And there are also many domestic enterprises engaged in foreign trade e-commerce. The facade houses of the community are used as retaining walls. Behind are rows of small villas built against the mountains. There are as many as 3 rows. Then there are small high-rises. then large high-rises. It is a large community with more than 5,000 residents. Check-in. There are many adjacent large-scale residential communities on the east and west sides of the community. The impression of East Lake is located at a place near the subway entrance in the southeast corner of the community. There is a parking lot in front of it, which should be able to park more than a dozen cars, but now it's all weeds that have drilled out of the ground. And there are also a few zombie cars that don't know when to park. Fortunately, the parking spaces are locked. Otherwise it is estimated that it would have been taken by someone. The impression of East Lake at the back is a Baroque-style building with yellow walls, red tiles, and a spire. The ground building is 3.5 stories high. Because the roof is designed with a spire, the story height is very high. In order not to waste space, the designer is on the attic floor and opened a sky garden to come out. This is even half a floor. There should be space underground, but I can't go in, and I don't know how many floors there are. This shop is just at the corner of the residential area. Because it used to be a sales center, it is not connected to the other shops on both sides. It is an independent building and the repairs are very stylish. Xiao Feng is particularly satisfied with this. Looking at the area of a single story, the flat story is about 300 square meters, which is in line with the area of the store in his mind. Although he plans to open a fast food chain, the flagship store should look like a flagship store and the area should be large enough. I can't see the inside of the shop, but I can't see it from the outside. It should be because Xiao Guang owes a lot of people's money. Some places on the outer wall are splashed with red paint, and there are others. The place was written with the words debt repayment, and the glass windows were broken in several places. It seems that Xiao Guang should owe more than Li Lin's money. Xiao Feng looked around, then returned to the car and waited. After a while, the agent Xilin, who had been running around with him for a few days, came and saw Xiao Feng beckoning at him, and then he got on to Xiao Feng's car. "How is it, brother? Do you like this house?" Xilin is a young man in his early 20s. He is very enthusiastic and hardworking. He has recommended many listings to him these days. Xiao Feng is not satisfied, and he is not discouraged. Instead, he continues to help find him. Xiao Feng treats him. The service is very satisfactory. "Well, this house looks good to me, but why didn't you guys recommend this house to me before?" At this time, Xiao Lin glanced around, as if he was a thief, until he was sure that no one was nearby. Then he said to Xiao Feng, "Brother, it's really not that I didn't recommend it to you, but that this suite was not listed before. The owner doesn't want to sell it, and we can't help it. But now, if you want to buy it, I can really help you get it." "Oh, what do you mean?" Xiao Feng saw the sneaky expression of Xiao Lin's words, and he knew that there must be something tricky, but it didn't matter to him, as long as it did no harm to him. "Brother, that's the case, this shop is not listed for sale, so, I'm a scammer." "Okay, I know what you mean. You want you to help me make this happen. Don't worry, you can't miss the 100,000 red envelopes." Xiao Lin's meaning Xiao Feng couldn't understand it. He was just running away from the intermediary company and doing private work. If he didn't let the company scrape the oil, he could get some more. Many intermediaries like to do this. Xiao Feng also likes him to do this, because he can save a lot of money if he ignores the intermediary company. You must know that these blood-sucking intermediaries charge a percentage of the transaction price. He bought a store like this, but the transaction price was more than 10 million yuan. When the time comes, he will give the grandchildren a few percent, which is hundreds of thousands. So instead of giving hundreds of thousands to an intermediary company, he was more willing to directly give Xilin 100,000 yuan. When Xiaolin heard that Xiao Feng was so open, he didn't have to bargain at all. He gave 100,000 yuan as soon as he opened his mouth, and he immediately became energetic. If this order is made for an intermediary company, the intermediary company will have to draw 50%, 60%, or even 70% to 80% of the total amount, and he will only get tens of thousands of dollars in the end. After deducting a tax, There is not much left. It's refreshing to take 100,000 yuan for nothing. This time he is struggling with the spirit of 120,000 points. Don't worry, brother, I will definitely do it for you. Oh? What are you going to do? I saw Xiao Zhangguang at noon, and he was called for debts. But even then, I don't think he intends to sell the house. Hey, he doesn't want to sell. His wife is willing to do it. This Xiao Zhangguang is already on the blacklist of the credit information system. He does not have a penny of property in his own name, and some of his previous assets have also been lost. The other banks have finished the execution. This house is left. Fortunately, he prepared early that year. In order to fear this situation, he divorced his wife early and transferred part of his assets to his wife's name. This house is under his wife's name. You say he's in this situation now, it's just a beastly cat, but this person often comes out to spend a lot of time. His wife has long been upset with him, and has always wanted to sell it secretly. This house is running away. Xiao Lin smiled and said to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng couldn't help but feel sad for Xiao Feng. It seems that this guy is destined to end up with both wealth and wealth. But how did you know this? Hey, my girlfriend is a technician in a beauty salon. This Xiao Zhangguang's wife is my girlfriend's client. They are very familiar with each other. His wife told my girlfriend told her that I am a real estate agent. The intermediary, the woman has been hesitant to ask me to help her sell the house. But she has been worried that Xiao Zhangguang will retaliate and dare not take it. Wait for me for a while, I'll call my girlfriend a few call and see if you can tell Xiao Zhangguang's wife. Xiao Feng really didn't expect that this Xilin still has this relationship, but that's okay, no matter how he talks to Xiao Zhangguang's wife, anyway. As long as he can help himself buy the house. The facts proved that Xilin was still very convincing. He ran outside to make a phone call in the cold wind all afternoon, smoked a whole pack of cigarettes, and the night was already blacked out. This guy went on. Xiao Feng's face red. Brother, the matter is settled for you. The woman will come over in a while. Let's just wait here. Oh, it's that simple. Is this woman not afraid of Xiao Zhangguang getting revenge on her? Hey, don't mention it. I just called my girlfriend to find out. It turns out that in the past few days, Xiao Zhangguang's former junior has actually given birth to a child for Xiao Zhangguang. I don't know how to find this eldest sister. Every day, I went to her house to make trouble and said that I wanted to divide Xiao Zhangguang's property and fight for alimony. My eldest sister was so angry that she was about to explode. I used to think that Xiao Zhangguang was married for a night, and she was a little hesitant. The eldest sister couldn't bear the child and planned to sell the house and kill Xiao Zhangguang. This is really a coincidence. Xiao Feng felt that he had run into the plot of the TV series and didn't know what to say. But Xilin smiled and flattered and said, or else, your luck is good. Well, yes, I am the protagonist. This protagonist's halo is a must. Xiao Feng sat up straight and stroked his chin proudly. After waiting for more than half an hour, a Land Rover found that it was slowly driving to the parking lot, and then came down to a woman wearing a mink. Xiao Feng and the others got out of the car quickly. The agent Xilin hurried over to say hello. And soon he greeted the woman. He got acquainted, and then led the woman to Xiao Feng. You want to buy a house? The woman looked at Xiao Feng with some confusion. MTLnovel.com. After all, Xiao Feng was too young. That's right, I want to buy a house. The woman is probably in her 40s, but she is well maintained. She talked to Xiao Feng with a sense of caution, but she saw the brand new Mercedes-Benz GLS behind Xiao Feng, plus the set of tens of thousands of dollars on Xiao Feng's body. His outfit gradually eased. You call me Sister Zhang? I will take you to the house first. Xiao Feng and this woman introduced themselves to each other. Maybe they were really anxious to shoot, so this sister also had no ink marks, and took Xiao Feng and Xiao Lin directly to open the door and entered the house. After turning on the lights, Xiao Feng took a closer look at the situation of the house. It has been a long time since no one lived in it. The house was full of dust, but it can still be seen that a lot of money was spent on decoration. The walls are covered with wallpaper, the floor tiles on the ground, and the chandeliers on the roof are all high-quality goods, but these things are of little use to Xiao Feng, and they will definitely be demolished and redecorated in the future. This room has 3.5 floors, with 3 floors above ground, a half-story loft on the top, and 2 floors underground, each of which is 350 square meters. The woman led Xiao Feng and the others around upstairs and downstairs, and then they came to the attic. Although the attic was a sloping roof, the space was not bad. There was a sky garden about 50 square meters in front of the sun facing the sun, and there were a few more inside. All rooms are offices and lounge areas. Sister Jiang led Xiao Feng and the others to look at the general situation of the house, then went up to the top floor and found an office to enter. This office should be the former general manager's office, with a large area and a bedroom and bathroom for rest of suites. Sister Jiang came to the boss's desk and sat down, first lighted herself a cigarette. How is it? Are you satisfied? Chapter 40. Bargain more than satisfaction. I was too satisfied. Xiao Feng just followed this sister all the way and strolled around the shop. He was completely satisfied with the size and layout of the house and couldn't be satisfied anymore. He originally guessed that the house has a basement, but he didn't expect that the basement has 2 floors. Then the basement on the 2nd floor can be used as a storage room. It can also be a small cold storage for frozen meat. The rest of the area can be used as a storage room for storing other groceries. There can even be a lot of affluent places. After all, it is more than 300 square meters of underground space. As for the underground floor, you have to think about how to use it. The available space is too rich, and it will be possible in the future. Please plan carefully. The other is the 1st floor and the 2nd floor. In the future, a part of the 1st floor can be separated to make an open kitchen, and then the 1st floor is mainly used for fast food, and the 2nd floor is also used as the dining area of the fast food restaurant. But the 2nd floor can also be designed for children to play. The area specially attracts customers with children. On the 3rd floor, there is a self-service shabu-shabu shop just like Wang Quangxi's, but it's a bit more special than his. His barbecue is self-baked. My barbecue is a Brazilian barbecue. It's all cooked on our side. I'll send it to you again. With the help of mushroom powder, Xiao Feng is not afraid that this business will not be popular. What's more, he has no cost and unlimited beef supply. At that time, just a word of mouth for affordable can make his hotel customers profitable. The door is closed. Is it on the top floor? Sister Jiang's current office will definitely be her own in the future. The remaining offices will be separated out for financial use. The rest will be allocated freely, but these will have to be requested in the future. I only need a dedicated designer to design and plan carefully. Xiao Feng felt that Xiao Lin touched him, and then he realized that he was distracted. Sister Jiang, who was looking at the other side, was looking at herself with a smile, and hurriedly said, "Satisfied, very satisfied." That is, this house was definitely a hot product back then. If Xiao Wang and the developer hadn't known each other, it wouldn't have been possible to get this place. It cost tens of millions. At that time, the woman took a sharp breath of cigarette, then turned her head and looked out the window, as if she was cherishing the memory of that time, with tears in her eyes. At that time, she and Xiao Wang worked hard together, and finally collected the down payment and bought this small building, and their business started from here. Those years were really happy. It's really easy to make money. It's like sitting at home picking up money every day. They hired a few master chefs who specialize in private kitchens from Beijing and East Guangdong at a high price, and they buy top quality ingredients at high prices, even though they are quoted for each meal. It's not cheap, but at that time developers, large and small, didn't treat money as money at all. It's common to eat more than 100,000 to 200,000 yuan for a meal, and people don't blink at all. There are more than 10,000 famous wines. You will drink a few bottles at a table every night, and then go to the building after drinking. Take a sauna next. Yes, They opened a small bathroom downstairs at the time. After taking a shower, they went straight to the third floor to come to Happy. This is the beauty of private clubs. There are often 2 or 3 tables of guests in one night, which can get them to pay hundreds of thousands. It is precisely this speed of money that made Xiao Wang lose himself. He first got close to a few developers, and then he had to follow others to develop real estate. Fortunately, Jiang Minutes was smart enough. When Xiao Wang was about to rush into the real estate market, she drew a clear line with him and had a false divorce. Otherwise, the house would have been taken by the court when Xiao Wang went bankrupt. The liquidation is executed in the past few years, because the country severely cracked down on public servants eating and drinking, and the real estate market was sluggish. The business of their private clubs began to decline, and the rate of decline was not as fast as usual, as if paying customers back the night before. As for Yingman, the door was unstoppable the next day, and it was the same for the next year or so. At that time, she felt that the business could not go on, and she tried to transform, but it was so easy. After Xiao Wang failed in real estate investment, she came back and tried to transform here a few times to do other business with her, but in the end, they all ended in failure and lost 10 million yuan in renovation costs. At that time, this sister was disheartened and lazy, and Xiao Wang no longer had his previous spirits, just indulging in the flowers and wine every day. This elder sister also knew about Xiao Wang's spending time outside, but in this society, men want to achieve something in society. It is inevitable that she will always open her eyes and close her eyes when she is acting on the scene. But this time, Xiao Wang actually took care of Xiaosun and even made an illegitimate child. She couldn't bear it anymore. Back then, if Xiao Wang listened to his persuasion, how could he have fallen to where they are today? Even if their private clubs can no longer be dealt with later, they are still billionaires. Unfortunately, most of his family business has been cleaned up by him. Sister Jiang felt that she had done her best to Xiao Wang. She turned her head abruptly, looked at Xiao Feng and Xiaolin, and put on smiling faces. Mr. Xiao, I think you are very satisfied with the house. Let's do it. The part on the ground is 1 flat and 35,000 yuan. The attic is a gift. The underground part is an flat and 20,000 yuan. Decoration, furniture and so on. What do you think? Xiao Feng didn't pick up the problem, but started to calculate the price in his heart. The floor is 1 flat and 35,000, and the attic is given as a gift. The vestry area is 1,050 square meters, which is 36.75 million. There are 700 square meters in the 2 underground floors, 20,000 yuan per square meter. That is 14 million, plus the 36.75 million upstairs, and the total is 50.75 million. Thinking of this price, even Xiao Feng, who is now worth tens of millions, feels painful. Now he is worth more than 24 million yuan, which is still more than 20 million yuan. Fortunately, he still has 2 yuan. Doghead gold, if sold, it will be enough to buy this house. But no matter how good your house is, you can't help but bargain, right? You must know that Xiao Feng has been rushing to find suitable stores during this period, but he has explored the housing prices of shops in Binching. He dare not say that he is clear about the store and the price, but he can estimate it pretty close. If this is a few years ago, the East Lake has such a large area, such a good location, this sister gave such a price. It is by no means high, but now in the market, she still makes such a price. It is obviously treat yourself as a fool. Sister Jiang, this price is a bit high, or the ground part is 25,000 per square meter, and the underground part is 10,000 per square meter. What do you think? Xiao Feng's knife is absolutely cruel enough. And Sister Jiang, who is sitting opposite, changes her face in an instant. You kid me? Don't bargain with that, right? This is not buying clothes. You can bargain half the price, but this is buying a house. If this was a few years ago, Sister Jiang would have heard such an offer, and would have blasted Xiao Feng out without saying anything, but now her face has changed for a while, and finally she has to bear it down and squeeze out a trace of ugly. Smiled and said to Xiao Feng, "Mr. Xiao, the price of this shop is generally twice the price of a local commercial house. I think you should understand this. The sales of houses in the East Lake Garden district behind us now have an average price of about 25,000 per square meter. I think you should be clear about this. If you are not sure, ask Kobayashi if I have lied. The price you are offering now is the same as the house. Is it a bit too low? If you insist on this quotation, can't I see your sincerity?" And when Xiao Feng saw this sister getting angry, and in the end he just forbade to negotiate terms with himself, he knew that he had taken this step correctly. If this sister was not particularly determined to sell the shop, then he must have gotten up after hearing this offer, so he immediately replied, "Sister Jiang, you are right. The price of a general reading www.uukanzu.com store is twice the price of a commercial house in the area. But there is one more thing you didn't pay attention to, and that is the area of the store. Generally speaking, for shops ranging from 70 to 120 square meters, their prices are the strongest, and only the prices of such shops can sell twice the price of commercial housing in the area. Other shops, smaller than this area, or the area that is much larger than this, will be calculated separately, and the area of your shop is much larger than those of small shops. If you don't believe me, you can also ask Kobayashi." After listening to Xiao Feng's words, Sister Jiang turned to look at Xiaolin. Xiaolin nodded in embarrassment. Sister Jiang is a shop with a small area. Because of the limited scope of business, she usually buys them unless they are in prime locations. The price is not high. Although there is no limit to the scope of business for shops with a large area, they need to invest a lot of money. Whether it is buying a house or decorating, the capital investment is very large. So when it is sold on the market, it is also, you can't just compare those ordinary shops. Generally, the price range from 150 square meters to 500 square meters can be set at 1.5 times the local residential price. If it is more than 500 square meters and less than 1,000 square meters, this it may only be the same as the local housing price, and may even be bought at a lower price. After all, Xiaolin is a professional. After he explained this, Sister Jiang didn't say much. She just took out her mobile phone and started to send WeChat constantly. The feedback she got quickly was obviously similar to what Xiaolin said. In fact, if the real estate market was good a few years ago, the price of this store would not be like this. It would definitely be higher than the price of commercial residential buildings. Even if the area is very small or very large, it would be higher than the price of residential buildings. But this is now the case. That's really hard to tell, so Xiao Feng and the others haven't lied in this regard. Chapter 41 Takedown. After Jiang Minutes heard the remarks made by Xiao Feng and Xiaolin, he also verified the remarks of the two from other channels that he did not deliberately lie to keep prices down, so he fell into a moment of silence. Although what Xiao Feng and Xiaolin said were reasonable, she still felt a little painful when asked her to accept Xiao Feng's offer. The price given by Xiao Feng is 1,050 square meters of ground area, 25,000 per square meter, which is 26.25 million. The price of underground area is 10,000 square meters, which is only 7 million. The total is only 32.5 million. Which is 17.5 million lower than the total price she originally quoted. This is not 1,750 yuan, nor 17,500 yuan, but 17.5 million yuan. How many people can't make this money in their lifetime? It is inevitable that anyone who has suffered such a knife will feel pain in the flesh. Xiao Feng is more calm when she sees her in such a silent state. It seems that there is a show. To tell the truth, the price of more than 30 million yuan is something he can accept. And it was also summed up when he and Kobayashi were in the car in the afternoon. According to the current market conditions, they still took advantage of this price. After all, The location of this store is here. This Xingang district has been a popular area for the economic development of Binching in recent years. Some large companies have moved into the office buildings here, bringing in many jobs and the white-collar spending power in the office buildings. It's okay, and coupled with the relatively mature high-end residential districts nearby, there is no shortage of people and people with spending power here. In addition, Xingang district has been working hard to create and optimize the natural environment in the area. It is now also a famous tourist attraction in Binching. Every year in the tourist season, it is a scene of constant flow of people, and a large number of foreign tourists will come here, stop here for a visit. Moreover, in the nearby residential districts and in the high-end office buildings, there are some homestays hidden. Many foreigners who invested in real estate speculation in the past no longer live here, but in order to maximize their own interests, they all put themselves. The real estate on hand was transformed into an internet celebrity homestay shop, which was listed on short-term rental network or Airbnb for rent. With the recent 2 years of self-guided travel and the popularity of the sharing economy, this kind of network platform sharing homestay has also become the first choice for many people who go out. Hotels are cheap, so you can find thousands of homestays, large and small, with a mobile phone search around here, and the basic occupancy rate is not low. The large number of tourists brought by these homestays will bring sufficient customers to the fast food restaurants he will open in the future, and it is also very conducive to the spread of the reputation of his shop, especially for foreign tourists, if they will come to his restaurant to eat. Yes, if the restaurant's taste is satisfied, it's easy to take the name of the store to other places. Once a word of mouth is also formed in other places, he will do more with less in the future when he conducts nationwide franchising and investment promotion. So he is very satisfied with the location and area of this store. But now this Minutes is still a bit hesitant about the amount of transfer of this store, so let her put more fire on her. Sister Jiang, I also know that there is a certain gap between my quotation and the price in your heart. But you should also consider the current market conditions and the domestic economic situation in recent years. I don't want to say that you also know that you did it before. In business, you know better than me how difficult it is to do business in the physical industry. You used to be a high-end clubhouse in this shop, but how is it now? Later, you also tried to transform. And I also know that the transformation was successful. Are you looking at this? The other small shops in the neighborhood are doing good business, but how many are open for a store as big as yours? To be honest, if it was a few years ago, the price would definitely be different, because there was demand in the market at that time, and opening high-end clubs and private cuisine was making money. But now, how many of them are doing well? If you talk about doing other business, such a big shop, say no small, big and not big, what business do you say is appropriate? Open a hotel too small, open a restaurant too big, open a beauty salon, right? High-end consumption is not good now. What are you talking about? That is, I have this now demand, if you want to take this store, or you can put this store to an intermediary to try, and see if you can sell it at the price you want. Xiao Feng seemed to have said a lot of guns, and these words made Jiang Minutes even more silent. She knew that Xiao Feng was telling the truth. If this was the time when the real estate market was hot in the past few years and the country was not strict about eating and drinking, it was indeed a golden age for high-end clubs and private cuisine. But in this environment, the shops that opened such clubs in the early years have basically 3 feet high up, and indeed, as Xiao Feng said, the area of her shop was definitely a prime location when the high-end clubs became popular a few years ago. She would not even consider selling it if she did not give 100 million. But in this world, her shop is embarrassing. The area is not big or small. Those who do big business can't afford it, and those who do small business can't afford it. Who do you think will take the order? And what to do after receiving the plate is a big problem. As for what Xiao Feng said, She didn't try to sell it. She actually found a lot of intermediaries and asked secretly whether this shop is good for sale. Almost all the people who looked for it shook their heads and answered almost all the same. Unless her price cut is large, otherwise this store, at this point in time, will not be able to sell at all. At that time, she hadn't torn her face with Xiao Zhenguang, and because she was not short of money, she shelved the business of selling the store. Now she has decided to sell the store. This price issue is really a must. Something to consider. Another problem is that she did not lack money before, but recently she has really tight hands. The main reason for the tight hands is that she has found other investment channels and urgently needs a sum of money to invest. Sister Jiang, we really didn't lie to you. You see that you and my partner have known each other for a long time. We have eaten together several times. It is not very familiar, but it is considered to be an understanding. Besides, you must also use other channels. I've asked. We really didn't tell a lie. I'm telling you something bad. I heard from a colleague before. You tried to sell this shop 2 days ago, but the price that the person offered last time is better than the price offered by Brother Xiao today is still low. Do you think Brother Xiao is sincere? His offer today is based on the average price of Dongwu Garden residences. But you need to know the average price of Dongwu Garden. The price of the villas in front of Dongwu Garden are all included. If you don't believe me, look up the real buildings behind Dongwu Garden. Those are real commercial houses. What are the prices? Now it's only 22,000. The decoration is better. Floors can only be sold at a price of 24,000, so the price offered by Brother Xiao is really not too low. I tell you this, if you don't sell today, this shop will be sold in a few years. It's really difficult. Moreover, the domestic economic situation has been bad recently, and housing prices have been falling again. If you wait, you will definitely not be able to sell at such prices in the future. Xiao Lin's divine assist made Xiao Feng very satisfied. This young man has eyesight and can speak. It was the words of a professional like him that made Jiang Minutes, who had been hesitant on the other side, obviously shaken. Mr. Xiao, you really can't mention the price anymore. After all, Jiang Minutes is a woman. Once she has a guilty conscience, she gets a little messed up. In addition, she hasn't been doing business for a few years, and she has been taking care of herself at home. Once she gets messed up, she will be a little bit chaotic to go to the doctor. He asked Xiao Feng in his tone, isn't this going to be a good gift for Xiao Feng? Xiao Feng's face firmly shook his head. Sister Jiang, my offer is really not low. The total price is 33.25 million. If you don't want to, just forget it. But I believe that in recent years, no one will give me such an offer. And I have to consider my future operating costs, which is the highest limit I can bear. Besides, I pay in one lump sum and don't take a loan. The time is faster than other loans. Much.mtlnovel.com. Can you pay in one go? Hearing that Xiao Feng had to pay in one go, Jiang Minutes was moved. How many people can spend more than 30 million to buy a house these days? Except for those real local tyrants who spend money without blinking, most people look for banks and take loans. Then the cycle will be long. Banks are responsible for evaluation and then approval. After all, housing loans are now, especially for such a large amount of money. Mortgage loans are not so easily approved in the banking system. After a series of processes are completed, it is fast in 2 months. If Xiao Feng paid in one go, the longest would be 2 weeks. When the time cost is included, she really made a profit. After all, she has other investment projects and is waiting. Sister Jiang, there is also an insider. The insider is Xiao Zhenguang. Although this is your family affair, I still want to remind you, be careful of the long nights and dreams. Xilin offered God's assist again. As soon as he mentioned Xiao Zhenguang, Jiang Minutes immediately made up his mind. The deal was done, and he couldn't make trouble when he didn't know it yet. Well, that's it. It's your price. Xiao Feng is also slapped here. Okay, let's do the online signing tomorrow. Sister Jiang, give me 1 week, and I still have a part of the money. Tomorrow we will sign the contract. I will pay the deposit, and then wait for me. Get the money and complete the transaction immediately. Okay, just do that. The matter was finalized, and several people were very satisfied. Xiao Feng and Jiang Minutes made an appointment to meet the next day, and then left here with Xilin. But next, he still has a lot of work to do, such as taking out Doghead money to raise funds. He is only worth about 24 million yuan. The impression of Dongwu is full, but it costs 33.25 million. There is still a gap of about 10 million. Chapter 42 Online Shop. In addition, after the hotel is taken down, it will be renovated immediately. For such a large area, it is definitely not a small amount of money to decorate according to his ideas. Moreover, when it is decorated, it should start to recruit troops and prepare to open a store. Both require capital investment, so the 2 pieces of Doghead gold must be sold. Fortunately, he has entrusted it to Huangzu. When this guy had a drink with him last time, he slapped his chest. He must find a good buyer for him. I kept calling him a few days ago and told him that the seller had already contacted him and asked him if he could take the baby to show it to others, but he was thinking about running away, so he found an excuse for the person to be abroad and give shirk. When he got home that night, Xiao Feng took out the 2 Doghead gold, took multiple photos with his mobile phone from various angles, and sent them to Huangzu. Huangzu was also anxious. He had contacted several customers before, and they were all interested in what he said about Kotujin. Some of them happened to be big figures he hadn't fawned on before. The cows had already blown out, but Xiao Feng hasn't moved. In a few days, he was so anxious that he was wondering if it was Xiao Feng, so he shook him and left him here. At this moment, seeing the photos sent by Xiao Feng, Huangzu was finally relieved. Although he did not see the actual object, he is a veteran for many years. Seeing this photo, he is basically 50% sure this baby is good. Let's get in touch quickly. There were a few big shots who he had always wanted to cheat but couldn't cheat with. Whether he can get on the line this time depends on whether people can see the baby that Xiao Feng brought. Xiao Feng finished sending photos to Huangzu. As soon as it was 11:30, I hurried to wash and prepare for bed. In the old-fashioned house, the bathroom was not in the master bedroom. As soon as Xiao Feng got out of the room, he saw that Kata was watching TV in the living room on the 2nd floor. The heating in the house is better. Katya is wearing a tight-fitting pajamas with a flushed face, and with that beautiful blonde hair and fair skin, Xiao Feng's heart is beating. If it weren't for the background of this girl, Xiao Feng would have thought he was not a moral gentleman if he had started on her. It's so late, still not going to bed? Well, I can't sleep. Xiao, let me ask you something. Seeing Katya sitting up with a serious expression, Xiao Feng was also stunned. Katya had been staying at home during this time, while Xiao Feng was running around outside every day, but I really didn't know she was busy. What do you want to ask? Where did you get the bacon and sausages you left at home last time? Katya's question made Xiao Feng stunned. The last time he entered and left another world, he made a lot of bacon and sausages on Friday and brought them back for him to enjoy slowly. After he came back, he put those bacon and sausages in the kitchen. I also told Kata, let her eat whatever you want. You are welcome. In the next few days, he basically went to the house outside, and he simply forgot about it. Well, these are all given to me by the customer. What's wrong? Xiao Feng only said half of it, and Kata didn't mean to ask the bottom of the question. He just stared at Xiao Feng and asked, then can you get some back? It's delicious, isn't it? Haha, okay. Next time I want to come back with him a little bit more. Xiao Feng thought that Katya liked to eat these sausages and bacon, and replied with a smile, but Katya shook his head unexpectedly. No, I have eaten some sausages and bacon in the past few days. It is really delicious that I have not eaten before. I have also bought sausages and bacon in the supermarket before. Even Russia has similar foods, but none of them. This time you brought back this delicious. So I want to open an online shop. If you can buy a lot of this kind of food. Xiao Feng was taken aback by Katya's words, Do you want to open an online shop? Yes. It's not a problem to stay at home like this all the time. I've been thinking about my future direction recently. I can't go back to Russia now. My family's affairs are more complicated, and it is not convenient for me to tell you. In China I'm still relatively safe in China, but I can't just hide in your house all the time. I have to find something to do. I go out to find a job, and it's not easy to find it now. I'm afraid of contacting people who knew me before. So recently I think about it, and it's the most suitable online store. And I have done this job before. Katya was very serious when she spoke. It was not like a joke. Xiao Feng was also interested in Katya's proposal at this time and sat in front of her. Have you opened an online shop before? Where is it? Is it on X Treasure? That's right. Katya said that he took the laptop, opened the X Treasure, and found an interface on it. Xiao Feng saw that this is an online shop selling Russian specialty foods. It used to be very popular, but in recent years, it seems that it hasn't. How did you manage it? This is your online store? Yes, I did it when I was studying in China. Xiao Feng still couldn't help being interested in Katya's past. Then can you tell me about your experience back then? Well, in fact, my family used to be in the Russian border and Amur region. It was a long-established family. When I was in college, I went to the university in Moscow. Later, after graduation, I arranged to go to China at home. After a few years of advanced studies, this online shop was played by me when I was studying in China. At that time, I mainly wanted to accumulate some experience in opening an online shop. After I went back, I started a war on the internet to develop trade between the two countries. Later, not long after I returned to China, something happened at home, and I came to China again and met you. During this time, I have been thinking that this is not a way to go on, and I want to find a way to make a living that suits me. After thinking about it, the best thing for me at the moment is to run an online store. Especially after trying the bacon and sausages you brought, I feel more confident that I can run an online store. Although Katya hesitated, she still gave Xiao Feng a brief introduction to his origins. Xiao Feng also felt the changes in Katya. She used to keep silent about her origins, but now she is beginning to look a little bit like Xiao Feng introduced some, and it seems that it was also during this period of time that he had confidence in himself. Listening to her explanation like this, it makes sense, and it is probably consistent with her previous guess about her backing. Xiao Feng didn't think she was lying, but she proposed the idea of opening an online store. Xiao Feng thought about it, and she agreed. Girls like Katya are not the same as domestic girls. Foreign girls like them are generally more independent and more confident. Very often they have their own ideas, and she wants to make a living on her own. Feng still agrees very much. Otherwise, if he and her are not relatives, would it be possible to raise her for the rest of his life? And it's good to open an online shop. Although it's a bit annoying and can't leave the computer every day, I don't have to go out and show my face. On the one hand, she can find something for herself. On the other hand, Xiao Feng always thinks that Katya is a girl. Ability is not simple. She definitely still has a lot of abilities she doesn't know that she hasn't played out. It's okay. Then you can open it. The bacon and sausages I brought back this time are about 100 kilograms. You can try to sell them on the internet first to see if you can get any results. In addition, I am adding some more for you. Investment. So I will give you 500,000. I want to take up 80% of the shares in this online shop. You will do it first. If you do well, I will invest more later. This batch of bacon and sausages will be tested first. See how the sales are. If it sells well, you tell me, I will get some back from my friend. As a capitalist, my heart is of course black. Katya wants to open an online store. On the one hand, Xiao Feng wants to try her ability, and on the other hand, he wants to see if this alien product can be sold online. Just in case, if the online store becomes popular, first give Katya a test of water. He is not afraid that Katya took the money and ran away. It would be better if he ran away. Mtlnovel.com, that is to save himself for the big trouble. so that no one will be because of it in the future. Katya, come find yourself again. If Katya doesn't run away, it depends on her ability. Xiao Feng also knows that now wanting to run an online store is not as simple as a few years ago. If you want to quickly make an online store popular, that requires continuous speculation, all of which require naval resources, and it is necessary to spend money to invest. Nowadays, some popular online stores on the internet have annual sales of tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. It is commonplace. Such online stores are a cash cow. If they are to be sold, they are worth thousands of dollars more than the house he wants to buy. Tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions are no problem. You don't see many Crown online stores reselling prices, all of which start at millions. And if you want to make an online store into the Crown level, you just rely on reviewing good reviews, and you will have to invest millions of dollars. And he gave Kajou tens of thousands, just to see her operational ability. If she really depends, the establishment of an online store with 500,000 funds shows that she is very capable, and she can be considered as a participant in her career in the future. After all, the two have experienced life and death together, and they can still be trusted. If she can't do it, even if she spends $510,000 to raise her, it is still better to find something for her than to be a housewife at home every day. But when Kata heard that Xiao Feng had given him such a big support, he immediately blushed. Thinking about her family's fall from a high princess not long ago, to a falling dog, how many people who had been favored by her family back then, they all choose to turn a blind eye. Now that someone like Xiao Feng meets in peace, she is willing to invest 500,000 and support her. How can she not be moved? Thank you, Xiao. You can rest assured, I will run this online store well, and I will not let you down. Chapter 43 Scramble. Hey, Mr. Xiao, it can be regarded as waiting for you. This time Huang Zi was waiting for Xiao Feng at the gate of his company. Xiao Feng came out of the elevator and he immediately greeted him. The enthusiasm made Xiao Feng feel a little uncomfortable. Let's go, I'm almost at the company, everyone has already arrived, and they're all waiting. Xiao Feng sent him a photo of Ko Tujin 2 days ago, and this guy immediately contacted the two buyers who had greeted him a long time ago. These two buyers, but he learned from his many customer resources. It was chosen by thousands of people. Having been in the antique business for many years, Huang Zi has accumulated a lot of customer resources. These customers are all wealthy people, and their net worth is basically calculated in units of 100 million. There are some top-level resources. After Huang Zi's contact, people just tasted it. Huang Zi also knows that he is not clean. In the eyes of those people, it is just a channel, not even a business partner. But he has always wanted to strengthen the relationship with others and become a qualified business partner in their eyes. This time he just used the dog-head gold in Xiao Feng's hand to reconnect with them. Just yesterday, he called two selected customers, briefly introduced the situation, and then forwarded the photos Xiao Feng sent him to these two customers, which really aroused the interest of the other party. The two people called him back that afternoon, and then he immediately contacted Xiao Feng and asked him to bring Gu Tujin over to show them today. If today's transaction can be matched, he needs nothing to say about the intermediary fee, but the status in the eyes of the two major customers will be as different as before. This is what he values most. So he came to the company early this morning. First, he asked people to do a good job in the company's hygiene. Then he waited for two big customers. After that, he waited for Xiao Feng at the gate. Xiao Feng hasn't come yet. At the time, this guy made a phone call in almost 3 minutes, for fear that Xiao Feng would let go of his pigeons. Fortunately, Xiao Feng still kept his promise. Come on, Xiao Feng, let me introduce you. This is the chairman of our Binqing Qianfeng Group, Mr. Jiang Qianfeng. This is the vice chairman of our Binqing Gold Industry Association, Mr. Wang Heo and Mr. Wang! When he arrived in the conference room, Xiao Feng saw a dozen people of different shapes and colors, but Huang Zi directly led him to the two people sitting in the first place. One of them was tall and thin, with a black face, and their expressions were compared serious. The other is medium and fat, and looks like a smiling Buddha. At this time, Xiao Feng introduced Xiao Feng. Jiang Qianfeng was tall and thin, and Wang Hao was medium and fat. The two also got up and shook hands with Xiao Feng with a smile, and exchanged a few words, but their eyes were always on Xiao Feng. He turned around, as if he wanted to see Xiao Feng transparently. Xiao Feng faced the two big guys, and he was not humble. Anyway, he is an absolute seller today. Both of them want to buy things from him. Why is he so flustered? If the two of them stayed until before, just hearing the name would make his legs shake nervously. This Qianfeng is the boss of the local Qianfeng Group, which is a well-known commercial group in Binqing, whose main business is real estate, hotels, and tourism. It is a large comprehensive group with tens of billions of assets. This Wang Hao is also not simple. He has been in the gold industry for decades and has been engaged in gold-related business for decades. He opened 50% of the gold shops in Binqing, and he also represented many major domestic companies. Brand gold stores are opened in major shopping malls in Benthan. These two are either big figures who can cause an earthquake in the business community of Binqing by stomping their feet. But as long as they correct their mentality, Xiao Feng will not feel the pressure that their identity brings to him. Brother Xiao Feng, did you bring things? Huang Zi gave an introduction to everyone, and then went straight ahead. He knew that Jiang Qianfeng and Wang Hao were both big shots and had no time to waste with him. Xiao Feng didn't talk nonsense. He took out the cowhide bag last time, took out 2 pieces of newspaper wrapped dog head gold from it, and handed it to him. Huang Zi's face was slightly excited and took 2 donkey money, while the 2 business leaders were surprised. This old man is interesting. If most people have such a treasure, they would want to go home and give it to them. No matter how bad they are, they will pack them up in various exquisite boxes, and they will be wrapped up in layers for fear of bumping. But this old man in front of him is unexpectedly such a daring way of wrapping this dog head gold in newspapers shows an attitude, don't care. Either he doesn't understand the value of this thing, so he doesn't value it, or he sees a lot of this kind of treasure and doesn't care at all. But is Xiao Feng someone who doesn't know the value of this kind of treasure? If he is that kind of stunned young man, I am afraid he will not contact these 2 buyers through Huang Zi today. Huang Zi took the package, opened the newspaper, took out the tools, looked at it carefully, for a while, and then satisfactorily put the 2 pieces of dog head gold on the red cloth in front of the 2 big men. The 2 big men also looked solemnly, and picked up the treasures in front of each other. Jiang Qianfeng obviously didn't understand Kotujin, but just simply took a look and put it down. However, Wang Hao and Jin Jin have been handed over for a lifetime. They are people. Here, it can be said that he has seen the most nuggets, so he looked carefully. Holding a magnifying glass, a bright flashlight, and other simple tools, he looked at it for a long time. After reading the piece in his hand, he picked up the piece in front of Jiang Qianfeng and looked at it carefully for a long time. He saw that for more than an hour, no one spoke, and the atmosphere in the room was a bit solemn. It took him a long time to breathe, and put down the nuggets in his hand with a smile on his face. Seeing his look, Xiao Feng was fine. Anyway, he had always been confident in his Kotujin, but Huang Zi had nothing in his heart. He was relieved to see Wang Hao's attitude like this. He knew Wang Hao. It should be the recognition of these 2 pieces of gold, including Jiang Qianfeng. Speaking of nugget gold, he knows that the fat man next to him is an expert in this field. His attitude shows his recognition of these 2 nugget golds. However, he was still a little worried. At this moment, he waved at the dozens of idlers in the house. Those people immediately surrounded him, took the 2 donkey money to the conference table, took out all kinds of tools, and started. Detect it. These people are a team of experts he invited to detect gold. He doesn't know much about Kota gold. He only knows that this item is of high collection value and expensive, but it is because of the high price that he has to be cautious. If someone is accidentally deceived, the loss of money is a trivial matter. but it is a big deal to spread the shame. These dozen or so experts completed the inspection of the two pieces of dog-head gold in just over half an hour, but they did not say anything, but quietly called Jiang Qianfeng over, whispered and carefully reported for a long time, and waited until Jiang Qianfeng came back again. With a smile on his face, he was obviously very satisfied with the test results of the expert team. "Okay, what about the things? You have also checked the things, and you know the quality of my baby. Let's start quoting now." Xiao Feng didn't want to waste time with these people. Jiang Minutes could wait for the money to check out and buy a house. 2 days ago, he signed a contract with Jiang Minutes to buy a house, and he also signed an online sign. The deposit was paid to others. Both parties agreed on a time to complete the transaction, so the sooner this side ends, the sooner he can get the money, and the sooner he can complete the transaction with Jiang Minutes, so as to avoid long nights and dreams. Haha, the little brother is really quick to talk. That's good. Lao Jiang and I won't be inked. So these two pieces of gold, I and Lao Jiang are one. I will choose this one. I will pay 22 million. Wang Heihou spoke first. He pointed to the 1,800 grams of nugget gold and directly offered the price. He has been in the gold business for a lifetime, but he knows the status of this nugget gold in the industry. They are all proud of having a piece of dog-head gold at home. Even some large gold stores will put a piece of dog-head gold in the store as the treasure of the town shop. Today these two pieces of dog-head gold are the best choice in terms of weight and quality. If it were not for Jiang Qianfeng, you read www.uu he must have all rounded up. The price given by is the same as when Huangzi bought Xiao Feng's dog-head gold. This mainly leaves room for price increase. After all, he didn't know that Qianshan Summit would not come to disrupt the situation. Sure enough, seeing the rare smile on Jiang Qianfeng's black face sitting next to him, he knew it was not good. This old guy wanted to make a move. It was really more financially than he could be better than Jiang Qianfeng, who is rich and powerful. Xiao Wang, you are in the gold business. There is no shortage of this stuff at home. Unlike my old brother, I spent a lifetime with the dirt. It's rare to see such a good thing this time. Let me give this piece to me. Xiao, you baby, I bid 25 million. What do you think? Although Jiang Qianfeng didn't understand Kota Gold, the expert group he brought did understand. They not only judged the purity and quality of these two Kota Golds, but also estimated the approximate bidding space, and even the collection value and future upside potential. Estimated for Jiang Qianfeng, such a quality nugget gold, of course, must be included in the bag, because there is a lot of room for appreciation in the future. So Jiang Qianfeng is determined to win this big piece. He has an old seniority and a high status in the business community of benching. He called Wang Heihou, Xiao Wang, and Wang Heihou really had to listen. In addition to his wealth, he would increase the price by 3 million upon export, which blocked Wang Heihou's price increase. What else can Wang Heihou say? Even if you are not convinced, you can only endure it. Who makes money more? The first piece of dog-head gold was bought by Jiang Qianfeng at a price of 25 million yuan, while the second piece, Wang Heihou did his part, and directly gave a price of 20 million yuan, although it was more than 1,500 grams. He couldn't bear to look good, and he was afraid that Jiang Qianfeng was coming to grab it. So he simply gave the highest price in his heart. Chapter 44 Get started. Jiang Qianfeng really wanted to pack the two pieces of dog-head gold and take it all, but Wang Heihou directly called 20 million, which was a bit higher than the highest estimate given by his expert group, so forget it. Anyway, he has already got what he wants. If he is robbing this piece, he will only fight against Wang Heihou. So forget about it. The two pieces of Kota Gold bought a total of 45 million yuan. This is a result that Xiao Feng had never expected before. He originally thought that it would be almost the same to sell 40 million yuan, but he did not expect to sell another 5 million yuan. Of course, this result better. The two big guys weren't people who were short of money, and they quickly arranged someone to transfer Xiao Feng. Fortunately, Xiao Feng is now a VIP customer of many banks. For the large amount of money in his account, they just called and asked briefly, and there was not too much entanglement. After all, the money went to their bank. It was a performance for them. Compared to Xiao Feng, they were more afraid of troubles with Xiao Feng in taxation, so they usually open one eye and close one eye and walk through the scene. According to the formal process, such a large account amount change must be reported, but there are policies on it, and countermeasures under them. Of course, it can be fooled. The transaction was completed and everyone was very happy. Huang Zu asked to be the host and invite a few people to dinner, but these are all busy people, and no one wants to waste time here. Dismissed Jiang Qianfeng and Wang Heihou, and Xiao Feng transferred money to Huang Zu. After all, it was not for nothing that people find customers for you. According to the rules, a 10% handling fee is generally collected. According to the scale of today's transaction, it will be charged 450,000. Xiao Feng also hurts to think about it. But after all, rules are rules. Who knows if Huang Zu will be used in the future, so the money that should be given still has to be given. But Huang Zu resolutely refuses to accept it. My brother, I'm not being polite with you, mainly because of this transaction. Mr. Jiang and Mr. Wang have already paid me a handling fee. And they said, I can't take money from you anymore. Huang Zu is quite particular. He didn't do the food on both ends. If he had to deliberately conceal it, how could Xiao Feng know that Jiang Qianfeng and Wang Heihou had both paid him money? But if Jiang Qianfeng and Wang Heihou really give Huang Zu money, and they really said that to him, there must be another meaning. Of course. The two bosses also told me, let me and you be good friends. If you have any good things in your hands in the future, you can contact them directly through me. And how much they will charge you? Huang Zu smiled and said to Xiao Feng. As expected, it was almost the same as Xiao Feng had guessed. The two big men seemed to want to maintain a long-term cooperative relationship with him. As for why you didn't get rid of Huang Zu and keep in direct contact with him, I'm afraid those two are also worried about their unclean foundations, so they would rather spend some money and also include Huang Zu as an intermediary, so that if it comes out then they can push on Huang Zu to show that they don't know anything. That's it. The big guy is a big guy after all, and many things are more thoughtful than ordinary people. Xiao Feng nodded and said that he knew that Huang Zu was even more happy. Being able to catch the line of the two big guys can also sell Xiao Feng a benefit. In this way, as long as Xiao Feng is fastened, he can use Xiao Feng's resources to make more gangsters in the future, which will further consolidate his position in the industry. No matter how he calculated it, anyway, for Xiao Feng, he saved 450,000, which is the biggest benefit, and as long as his business can run normally in the future, he will no longer need to sell nuggets. Now, in the future there will be no intersection with Huang Zu. He is not sure. Huang Zu kept Xiao Feng for dinner, but Xiao Feng refused, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and went to dinner with Huang Zu. But this time he sticks to the bottom line, but he definitely doesn't dare to drink more, lest he make trouble like the last time happening. But despite repeated pushbacks, Huang Zu couldn't hold back to persuade him to drink, but he still drank a bit too much before he knew it. Finally, he was sent home by Huang Zu's driver. When I woke up at midnight, I found that I was sleeping on the bed in the master bedroom. I don't know who took off my clothes. I put a cup of hot water on the bedside table. I drank my mouth water. I saw the card on the desk in front of the bed. Jiazing fell asleep lying there. She must have taken care of herself. Feeling a little moved, Xiao Feng got up and came to Katia's side, gave her address, but happened to see that the computer in front of her was still on, and the page was the interface of the online shop she opened. There happened to be a guest who sent a message for consultation. With a ding-dong sound, Katia sat up, crackled and typed back the customer's question, just to find Xiao Feng standing beside him. Are you awake? If you are thirsty, there is water on the table. Katia's concerned eyes still made Xiao Feng very comfortable. He has never enjoyed this kind of concern since his grandparents passed away. At this moment, Katya's concern suddenly moved him a little, and he had a kind of family feel. Thank you. I have already drunk water. Don't be too tired. Online shops cannot be made in 1 or 2 days. Go back and rest early. Xiao Feng's concern made Kata very happy, and she obediently put away the laptop. Well, I'll go back, and you can rest well. Don't drink so much next time. Looking at the back of Katya leaving, Xiao Feng felt warm in his heart. This was the first time in such an environment that he did not have any crooked thoughts in his heart when facing Katya. On the second day, Xiao Feng ate the breakfast prepared by Kata, and asked Xilin and Jiang Minutes to complete the transfer procedures. The matter went smoothly. Jiang Minutes also cooperated. First, he put the money into the supervision designated by the real estate trading center account, then paid the tax, and then went through the transfer procedures. The procedures were completed, and the house book was changed. Jiang Minutes went to unfreeze the funds by himself, and the two parties were considered to have both money and goods, and the transaction was completed. Xiao Feng took Xilin to dinner. This time, thanks to his busy running. Otherwise he didn't know when to find a house when he was looking for a house. I went to the high-end dumpling restaurant last time and ordered expensive meals. After eating and drinking, Xiao Feng directly transferred 300,000 yuan to Xilin, which was regarded as a thank you fee for the successful transaction. Kobayashi held the phone in a daze. Brother, didn't you say it would give 100,000? Why don't you think there is too much money? Xiao Feng asked Xiaolin with a smile. After running with him for several days, he was very satisfied with this guy. He was clean and insightful. He was able to provide assists at critical moments. Just when he was planning to open a shop, he moved. The thought of poaching is just not knowing whether Xilin is willing to abandon his old career and follow him to open a restaurant. How could Xiaolin not be happy? He gave an extra 200,000. Even when the real estate market is booming, their ordinary real estate intermediaries can add up to this number for a year's commission, not to mention the sluggish real estate today. This transaction was matched by him, and the intermediary did not make a difference. Xiao Feng had promised to give him 100,000 before. He is already very satisfied. Now he has given 200,000 more. How can he be unhappy? How can it be? Thank you, brother Xiao. Xiaolin, you deserve it. In this way, I'll get straight to the point. I took the property here with the intention of opening a fast food chain. Xiaolin, I think you are pretty good. Do you have any thoughts of changing jobs? Xiao Feng took out more than 30 million big bosses without blinking. Now he appreciates himself and wants to support himself. There is no reason for him to refuse. Although he has no experience in hotel business, does he have a future in real estate agency? What's more, the current situation is not good. It is very difficult for him to make a single transaction in a month in a real estate agency, and he can only get a dead salary of 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month. At this time, if you don't come out while you are young, do you wait until you are old and then come out to blog? The big deal is to fail, and then go back and sell the house. Okay, Xiao brother, you appreciate me. Lingo is not a person who doesn't know how to promote. He'll do it with you. Okay. Then you are the first employee of our company. Start with a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. Don't worry, as long as you work hard, you will have a great future. I won't talk about other bonuses, benefits, etc., and wait for the company to start operations. You are reading www.uukanzu.com is on the right track. Let's talk about it. With a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, Xilin feels that he has really met a noble person this time. He is a college student who has graduated from 3 books. He can get such a salary in benching when he is in his 20s. It is really a step from a white-collar worker. In the circle of true white-collar workers, how can he not get excited? When he sold the house in the past, he also got a higher salary than this, but that was when the real estate market was good. But there were only a few months in a year, and most of the other times, he was killed. Wages can only get 5,000 or 6,000 in a few months, and they barely get enough food and clothing throughout the year. Now he starts with a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. What else is he picking about? Well, Xiaolin, you go to the company and quit your job in the afternoon. You will report to work here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. The first thing is to contact me several decoration companies. If you are reliable, find a professional designer. We have to redecorate this shop. Then we have to run the business license and recruiting, so we have to put it on the agenda. Now that the house is in hand, you can't waste time. The things planned long ago must be implemented immediately. This is also the main reason why Xiao Feng invited Lin Go to his subordinates. Of course, with so many trivial things, he can't let his big boss go back and forth. However, it is most suitable to give to Xiaolin. On the one hand, let him exercise, and on the other hand, look at his potential. Xiaolin nodded fiercely at Xiao Feng as if he had been beaten up. Okay, boss. I will resign in the afternoon. Don't worry, I will do it for you if you explain my business. Lin Go doesn't want to mess up the job with a monthly salary of 10,000 points. He has to work hard to make a good impression on his boss. Otherwise, he can find a more suitable replacement every minute. Product. Chapter 45 Celebrity Chef Manufacturing. Xiaolin used to work as a real estate agency. Although he did not build a house, he also knows many decoration companies. After all, he has often sold his client list to the decoration company. Otherwise, many homeowners who have just bought a house will immediately receive a call from the decoration company, where the phone information is leaked. Of course, it is a real estate agency like Kobayashi. Early the next morning, Xiaolin brought Xiao Feng a designer from a decoration company. Before coming, Xiaolin and Xiao Feng talked through the phone. This designer was carefully selected from the decoration companies he had contacted before. Come out, a very reliable designer. Although Xiaolin has never done renovations before, he has never dealt with people from renovation companies. Many of his clients even look for houses decorated by renovation companies. So which renovation company is reliable, and which one is not? He is very clear. There are a few large-scale decoration companies in Bincheng City. They seem to be quite formal, but the prices are not generally expensive. Although they call out the drawings and don't need money, they are actually deducted from the final decoration. Such a decoration company is generally only responsible for drawing up the drawings, and the later decoration work is usually subcontracted to the decoration guerrillas. They are only responsible for the supervision of the work. For example, a designer says that when decorating a certain place, a certain material should be used, and the customer doesn't understand. When the decoration team goes to purchase, they will often purchase the inferior and high-priced materials to make the difference. Either it's halfway through the decoration and the drawing is changed for you, or the budget is not enough, and the budget is requested to be increased. Anyway, it is both annoying and frustrating to make the customer feel helpless. In the end, in order to move into the new home earlier, able to accept their oak clause, in order to show his value, Xiaolin certainly would not lead Xiao Feng to such a fire pit. So after returning to resign yesterday, he kept thinking about the decoration companies he had contacted at home, and finally chose this one. This decoration company is not a large-scale decoration company located in the main urban area of Bincheng, but a small decoration design company in Jinqing district. The designer came home from a professional design company in Beijing to start his own business. The design ability is very strong and the decoration is very good. Attentively, his reputation in the industry is quite good, and he rarely heard of his behavior of cheating on customers. So I brought it to Xiao Feng early in the morning. Fortunately, the attic on the top floor of the facade now has several offices available. Xiao Feng is here and met with the designer and owner of the famous city design company, Li Famous City. After a few simple conversations with this Li Mingqing, Xiao Feng can feel that this designer is a sincere person, because he is also afraid of being pitted, and has been in several large professional decoration forums. So for a while, I have seen many people's posts suggesting that the decoration is the easiest to be deceived. Then when we talked to this Li Mingqing today, I deliberately pretended not to understand it. If this Li Mingqing deliberately cheated him, he would definitely talk to him. Full of nonsense, he jumped into the pit by bluffing. But after some conversation, this Li Mingqing not only explained the problem he raised in detail, but also proposed a lot of solutions to him, such as using a certain material in a certain place, etc., all of which were related to the professionalism in the hot posts on the forum. The answer was similar. It was true that he did not cheat him, which gave him confidence in this Li Mingqing. Okay, I am very satisfied with designerless professionalism. Let's talk about the effect I expect from the decoration of this hotel. Xiao Feng opened his mouth and expressed satisfaction. Not only was Lin Ge very proud, Li Mingqing also raised the spirit of 120,000 points at this time. This is a big customer. He just took a look at this store and roughly estimated the area to win. It is a big job. You must satisfy the customer. My shop, on the first and second floors, intends to be a fast food chain, not to join other domestic brands, but to create a new brand of Chinese-style fast food myself. The name is Celebrity Chef Manufacturing. The first floor is, you plan for me an operating room of 50 to 100 square meters, an open kitchen, so that customers can see the process of our food making, and not the covert back kitchen mode of other Chinese fast food in China. So oily smoke handling is very important. There is also a barbecue shabu buffet restaurant on the third floor. You can make me a cold storage on the second floor of the basement. Because the restaurant is not small, the inventory is relatively large. I want to make a self-service barbecue shabu restaurant on the basement floor. In the barbecue area, ventilation and oil fume removal must be done well, and then design an elevator for me to go directly to the third floor. As for the attic side, Xiao Feng shared his thoughts with the designer. Li Mingqing took a small notebook and recorded all Xiao Feng's thoughts seriously, and then under the leadership of Xiao Feng, he ran upstairs and downstairs several times. Specially measured data. After working all morning, Xiao Feng insisted to invite him to lunch. Li Mingqing went back after eating. Before leaving, he said to Xiao Feng, "Don't worry, Mr. Xiao. I recently transferred other work to other people. And then organize a small team to design for your shop. It will definitely follow your requirements. You will give me a week's time, and then I will give you some drawings. You can choose by yourself." Xiao Feng waved his hand in satisfaction and motioned him to go busy. Li Mingqing left the hotel with a heavy sense of mission. He estimated that this business would be several million. If the standard was higher, it might even exceed 10 million. This was definitely the biggest he took over after returning to benching a single business. Besides, Mr. Xiao said that he opened a fast food restaurant. If he does well in the future, he will open branches and even invite merchants all over the country. What does this mean? This means that the decoration standards of at least a few and at most hundreds of fast food restaurants are all from his hand. If the fast food restaurant is done well and wants to open a branch, then his business can be less. So on the way back, he drove a conference call all the way back, handing over all the work he had at hand to other designers in the company, and then he also made appointments with a few old friends in Beijing. This kind of design work, relying on the staff of his company, it is certainly impossible to complete it within a week, and his old friends in Beijing, although they also have their own jobs, can make some extra money in private work. They are not rejected. These talents are real masters. In the afternoon, Xiao Feng and Xiao Lin returned to the company, and Xiao Feng took out the design trademark of the fast food restaurant. This trademark is made up of 4 small seal Chinese characters made by famous chefs, arranged up and down. Fang Fangxing looks a bit like a seal, but it is kind of the strange beauty. Xiao Feng racked his brains to come up with it. After taking out the trademark, Xiao Feng explained Xi Lin's next work. First, he went to the industrial and commercial registration. In recent years, The Beijing government has increased its efforts to clean up the officialdom and improve the business environment. It has also set up a government affairs hall. All things can be handled in one stop. Xiao Feng asked Xiao Lin to do these trivial things, and tried to register the company as soon as possible. Xiao Lin took the task and went to work, and he registered the users of several recruitment websites on the internet and released some recruitment information. The content of recruitment is very simple: 1 lobby manager, 3 business managers, several chefs, and several waiters. Although the restaurant has not officially opened yet, the staff must be matched first. What he wants to do is not a small business. The investment must be tens of millions. It is not bad for 1 day or 2. People first find them and train first. Get up and get familiar with the technology. Spring was just in Beijing at this time. It was when the talent market was most active, and not long after the recruitment advertisement was released, Xiao Feng received a telephone consultation. In the next few days, Xiao Feng has been interviewing all kinds of applicants. The chef is very easy to find. He runs a fast food restaurant, not a 5-star hotel. Besides, he also has a seasoning secret like mushroom powder. You don't need a highly skilled chef, just an average chef. So his criteria for choosing a chef.mentalnovel.com does not depend on how high your skill is, but on your speed and hard work, and also on whether you are loyal and honest. Because he doesn't need a chef with particularly good skills, Xiao Feng's salary is not high, so the applicants are usually young chefs. There are some who are diligent and honest, but there are always 1 or 2 shortcomings. Let Xiao Feng not so satisfied. Waiter or something is relatively simple. Xiao Feng later stopped this piece altogether, mainly interviews the chef and the lobby manager. These 2 are the most difficult to find. The chefs who have applied in the past few days are young and have average skills, but some are more sophisticated and like to be lazy, or the cooking skills are so bad that Xiao Feng can't stand it. After hiring for half a month, Xiao Feng only hired a middle-aged chef named Shang. He used to work as a chef in a 3-star hotel, and later went to the sea to open a shop. In the end, he lost a lot of money and could only work again. The craftsmanship is good. The asking price is not high. The key is to be honest. There are old and young people in the family to support, and the mortgage is also repaid. Not easy to change jobs, and dare not sneak in. These characteristics make Xiao Feng very satisfied. However, this lobby manager has never found a suitable candidate. In this market, truly capable hotel managers are generally more willing to work in large hotels. After all, such a place is formal and there is still room for improvement. This newly opened fast food restaurant hires a lobby manager, and the salary is not high. Not many people are willing to come. The people who came here either didn't have enough experience, or the salary they wanted was higher, and Xiao Feng was not satisfied. Recruitment is progressing slowly, but Li Mingqing's design drawings came out very quickly. On this day, he sent some drawings to Xiao Feng and asked Xiao Feng to make a choice. Xiao Feng turned on the computer and saw, what he did was really modest. Yes. Chapter 46 Recruit. In fact, there are many people in the dry fast food industry in China. Chinese fast food is especially developed in the south. In the Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Shanghai areas where Xiao Feng has been before, there are all kinds of Chinese fast food. The competition is very fierce, but the most successful one is X Village, which started in Shanxing. When Xiao Feng heard that there was such a Chinese fast food chain, he despised this Chinese fast food restaurant with a strong copycat style. Just by listening to the name of this store, you can feel the strong touch of porcelain. But later, after he had the opportunity to patronize this store several times, his impression of this store changed to the Real Fragrance series. Although the name touches the international famous brand of porcelain, the decoration style is also copied from others, but after the initial copycat, they also began to change with their own characteristics. Later, they opened many branches in China with different decoration styles, but they brought customers. It feels that it is neat, clean and professional. and their food and beverages are indeed distinctive. Although there are only a few varieties that are promoted nationwide, there are still different changes that suit local tastes in different places, and the price is much more conscientious than foreign fast food such as Golden Arch. As the Chinese people's ability to accept fast food is getting stronger and stronger, this fast food restaurant has quickly become popular all over the country, especially in major cities in the south, where you can almost see this restaurant. It has been done a few years ago. It has become a well-known brand in China, and its annual profit is very considerable. Xiao Feng's future development standards for celebrity chef manufacturing are based on this store. From the few drawings Li Mingqing brought, it can be seen that he is really very careful. The decoration design of the fast food restaurant is in line with the current mainstream fast food decoration design. It is clean and tidy, and it is also very practical. The floor tiles, wall wallpaper, and paint have been carefully selected to make this shop look clean and tidy, with a sense of design, and basically break away from the strong copycat feeling of ordinary Chinese fast food. Xiao Feng was very satisfied with the drawings, and finally communicated with Li Mingqing on the internet for a long time before choosing a design scheme with 3 warm colors of red, yellow and white. Li Mingqing was also very happy to see the design plan was finalized by Xiao Feng. He rushed over in the afternoon to sign a contract with Xiao Feng and measure the data again to facilitate the later start of construction. At the same time, there is another task, which is to work out the final kitchen design with Xiao Feng and the newly recruited chef Shang Zhenai. The design of a fast food restaurant should not only consider the area where customers eat in the front, but also the design of the kitchen processing area at the back, which best reflects the design skills. First of all, the designer must cooperate with the chef's choice to design a suitable kitchen area. Place cooking tools, such as cooking stoves, such as ovens, steamers, washing dishes, washing vegetables, etc., should be divided into appropriate functional areas, and should be based on the mainstream kitchen equipment currently on the market. To design the size of the kitchen furnishings, storage space, water supply, drainage, oil fume removal facilities and so on. It can be said that the kitchen part is the key to the design of a restaurant, because the quality of the design here will affect the efficiency of the staff who use the kitchen in the future. This is a very meticulous and tedious job. After Xiao Feng only accompanied them to the kitchen area on the first floor, he lost his patience. Only Xiaolin, chef Shang Zhenai, and designer Li Mingqing were left behind. I went to discuss it myself. The open kitchen of the fast food restaurant on the ground floor was discussed all afternoon, and the kitchen of the autonomous barbecue Shabu Shabu restaurant on the basement floor was discussed directly into the middle of the night. Li Mingqing is very careful. He not only considers the experience of the chef's operation proposed by Shang Zhenai, but also considers the feeling of the back and forth of the second floor underground, storing or taking out the inventory. Xiao Feng was very satisfied with his professional attitude and the cooperative and serious work attitude of Shang Zhenai and Xiaolin. He simply ordered fast food in the evening, and when he was finished, he took them to find a store and eat supper. When eating supper, Li Mingqing also told Xiao Feng that if he decorates the store according to his design, it will certainly not be too cheap, especially since Xiao Feng's selection of decoration materials is very high, and there are some downstairs. If the cold storage and special kitchen equipment are all counted together, it is estimated that it will cost more than 10 million. Xiao Feng is not worried about this. He originally had more than 24 million in his hand, plus the 45 million he got from selling the dog's head gold, for a total of 69 million. He made Jiang Minutes rich and paid miscellaneous taxes. After the fee, there are still about 30 million yuan. The decoration cost more than 10 million, which is not a problem at all. After all, this is the first store he opened, and it is built according to the flagship store standards, so you must use the best materials and choose the highest standards. It doesn't matter if you spend some money. After all, you spend more money at this time, and you can save it in the future. If you use bad materials, you will have to renovate it every 3 to 5 years in the future. It's not as good as getting it done once and for all. The first time it is more expensive, it will be more expensive. Zijing squeezed the resume in her hand and looked at the small building in front of it. The small building was very stylish, but it didn't seem like a restaurant inside. She couldn't help but hesitate. Don't you be a liar? But thinking about my current situation, even if the other party is a liar, do I still have to choose now? She had to go up and take a look first. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and walked into the small building. She happened to see a young man instructing a few middle-aged women to clean the glass on the first floor. The young man saw her walk in and greeted her with a smile. Are you here for an interview? Yes, my surname is Zhu, and my name is Zijing. I spoke with Director Lin on your side before on the phone. The young man on the opposite side smiled slightly. I was the one who hit. Let's go. Follow me upstairs, and the boss will interview you in person. Speaking of bringing Zijing upstairs, Zijing walked upstairs while looking at the environment here. This small building is 3 stories high, but it should have been left unattended for a long time. The ground on the second and third floors of both just fell, and the people on the first floor were just cleaning the glass. She didn't seem to mean to clean the ground. She didn't quite understand what they were doing. In fact, this was also Xiao Feng's request. Xiao Zhuang was called for debts before. Many of the glass on this floor was broken. The places that were not broken were also painted with red paint. He wrote about debts and repayments. Now this small building was taken over by him. Of course, this appearance was not good enough. He asked Xilin to find some housekeepers and deal with all the glass. By the way, dispose of the original furniture. After all, the restaurant he wants to build is different from Jiang Minutes and others. Many of the original furniture are not available. Pick some good ones, and he will keep them for his own use. Just let Xilin take care of those who did. As for hygiene and other things, I won't clean it. After a while, Li Mingqing completed the drawings and started to decorate. There is no need to clean. Zijing was full of suspicion, followed Lin Go to Xiao Feng's office in the loft. Only after seeing the young man sitting behind the executive desk did he feel at ease. This was just like the person in charge. Xiao Feng looked at the resume that Zijing handed over. The person was picked out by Xilin on the recruitment website, and he hasn't gotten to know much about it. Well, you are from Shonan? Have you ever been a restaurant in Bangqing? Have you worked in restaurants, tea houses, cafeterias, and finally a lobby manager in a cafeteria? Xiao Feng looked very satisfied with the resume of this woman named Zijing. Some of the people who applied for the lobby manager before were very dissatisfied. Whether the price was too high, or too young and inexperienced, and the woman in front of him, he thinks the resume is very beautiful. Whether it is real or not, at least it can be seen from the resume that they are doing it very seriously. I looked up at this woman. She was very beautiful. She was about 30 years old, but she didn't know why. She looked a little haggard. Yes, Mr. Xiao, I came out of my hometown to work when I was 16 years old. I have been working in Bangqing before, and I have been working in the catering industry. I bought beer first, and then I started to work in restaurants and tea houses. Mentalnovel.com. The woman began to introduce her past. She introduced her carefully, and Xiao Feng listened very carefully. She also asked Xiao Lin to call the chef Shang Zenai to listen with him. Lao Shang is also an expert in the catering industry. If this woman tells lies, he can definitely hear it. Then I would take the liberty to ask, you did a good job in Bangqing. Why did you come to Bangqing? Ha ha. The woman laughed bitterly, and then talked about why she came to Bangqing. It turned out that when she was working in Bangqing, she met a chef in a restaurant. This guy happened to be from Bangqing. The two knew each other and fell in love. Years, and then got married. After getting married, she has been working in Bangqing, but later she became pregnant, and she discussed with her husband. And it's not a problem to continue floating in Bangqing. The housing prices in Bangqing are too unfriendly to low-level migrant workers like them, so she decided leaving Bangqing. Her hometown was in a rural area in southern Hunan, and there was little development when she went back. In the end, she went back to benching with her husband. At any rate, her husband's house had parents and house in benching. The two of them used their savings to open a small restaurant. The days are very moist, but some time ago, his husband went to open a store in the morning, and the store's liquefied gas pipeline was in disrepair and exploded and caught fire. This time not only the husband was gone, but even the store was gone. Now she has the parents left by her husband and the children who are waiting to be fed, so she has to go out to work and earn money to feed the family. Hearing this, Xiao Feng suddenly remembered reading a report on the local news some time ago. At that time, he just burned the bath. Originally, he wanted to see if the bailing matter had any subsequent development, but he did not expect to see the local voice. In addition, the explosion and fire caused by a natural gas leak seemed to have killed a person. Checking with Zhu Jinyi, it happened to be their family affairs. Chapter 47 Speak with Strength. After Xiao Feng carefully understood Zhu Jing's past, he was very satisfied with her. She was beautiful. This is the face of the restaurant, and there is experience. It can be said that her previous work was all centered on the catering industry. It can be said that experience rich. I even opened a shop, so the management must be fine. According to her, her husband's business was okay until the accident happened. It was just after her husband's accident that there was no pillar in the family. All the previous savings were used to treat the two elderly people to the illness. The family was burdened with a heavy burden, so I didn't want to open a shop on my own. One thing that Xiao Feng values most is Zhu Jing's current state. Her family has just gone through a major change and is very short of money. She values this job very seriously. If the lobby manager's job is entrusted to her, she will definitely not do anything. In particular, this store also involves the secrets of getting beef from another world and those mushroom powder. This is the core key. It must be hidden from too many people. As a manager, Zhu Jing should be able to guess some clues, but if she wants to keep her job, she will not reveal the secrets. On the contrary, she will supervise other people who are suspicious. Don't try to find out the secrets. This is the key. But this is just Xiao Feng's prediction for Zhu Jing. Whether she will do what she guessed in the future depends on her own thoughts. Okay, this job is yours. I will report tomorrow. During the 6-month trial period, the salary during the trial period is 6,000. After the probation period, the salary is 10,000. After the trial period, the bonus and benefits will be paid. Set. Xiao Feng decided to hire Zhu Jing on the spot. On the other hand, Zhu Jing, who had been tense in his heart, burst into tears when he heard Xiao Feng's answer. The monthly salary is over 10,000. Although the probation period is a bit long, she did not dare to think of such a salary even when she worked in benching before. Thank you, boss, for giving me this opportunity. Please rest assured, I will work hard in the future and repay the boss my trust. Zhu Jing stood up and bowed to Xiao Feng. During this period of time, she was hitting a wall in finding a job. Some had high demands, low wages, and some high salaries, but she had thoughts about her. Anyway, a series of experience of hitting a wall made her feel a little desperate. Fortunately, I ran into Xiao Feng today. Although I don't know what the store will open in the future, she has made up her mind. As long as she stays in this store for a day, she will work hard for a day. Okay, let's not talk about this yet. I will explain your work tasks first. I may have to leave the door in 2 days. It is up to you to watch. First of all, after the kitchen design plan comes out, you the few who want to supervise Li Mingqing's start of renovation, the time should be fast. The quality should be guaranteed to me. The renovation cost is not a problem. You are mainly responsible for this matter, Kobayashi. Lin Zengou has always been grateful for Xiao Feng's trust. The decoration is a big project, and the boss will give it to himself. So he must repay the boss' trust with his heart and soul. The other thing is that after Shang Zhenai and other kitchen design plans come out, you discuss with Xilin and Li Mingqing to quickly order the kitchenware. If you need to customize the kitchenware, please contact the manufacturer. I will leave the cost to Xilin, pay the deposit first, and wait for the equipment arrived. The trial operation is okay, and part of it is being paid, and the final operation is more than a year, and there is no problem with stability, before the final payment can be made. Shang Zhenai, as the chef foreman, is also very grateful for Xiao Feng's trust, and nodded to express receipt. And Zijing, after you came, the first job was to finalize the uniform dress of our employees. You have worked in the fast food industry before. Uniform dress is not a difficult task. My requirement is the color of the dress. It should match the color of our store, other things do not matter. In addition, you should recruit some waiters as soon as possible, conduct business training, and Monk Zenai, Xilin and the others will check their recruitment of chefs together. I don't have too many requests for waiters, chefs. My requirement is to be honest, not to have dirty hands and feet, and to be able to endure hardships. If you work for a few months, you must be tired and want to quit. Nothing. Zijing just came here for the first time, and received Xiao Feng's work assignments so quickly. Although she was drumming up in her heart, she secretly made up her mind to do the job well. The reason why I have invested so much in opening this fast food restaurant is because I have confidence, and why I have confidence. Later, Lao Shang, you will cook a meal for everyone with the seasoning I brought, and we will know when we eat it. Xiao Feng will go to another world in 2 days, so he must make arrangements for his work before leaving. However, when the company was just started, he would be a shopkeeper, and he was afraid of leaving an unreliable impression on these employees. So we must first appease people's hearts. How to appease? Then use strength to speak. Let's talk about it after eating my meal. This shop just opened a restaurant before, and there are some original kitchen equipment that can be used. Chef Shang Zhenai used a small seasoning bag that Xiao Feng handed him, and simply made a few fast food flavors. According to Xiao Feng's request, when cooking these dishes, no other seasoning was added except salt and Xiao Feng's seasoning bag. Shang Zhenai also cooked such a meal for the first time. Xilin and Zijing were also nearby. Very curious. The boss spoke so loudly before, and seemed to be very confident in his secret recipe. Everyone wanted to try it. How delicious the food made by the boss's secret recipe. When the food became a simple finished product and the aroma began to waft out, the faces of several people changed. Lao Shang is an old chef, but such a fragrant food is just ordinary ingredients, no other seasonings are used. It comes from his hands. He felt a little unbelievable. Zijing is also an old predecessor in the catering industry. He has worked in fast food, morning tea, restaurants, and buffets. Although he is not a chef, he still knows the quality of the food. At this time, just smell the aroma and know that the food is not easy. Xilin had no experience in the catering industry before, but he did not eat less fast food, from a few dollars to dozens of dollars, but as a eater, he had never smelled such a fragrant fast food. What's the smell in your mouth? Soon the food came to the table. Except for Xiao Feng, who had long been accustomed to it, several other people gobbled it up. Even Zijing could pretend to be reserved at first, but after a few bites of food, he couldn't take care of it. It's delicious. Because it's so delicious. Shang Zhenai cooked meals for 6 people, but all 4 of them ate all of them. Xiao Feng just tasted it, and most of these meals went into the stomachs of 3 of them. At the end of the meal, Xiao Lin even loosened a few buckles on his belt. Boss, if you open a fast food restaurant earlier, I guess you don't need to do other fast food in benching at all. It's so delicious. If our restaurant can open, get up. Guarantee this taste. I dare not say anything else. Save the real estate agency I used to work, I can guarantee that they will all come here to order takeaway. Haha, the store you used to run seems to be quite far away from here. They call takeaways and they are not within our delivery range. Xiao Feng replied with a smile, and Xiao Lin put his tongue out playfully. It's okay. There are also their outlets nearby. I know the person in charge. I recommend them to them. They must give me face. In the end, I have to thank me. Boss, I came out to work in the catering industry when I was a teenager. I have been in the catering industry for almost 20 years. I have worked with several masters, but they all said that I have limited talent. So my highest achievement is in a 3-star hotel. I'm just a chef, and I've never dared to make such a delicious meal today. I heard that you are going to open a fast food restaurant here. I have some concerns. After all, how much profit fast food can make. But now I believe it. Boss, your shop must be popular when it opens. Shang Zhenai's impression of Xiao Feng was that he had always been a taciturn middle-aged man, but now seeing his excited hands dancing and incoherent expression, he said so much in one breath. Xiao Feng knew that he was sincerely given by his secret recipe. Impressed. You are reading www.youcanzu.com. As for Zhu Jing, it goes without saying. She gave Xiao Feng a thumbs up directly. Boss, I used to work in benching and I have been working in the catering industry. You also know that Guangdong people have always been very picky about food. I also think that the food in Guangdong province is definitely one of the best in the country. To be honest, before coming to benching, I didn't think much of the catering industry in the north. But today, I am serving it. It's just a simple rice bowl. I dare say that even if you open the store to Guangdong province, you will definitely be able to conquer the taste buds of the discerning Cantonese people. Well, after all, after exercising in a big city, Zhu Jing's flattering Xiao Feng felt very comfortable. The expressions of these three people all expressed their confidence in the future of the store, which makes Xiao Feng the most happy. After all, he may leave the restaurant frequently in the future, and the store mainly depends on these people. If they don't even have confidence in the future of the hotel, then they would still make a fool of themselves. The unique taste, coupled with the beef that will be continuously supplied from the outside world at that time, is economical and delicious, and I don't believe that this shop is not popular. Haha, okay. You are confident that this is a good thing. The work has been assigned to you. During my absence, this shop will be handed over to you. Take out your abilities and let me take a good look. Choosing the wrong person? Work hard. The future is bright. You have tried my unique secret recipe, and the restaurant will definitely be popular in the future. As long as you work hard to make our store bigger and stronger, it will be made in the future. National chain. Then the benefits will be indispensable to you. Seeing everyone's confidence at this time, Xiao Feng, of course, must give everyone some blood, and write out empty checks. Everyone's morale has increased significantly at a speed that is visible to the naked eye. This makes Xiao Feng very satisfied and can safely be a shopkeeper. Up. Chapter 48 Class Superiority. The chicken blood that should be beaten is finished, and the rest is up to the performance of a few people. The reason why he is so big this time is also a test for these people. After all, he will definitely not stay in a restaurant for a long time. Still rely on these few people to manage. This is a preliminary test. The three people check and balance each other, and whoever does a good job at the time can only be eliminated. Even if they didn't do well, Xiao Feng didn't worry, he would only lose some money. Anyway, he still can afford to lose, and the money will come easily, and then it won't be a big deal to change people. After explaining the work of several people, Xiao Feng went back and confessed to Kata, and then found an opportunity to cross to another world. This time I found out that winter has already entered here, covered in silver and snow. Xiao Feng did not dare to go out into the wild this time, but appeared directly in the cave where his tribes live. Friday and the two elves were very happy to see him suddenly appear. After all, he is the backbone of the team. If they don't appear for a long time, these managers will have no idea. Although Xiao Feng was absent for a while, on Friday, they still managed the tribe in an orderly manner according to the instructions he left. Because it has entered winter and the mountains are covered by snow outside, all the people in the tribe have already taken refuge in the cave. Overwintering here, there is no production activity outside. Just for safety reasons, Bloom will also arrange for some people to patrol outside regularly. Although the orcs will not appear easily in winter, the vigilance still cannot be relaxed. Xiao Feng was also very satisfied with Bloom's arrangement, and then checked the status of the tribe. When the people in the tribe saw Xiao Feng appear, almost all of them worshipped him. When they saw him, they knelt down on the ground and kissed his shoes. The reason for this is mainly related to the life Xiao Feng brings to them. In the past, every winter, when they were in their respective tribes, people would freeze to death or starve to death almost every day. The wild and uncivilized human tribes have extremely low productivity. Every winter, they cannot engage in production and cannot find food when they are at their weakest. At that time, the natives would fight for a bit of food, and even saw each other for a warm animal skin. It was common for blood to splash 5 steps. Even the top elders in the tribe can't get enough to eat, let alone ordinary natives. Better big tribes, relying on reserves, may be able to ensure that everyone has a meal and will not starve to death. Smaller tribes may cease to exist after a winter. And now, following Xiao Feng, everyone cut a lot of firewood according to Xiao Feng's instructions before it snowed in winter, and now a lot of fire ponds have been built in the cave, surrounded by the fire, and it can be warm all day long. The most important thing is that Xiao Feng let people hunt a lot of bison before. Although the bison was not allowed to be eaten by everyone, but the bison cowhide was not said to be worn by everyone, so many people are now covered with a layer of wild buffalo clothes made of cowhide. Although it's not pretty, it's better than wearing no clothes, and because there are too many bison leather, even many people can wear boots made of bison leather, which they didn't even dare to think about before. The host is really too generous, and the most convincing local people to Xiao Feng is that Xiao Feng can guarantee everyone's food when they are not productive. A meal of gruel in the morning with dried fish. In the evening, there will be a dry meal. I don't know what kind of food to cook. It can basically ensure that everyone is full. You can eat 2 meals a day without work. This is something that the natives did not dare to imagine before. Some wear some, and some eat. Except there are no women. The natives feel that life is similar to heaven now, so of course everyone is convinced of Xiao Feng. When they see him, they naturally express their love and loyalty to their master. This was also something Xiao Feng didn't expect at all. Before Friday, he strongly recommended to implement a system of only 2 meals a day, so that these natives can eat half full. At that time, Xiao Feng was still a little guilty. After all, this standard got him. At that time, it was completely at the level of poor households. But now it seems that for the natives, this standard is not low anymore. The natives know the natives best, and the step of making soil with clay is the right step. But since it has already arrived, I still can't treat these natives badly. That night, Xiao Feng took out a lot of purchased junk food and held a grand gathering for the natives in the tribe. Sanwu luncheon meat from an unknown manufacturer, plus Kang Shui Ifu instant noodles, and a lot of junk food, and some knockoff drinks like Albi and Cory Cola are almost falling out of the tongues of these natives. How can the magic of industrial flavors be resisted by the natives who could not even eat salt before? The junk food concocted from waste oil that Xiao Feng looks down upon is simply delicious to the natives that can only be eaten by gods. Beverage is blended with various sweeteners. For the natives, it is even more of a jade liquid that gods can drink. When the local people were eating, they came to Xiao Feng in groups and knelt down in front of Xiao Feng and kissed his shoes, as if he showed allegiance to him. But this time he took the initiative to add the title of the owner, who was reluctant to call him the prefix of greatness and kindness. As expected, it is still sincere. Xiao Feng looked at the loyal natives who were kneeling in front of him, and a little favor made them return to their hearts. He hadn't thought about this effect before. At night, the natives slept early after eating and drinking. Everyone slept around the fire pit. But Xiao Feng was not sleepy. He called Friday and the 2 elves to report to him about his work. During his absence, The two elves continued to hunt the bison outside with a hunting team according to his requirements. Now the underground ice vault contains the meat of almost 200 bison. The elves don't with modern measurement methods. It is impossible to accurately describe the weight, and can only describe it to Xiao Feng in terms of the number of bison killed. Xiao Feng roughly estimated that each bison can produce 800 to 900 catties of beef. 200 heads of cattle can produce 160,000 catties to 180,000 catties of beef, that is, 8,090 tons of beef. These are enough. His restaurant has been consumed for a while. He was very satisfied with the achievements of the two elves. As for the reward, of course, it was a silk quilt for each person. The elves were very satisfied with this kind of reward. In the past, when the elves were in the elves tribe, each person could have a blanket of grass in winter. It's not bad. It can also serve as a psychological comfort. As for the cold and warmth, it can only be done. This time the owner actually gave each of them a quilt that they had never seen before, and it was soft and slippery to the touch. The material does not know what precious material it is, not to mention the warmth retention effect. How can they not be grateful? And on Friday, I saw the quilt Xiao Feng gave to the two elves. They were all so greedy and drooled, and he quickly reported his work. During this time, as a manager, he managed the tribe in an orderly manner. Xiao Feng was also very satisfied with his work, and asked, by the way, how is the cave expanding? On Friday, he lowered his head in shame. These natives did not have the right tools, and the cave was filled with hard stones. How could it be so when opened up? Easy. Of course the speed is very slow. Friday was also very honest. I told Xiao Feng about the situation. Xiao Feng laughed and didn't blame him. He asked the natives to dig a cave. In fact, he didn't expect them to do anything. The main reason was that he didn't want them to be full every day. Nothing to do, just cause trouble everywhere. As for opening up the cave, Xiao Feng is not in a hurry. Anyway, the space in the cave is already large enough, not to mention the number of people in the hundreds. Even if it is 10 times more, there is enough to live here. So I didn't rush to open up the cave for a while. It was a long-term job. What's more, the main task, he explained to Friday, was not to expand the cave.mtnovel.com, but to let him lead people to collect enough of the mushrooms, dry them, and grind them into powder. This work was completed on Friday. Very good. There are several woven bags of mushroom powder in his room, which can weigh more than 200 kilograms. Seeing these great condiments that can definitely cause a sensation in the modern catering industry, they are piled up in Friday's bedroom. Xiao Feng is also dumbfounded, but he is still very satisfied with the results of Friday's work, and of course the prizes are also generous. The silk quilt. Friday is even more happy. The owner will not favor one another. In this world, this kind of magical mushroom can be said to be everywhere, especially in this mountain. Every time it rains, it will appear in groups. This makes Xiao Feng very satisfied, but he still intends to wait for the conditions. After maturity, finding someone who specializes in cultivating such mushrooms is more reliable than watching the sky. But the next day, Xiao Feng called some ingenious and carpentry natives from the tribe, and asked them to make some suitable furniture for Friday, two elves, and several other captains. For example, tables, chairs and benches, as well as beds. These natives have not evolved any decent civilization at all, and there is no concept of furniture at all. They can sit on the ground, grab some weeds and spread them on the ground and sleep. Xiao Feng, as a modern person, is not used to such a simple life. Now he has a stronghold. Of course he needs to have a better quality of life, and these furniture is a symbol of civilization. First of all, the leader of the tribe must be able to use it. Otherwise, how to reflect the superiority of the leadership class? As for himself, then there is no need. Does his space have a set of sofas and soft beds specially brought from modern times? The same furniture as the natives? Don't be kidding. how can the class superiority of his master be reflected? Chapter 49 Reward Anyway, there is so much wood in this world. When Xiao Feng taught the natives to build houses, he brought them a lot of carpenter tools. At this time, let the natives stay idle and idle. It is better to hone their carpentry skills, practice more to make them more familiar with the tools on the one hand, and also to see if they can stimulate any creativity. The natives who got their woodworking tools brought by Xiao Feng before have been honing their skills secretly. After all, if you have such a good tool, if you don't think about how to use it, then you really deserve to be stupid. There are really so many. After thinking about it for a while, he became a good carpenter. The task that Xiao Feng entrusted to them was not too difficult. It was just to build the simplest table, chair and bench. So a few people worked together, plus there was a ticket to help out, and it was all morning. Created several sets of tables, chairs and benches. Several leaders are still very happy to be able to allocate such furniture. Although they have not seen it before, they can understand how to use it. The benefits of this table, chair and bench are quickly reflected. Of course, sitting on a stool is more comfortable than sitting on the ground, and it is not easy to stay in your clothes. Lying on a bed is more vigorous than lying on the ground. The most important thing is that it is still warm. In Xiao Feng's eyes, these pieces of furniture are not as good as apprentices in their world. The workmanship is rough, and the surface is uneven. In his opinion, even if they are farmers in his world who have never studied woodworking, as long as there is suitable the tools can make furniture that is more comfortable than this. But for the natives who have just made furniture for the first time in the world, they have done quite well. These freshly baked furniture were quickly divided up by several main leaders. Of course, Friday and the two elves had to be picked first, and the rest would be divided up by several captains. Everyone is very satisfied with these novel furniture. After all, with these things, they don't have to sit on the ground and sleep on the ground. As for the other natives, they watched eagerly as the leaders assigned their own furniture. They also surrounded the master carpenters, and wanted those carpenters to make furniture for them. But the master carpenter was what you could instruct. If you don't take out some private jerky, or other good things, why do you let the carpenter make furniture for you? The natives went arguing, and Xiao Feng followed Friday to the underground ice store to see where the beef was stored. It was indeed not much different from the amount described by the elves, and then they were all included in his ring space. Although the storage effect of this ice store is not good, it is not as good as his ring space after all. The things put in it never consider the problem of deterioration, and time does not seem to exist in that space. After the beef was collected, Xiao Feng suddenly remembered the online shop business of bacon and sausages that Kata was doing now, and asked if there was any on Friday. He was excited on Friday, and brought Xiao Feng to another storage room. Look, Xiao Feng was a little dumbfounded, because this storage room was densely packed with hundreds of catties of sausages and bacon. It turned out that after finding that Xiao Feng liked to eat his sausages and bacon last Friday, in order to flatter him, he took a few with him. Personally, I made a lot of sausages and bacon, and waited for Xiao Feng to come back to please him. Looking at the flattering eyes of the flattery on Friday, Xiao Feng was a little bit dumbfounded, but that's okay. These sausages and bacon will probably be enough for Katia to sell for a while. After I collected everything, I praised a few words on Friday, made this guy happy, and then encouraged him to continue his work, do more and let it go. Friday is nodding like garlic, which can be recognized by the master. This make him happier than any reward. Collected the bacon, and took Xiao Feng to his room on Friday, then pulled out a woven bag from a corner of the room and handed it to Xiao Feng. It was strange that Xiao Feng felt heavy when he received his hand. When he opened it, his eyes were dazzled with gold stars. My dear, there are all yellow golden sands inside. Although the name is Jinchor, they are all golden bins of different sizes and shapes. Since Xiao Feng took away a few buckhead gold last time, he has almost forgotten this one. Before, He thought about doing some gold business after he went back. It was almost the same as opening a money printing machine, but after thinking about it, it was fine. Gold is not like other businesses. It is too eye-catching. It is easy for so many unknown sources of gold to flood into the market. If the market fluctuates, it is also easy to attract the attention of others, and it is not worthwhile to be followed by others. So I went to the restaurant business honestly, and I forgot to let the supervisor go to the sands on Friday. Now Friday, I brought out such a bag of gold. But it has shaken him. Although it is not nugget gold, this bag can weigh about 5 kilograms. If it is taken back to modern times, it will be worth more, millions. This alien world is indeed full of treasures. Although he is not as lucky as the other predecessors, he can travel to all kinds of Farichi recovery, or the planet full of Zenith star technology, but now it seems that his planet is not bad. And he is steady and steady. The rhythm of billionaires is also appropriate. This time I came here, and I really got a full harvest. Nearly 10 tons of beef are worth a lot of money. There are also mushroom powder of inestimable value, and a large amount of sausage and bacon. In the end, there is so much gold. Compared with the junk food bought by the natives, he really made a lot of money. That afternoon, Xiao Feng also distributed a lot of tools to the natives. These tools were prepared for the natives to dig caves. They were all steel drills, hammers, and chisels. Although he doesn't expect the natives to open many caves, he can't let them sit idle. If the idle time is too long, they will easily become lazy, so ensure a certain labor intensity and wait until the beginning of spring to let them go out working. They will not become unsuited to the intensity of labor. I didn't equip the natives with proper tools before, but I brought them here. With these tools, the natives should be able to clean the cave much faster. In fact, the best way to open mountains and cleave rocks like this is to use explosives and thunderat, but those things are controlled in Xiao Feng's world. Even if Xiao Feng has money, it is not easy to get them. Moreover, Xiao Feng didn't plan to bring tools such as impact drills and excavators. After all, with the wisdom of the natives of this era, even if they were brought to them, they would not use them. But he still taught the natives some very effective methods, such as using fire to burn stone walls that are not easy to clean. When the temperature is very high, pour it with cold water. The principle of thermal expansion and contraction will make it difficult to clean up. The excavated stone wall burst open quickly and spontaneously, turning into finely broken stones. This is also in ancient times, when people did not have suitable tools, the earth method of digging mineral veins. Although these earth methods are not worth mentioning in Xiao Feng's view, but in the eyes of the natives, this is simply only knows the way. From then on, the natives looked at Xiao Feng's eyes, and they began to feel a little bit of awe. From love to awe, Xiao Feng has basically established a godhead in the hearts of the natives. Xiao Feng originally came to see the coldness of winter here and the length of winter. He didn't plan to stay here too long. He occasionally showed up to bring some food and drink to the locals and boost their morale. To win people's hearts, teach some tips on life and work, and harvest some trophies by the way. His purpose of this winter crossing is basically completed. After staying here for 3 to 5 days, he felt that his goal this time had basically been achieved. He originally planned to wait until the evening to cross back, but unexpectedly in the afternoon, suddenly a native ran out of the cave in a panic. When I came in, I kept yelling something loudly in my mouth. Bloom, who had been listening with Xiao Feng's teachings, changed his expression, and immediately greeted him, and talked to the native man for a while, and then came to Xiao Feng and said, "This is what I sent out." The investigator www.mentalnovel.com. He told me that he saw half-orcs coming outside the pass. It turned out that although the pass has been in a calm state in recent months, Bloom, who had been attacked by half-orcs and caused the tribe's tragic experience, has not been at ease about the safety of the tribe. As soon as the winter began to snow, all the people in the tribe shrank back to the cave to live in the winter. He picked out some natives with winter hunting experience from the hunting team, and let them form a patrol team to go outside the pass every day to patrol. The range of patrol is not too far, it is the farthest distance you can travel in a day, and then walk back. As a result, I didn't expect that the patrol personnel sent out this time really played a role. I really found a half-orc coming. The other party came to the door. So what are you waiting for? Xiao Feng hurriedly let Friday sound the assembly number. The stern sound of the trumpet made chaos in the cave, but soon the hunting team assembled into a team. It can be seen that this team that often cooperates in hunting in the wild should be the last fighting team in this tribe. As for the other messy natives, Xiao Feng has no hope. Let a captain stay and wait at home with these natives. He took the two elves on Friday and the assembled hunting team out of the cave. It was never Xiao Feng's creed to sit and wait, not to mention that he still has it in his hands. A few hungry firearms, after the shotgun change, he has been eager to try, wanting to try these firearms against half-orcs can do much damage. This squad of men and horses is also considered strong. Although there is no armor, everyone is basically covered with thick cowhide. They also have cowhide boots on their feet. Knives, guns, sticks, bows and arrows are all available, and a group of people are murderous. Cave. Chapter 50 Collision. The patrol team that spotted the orcs was leading the team. Xiao Feng and Bloom walked all the way, asking the patrol team where they found the orcs, how many orcs came this time, what equipment, etc. Problem. This patrol guy comes from a not-so-civilized tribe and has very poor verbal expression skills. He made gestures along the way and had to translate other natives to understand that he found that the half-orcs had more than 100 people. But there was another team in front of the orcs, but he didn't see exactly what team it was. Hearing such an answer, Xiao Feng became more and more surprised. What is the situation? The orcs came in two teams. For the sake of them, do they want to inspire others in this way? Besides, I have encountered several half-orcs before, all of which belonged to a small group. There were not many people, and no one was missed. How could the half-orcs know that they camped here? However, the native language expression ability is too poor, so he waited to see the place clearly before speaking. At the same time, he also told Bloom to send a clever investigator next time, not to be like this idiot. Even the most basic. It's really anxious that I can't express it clearly. Bloom was also ashamed. He didn't expect this guy to be so bad. When he was hunting with him, he just noticed that he had good eyesight and was good at archery, but the language expression ability was really bad, and he won't be able to do it in the future. Exercise more, or you will have to be eliminated. Xiao Feng led the team around the col, but instead of going to the flat ground outside, he went up the hillside, hid behind the woods, and took out his binoculars to look north. It was only at this time that I understood what the native man was talking about. It turned out that on the white snowy field in the distance, there was a human team running frantically, and behind them there were 100 orc half-orcs. Continue to chase and kill in the back. Xiao Feng hurriedly adjusted the focal length of the telescope and focused his sight on the team running in front of him. This look surprised him, because this is a human team, and they are all different from the natives he encountered before. Obviously a civilized human team. There are probably more than 100 to 200 people. The ones running at the front are a few carriages, very simple Tao-Yield carriages. One of the carriages has carriages on it. Seeing that the carriages are painted on the outside, they can even be seen on the doors. To the exquisite carvings, this shows that the place where this group of people came is a civilized country, and the level of civilization is not low. There are no carriages on the other carriages. The carriages are filled with boxes and barrels. They should be soft and supplies. However, those boxes and barrels are full of the wounded. The horses in front of the carts are very sturdy, and they are basically a lap taller than the horses on the earth. Although the ground is covered with a foot thick of snow, these horses are still walking as fast as they can when pulling a heavy cart. It is conceivable that this how good the horse is. If you turn your eyes back, you can see a cavalry team of more than 100 men, closely behind the horse convoy. The cavalry of more than 100 men are also riding tall horses, and those horses are better than the ones pulling the carts in front. Malaysia also wants to be a horseman. Just these horses. Xiao Feng was salivating. At this time, his mind was not about saving people, but if he could get these horses to the earth, he would be prosperous. But he quickly threw the distracting thoughts out of his mind. After all, behind the cavalry team was followed by fierce orcs. Look at the cavalry. The dozens in front are fully armored, all of them are dazzling chain armor, and there are some knight armors similar to the medieval style on the earth, with epis hanging around their waists, and some holding them in their hands. With a spear, there is also a hammer or throwing axe hanging from the horse's neck. The dozens of people behind are in a miserable situation. Most of them don't have armor, some can wear a piece of leather armor, most of them don't have armor, and their weapons are also different. This line of cavalry can be seen from the telescope. They are very embarrassed. Many of the armors on those knights are in dilapidated conditions. It is obviously the result of repeated battles, not to mention the ones without armors. The clothes on her body are already in tatters. Their mental state is not very good either. Most of them are panicked, and they are constantly looking at the orcs behind them while running away. And the half-orcs behind them are different from them. Most of them are wearing armor, although they are slightly rough. They are well equipped. They are not maces, axes, or horrible swords. It can be said to be armed to the teeth. Compared with the mental state of those humans who were only looking for desperation, the mental state of these half-orc soldiers was much more relaxed, and some of them even joked and laughed at each other. They didn't ride horses, but the attributes of these guys, half-orcs, gave them physical qualities beyond humans. Their speed was not much slower than the humans riding horses just by walking on their own feet. It can be seen that they are not too worried about annihilating the human team in front of them. In their eyes, those people are just what they have in their pockets. Xiao Feng handed the binoculars to Bloom after reading. Bloom also observed the situation on the opposite side. However, after reading it, his expression was not as relaxed as Xiao Feng's. Nearly 200 human cavalrymen were on the opposite side, driven away by those half-orcs. They only have 30 horses, saying that training them is not as good as the militia of the human empire, and it is incomparable to the cavalry of the human empire in terms of equipping them. There are now more than 100 orcs behind those humans. Those humans know their state. They have no hope, morale is low, and there is little will to fight. At best, a final fight to the death can cause a little trouble to the orcs. But if these half-orcs find them, then they will be over. With their 30 people, Bloom has no confidence at all against those half-orcs. Bloom looked solemn and handed the binoculars to Bylades. After Bylades saw the situation there, she also had a serious expression. Obviously, she and Bloom had the same thoughts. I took the binoculars on Friday and looked at the situation in the distance, but he didn't think so much like the two elves. This guy was born with carelessness. In his opinion, the sky is falling and there is a tall man. Hold on, let the boss make a decision for such a thing. The two elves came to Xiao Feng's side. The situation is not favorable to us. If they don't find us, we should not intervene. The two of them understood very clearly. They didn't want to take a trip to the muddy water. Anyway, they didn't know the human beings, so they didn't want to expose their situation for them. In case the half-orcs provoke, there will inevitably be a big battle, and death or injury is a trivial matter. If the half-orcs get rid of and report the letter, it will be troublesome and will provoke more half-orcs. Xiao Feng did not answer them immediately, but continued to observe the changes in front. The carriage in front of the carriage runs slower and slower. After all, it's a waste of energy to run wildly on the snow with so many things. Although the horses in this world are very beautiful, they can't withstand such high-intensity continuous sprints. The speed is already obvious. Slowed down. At this time, the cavalry team that followed also discovered the situation. A tall knight in chain armor on the lead waved his hand to stop the team, and then brought a few important confidants to the front and ordered something. Obviously this tall knight should be the backbone of this cavalry team. The cavalry team was very convinced by him. The knight's purpose was very clear. They wanted to stay and attack the half-orcs, and let the carriages and wounded soldiers on the carriages flee as far as possible. The knights quickly concluded their discussions, and then several small captains went back and shouted loudly, greeting the cavalry behind to start lined up, and the cavalry did not object to it. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. These people should have been numb, or just tired of fleeing, and don't want to be fleeing. Soon these cavalrymen lined up the team and turned to face the half-orcs who had been following them, and the half-orcs were also at a distance of 80 or 90 meters away from these cavalrymen, stopped, and then began to line up. At that time, these half-orcs didn't have the ease they had before, and they lined up to fight. Soon the human cavalry rushed towards the half-orcs under the leadership of the tall knight. It seemed that he didn't want to give the half-orcs a chance to line up. He was still a courageous and strategic guy. Knowing that the orcs can't be lined up, it's just that the team they charged seems to be embarrassed. The distance of 80 or 90 meters, they actually charge in a mess. What wedge-shaped front line, dense charge. You can't see it in this charge cavalry team. Obviously this is not the same. Only well-trained cavalry should not even receive professional training. Seeing this, Xiao Feng basically had a basic judgment on the quality of the human cavalry in this world. The distance of 70 to 80 meters is just a matter of seconds for the cavalry who speeds up the charge. In the blink of an eye, the human cavalry rushes to the front of the orc soldiers, and then plunges into the battle of the orcs. Array. The half-orcs lined up in intensive battle, 3 rows in front and back, with dozens of people in each row. Before they could adjust the formation, they were killed by the human cavalry. The armored knight was even more brave. The tall horse took the lead in the charge, and directly hit the orcs standing in the front, opening a breakthrough for the cavalry behind. The cavalry team behind filed past this breach, and continued to expand the breach on both sides. On both sides of this opening, the corpses of humans and half-orcs were quickly laid.